Chapter 811 Dividing Loot. After rushing for a while, he finally saw the place Guo Ran had heroically saved those women. He had long since begun anxiously pacing. "Boss, you're still alive." Guo Ran emotionally ran over. Those had been 7 Bonathorn Bloodmyth kings and were all incomparably terrifying 7th rank magical beasts. Just blocking one of their bone thorns had caused Guo Ran to cough up blood. He was naturally extremely worried for Long Chen to handle 7 of them at the same time. "Fuck, this time I really am pissed," cursed Long Chen. He found a clean rock and directly sat. "What?" Guo Ran was startled. Guo Ran still didn't know about the matter of the lamp. He had been focused on gathering those weapons and spatial rings, and his sight had been blocked by the skeletons. Long Chen told Guo Ran about it. That lamp had definitely been an extraordinary treasure. How could something that could be the core of Insect Island be something ordinary? But such a treasure had been taken by someone else. Furthermore, Long Chen had even been stabbed. He was still infuriated. "You shouldn't be angry. After all, Huang Junmo noticed it before everyone and set everything up. The fact that you could stop his assassination is enough to be happy about," comforted Guo Ran. Huang Junmo was a terrifying assassin. He was the top assassin in the Bloodkill Hall's junior generation. His combat power was high, and his assassination arts were exquisite. To be able to survive his sneak attack when he wasn't on guard was truly worthy of pride. "TCH, you're thinking too simply. This wasn't his trap, he just said that to be a poser and distract me." Long Chen shook his head. "Use your brain. If he had really arrived so early, why didn't he go take the things in that mountain of skeletons? It is really possible that he wasn't moved by that many weapons and spatial rings. The truth is that he followed us from behind, watching us in secret. In his eyes, no matter how many things we obtained, we're just his prey, and he can take those things whenever he wants. He waited until I was about to take the lamp to attack. He also saw that the lamp was extraordinary. Perhaps he even knows the origin of the lamp. As for those words he said once he took the lamp, they were just a bunch of lies to shake my confidence. He was just acting as if everything was in his control. An assassin's scheming ability is the greatest. Other than the principle to kill their targets in one shot or flee, even when facing people head-on, they'll use such things to rattle their opponents. He just said those things to make me subconsciously think he was too strong. I didn't expect that you would actually believe his nonsense. I don't really know what to say." Long Chen shook his head. "What the fuck? That scheming really is profound." Guo Ran was shocked. "The path you're walking on is different from other people. But you have to remember, the greatest openings aren't in people's battle skills or techniques, but in their hearts. Those are the fatal openings. Why do I want to raise everyone's undefeatable will? Because as long as you believe you are undefeatable, those kinds of schemes are useless. No matter how you try to shake me, I'll still believe I can kill you in one blow. Only a flawless heart can maintain a clear mind, have a solid foundation, and be fearless in the face of death. Otherwise, the slightest opening in your heart can lead to defeat. But if you cultivate that undefeatable will, those mental games will be of no use against you. The only question is whether your opponents will send themselves to their deaths sooner or later. The things that are mine. Whoever takes them will be killed." Thinking of the lamp, Long Chen's fury once more began to rise. Guo Ran prostrated himself toward Long Chen in admiration. Despite almost dying to a sneak attack, he still didn't feel any lingering fear, nor was there the slightest shadow over his heart. His heart had to be completely pure and clear. "Boss, why is it that there's such an immense difference between rank 3 Celestials?" asked Guo Ran. The previous rank 3 Celestials he had encountered had been weak enough for him to kill if he went all out. But Huang Junmo's power couldn't even be compared to that. The shockwaves from his battle could send him flying while directly killing other experts. Even the Bonathorn Bloodmoths had been instantly killed. It completely exceeded Guo Ran's understanding. In Guo Ran's opinion, with his golden armor, he should have been unrivaled. Defeating rank 3 Celestials should be easy for him. He had even started to think that he would be able to fight on the same level as Huang Junmo and the others. But Long Chen's battle with Huang Junmo had been like a bucket of ice water over him. He learned just how great the difference was between him and them. However, he still couldn't understand why there was such an immense difference between rank 3 Celestials. Before entering the immemorial path, the sect master told me that Celestials are split into innate and acquired types. The power difference between them is like heaven and earth. Now I finally understand what she meant, sighed Long Chen. Innate and acquired. Acquired refers to using outer power to increase the innate rank. For example, Shui Guanji was originally an innate rank 2 celestial. Later, he relied on the heavenly water pearl to advance to a rank 3 celestial. But his talent was originally only enough to become a rank 2 celestial. Using outer power to increase his rank makes him an acquired celestial. As for Huang Junmo, Shui Yu, and the others, they are innate rank 3 celestials. If I were to make an analogy, acquired rank 3 celestials are stalks of grass that have grown 3 feet tall to reach their current limit. But innate rank 3 celestials are 3-foot tall saplings. Whether it is their current quality or their potential for growth in the future, there is an immense difference, explained Long Chen. Guo Ran nodded in understanding. But he was also shocked. This was his first time hearing of this. He had actually thought that all celestials had climbed up equally. Thinking of that, his newfound confidence immediately received a blow. Those innate celestials were the true favorites. No matter how hard others tried, it was useless. What grass could grow taller than a tree? You don't need to be so depressed. I've long since told you that there's nothing you can't beat. Although you used heavenly Tao fruit to become celestials, as long as you nurture that undefeatable will, your power will also be limitless. Do you know why sword cultivators are claimed to possess the greatest offensive might? Asked Long Chen suddenly. I really don't know. Guo Ran shook his head. Everyone said that, but while there were millions of sword users, there were few that were true sword cultivators. In the era of legends, there were gods up in the heavens. Their believers all received the god's blessing. Legend is that amongst those gods was a sword god. They were infatuated with the sword, and offered up their very body. They declared that all sword cultivators would receive the sword god's blessing, allowing their sword to cut apart heaven, earth, devil, and gods. Legend says that after that declaration, the sword god directly sacrificed their body to their sword. Both their body and sword dissipated, sprinkling throughout the worlds, having their own karmic luck be added to those sword cultivators, said Long Chen. So they have a god's blessing. No wonder sword cultivators are acclaimed as number 1 in offense. Long Chen shook his head. Can you really believe such legends? There is only one thing I believe, and that is that if a person can have a firm belief in something, they will be able to bring forth miracles. For example, when Yu Zifeng was lost, I told him to trust his sword. It is his companion and his master. It is his greatest faith, and if he believes in it, it will surprise him. Unexpectedly, he actually comprehended the sword intent so quickly. So before the immemorial path, that idiot was killed in a single blow. After killing that person, Yu Zifeng has truly opened up his sword path. In the future, he'll become a terrifying sword cultivator. I don't know whether the sword god is real, but I know that once you have enough faith, all miracles are possible. You are the Dragonblood Legion's general. You have to be an example. Cultivate your own undefeatable Tao. You're still not confident enough in yourself. In truth, if you really did go all out, then even encountering Shui Yu or Huang Junmo, you'd definitely have some ability to fight. In fact, you might even have a chance at killing them. What do you feel so inferior about? Despite being a man-made rank 2 celestial, you still possess such power. That's enough to be proud of. Furthermore, you'll also quickly become a rank 3 celestial, so do you have to be afraid of them? Long Chen smiled and took out a heavenly Tao fruit. This heavenly Tao fruit had 3 different kinds of runes on it. If Guo Ran refined it, he would immediately advance to become a rank 3 celestial. Heavens, you! Guo Ran jumped, immediately thinking of something. Hehe, yes, as long as I kill a celestial, I can turn them into heavenly Tao fruits. So, you understand, laughed Long Chen. This was his first time explaining his ability. The heavenly Tao fruits had to be kept a secret. If such a heaven-defying ability was noticed, the entire world would be disturbed. Long Chen definitely didn't want to face the chasing of the entire world. Guo Ran's eyes brightened excitedly. Haha, then in the future, won't I be commanding the world's most terrifying legion? That title will definitely be badass. Grow up a bit, you're now someone with status. Here, you can refine this heavenly Tao fruit. Boss, you should leave it to Songming Yuan or Li Qi. I have enough power to protect myself. But those two, Guo Ran's meaning was that they were weaker and needed it more. It's fine. From before, I already have 3 of them. You can use one, and then keep one. If you meet one of our people, you can give it to them. Ah, I'll also give you some rank 2 heavenly Tao fruits. I'll keep one rank 3 heavenly Tao fruit in case I meet our people first. Anyway, you don't need to worry. We have plenty of enemies, and we'll have too many heavenly Dao fruit to even use up. Other than that, here's something good. Long Chen took out a bucket that made Guo Ran jump. Chapter 812 Lightning Body Blink. Boss, this is a treasure. Guo Ran involuntarily gulped upon seeing that bucket. The refreshing scent that assaulted him made him feel like he was going limp. He felt relaxed and happy. Take care not to get your saliva inside. This is divine mortal molting elixir. It can expel all the impurities in your body, allowing you to completely stabilize your foundation. Its effect is practically miraculous, and it's an extremely rare treasure. I'll leave 5 buckets with you, which should be enough. But don't drink it now. Find a place to refine the heavenly Dao fruit first, and then drink it, said Long Chen. After giving him the divine mortal molting elixir, Long Chen also had Guo Ran take a picture of the map he had obtained from the old tribe leader. This was definitely the most detailed map, and it was also a priceless treasure here. Alright, that's basically everything I got. Now bring out what you have so I can see if there's anything useful, said Long Chen. Guo Ran became a bit embarrassed. Boss, during these days, all I did was roam around. I didn't manage to get anything. I killed a few people, but I didn't get anything good from them. His face was a bit hot. It seemed that other than roaming around, acting like the biggest poser he could be, and showing off the ability of his golden armor, he hadn't done anything else. I'm talking about the things within that mountain of skeletons, said Long Chen, rolling his eyes. Oh, right, Guo Ran patted his head. With a wave of his hand, a pile of weapons appeared. There were over 100 enchanted items. Furthermore, they were all at least middle-grade ones. As a forging master, Guo Ran ignored lower-grade ones. 19 high-grade enchanted items and 137 middle-grade enchanted items, said Guo Ran excitedly. The main reason he was so excited was because he could study these weapons to see what forging techniques had been used in creating them. He could then compare them to his own forging principles. Long Chen picked out 2 sabers from that pile. His current saber had a large gash in it from Huang Junmo's sword. Although it was still somewhat usable, it was unknown whether or not it would shatter the next time he used Split the Heavens. Before Blooddrinker awoke, he could only rely on these things. The remaining weapons were put away by Guo Ran. He then took out a pile of spatial rings. He grumbled, if it weren't for that idiot Huang Junmo, I'd have gotten even more. Due to Huang Junmo and Long Chen's battle, the mountain of skeletons had been broken and Guo Ran had been sent flying. Then those Bonathorn Bloodmyth kings had appeared, so there had been no opportunity to gather more. There's only 87, said Guo Ran. That's fine. What's inside? The 2 of them rapidly went through the spatial rings. Oh, there are those cases we found on the island. Guo Ran was delighted to see the same cases that the 2 of them had gathered on Insect Island. With just a bit of work, they went through all the spatial rings. Long Chen ignored the weapons and medicinal pills as he was more interested in those jade cases. They quickly found 100 of them. Both of them were excited. Hee, opening treasure chests is so addicting, laughed Guo Ran. He opened the first one. The inside of the first one was empty. Most likely, whatever had been inside had been taken out or had been ruined by the passing of time, and so the original owner of this spatial ring had just kept the case. They opened 4 empty cases in a row, causing Guo Ran to become a bit uneasy. But on the 5th one, they saw a golden piece of paper inside. Careful, don't move. Long Chen suddenly waved his hand, and his spiritual strength formed a barrier around the 2 of them as well as the case. That was an ancient talisman. But because of how long it had existed, it was on the verge of breaking apart. When Guo Ran had opened the case, the talisman had instantly changed color, about to crumble. If Long Chen hadn't summoned a barrier, then a single breeze would have broken it. It's eroded, but the design on it is still clear. You should record it, perhaps it'll be useful, said Long Chen. Guo Ran examined the rune and was startled. Boss, this is an explosion rune. Long Chen shook his head. He didn't know anything about talismans. It's a rune that possesses an immense explosive force. I also have a kind of explosion rune, but its power is limited. However, it seems this rune's tier must be shockingly high. The lines are incomparably complicated. If I used it, perhaps even rank 3 celestials would be unable to block it, said Guo Ran excitedly. Good, then hurry up and record it. There are still so many treasure chests. Or should I open them all? Said Long Chen. No. Boss, let me. How could such shallow work be left to you? I wouldn't want to inconvenience you. Guo Ran recorded the explosion talisman and continued opening the cases. The thing that made Long Chen speechless was that Guo Ran seemed to have become an addict. He opened each one of them slowly and suspensefully. He also seemed to be muttering a prayer. Long Chen laughed inside. If he muttered a curse instead, would what was inside suddenly change? His prayers had no use. He once more opened 5 empty cases. On the 6th case, there was a jade slip. Lightning something something. Read Guo Ran. He only recognized the first of the immortal characters. Lightning body blink. Long Chen was startled. This was a lightning magical art. It had to be known that lightning techniques were exceedingly rare since there were so few lightning cultivators. Boss, you can read immortal characters? Asked Guo Ran. Long Chen was too lazy to respond. This jade slip released powerful spiritual fluctuations. There was a formation on top of it that preserved the spiritual strength inside. This was an inheritance jade slip. It was different from other tomes. An expert had sacrificed a portion of their spiritual strength to seal the technique inside the jade slip. People who activated the jade slip with their spiritual strength would have the jade slip's contents transmitted to them instantly. Long Chen extended his spiritual strength. Soft light blossomed from the jade slip, and it lit up Long Chen's forehead. A figure appeared in his mind. That person was formed from lightning. It rushed about within Long Chen's mind sea, rapidly turning and twisting. In the end, it turned into countless lightning figures. Long Chen was unable to grasp its trajectory. Its speed was absolutely shocking. Suddenly, the figure stopped. Then countless lightning runes appeared, flowing down certain tracks. It was extremely easy to see. This is how to circulate the Thunder Force. Long Chen was delighted and he hastily focused on memorizing them. Outside the body, it was extremely easy to see how those lightning runes were supposed to move. However, it was extremely complicated. It was good that they moved slow enough for Long Chen to memorize them. Those runes went through 3 circulations before coming to a pause. That was the foundational principle of this magical art. Magical arts were different from battle skills. Battle skills could be directly activated, but magical arts required circulating the original elemental energy. For example, when Long Chen wanted to use the Raging Flame Prison, he needed to circulate the Earth Flame's energy according to a set locus. After mastering the Raging Flame Prison, it was much easier for Long Chen to understand new magical arts. After displaying the foundational circulation method, the lightning runes once more changed orbit. This time, they lit up around the hands and feet. Then they rapidly condensed within the body, forming hundreds of lightning whirlpools. Those whirlpools were all over the body's acupuncture points. At that moment, that person's body entered a special state. It was like the body had been opened and could connect perfectly with the outside world. It was like a puppet with countless threads attached to it. When one thread was pulled, the body was pulled in one direction. Pulling another thread pulled in another direction. However, the body wasn't a puppet. These threads were controlled by the user. The entire world was turned into a fixed space, and in that space, a single thought to pull a thread would allow you to rapidly move. Long Chen had just reached that point in his thoughts when the figure began to move again. It repeated what it had originally displayed. It went from slow to fast with clear intervals, allowing Long Chen to comprehend everything. But the figure continued to move faster and faster. The whirlpools also became more and more intense. When it moved, some whirlpools were opened, while some were closed. What marvelous control! Long Chen was awed. This technique relied on spiritual strength to control the whirlpools to decide the direction and speed. It was definitely extremely difficult to control. Not only did this technique require high comprehension, spiritual strength, and control, but it also required an immense amount of training. It was to be used basically by instinct. Otherwise, if you had to focus on controlling the whirlpools in battle, it would just be a distraction that would lead to death. Although it was very difficult, the lightning body Blink's power didn't need to be doubted. When he had fought against Huang Junmo had taken the advantage in terms of speed, and Long Chen had relied on the length of his saber to fight him. However, he hadn't dared to move his position, or he would have been at a definite disadvantage. Now he had obtained this lightning body Blink. It was clearly a movement art and an extremely powerful magical art. It was just what Long Chen had needed. That figure continuously moved in Long Chen's mind, teaching him everything in exact detail. Each movement would be repeated at least 3 times. All kinds of angles and methods to use the technique were displayed. In 2 hours, Long Chen already had an extremely high level of comprehension toward the lightning body blink. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that Guo Ran had already opened all the cases. Regretfully, there weren't as many treasures as they had imagined, but there were quite a few decent things that attracted Guo Ran's attention. He was currently studying them. Long Chen stood up and patted off the dust on his body. "All right, you should find a place nearby to go into seclusion and refine the heavenly Dao fruit. Once you come out, do your best to find Song Mingyuan and Li Qi. But if you really can't find them, then just leave it be. We'll meet sooner or later at the end of the path." After that, Long Chen gathered his thoughts and adjusted his mood. He continued deeper into the immemorial path. He had already chosen his next target. Chapter 813 9 Stars Accompanying a Moon. Long Chen was like a bolt of lightning streaking past mountains. At this point, the wind had reached the level that even he couldn't keep his eyes open. His entire body was covered in thunder force. He didn't need wings right now and just directly shot forward. There were over 100 lightning whirlpools activated that were pulling him in one direction. Long Chen had never experienced this kind of speed before. He suddenly paused atop a high mountain. Here, he could see everything around him. Amazing, truly amazing. Long Chen excitedly clenched his fists. He had already reached an initial control over the lightning body blink. He found that it was practically specially tailored for him. Normally, movement arts were only useful in either battle or long-distance travel. But Long Chen found that the lightning body blink was an exception. Once all the lightning whirlpools were activated in one direction, his speed was beyond belief. However, this was only an initial mastery as he was still gradually accustoming himself to it. But he trusted that he would be able to use it in battle soon. Huang Junmo, just wait. It's not so easy to take my things. With the lightning body blink, Long Chen was no longer worried about Huang Junmo's ghost-like movement art. When he encountered him again, he could have a real battle. In the last battle, neither of them had truly used their full power. If they fought a life-and-death battle, it would be hard to say who would be the victor. But Long Chen didn't feel any fear. This enmity had to be avenged. That time had truly been too stifling. He had never suffered such a loss before. Standing at the peak of the mountain, Long Chen looked around. He noticed a large but faint X in the ground. Without intentionally looking for it from above, it was essentially impossible to notice. This was the trial the Shao tribe had been in charge of guarding back then, Demon Devil Cave. The name sounded extremely terrifying, but the old tribe leader said that this was one of exceedingly few trials in the immemorial path that didn't pose any danger. Even if he failed the trial, he would be able to live. This trial had fortunately survived the destruction of the immemorial path. The Shao tribe had hidden the entrance to it. Without their map as well as the large X marking, it would be impossible to find it. After the danger on Insect Island, Long Chen had decided to first take advantage of this place to see if he could gain some opportunity to increase his strength. Although he had reached the 10th heaven stage of Shantian, there were still 3 levels until C expansion. As for Shui Yu, Huang Junmo, and the others, they had already reached the peak of Shantian. They could already touch the barrier, or their auras wouldn't be so strong. They might reach half-step C expansion at any time. Furthermore, Long Chen had found that those like Shui Yu and Huang Junmo who were innate rank 3 celestials were now capable of suppressing him with their heavenly Dao runes. Although it wasn't as intense as before when he had faced Yin Wuxiang for the first time, the feeling of being suppressed was definitely present. That affected his ability to release his power in battle. In a battle between experts, the slightest difference could decide life and death. That made him feel a sense of danger. The old tribe leader had said that this trial was extremely helpful to raise a person's strength. So Long Chen had decided to come here first. But the old tribe leader had also said that there were many different difficulties, and so the rewards were also different. In any case, the majority of those rewards were all used to directly increase personal power. It's right here. Long Chen walked to the marking. This place was a flat plain without anything odd. But there was a rock on the ground. It looked extremely ordinary, like any other rock. But Long Chen knew that this place was the transportation site. He took out a jade bottle and dripped a drop of a mysterious liquid that the old tribe leader had given him onto the stone. The stone sucked it up like a sponge. The ground quivered and Long Chen felt space twist. He suddenly appeared in a spacious room. That rock was the key to activating the transportation formation. It had transported Long Chen underground. This was something the Shao tribe had set up to protect the trial. It was completely dark underground, but a Xianxian expert had good vision. Adding on spiritual strength, this kind of environment wouldn't pose much of a problem to most experts. Once he was inside, Long Chen looked around. This place had been preserved perfectly. There were large stages, pillars, stone steps, and even the decorative designs had been preserved. Long Chen could even imagine many experts coming here countless years ago, lining up, waiting their turn to take the trial while the Shout tribe's people maintained order. But, now, this place was empty. All those people were gone. Thinking of that made him sigh with emotion. That huge battle had created an unsolvable riddle. Following the main path of the room, after a few miles, the space suddenly opened up. This space was actually thousands of miles wide. Long Chen couldn't help being startled. How was there such an immense space underground? On the opposing wall, there were huge statues carved into it. Seeing them, Long Chen came to a sudden halt. He saw a carving of a full moon hanging in the sky at night. Furthermore, there were 9 sparkling stars around that moon. Although it was just a carving, when he looked at it, it felt extremely realistic, as if he was standing in the picture and looking up at the starry sky. The 9 stars formed a ring around the moon. It was a beautiful scene. Although the 9 stars seemed so distant, their light could still illuminate the night sky. In fact, even the moon's glow was covered by them. Seeing this, Long Chen immediately thought of the stone carving he had seen in the ancient tomb in the Julie secret realm. That scene had also been of a night sky, but there had been no moon. It had just been an elder forging weapons beneath the starry sky. Within that starry sky, there had also been 9 radiant stars that had blocked out the light of the other stars. But at that time, the 9 stars hadn't been revolving around a moon, but one large star. Both murals had 9 stars. Was the starry sky like that back in ancient times? Muttered Long Chen. Was the starry sky different back then? But if that was the case, what had happened for it to change? Long Chen's head was a mess. Looking at the carvings, he seemed to think of something extremely important. But no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to grasp what it was exactly. In the end, all he gained for his efforts was a splitting headache. He took a deep breath and stopped trying. Looking below the carvings, he saw a splendid, glorious construction. It was in the shape of a huge cross. There were immense castles, tall towers, and glorious palaces. There were rivers flowing throughout, lakes sparkling like jade, and even islands that were sprinkled about like stars in the sky. This is the original immemorial path. Long Chen was amazed. This carving was an imitation of the immemorial path. Compared to the splendor from back then, the current immemorial path could truly be described as ruined. Relying on this imitation, he looked toward the edge where he saw the gate. That was the gate with the image that Long Chen had so painstakingly used the primal chaos bead to record. But in the imitation, that image was too indistinct. He could only tell that it generally looked the same as the image he had recorded. Just what had happened for the glorious immemorial path to end up in its ruined state? Long Chen saw that the palaces he should have seen on the way were all gone now. They were either crumbled or had fallen into the abyss. Looking at the immemorial path in its golden days, Long Chen was unable to calm himself for a long time. It seemed the current cultivation world was in a truly broken age compared to back then. The current immemorial path was in ruins. Looking at the carvings, he saw that the true trials had been those castles and towers. Those had been the true, main trials. As for the trials marked on his map, those were further away from the main path. That meant that the true trials had already disappeared. To put it frankly, it was like a bowl of pork bone soup with no more meat, bone, or noodles. All that remained was a single drop of broth. In the current cultivation era, all the experts were going all out fighting over that one drop of broth. Just thinking of that made Long Chen feel sorrowful. Had the world truly declined to such a point? He wasn't able to calm himself. Just what had happened to this world? What had happened to that glorious golden age for it to become its current state? Were the legends true? In that era, had people been capable of cultivating to immortality and godhood? Were there truly secrets to becoming an immortal or god within the immemorial path? Long Chen took a deep breath, suppressing his chaotic thoughts. Those things couldn't help him at all. Instead, they would just distract him. He carefully looked at the carving again. He confirmed that it wasn't as strange as the rune he had recorded with the primal chaos space, and he continued onward. The entrance to the true trial was there. The entrance was a stage covered with immortal characters. After going to the Shout tribe, Long Chen had learned much about the immortal era, and so he recognized more immortal characters now. Each one of these immortal characters was circular, and they were transportation formations. As long as someone stepped onto them, it would activate and send them to the trial. The different immortal characters represented different levels of the trial. He also now recognized the character representing the peak trial. Looking at it, Long Chen was speechless. Just how had he managed to choose the peak level twice in that trial cave region? Was he incredibly lucky, or incredibly unlucky? Since there's no danger to my life, I'll naturally choose the peak level. Long Chen smiled and directly walked over to the strongest immortal character. There was a total of 8 levels, and Long Chen picked the hardest one. Taking out the jade plate the old tribe leader had given him, he pressed it onto the immortal character. The jade plate immediately began to merge into it, and the immortal character began to shine. Long Chen's body tightened, and he found himself inside a cavern. The cavern was sealed and square-shaped. The ground was lined with bricks. It looked just like a dueling arena, and there was a carving of a lifelike giant ape on the opposing wall. Long Chen had just entered when that wall lit up. It was like daytime in the cavern. A heaven-shaking roar rang out, shaking Long Chen's ears. He jumped in shock. Chapter 814 Leveling Up the Movement Art. A 3-meter ape covered in black fur had appeared in front of Long Chen suddenly. Its fists repeatedly beat its chest as it let out a fierce cry that shook the entire cave. Ancient Devil Ape. Long Chen felt a chill. This was a 7th-rank magical beast, and an extremely powerful one at that. It let out a furious roar while its frightening eyes revealed an icy glow. The ape was filled with a berserk and murderous aura. Its killing intent washed over Long Chen. The ancient devil ape charged over. Its huge fist released berserk fluctuations as it smashed toward Long Chen. There's no danger of me losing my life here. Why do I feel like that's questionable now? Long Chen couldn't sense the slightest friendliness from this berserk and murderous ape. Thunder force circulated. Long Chen disappeared, causing the ape's fist to land on the wall. A 7th-rank magical beast's attack was enough to shatter mountains. But the wall merely shook intensely. There was no actual damage. There are formations. Long Chen realized that this place was truly a martial arena. The only way to get the reward was by beating the ape. The ancient devil ape once more roared and light suddenly shone from its body. That light came from the runes that covered every inch of its body. An even fiercer aura surged. Truly worthy of being an ancient species. Its innate divine ability is so powerful. But in terms of power, I'm not afraid. Long Chen snorted and his divine ring appeared along with 4 stars in his pupils. Boom! Their fists collided. Long Chen was forced back and slammed into the wall behind him, his blood roiling. But the ape also suffered. It didn't get any advantage over him. Long Chen felt a burst of delight. That ancient devil ape's strongest point was its power. But he was able to face it head-on in power. That was enough to be proud of. After being forced back, the ape became even more furious. It shot back over. As for Long Chen, he met each one of its fists, choosing to fight head-on. It had been a long time since he had fought like this. The feeling of fighting with his fists at full power was extremely addictive. Thunder force covered his fists, and runes surged out with each collision. The cavern was rocking continuously. Long Chen fought a fierce battle with the ancient devil ape. None of their attacks were the slightest bit fancy. They were all just pure brute force. After over 100 fists, the pit of Long Chen's stomach was starting to hurt from the powerful collisions. But he was filled with excitement. This was his first time fighting with his bare hands like this. It was his first time experiencing how delightful it was to fight with his fists at full power. He suddenly felt that fists were the best weapons. The two of them were disproportionately sized, but their power was equally matched. With each collision, lightning would erupt and the cavern would shake. There wasn't the slightest technique or flashiness in their attacks. In truth, as Long Chen was only at the Xianxian realm, he was actually a bit weaker than the ancient devil ape in terms of power. But Long Chen didn't back down the slightest bit. He went all out. He wasn't afraid of being injured. He had the primal chaos bead, and as long as he wasn't killed, his injuries practically instantly recovered. The huge trees he had obtained in the spirit world had become his greatest dependency in the immemorial path. The life energy within those trees was just too amazing. After fighting for 6 hours, Long Chen felt incredibly satisfied and fulfilled. He had never felt like this before. This kind of battle was too delightful. His bare-handed fighting technique had increased a great deal after 6 hours. Previously, he had been too reliant on weapons. Now he understood that his greatest martial weapon should be his own physical body. After blocking the ancient devil ape's attack with a single fist, Long Chen swept out one of its legs, causing it to kneel on the ground. In the next instant, Long Chen was in the air, a foot viciously landing on its nose. This kick contained all of Long Chen's power. It sent the ape flying. It crashed into the wall and then rebounded back. But even after receiving such a powerful attack, it wasn't the slightest bit injured. It once more charged at Long Chen. Long Chen had long since figured out the ancient devil ape's fighting patterns. It might possess immense power, but having advanced to the 10th heaven stage of Xianxia, reached the 3rd star transformation of the Enlightenment Palace star, and undergone the cleansing of the divine mortal molting elixir, Long Chen was no longer the same Long Chen that had entered the immemorial path. He was able to face such a powerful ancient devil ape head-on. Its attacking style was very simple. By this time, its attacks posed no threat to Long Chen. Suddenly, Long Chen grabbed the ape's fist with both hands. Skillfully neutralizing a portion of its power, he pulled with his full strength. The ape immediately rose into the sky and then was viciously slammed into the ground by Long Chen. Long Chen smashed it into the ground 3 times. The ground had long since begun to crumble, but even after such fierce impacts, the ape charged back at Long Chen. "I can't beat it to death." Long Chen was both startled and enraged. His saber suddenly appeared in his hand, and a biting cold saber chi slashed at the ape. The ancient devil ape was cut in 2 by Long Chen's saber. But Long Chen was startled to see that there was no blood. The ancient devil ape transformed into runes and flew back to the wall. Only then did Long Chen notice that this terrifying ancient devil ape had been the carving on the wall. It returned into its carving. What kind of formation could be this terrifying? It is able to transform runes into such a life-like magical beast. Long Chen was shocked. This was something he had never even heard of in the eastern wasteland. It had already surpassed the scope of his understanding. Just as the ancient devil ape's runes flew back into its carving, a stone door slowly opened on the wall. The old tribe leader had told him that for the ordinary trials, there was only one level that needed to be cleared to pass the entire trial. But for the high-level trials, there were several levels. Different levels of difficulty represented different rewards. As soon as he walked through the stone door, it slammed shut behind him. Another circular stage appeared in front of him. Looking from a distance, it looked just like a wrestling ring. Long Chen had only just entered, and he hadn't even had time to look around when the sound of roaring filled his ears. Carvings lit up in the mural on the opposing wall, and dozens of fierce beasts charged at Long Chen. Blazing wild lion, storm gold wolf, dark underworld devil leopard. Long Chen counted 32 7th-rank magical beasts charging at him. His saber hastily slashed at the lead storm gold wolf. But Long Chen was startled to see a golden light suddenly shine on the storm gold wolf's body, and it instantly appeared dozens of meters away, dodging his saber. Just as he was startled, he felt wind behind him. A magical beast had flanked him. It was incredibly quick, and he had no time to defend properly. Suddenly, lightning lit up his body. It was like he had teleported up into the air, dodging that magical beast's fierce mouth. "It's a good thing I have the lightning body blink." Long Chen took a deep breath. Although he knew these magical beasts were made of runes, their attack power wasn't much weaker than true 7th-rank magical beasts. With this many appearing all at once, Long Chen really did have difficulty believing the old tribe leader's words. If he couldn't defeat them, it seemed he really would die here. Looking around, Long Chen didn't see any signs of reward, so he knew that this trial wouldn't stop at this wave. Thinking of that, Long Chen decided to directly give up on killing these magical beasts. He chose to stay in the air and focus on dodging their attacks. Who knew how many waves would come from this trial? Considering the difference between the first and second wave, it was obvious each wave was more terrifying than the last. Long Chen gave up on attacking them. He was training his reflexes and the lightning body blink. He wanted to reach the point where he could instinctively control the lightning whirlpools. Thunder force covered Long Chen's body as he descended back into the arena. He was surrounded by magical beasts and in an incredibly dangerous situation. If his reactions were too slow or that he made a mistake controlling the lightning body blink, he would immediately be struck by a fierce attack. Those magical beasts' claws and teeth were all powerful and capable of tearing through his body. Each time he was struck, Long Chen would clench his teeth in pain. I'll just treat it as a punishment for failure. Long Chen ground his teeth, bearing the pain. He intentionally didn't heal his injuries, to force himself to focus more on dodging. Through constant observation and dodging, Long Chen finally found these magical beasts' weak point. That weak point was that they only had a set number of attack patterns. Not only were those attacks simple, but their bodies would always contract slightly before they attacked. That was an extremely obvious sign, and it was unknown whether the trial had been intentionally set up like this to give the trial takers an opportunity. But Long Chen couldn't think about that right now. He was focused entirely on dodging. His spiritual strength was fully activated. He wanted to train his dodging reflex. Time passed. Long Chen was struck less and less frequently. In the end, he stayed permanently on the ground and began to weave back and forth through the slight gaps between the magical beasts. That increased the danger even more. It was like dancing on the tip of a blade. Now that he was dodging completely on the ground, the level of danger had increased by tens of times. His body was immediately covered in blood, but he still gritted his teeth and continued. He didn't heal himself. A person had to be vicious to themselves to get stronger. It was unknown how many times he had been struck. Long Chen himself didn't remember. In any case, his body was a mass of blood and gore. But the facts proved that this kind of bloody training was extremely effective. After an hour of not being struck by them, Long Chen finally smiled and activated the primal chaos space. Life energy healed all of his injuries. Thank you all. I feel bad doing this after how much work you've done for me, but I'll be sending you on your way. Long Chen suddenly took out a sword. Sword light blossomed as he finally went on the offensive. Chapter 815, the 8th level. Long Chen flashed through the air. Dodging a claw, his sword slashed through a magical beast's neck, causing its head to fall. After that slash, Long Chen had found that while these magical beasts' auras were on the same level as true 7th rank magical beasts, their attacks were a bit inferior, and their defense was much, much weaker. A true 7th rank magical beast definitely couldn't be killed so easily. But that also made sense. If they were all true magical beasts, this wouldn't be a trial for disciples, but a slaughter. That beheaded magical beast instantly transformed into a ray of light that returned to the carvings on the wall. The number of magical beasts attacking Long Chen dropped by 1. As Long Chen retreated from those attacks, his sword flashed. Seeing magical beasts revealing an opening after their attack, he appeared by their side. With 2 more strikes of his sword, 2 more magical beasts were killed and flew back into the wall. No wonder Huang Junmo likes using such a thin sword. With this kind of movement art, the more agile the weapon, the more smoothly and easily it can be used. Long Chen came to a sudden comprehension. This kind of movement art required an agile martial weapon. If he used a large saber, it would be too irritating and difficult. Suddenly, Long Chen pushed the lightning body blink to the peak, and the battlefield was filled with his afterimages. Lightning flashed as magical beasts were killed one by one. In just a few breaths, all of them were killed. The only one left in the arena was an excited Long Chen. The lightning body blink is amazing. Hehe, Huang Junmo, just wait. I'll make you cough up everything you took. Suddenly, a stone door opened once more. Long Chen took a deep breath. Since he had come here, he would have to keep going to the end. Entering the gate, he saw another huge arena, one even bigger than the last. The magical beast murals on the wall lit up, and they charged at Long Chen once more. These magical beasts were no taller than 3 meters. Their size was compressed, or just 2 7th rank magical beasts would be enough to fill the entire space. There would have been no space to fight. But the fortunate thing was that their power was also restricted. Otherwise, if they were true 7th rank magical beast on the level of the hidden ground gold spider king, then just one would be troublesome enough. 2 would take Long Chen's life. This place was now filled with 64 7th rank magical beasts. If they were true magical beasts, Long Chen wouldn't even have the ability to resist. Roars rang out. There were tigers, leopards, wolves, and lions. All kinds of magical beasts charged over with a cold light in their eyes. No one would believe that they were just runic transformations of beasts. Icy sword light slashed through the air like lightning. An ear-piercing rumbling filled the space. One of the charging magical beasts was directly killed with a swing of Long Chen's sword. His control over the lightning body blink had increased so much that he could dodge and retreat with ease. He came and went like lightning. Even with this many magical beasts attacking him, he didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure. Long Chen rejoiced. Before this, he would have only been able to fight them by erupting with his full strength. Ignoring how dangerous that would be, just the exhaustion would be immense. It definitely wouldn't be this easy. After that magical beast was killed, Long Chen thought it would transform into runes and return to the wall. But although it transformed into runes, it didn't fly toward the wall. Instead, those runes flew toward Long Chen. Long Chen jumped and hastily defended. But those runes were unaffected. They went straight through his slash and entered his body. He was startled. Before he could react, those runes transformed into incomparably pure energy. That energy's purity was almost frightening. Long Chen estimated that this energy was equivalent to a month's bitter cultivation for him. This is the reward. Long Chen was ecstatic. If that was the case, then the previous levels had just been an opening test. Now was the true start of the trial and the true start of the rewards. With this pure energy, his cultivation base would rapidly rise. He was just about to absorb that pure energy when his palm suddenly shook. The Enlightenment Palace star automatically began to circulate. Without waiting for Long Chen's consent, it directly absorbed the energy. The Enlightenment Palace star can also absorb this energy. Long Chen's delight erupted to a new level. This was the first time he found another energy that could nourish the Enlightenment Palace star. Previously, his only option had been to rely on letting it slowly absorb medicinal energy. At the same time as he was delighted, Long Chen suddenly realized that perhaps there were other methods to train in the 9-star hegemon body art. It was just that he didn't know them. Today, he saw a new way of cultivating for himself. While he was incomparably excited, his sword continued to dance through the air. He was like a bolt of lightning piercing through the magical beasts. Wherever his sword pointed, magical beasts died one by one. Suddenly, the Enlightenment Palace star shook. A powerful and majestic energy surged throughout Long Chen's body. Long Chen raised his head and laughed. His laughter was like thunder, shaking the entire cavern. A fierce energy surged out of him. Even the magical beasts around him were forced back. There's no need to suppress yourself. The feeling of advancing really is amazing. The Enlightenment Palace star had entered the 4th star transformation, and the amount of energy it was able to offer Long Chen had also increased. Although its advancements were slow, each advancement brought Long Chen immense benefits. He suddenly switched his sword for a saber. Just like that, he directly underwent a slaughter of the magical beasts. His saber possessed such immense power that any magical beasts that were struck by it would be blown into runes, even if he didn't strike a weak point. As expected, explosive power is my style. Although the lightning body blink was incomparably exquisite, that kind of skillful fighting style wasn't something Long Chen liked. He preferred a direct competition of power. The final magical beast was killed and all their runes entered Long Chen's body. All that energy was absorbed by the Enlightenment Palace star, but it still didn't reach the 5th star transformation. Long Chen was panting slightly. Although these runic magical beasts couldn't compare to true magical beasts, killing them had still exhausted a great deal of his energy. That was the price of wasting energy to satisfy himself. If he had used the lightning body blink and technique, it would have been a bit slower, but it would have saved a great deal of energy. The wall slowly opened but Long Chen didn't immediately enter. Looking from the outside, he saw that it was another immense arena. The difference was that there were even more magical beast carvings inside. If it was like this, then Long Chen was relieved. But suddenly, the door began to shut. Long Chen jumped and hastily rushed in. This trial actually didn't give him any time to rest. He had only just entered when the murals lit up. Roaring filled his ears as he was surrounded by over 100 magical beasts. There were a total of 128 of them, which was twice the amount of the 3rd level. The fortunate thing was that their power was about the same. It was just their numbers that were increasing. Long Chen could still handle that. But there were truly too many magical beasts now, and Long Chen didn't have much space to move anymore. He began to suffer injuries again. Long Chen furiously released his full strength. His divine ring appeared and 4 stars revolved in his eyes. His saber swept through these magical beasts, and they rapidly began to fall in number, turning into runes that entered Long Chen's body. As a result, the Enlightenment Palace star didn't stand on courtesy and directly absorbed them all. The Enlightenment Palace star had only just entered the 4th star transformation on the last level. But due to the immense energy entering Long Chen, it directly reached the 5th level. This speed was thousands of times greater than when he relied on medicinal pills. Once only one magical beast was left, Long Chen suddenly stopped and just danced around, continuously dodging it and recovering his energy. As expected, there really is a trick. Otherwise, just who could continue like this for so long? Seeing that the stone door didn't open, Long Chen was put at ease. He had found the trick behind the trial. According to the old tribe leader, any trial, even trials with the same difficulty, had different rewards here, and there were also different contents. So there were little tricks that could be used for each trial, and figuring them out could be considered a trial of its own. An expert naturally needed sharp observation and analytical skills. For the trial to be so difficult but not give people time to breathe was completely unreasonable. So Long Chen had become suspicious, and as a result, with a simple test, he found his theory to be correct. Long Chen had a bitter battle against the final magical beast for 4 hours before killing it. At this time, Long Chen had recovered over 90% of his energy. Once the final magical beast was killed, the stone door opened. Long Chen entered the next level. And as expected, it was the same as before. It was just a bigger arena with more magical beasts. This time, there were 256. Since he had found the trick behind this trial, Long Chen wasn't worried. The only thing out of his expectations was that there were now flying magical beasts. He had to first go all out killing some of them to open up some space before using the lightning body blink. The 5th level, the 6th level, the 7th level. By the time Long Chen reached the 7th level, there were over 1,000 magical beasts, and they filled up almost the entire arena. Even going all out, Long Chen was covered in blood. There were just too many of them. If it weren't for the life energy in the primal chaos space, Long Chen would have died, either from being killed or from sheer exhaustion. Furthermore, by the 7th level, the magical beasts hadn't just used ordinary attacks. They had also used various divine abilities. In brief, Long Chen found it incredibly bitter and difficult. He had even used Split the Heavens and the Double Dragon Destruction, and only then had he barely passed. When he was down to the final magical beast, Long Chen directly had Lei Long go handle it while he focused on recovering his exhausted spiritual yuan. This battle was truly too exhausting. It took Long Chen a total of 20 hours to completely recover. He opened his eyes and stood up, a faint smile on his face. At this point, the Enlightenment Palace star had reached the 7th star transformation. After killing the last magical beast, Long Chen entered the 8th level. As a result, he only just entered when his hair stood on end. A sensation of death caused him to turn cold from head to toe. Chapter 8:16 Eight-Armed Horned Devil. There was nothing on the walls now. Instead, within the huge arena, there was only a single large figure. It was humanoid and 3 meters tall. It had 8 arms, and there was a long horn on its head. Fangs grew out of its mouth, and its muscles bulged. A terrifying aura came from it. That aura was different from all other experts Long Chen had encountered. It was brutal and sinister to the extreme. Even corrupt experts didn't give off this feeling. Despite his experience in countless battles, Long Chen still felt a chill from that evil aura. That large figure was standing there motionlessly. Its eyes were closed, and it was like a statue. Long Chen's heart clenched. Was this monster supposed to be his opponent for this level? Just as Long Chen was unsure of what to do, an illusory page appeared in front of him. He quickly read it. The 8-armed horned devil, one of the devil races of antiquity. It possesses a pure bloodline that gives it immense power. It has already been refined into a puppet which possesses 80% of the original body's power. But it still possesses its bloodline, and its combat power can be compared to a human peak rank 3 celestial. When rank 3 heavenly geniuses fight it, their probability of winning is 9 in 1,000. Reading those characters, Long Chen jumped in fright. Rank 3 celestials had a 9 in 1,000 chance of winning against it. In other words, less than 1%. This is a life and death level. Once it's started, there is no retreat. Victory is life, defeat is death. If your power is limited and you feel you cannot defeat it, walk 100 steps to your left and activate the runes. You will receive a peak grade enchanted item. Long Chen was startled. A peak grade enchanted item was second only to a treasure item. In fact, it almost had the qualifications to challenge treasure items. Without even fighting, he would be able to receive such a reward. Then what if he did fight? He was done for, definitely done for. His old illness was resurfacing. There really was no cure. Despite knowing he was done for, despite knowing he definitely shouldn't continue reading, Long Chen couldn't help himself. If you choose to fight, simply step within 300 meters of the 8-armed horned devil. That will activate the puppet. If you can kill it, you will obtain a treasure item, Flying Rainbow. Be careful, very careful. Damn, This really was a con. When it came to treasure items, Long Chen only had Blood Drinker. Right now, Blood Drinker was in a deep slumber. He was precisely lacking a treasure item. If he didn't know that the immemorial path had existed for such a long time, Long Chen would even suspect this was a trap made by someone who had gotten here first. Treasure item. Flying Rainbow. Flying Rainbow, what could it be? Ugh, my heart hurts. I'm doomed, absolutely doomed. My see a treasure and can't walk away disease is getting worse and worse. I'm truly beyond hope. Despite clearly knowing that this 8-armed horned devil was incredibly powerful, despite knowing that fighting with it would be incredibly dangerous, the only thing echoing in Long Chen's mind was those last 4 words, treasure item, Flying Rainbow. Long Chen was incredibly conflicted. To risk such immense danger for an unknown kind of treasure item wasn't worth it. But then when he thought about giving up, since the reward was a peak enchanted item, this level had to be extremely important. It should be the final level. In other words, the ultimate reward was behind this. That reward had to be incredible. Wealth lies within danger. I'm going all out. Long Chen clenched his teeth and steeled himself. He calmed himself down and expelled any distracting thoughts. He had to enter his peak state. He slowly approached the 8-armed horned devil. All his nerves were stretched taut as he focused 100% of his concentration on it. Long Chen sensed an immense threat from it, and that level of threat was fatal. Long Chen felt hatred for his own greed, but he wasn't able to control himself. He urgently needed a powerful weapon. Once he was 300 meters away from it, a dreadful aura rose out of the 8-armed horned devil. Icy killing intent filled the entire room. It was like he had fallen into an iceberg. A bloodthirsty, berserk, and tyrannical will charged out. A heaven-shaking roar erupted as the 8-armed horned devil's eyes slowly opened. Those were a pair of vertical eyes that contained no mercy. Within those eyes, Long Chen could only see an incredibly dense desire to slaughter. Its legs, which were thicker than a human's waist, suddenly flexed. It shot at Long Chen like a cannonball. 2 large fists whistled toward him. Even before the fists arrived, the accompanying wind caused a thunderous rumbling. Long Chen had never seen such terrifying power before. In this kind of situation, holding back would be courting death. Long Chen directly summoned his divine ring and 4-star battle armor. Endless energy surged out from within him. Boom! The entire cavern trembled fiercely. Long Chen felt his blood flipping inside him. It was like what he was blocking wasn't a fist, but a huge mountain. He had just blocked 2 punches when one of the 8-armed horned devil's other fists smashed toward him. Long Chen hastily blocked and slammed into the wall, vomiting a mouthful of blood. He had actually forgotten that it had 8 arms to hit him with. He had blocked the 2 at the front, while another had come from the side and almost killed him. The 8-armed horned devil roared again. It brandished its 8 fists, and suddenly thousands of fist images surged over at Long Chen. He was appalled. This kind of attack, power and attack speed was something he had never seen before. Each one of those fists was as heavy as a mountain. What Long Chen didn't know was that even in the ancient times, there were very few people who would dare to challenge this 8th level. That was because the 8-armed horned devil was actually a king amongst horned devils. The purity of its bloodline was determined by how many arms it could grow. Ordinary horned devils only had 2 arms. The stronger ones had 4 arms, and 6 arms were very rare. 8 arms were the pinnacle. Although it only had a late Xianxian cultivation base, it possessed its ancient bloodline, which made it incredibly terrifying. Those who had dared to challenge it had all been extremely prideful heavenly geniuses and shockingly talented disciples. Which one of them hadn't had any trump cards? But even those elites suffered a miserable price to challenge the 8-armed horned devil. Of 1,000 of those elite heavenly geniuses, only 9 managed to survive. It could be seen how terrifying this devil was. Long Chen pushed his power to its peak. Lightning runes circulated around him, protecting his body. Otherwise, his physical body wouldn't be able to receive the 8-armed horned devil's attacks. Even with the thunder force protecting him, Long Chen's body was covered in blood. The 8-armed horned devil was too monstrous. After being turned into a puppet, it had no weaknesses, and Long Chen's full-strength attacks were unable to damage it. Even slashing with his saber, he was unable to injure this corpse-like body. Furthermore, he found that if this continued, his enchanted saber would shatter after a few more strikes. The 8-armed horned devil's body was even tougher than an enchanted item. Blood splashed. Long Chen's punch was met with the combined attack of 4 arms. His shoulder blade shattered, the bone piercing out of his skin. He immediately retreated using the lightning body blink, buying himself some time as he healed using the primal chaos space's life energy. He was truly in a bitter battle now. The 8-armed horned devil's body was too hard, and there were no openings. Even his famous ball-breaking kick had no effect. It was like he had kicked 2 steel balls. It was Long Chen who felt a burst of pain in his foot, causing him to let out a rain of curses. Even such a place was so hard. Clenching his teeth, Long Chen continued to fight while he tried to find its weak point. He found that its body was truly like a corpse. It had no sense of pain, and he was unable to cause any injuries. The thing that infuriated Long Chen the most was that even after over 2 hours, its aura hadn't weakened in the slightest. As for him, after such a fierce battle, he was already starting to get a bit tired. Looks like there's really no trick to this. Long Chen had tried 1,000 different tests, and now he completely understood the 8-armed horned devil. He understood that there was nothing he could do other than face it head-on. His saber slashed down furiously. The 8-armed horned devil was sent flying, and a large gash half a foot deep appeared on its chest. However, no blood flowed out of that injury. Furthermore, its aura didn't weaken in the slightest, nor were its movements affected. Such an injury would almost cut a person in two if it landed on a human. But on the 8-armed horned devil's body, it couldn't even count as a heavy injury. Not even its bones were visible. Long Chen thought about it. If this continued, perhaps he would need to use split the heaven 7 or 8 times to defeat it. Furthermore, each time, he would need the 8-armed horned devil to cooperate with him so that he could land each strike on the same spot. With his current spiritual yuan, perhaps he really would be capable of using split the heaven 7 or 8 times. But by that point, his spiritual yuan would be truly exhausted. At that time, if the 8-armed horned devil still wasn't dead, then he would be doomed. Furthermore, he felt that his chances of using this method to kill it were extremely remote. Although the 8-armed horned devil had been refined into a puppet, it still possessed its battle instincts. Thus, to repeatedly strike the same spot 8 times was as difficult as defying the heavens. With 80% of its power, it was already so strong. Then just how powerful had it been alive? Long Chen was deeply shaken. He truly knew very little about the world. He continued to dodge around, hoping to see a fatal weak point that had somehow escaped him before. But after another careful examination, he was finally positive that the 8-armed horned devil simply had no weak points. Perhaps if it had been living, then he could rely on making it feel pain or emotion to create a weak point, but now it was just a puppet. Taking a deep breath, he knew there was nothing else to do. He could only rely on his final trump card. Chapter 817 Terrifying Devil. Long Chen's figure was like a wisp of smoke in the air as he used the lightning body blink to dodge the 8-armed horned devil's attacks. At the same time, he formed hand seals, and endless flame runes condensed in the air. An immense flame prison trapped the 8-armed horned devil. After completing that, Long Chen became a bit pale as he gasped for breath. The raging flame prison was a kind of spatial magical art. Once it was formed, it couldn't be moved. If he hadn't trapped the 8-armed horned devil, all his efforts would have been wasted. To lock onto an opponent during such an intense battle was extremely difficult. It was even more difficult in such a close-range hand-to-hand battle. Furthermore, this was his first time using the raging flame prison without holding back. It immediately drew all his spiritual yuan and spiritual strength. Now, he was in a feeble state, and his head hurt fiercely. That was a sign he had overdrawn his spiritual strength. The 8-armed horned devil continuously attacked the flame prison, vainly trying to break it. But it was unable to shatter the chains formed by the flame runes. This flame prison was not the same as when Long Chen had just been testing it. This time, he was using his full strength, and this attack was the strongest one Long Chen could use right now. The 8-armed horned devil charged left and right, trying to break through. Its body was covered in faint flame runes that began to ignite. It quickly became a flame devil. As it began to burn, Long Chen wiped off some cold sweat. This puppet wasn't afraid of thunder force, and its body was incomparably tough. If even the raging flame prison was ineffective against it, he really would be doomed. The 8-armed horned devil continuously charged to the edge of the prison, but those edges had chains condensed of flame runes. No matter how it tried, they were unbreakable. Now he finally saw its weak point. Once it was trapped, it only knew how to instinctively struggle. That made Long Chen sigh with relief. If this continued, it would definitely die. After all, His flame runes came from the earth flame. Its power was limitless. A human would have long since burned to ash or melted. Even a rank 3 celestial wouldn't be able to resist. But this 8-armed horned devil's body was too tough. Despite being covered in flames, it continued to attack the prison. Due to its intense attacks, the flame prison was constantly shaking. The entire cavern was also quivering with it. It was fortunate that the raging flame prison was exceedingly sturdy. Without the raging flame prison, I would probably have died here. How could this 8-armed horned devil be so terrifying? Is it really only at the Shantian realm? This was Long Chen's first time receiving such a blow to his confidence. Just what kind of terrifying origin did this 8-armed horned devil have? How could such a terrifying thing exist without anyone in the outside world knowing about it? Although the ancient legends mentioned battles between gods and devils, those were just legends. Furthermore, there were all kinds of sinister images of devils, but those were just drawn from humans' imagination. Devils, existences that can challenge gods. They must be real, or there wouldn't be legends of their battles. Long Chen suddenly felt a chill. He had a bad premonition. From the old tribe leader, he had learned that the immemorial path had been a trial world created for the geniuses of ancient times. In those times, the spiritual qi in the world had been overflowing, and the cultivation world had been in its golden age. The treatment that geniuses received back then compared to now was as different as heaven and earth. Those ancient disciples received resources and treatment like they were crown princes, while the geniuses of today were poor beggars in comparison. Since there was a legend that there had been an immense battle back then, that meant that the devil races were capable of contending against the god races. And if that were true, the 8-armed horned devil suddenly roared. It stepped back a few steps, and its horn suddenly lit up. A ray of light pierced the prison and shot towards Long Chen. Long Chen was startled and hastily dodged. The light pierced right past his body and struck the wall. That wall, which had been unbreakable since the start, was pierced through as easily as if it were tofu. If Long Chen's reactions had been the slightest bit slower, he would have been struck head-on. And if that had happened, he doubted he would have been able to keep his life. It was unknown what kind of energy was behind that light for it to break through such an indestructible wall. That meant that whatever that ray of light was, it possessed some kind of energy that Long Chen had never seen before. Long Chen also realized why he had been so uneasy. It was because he had overlooked an extremely crucial point to the introduction of the 8-armed horned devil that he had read at the beginning. That had almost caused him to lose his life. That introduction had described just how strong the 8-armed horned devil was. It had said that rank 3 celestials had a 9 in 1,000 chance of defeating it. But Long Chen had thought that those rank 3 celestials were those like Shui Guanji, and those that should be able to win were people like Shui Yu and Huang Junmo. He had forgotten one critical matter: time. The immemorial path's trials were for those ancient disciples, not the disciples of this declined era. In the current age, the cultivation civilization was practically about to reach an end. Now seeing the 8-armed horned devil's powerful ray attack, Long Chen immediately had a bad feeling. It was switching from close range to long range battle. He just barely dodged another ray, and his expression suddenly changed. This ray attack was not a limited move. The 8-armed horned devil was able to use it as many times and as fast as it wanted. Rays of light continuously shot at him at an inconceivable speed, causing Long Chen's movements to be a mess. He sensed the threat of death from each of those rays. If he was struck by one, his physical body would probably immediately be blown apart. Seeing it attack faster and faster, Long Chen clenched his teeth and formed new hand seals. His little remaining spiritual yuan and spiritual strength gathered. At the same time, his blood qi surged as he used it to stimulate the flame runes. Flame prison deathblow. Following Long Chen's shout, the flame prison rapidly shrank. In the end, it was like a birdcage trapping a large gorilla. It fiercely compressed the 8-armed horned devil. Being crushed by the cage, it was no longer able to use its ray attack. It had to focus all its power on fighting against the shrinking cage. The flame prison had two forms. One was the trapping form, while one was the deathblow form. The trapping form merely had the flame runes automatically circulate. There was no need to control them, they would automatically kill whatever was inside. The deathblow form multiplied the killing power of the flame prison, but it exhausted even more spiritual strength and spiritual yuan. Long Chen hadn't wanted to use this move. One reason was because he hadn't used it before, and so he didn't know whether it would work. But the other reason was that his current strength wasn't enough to use it. The slightest error would bring him a backlash from heaven and earth's energy. The raging flame prison was created through using his own runic flame energy to draw out the world's flame elemental energy. He was only putting in 1/10 of the energy. The remaining 90% of its power came from heaven and earth. There was a certain saying, it's easier to invite the devil in than to send him away. Once his spiritual yuan and spiritual strength ran out, he would be unable to control the elemental energy, and that power would erupt. At that time, he might not even have a corpse left. That was why expansion experts wouldn't use magical arts despite having the power to use them. Unless they were pushed to the brink of death, they definitely wouldn't use them, because then their death might come even faster. Long Chen was also only doing this because he was driven to the brink. He could only go beyond his limits now. Otherwise, if he allowed the 8-armed horned devil to continue attacking, just one strike could be fatal. Long Chen pushed his power to his peak. His head felt like it was splitting, and he was beginning to overdraft his spiritual yuan. The earth flame was pushing itself, sending all its energy to Long Chen. The 8-armed horned devil roared furiously. The raging flame prison had now shrunk to 7 feet. It tightly bound the 8-armed horned devil's body. Under that terrifying pressure, its body was already starting to deform. Some of its flesh was squeezed out of the flame prison. The 8-armed horned devil's body had been burning this entire time. But what infuriated Long Chen was that its body was like a candle. Even after burning for so long, it was still fine. Instead, some oil began to drip out. Fuck, this isn't an oil refinery. Am I supposed to use that for stir-fry? Long Chen cursed furiously as he crazily pushed his limits, squeezing out his potential. In this life-and-death moment, he had to go all out. As he crazily pushed himself, the raging flame prison continued to shrink. The 8-armed horned devil was no longer able to move. In fact, it couldn't even roar. It was just a deathbed struggle. Drip. Long Chen's sweat continuously fell to the floor. He was growing paler and paler, and his breathing was becoming labored. He had reached an absolute limit. They were at the final moment. Long Chen was like a lamp that had run out of oil, but the 8-armed horned devil was also on the verge of death. Victory would be decided by who could endure to the end. Suddenly, the raging flame prison, which had shrunk to just 5 feet, expanded. Long Chen sighed inside. It was over. The flame prison had expanded because he had finally reached his limit. He was unable to keep compressing it, and the 8-armed horned devil still wasn't dead. It crazily forced back the flame prison. Long Chen sighed. He had truly done all he could. There was no way around it. Right now, the only thing he could do was interrupt Blooddrinker's seclusion. Otherwise, he was definitely dead. Just as the raging flame prison was growing weaker and weaker, looking like it would shatter at any moment, chanting filled the air. Chapter 818 Mysterious Figure. The chanting was grand and powerful. It was like the murmuring of the gods. It grew louder and louder. The cavern was shaking as the chanting filled the entire world. The Nirvana scripture. Long Chen's heart shook. He hadn't done anything and wasn't the one who had activated the Nirvana scripture. It was the Nirvana scripture that had automatically activated itself. Back in the Pill Tower when he had obtained the Nirvana scripture, he had used it to resist the suppression of the cry of the heavenly Taos even without the divine ring. Its power was incredibly great. But once he had left the Pill Tower and abandoned his identity as Long San, he had no longer needed to conceal the divine ring. So he hadn't used the Nirvana scripture again. Although the Nirvana scripture was powerful, it was greatly lacking compared to the divine ring. But now it had appeared on its own. All of Long Chen's spiritual yuan and attention was focused on controlling the raging flame prison. He hadn't had the slightest bit of energy left over to activate the Nirvana scripture. As the Nirvana scripture activated, the chanting grew more and more resounding. Long Chen suddenly noticed that the raging flame prison, which had been on the verge of collapsing, had suddenly begun to grow stronger. Its runes grew brighter and brighter. The Nirvana scripture can actually draw out all the flame energy in the world for me to use. Long Chen suddenly realized that he had underestimated the Pill Tower's sacred flame cannon. He hastily formed hand seals, supporting the raging flame prison. At the same time, he also began to chant. Although he didn't know the scripture's meaning, when he had cultivated the Nirvana scripture, that sound was deeply imprinted in his head. He was unable to forget it even if he tried, and he felt a subtle closeness toward it. His voice wasn't the slightest bit sluggish as he chanted. The words just floated out of him. As he chanted, the chanting in the air grew even louder. The flame energy of the world flowed toward the raging flame prison. It grew stronger and stronger, no longer seeming on the verge of breaking. Long Chen was excited as he activated the deathblow form. The raging flame prison instantly shrank, compressing the 8-armed horned devil. As it shrank, the 3-meter 8-armed horned devil was also forced to shrink. Its skin had already begun to char this time, and black layers of it began to shed. When that skin shed, it instantly turned to ash. As that skin fell, Long Chen suddenly noticed a mass of runes where the 8-armed horned devil's flesh should be. That was a slight secret to how this puppet had been made. Those runes should be the crux of how the 8-armed horned devil had maintained 80% of its power, while also retaining some of its battle instinct. Long Chen continued to chant the Nirvana scripture as he compressed the raging flame prison. Heaven and earth raged. The flame prison's power continued to increase. The 8-armed horned devil was now just compressed into a 5-foot cube. It was impossible to tell its original figure anymore. Finally, the 8-armed horned devil was compressed to the peak and exploded. Its flesh and runes had only just erupted when they were burned to ash. The runes were instantly ignited with flames, and a piercing burning smell gushed forth. Long Chen also collapsed on the ground and fainted. This time, he had harshly overdrafted his spiritual yuan and spiritual strength. If the Nirvana scripture hadn't appeared in the end and let him see some hope, he probably wouldn't have been able to endure for so long. Even unconscious, he felt like a million needles were stabbing into his head. He was filled with pain. He knew this was a self-protective instinct of the soul. It was using this pain to provoke him, not letting him enter a state of quasi-death. If his soul did enter a quasi-death state, then it would be impossible to awaken without some outside force. Furthermore, in that state, his spiritual strength might completely run out. Then he would really die. After an unknown amount of time, Long Chen opened his eyes. The cavern was still there, but that fierce 8-armed horned devil was gone. His head still hurt intensely. He consumed a soul-nourishing pill to alleviate the pain. However, his body was still in a weak and feeble state. It was like he was ill. That was a symptom of overdrafting his spiritual yuan, but that wasn't something he was worried about. Overdrafting spiritual yuan wasn't as bad as overdrafting spiritual strength. Consuming some yuan qi pills as well as some complementary pills, Long Chen's pale face gradually grew rosier. After 2 hours, he was capable of standing and walking. That really was too dangerous. Fuck, I'm stupid. The quality between ancient and current cultivators is ridiculously great. Even peak experts in the current era were nothing in the ancient era. I don't even know if my power can count as average, sighed Long Chen. He felt regret. This mistake had almost cost him his life. That 8-armed horned devil had been too powerful. Long Chen also experienced just how powerful the ancient experts had to have been. It was unexpected that it would be the Nirvana scripture that saved him in the end. It seemed he would have to study it in the future. A scripture that could be considered a sacred canon by the Pill Tower definitely had to have extraordinary origins. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen checked his body over and became delighted. While he had been unconscious, something had happened to the Enlightenment Palace star, and it had entered the 8th star transformation. That was 3 advancements. It was just 1 step from reaching the peak. Then he would be able to summon the true 4-color divine ring and 4-star battle armor. Before the Enlightenment Palace star reached the 9th star transformation, the battle armor he was summoning was more accurately the 3-star battle armor. It was stronger than the original 3-star battle armor, but when compared to the power of the true 4-star battle armor after the 9th star transformation, the difference was like that between heaven and earth. Just thinking about such an intense upgrade made him feel endless excitement. Although it hasn't reached the peak, each advancement increases my power a great deal. However, he knew that he probably wouldn't have a chance to make such explosive gains in the future. Even now, he didn't know what energy this trial was blessing him with for the Enlightenment Palace star to be able to absorb it. But there was one discovery Long Chen made. When the Enlightenment Palace star absorbed that energy, it didn't directly absorb it. Instead, it first transformed it into another kind of energy. During that process, a portion of the original energy was rejected, while the other was absorbed by the Enlightenment Palace star. Although he only knew that little, it was a good sign. In the future, he would be more attentive. Perhaps he would be able to find more kinds of energy other than medicinal energy that could be absorbed. The 9-star transformations became more difficult the closer they got to the end. The number of medicinal pills required could only be described as an ocean's worth. If that energy had to be absorbed relying only on the mouth, it really would be unbearable. That's right, where's the reward? Where's the flying rainbow? Long Chen suddenly thought of the reward. Having almost lost his life just now, it seemed now was the time to reap the rewards. Carefully looking around, he suddenly noticed that a path had opened in a wall. Walking through it, he saw a sword lying on an exquisite platform. It was an extremely simple sword. An ancient aura washed over him once he got closer. The sheath didn't have any runes decorating it, and the hilt was also very simple. There didn't seem to be any extra craftsmanship. It was just an extremely primitive sword. When he unsheathed it, there was also nothing extraordinary about it. The sword's body even seemed a bit dim, and there were some speckles on it as if it had rusted. There were also scratches that looked like someone had used sandpaper on it. It looked very worn down. But Long Chen immediately saw that it wasn't ordinary. Although those speckles and scratches made it clearly look like an unremarkable old sword, his vision had surpassed others. Through those speckles and scratches, he saw countless runes that were practically impossible to notice with the naked eye. Those speckles and scratches were actually formed of runes. But those runes were too small, so small that they were almost impossible to notice. If Long Chen hadn't known that this was a treasure item, he really might have been tricked. He slowly sent his spiritual yuan inside it. Those speckles and scratches lit up, and a faint layer of light appeared over the sword. He lightly swung it. As a result, it was like space was cut through, and a light sound rang out. He was practically unable to sense any spatial resistance. The thing that made Long Chen the most delighted was that when the sword's edge met the wall, that incomparably sturdy wall was cut through cleanly. What a sharp blade! Long Chen let out a startled cry. The walls here all had formations supporting them. Even in his fight against the 8-armed horned devil, he hadn't been able to break them. But this sword cut through them like they were tofu. Carefully examining the sword, he found that once he scattered his spiritual yuan, the sword returned to its shoddy appearance. Hee, it's very similar to my own temperament. Dressing like the pig to eat the tiger, laughed Long Chen. Flipping the sword, he saw two immortal characters on the other side, Flying Rainbow. So you're the treasure item, Flying Rainbow. Hee, I'll be relying on you in the future, laughed Long Chen. All his previous regret and depression vanished like smoke. Currently, his spiritual yuan was too limited. He wasn't able to investigate more of Flying Rainbow's secrets. Thus, he left that for later. Suddenly, the platform that Flying Rainbow was on descended. A large gate appeared and light came from the other side. Long Chen laughed. He could finally leave. But then once he entered, he was dumbfounded. He had actually entered another cavern. But what was inconceivable was that this cavern was hundreds of miles wide. He had only just entered when he saw a beam of light in front of him. Within that beam was a figure. Long Chen's heart sank to an all-time low. Chapter 819 The Final Level. What? There's another level. Countless spirit stones were shining, lighting up the entire room as if the sun were shining. Although he was still underground, this place looked as luxurious as a palace. There were 108 white jade pillars throughout the room. The ceiling was a mile high and shaped like a pointed dome. The spirit stones in the ceiling were like stars, but they were much brighter. A beam of light was shining down from the center of the ceiling. Within that 30-meter thick beam of light, there was a single figure standing. It didn't give off any fluctuations, thus, Long Chen wasn't able to sense anything about it. He didn't dare to move. The 8-armed horned devil had truly made him worried. He was worried that he would accidentally activate this level. Then he really would be doomed. Countless runes suddenly lit up on the 108 pillars. Rays of light shot out from them toward Long Chen. Long Chen was appalled and he hastily tried to dodge. But those rays were too fast and had come without warning. He was struck before being able to react. Just as he thought he was dead, endless energy poured from the light into his body. His spiritual yuan and spiritual strength instantly reached their peaks. What? Long Chen was stunned. This time, he had harshly overdrafted his power. Without 10 to 15 days, it would have been impossible for him to completely recover. But this light released endless energy into his body, allowing him to instantly reach his peak. It was like he had been completely reborn. It was practically miraculous. Feeling that endless energy surging within him, Long Chen felt like his power was overflowing. He even had an urge to once more fight the 8-armed horned devil. Currently, his Enlightenment Palace star had reached the 8th star transformation, and he had Flying Rainbow now. His power had greatly risen, and he wouldn't be afraid of facing the 8-armed horned devil again. Just as he was filled with confidence, a stone slab rose out of the ground in front of him. There were 2 identical buttons on top of it. The 108 pillars once more released light, creating a screen on top of the stone slab. There were words in that light screen. From the start until now, a total of 8,736 people have challenged the 9th and final level. Seeing that, Long Chen jumped. The 8th level had a 9 in 1,000 chance of success. How could there have been so many people to challenge the 9th level? Could it be, if there was a 9 in 1,000 pass rate, then the number of people who had participated in this trial was ridiculous. 10,000 people meant 90 people had passed, 100,000 meant 900, and wouldn't that mean that over 1 million people had managed to reach the 8th level before? Thinking of that number, Long Chen was both shocked and amazed. Just what kind of era had that been? It was truly too terrifying. He hastily continued reading. Up to now, only 3 people have managed to pass this level. The others all failed. This is a life and death level. Victory is life, defeat is death. There is no room for leeway. Your opponent will be extremely powerful. Be careful, very careful. Long Chen cursed. Fuck, what a hateful phrase. Be careful, very careful. Last time I was almost conned to death by you. He continued to read. This level's difficulty is terrifying to the peak. Countless heavenly geniuses have fallen because of it, which is why it is not included in the main path of the immemorial path. Those who could come here are all either extremely lucky, or extremely unlucky. But a cultivator's motivation is a heart to get stronger. That motivation is also the blade that takes their life. Cultivators must maintain a reverent heart. This level's reward is a heaven-earth spirit source which was condensed by the purest energy of heaven and earth. By using it, there is a 10% chance of mutating a person's spirit root, reviving the spirit blood, and giving birth to a spirit bone. This heaven-earth spirit source is one of the immemorial path's 7 supreme treasures. It is exceptionally precious. For those who are greedy or brave, be careful, very careful. Mutate the spirit root, revive the spirit blood, and even allow an expert to create a spirit bone. Was that extremely precious? In the Xuantian Dao sect's trial, through the reincarnation mirror's projection, he had already seen a glimpse into his past. He knew he had a special spirit root, a divine spirit bone, and supreme spirit blood. He had always thought that those weren't so amazing. But now seeing these lines, it seemed he had misjudged his original talent. His spirit root, spirit blood, and spirit bone had all been extracted. He had thought that it was just a cruel reprisal. But now it seemed he had been thinking too simply. Even in the immemorial path's golden era, a heaven-earth spirit source that could transform a cultivator's original talent was one of the supreme treasures of the whole path. There definitely had to be secrets here that he was unaware of. Damn it, are you trying to entice me again? You want me to reconstruct what I had? Hee, this time, I won't be fooled. Long Chen laughed. The treasure was definitely enticing. But first he would have to keep his life. That 8-armed horned devil had already almost taken his life. This time, Long Chen had learned his lesson. The immemorial path's trials were for those ancient experts, and they were frighteningly difficult. The current age had already declined. Although Long Chen found this to be a bit unsatisfactory, he had to admit that there was an insurmountable wall between the current geniuses and the ancient ones. Therefore, he calmed himself down and continued reading. If you don't want to participate in this level, you can press the first button and you will be transported back to the entrance of the trial. As expected, this level was too difficult. It was clearly discouraging people from trying to challenge it. But people were all curious and competitive. The more they put it this way, the more people desired to test it out. This discouragement was really no different from encouragement. That was especially true to those prideful heavenly geniuses. If they didn't try it, it would be a humiliation. Long Chen had never considered himself to be a heavenly genius, nor would he go risk his life for some idiot face. He looked inside the light beam where you could see a single human figure. However, it was impossible to tell if it was male or female, nor was it possible to see how strong it was. His spiritual strength was unable to enter the light. The most interesting thing was that even the 9-star hegemon body art wasn't able to sense any threat from that figure. It was like it was just an ordinary person. Hee, goodbye brother, I won't be accompanying you. Long Chen smiled and pressed the first button. A light click rang out. You've chosen to fight. The level begins now. Just at this moment, a mechanical voice rang throughout the room. Long Chen's face turned green and he roared, What the fuck, I chose to give up. But as soon as he said that, he became dumbfounded. There had been 2 buttons, one to the left, and one to the right. He had pressed the left one. He suddenly recalled that the words in the light screen had been written right to left. In other words, in ancient times, the first button was the right one. Long Chen felt his head buzzing. His hair stood on end. How could he have neglected such an important point? He had actually chosen this ultimate level that would definitely kill him. 8,736 peak heavenly geniuses of ancient times had challenged this ultimate level, but only 3 had survived. This trial's difficulty must have far surpassed his imagination. He couldn't help but curse. What was with this damn word game? Why didn't it clearly indicate which was first and which was second? Long Chen didn't know how many of those 8,736 people had also been conned by this word game like him. At the same time, he recalled a certain line he had read: those who could come here are all either extremely lucky, or extremely unlucky. He felt like he was about to go crazy. It seemed he was always leaning toward the latter one, and immensely so. Whatever he tried to do, he would run into difficulty after difficulty. Nothing ever went smoothly. The room began to shudder. The 108 pillars suddenly shot rays of light at Long Chen. Being enveloped by that light, he was unable to move. Runes appeared in the air as he was enveloped by the light. Seeing those runes, Long Chen's expression changed. He was very familiar with those runes. In a moment, he recognized them to be his technique's runes. They included his battle skills and magical arts. There were even Huo Long and Lei Long's runes. Those runes flowed toward the central figure. What is going on? These pillars had actually duplicated his techniques and transmitted them to that figure. He hadn't been able to protect his runes at all. It was like he was naked in front of that light, and all his secrets were laid bare. He could clearly sense some energy probing his body, replicating all the techniques he had trained in. More runes floated out of his body. Those were the Nirvana scriptures runes. But they didn't flow away. Instead, they circulated around his body. No matter how the 108 pillars tried, they were unable to strip those runes from his body. As expected, the Nirvana scripture's origin is extraordinary. Even the Earth Flames runes and the Tribulation Lightning's runes had been duplicated without the slightest resistance. But the Nirvana scripture didn't allow it to happen to itself. The pillars released a blinding light. They looked like blazing suns now, but no matter how they tried, they were unable to duplicate the Nirvana scripture. After an incense stick's worth of time, the Nirvana scripture's runes faded back within him. Long Chen was surprised that the pillars would just give up like this. Long Chen still didn't move. But suddenly, his divine ring appeared behind him, and 4 stars involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Crap, it's trying to duplicate the 9-star hegemon body art. Long Chen suddenly had a bad feeling. But then he became astonished. The primal chaos bead had actually activated. A terrifying aura went through the rays of light enveloping him and directly struck the 108 pillars. Chapter 820 Another Long Chen. The 108 pillars exploded. The entire room rocked back and forth. Long Chen was appalled. Previously, the stone pillars had failed to duplicate the Nirvana scripture. But when they had tried to duplicate the 9-star hegemon body art, it was like they had directly provoked the primal chaos bead, and they were blown apart. The light enveloping Long Chen faded, and the light beam enveloping the mysterious figure also grew dim. When he clearly saw that figure, Long Chen couldn't help being stunned. In front of Long Chen was a figure wearing black robes. Its starry eyes were electric. It was actually a doppelganger of him. It raised a blood-red saber as it icily looked at Long Chen. Seeing that movement, Long Chen hastily dodged to the side. A huge saber image missed him by a hair's breadth, shaking the ground. It was actually split the heavens. He had only just dodged when the doppelganger pointed its finger. A ray of lightning shot out. It was incomparably quick and timed perfectly. Long Chen smashed his fist forward. The lightning runes revolving over his fist clashed with the lightning arrow, and it exploded, sending Long Chen flying. He was horrified. This level was too ridiculous. It had actually duplicated his techniques and formed an even stronger version of himself. From that exchange, Long Chen had noticed that the doppelganger's thunder force was slightly stronger than his own. As he flew back, the doppelganger swung its saber 3 times. 3 saber images slashed toward him from 3 different angles. Even Blooddrinker has been duplicated. And isn't this move the 3-style parting wind? This move was clearly the Earth-class battle skill he had learned back in Phoenix Cry. Now it was used by the doppelganger, and its power was extremely impressive. It sealed any retreat paths mercilessly. At this moment, Long Chen wanted to dodge, but he couldn't. His opponent's moves were too refined. In truth, that was another him, and so it understood him. It was precisely because it understood him that he felt a chill. His opponent's fighting style was incredibly vicious. Each slash of its saber left him with no room to maneuver. This was Long Chen's first time seeing how frightful he himself was. Whistling filled the air as the saber slashes crashed over him like sea waves. Suddenly, a sword came out of its sheath. Long Chen had no choice but to take out Flying Rainbow. It was unknown what the laws of this place were, but the doppelganger's saber was the same as Blooddrinker, and its power was also immense. It was no different from the original. Flying Rainbow danced through the air. Long Chen was delighted to see that this unremarkable sword was extraordinary once he inserted his spiritual yuan. There was practically no spatial resistance, allowing it to move at incredible speed. Suddenly, an explosive sound rang out. Long Chen and the doppelganger were both forced back a dozen meters, and it suddenly formed a hand seal, summoning a sea of gold around it. "Fuck, you really know how to steal," cursed Long Chen. That sea of gold was the hidden ground gold Spider King's scales he had obtained in the first trial. He had been constantly nourishing them in his spiritual space. But even they had been duplicated. Those scales were like hail, shooting toward him. Long Chen knew that these scales were incredibly powerful once they were supported by spiritual strength. He didn't dare to tarry and also summoned his own golden scales. Two seas of gold crashed against each other. It was a truly spectacular sight. Just as they were crashing together, he suddenly felt a change in the air. He also heard the doppelganger's voice. Countless flame runes condensed around Long Chen, rapidly forming a cage that trapped him. Long Chen's expression instantly changed. This fellow had not just duplicated his techniques, but also all his battle experience. It understood how to use the scales to hide itself and release a killing blow. Even he had fallen for it. Long Chen also shouted and formed hand seals. His raging flame prison wrapped around himself. This wasn't an attack, but a defense. The enemy's raging flame prison had come too quickly. If Long Chen tried to use the raging flame prison to trap his opponent, with the doppelganger's battle experience, it wasn't very likely for him to be able to trap it. So he used it to instead protect himself. The two flame prisons crackled against each other. The outer flame prison was trying to compress, while the inner flame prison was trying to expand. This was a competition of power without any technique. Long Chen was appalled to see that his own flame prison was slowly being suppressed despite him pushing his spiritual yuan to its peak. His defensive range was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. He suddenly realized why so many of those peak heavenly geniuses had died. Here, it was because they were facing a duplicate of themselves that was slightly stronger in every aspect. All their moves were understood. All their battle experience and smarts were copied. This kind of battle could make a person despair. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, his flame prison had shrunk from 1,000 meters wide to less than 300 meters, and it was only continuing to grow smaller. Not only is it stronger than the original body, but it always remains in its peak state. It's not even getting tired. This is clearly impossible. Your opponent is stronger than you in every aspect and doesn't get tired. Also, it will not feel any negative emotions like panic, anxiety, or fear. But when a crack appears in the original's heart, the duplicate will immediately take advantage. That will lead to an instant defeat. This trial is impossible. No wonder this trial couldn't be placed on the main path. The failure rate is absolutely monstrous, so of course it had to be thrown to the side. This isn't a trial, but a giant con. Who could possibly defeat someone stronger than themselves who stays in their peak state? Raged Long Chen. No, that's wrong. Experts don't get stronger by walking around blockades. No matter how strong the opponent is, they have to be defeated through power. That's the only way to maintain an expert's heart. Just because my opponent is myself, am I supposed to lose the courage to win? If that's the case, then am I even a true expert? Long Chen suddenly realized something, and his eyes began to glow. He suddenly guessed this trial's goal. Defeating powerful enemies could temper a person's will and confidence. Then what would a person gain if they defeated a version of themselves that was stronger than them in every aspect? At this moment, Long Chen's raging flame prison was growing smaller and smaller, and his own breathing was growing a bit hurried. But he wasn't nervous. Instead, he had a faint smile. Sorry, but I'll have to cheat a little before having a fair fight with you. Long Chen suddenly summoned the Nirvana scripture. Chanting filled the air, and endless flame energy entered the flame prison. It instantly began to expand. Once it grew to a size of 3,000 meters, the outer flame prison exploded. With the Nirvana scripture's assistance, the raging flame prison's power could leap to a whole new level. With the flame prison destroyed, Long Chen regained his freedom. But he didn't immediately attack. Instead, he looked at the doppelganger that looked exactly the same as him. I swear that even if I have to be killed, I won't use the Nirvana scripture nor the 9-star hegemon body art. I want to have a fair fight with you. If I lose, it just proves that I'm useless. If I'm unable to defeat even you, how am I supposed to stand at the peak of the martial path? How am I supposed to find my parents? If I'm unable to defeat even you, how am I supposed to break through all the untold dangers and difficulties of the future? Am I supposed to abandon my family and live a life alone? Would that be any different than death? Am I supposed to watch my companions die while I can only just watch? If I had to endure that kind of pain and feeling of helplessness, would I still have the courage to keep living? I want to get stronger. I want to get stronger, so I will risk my life, truly putting my life on the line. Otherwise, the lives of those around me might vanish at any moment. So I can't die. Long Chen suddenly put away the Nirvana scripture in the raging flame prison. Wielding his sword, he finally took the initiative to attack his doppelganger. His eyes seemed to blaze with fire. He viewed his doppelganger as one of his shackles on his cultivation path. He had to personally break these shackles so that he could step into higher realms. If he used the Nirvana scripture or the divine ring or the battle armor, even if he defeated his doppelganger, it would leave a shadow on his heart. His undefeatable Dao heart would be tainted. He wasn't a perfectionist, but he knew the slightest contamination would be a hindrance as he continuously broke through to higher realms in the future. So to get stronger, he had no choice but to put his life on the line. He would use his own power to personally defeat himself. Boom, boom, boom. Long Chen continuously used his full strength with each move. All he focused on was to bring out all his power. He forgot his techniques, he forgot his magical arts, he even forgot about victory and defeat, and even his own life. His thoughts were entirely dedicated to killing his opponent. Blood splashed over and over. Long Chen was struck several times and heavily injured, but he ignored it. He fought crazily. He knew he couldn't allow himself to die, and he also knew he had to kill his opponent. Sword light and saber images raged in the air as the cavern continuously shook, seeming like it might collapse at any moment. A large hole appeared in Long Chen's chest. His upper body was almost completely destroyed, but a smile appeared on his face. I won. Chapter 821. Nothing at the end. His chest had been pierced, and his body was about to fall apart. One could even see bones sticking out from one of his shoulders and both thighs. It was a ghastly sight. But Long Chen's sword had pierced through his opponent's head. This was the result of Long Chen taking 2 nearly fatal injuries in the end. The figure exploded into runes, which then transformed into a ray of light that shot toward a wall. Lines lit up on that wall, and a door appeared. Long Chen collapsed on the ground. This battle had been too dangerous. Now that he had killed his opponent, he immediately went limp. He was this close to passing out. Long Chen hadn't used the Nirvana scripture or the divine ring or the battle armor. He also hadn't used the primal chaos bead's healing ability. Only now did he slowly draw out the life energy from the primal chaos space. His body began to heal. He smiled self-mockingly. I really am stupid. I actually had to compete with myself. But this is also good. It just once more proves that my theory is correct. In theory, a person could only use 100% of their power. But his theory was that this limit could be broken through willpower. In the Xiao tribe, Long Chen had used this theory to help Xiao Fei awaken. And what had occurred this time also validated his theory. If he had retreated at this time, it would have been a grave blow to his confidence. He probably wouldn't even be able to believe his own bragging in the future. So despite knowing it was foolish to the max, Long Chen had still chosen to use that exceedingly foolish method to challenge his limits. As a result, he had succeeded. When he had succeeded in killing another version of himself that was stronger in every aspect, his mental realm had immediately become crystal clear. That increase in mental realm would bring unimaginable benefits to his future cultivation. Good thing these spirit world trees have enough energy. Completely recovering only took 1/3 of their life energy. Looking at those slightly dispirited trees in the primal chaos space, many emotions filled Long Chen. As expected, danger was directly proportional to profit. Those trees possessed shocking amounts of life energy, which was good, as his physical body had already reached an extremely powerful level. He wouldn't be easily injured, but once he was, it required a ridiculous amount of life energy to heal. Ah, fine, I don't really need this hidden ground gold Spider King's corpse anyways. Long Chen thought about it and decided to toss the precious Spider King's corpse into the black soil as nutrients for the trees. Although there were many precious parts to the Spider King's corpse, the most valuable thing to Long Chen was the life energy it could offer. As its corpse sank into the black soil, endless life energy entered the dispirited trees. They once more began to flourish. But there were too many trees that were splitting the nutrients. They grew a bit, but they were still a ways off their peak state. Long Chen wasn't worried about that. Instead, he was happy. The larger the trees grew, the more life energy they could hold. He continued to rest for a bit. Although his body had recovered, his mind hadn't fully calmed itself after that heart-pounding battle. During that battle, he had used a hypnotic art on himself to make him see his doppelganger as his cultivation path's shackles. If he couldn't kill it, he couldn't grow and become an expert. If he was unable to become an expert, he would be unable to find his parents, let alone get revenge against whoever had harmed him. Furthermore, in the countless battles in the future, his brothers and sisters would die one by one. That had released a surging battle intent within him, and as a result, each one of his moves had been attacks with his life on the line. Of course, Long Chen wasn't an idiot. He cherished his life more than anyone. There were far too many things he had to protect. So while he might not have been afraid while fighting, the effect of the lingering fear afterward was still very strong. After all, he had exchanged thousands of blows with his stronger duplicate, and each one of those moves had been a brush past the Grim Reaper's shoulder. Anyone without a steady will as strong as his would have cracked under that pressure. His body stopped trembling, and he walked over to the door. Inside should be the ultimate reward of this trial. He didn't know whether that would be able to let him regrow his spirit root, spirit blood, and spirit bone, but if it could. Thinking of that, Long Chen's heartbeat quickened. Passing through the door, he entered a square room 30 meters wide. Next to the wall, there was a platform with a jade bottle on it. The jade bottle was only a foot tall. It was covered in lines that should be a kind of rune. It seemed it had to be an exceedingly high-grade spatial storage item. There was a jade stopper on top of it. Long Chen snuck his spiritual strength through the stopper and into the bottle. Fuck, what bastard stole my treasure? He roared furiously. The jade bottle had a 30-meter space inside it, but it was completely empty. He couldn't stop his fury. After fighting to the brink of death, he hadn't obtained anything. He was about to go crazy. He crushed the bottle into smithereens. Cough, young people shouldn't be so easily angered. Suddenly, an ephemeral voice rang out in Long Chen's ears. He was startled, and flying rainbow instantly entered his hand. His spiritual strength spread, but he didn't notice any oddities. "Who are you?" shouted Long Chen. "I didn't expect someone to actually manage to get here after all these years." "Young fellow, you're not bad." That voice once more rang out, but Long Chen couldn't tell where it was coming from, or even whether it was male or female. "Reveal yourself." He didn't know whether this person was a friend or foe, so he had to be cautious. This ending was a bit strange, and he didn't dare to be careless. Suddenly, the wall in front of him collapsed, causing him to jump. He hastily retreated, but he found that the collapsed wall merely revealed another room. That room also had a platform in it, and there was a bronze bell a foot tall on it. "Little fellow, I've revealed myself. Are you still not going to come over and pay your respects to this lord?" The bell suddenly spoke. Its voice sounded ancient and venerable. Long Chen was naturally startled. He looked around and saw that there really was nothing out of the ordinary before walking over. Once he was closer, he saw that the bell was badly damaged. It was covered in cracks and also missing a piece as if someone had smashed it with a hammer. "Brat, what's with that look? Are you looking down on this lord?" raged the bell. Long Chen suddenly thought of something and asked, "Did you steal the Heaven-Earth Spirit Source?" "Cough, don't say that I stole it. I just borrowed it." "Yes, I drank it," said the bell awkwardly. "You goddamn bastard, the treasure I risked my life for was actually drunk by you." Long Chen immediately flew into a rage. He took out a hammer and smashed it onto the bell. As a result, that middle-grade enchanted hammer, whose head was as big as a table, instantly exploded upon striking the bell. As for Long Chen, he was sent flying by a powerful chi wave and slammed into a wall. He almost coughed up blood. "You dare to strike this lord? You must be tired of life," raged the bell. "Fuck off. You stole what's mine and you still think you're justified." Long Chen was even more enraged. The heaven-earth spirit source had been stolen. He now took out a saber and directly used split the heavens. When his saber chi struck the bell, a faint layer of light appeared on it. His saber image was blown apart. "Brat, if you continue to be rude, I'll have to teach you a lesson," warned the bell. "Rude, you're the damn thief, you shameless old thing," cursed Long Chen. That heaven-earth spirit source had been extremely important to him, but now, all his previous hopes vanished into thin air. He felt like he was about to go crazy. "Cough, that does seem to be my mistake. But how was I supposed to know that someone would come here after all these years?" The bell felt a bit guilty. "Cough up all that heaven-earth spirit source you drank." Long Chen directly took out a barrel and placed it in front of the bell. "Are you planning on drinking my piss?" said the bell icily. "You bitch." Now that it had said this, then even if it did hand over the heaven-earth spirit source, would he dare to drink it? He directly smashed the barrel onto the bell, and the barrel instantly exploded. "That's enough. If we didn't come from the same place, I'd have long since put you in your place. Do you believe me when I say that if I release the slightest bit of my divine might, you'll be crushed in body and soul?" Its reply was another barrel. Long Chen cursed. "Do you think I'm an idiot? Those runic chains have bound you completely. Do you want to try crushing me? You can see those divine chains." The bell's tone was a bit shocked. Long Chen was so furious that he couldn't be bothered to reply. The heaven-earth spirit source was gone now. His hope to regain what he had lost popped like a bubble. There was nothing more to say. With the bell in its broken-down state, it was clear it had taken the heaven-earth spirit source to recover. It wouldn't have left any for him. Although he couldn't see them, his sharp perception allowed him to sense invisible chains in the air that tightly bound the bell. It was a prisoner, so Long Chen wasn't afraid of it. "Little fellow, I might have stolen your heaven-earth spirit source, but I can make it up to you. Don't worry, since we come from the same place, I wouldn't trick you," said the bell. Its words caused Long Chen to be a bit flabbergasted. The same place. Chapter 822 Legendary Divine Item, Eastern Wasteland Bell. "Didn't I say that we come from the same hometown? You also came from the Eastern Wasteland, correct?" said the bell. Long Chen was startled, never having expected this bronze bell to know this. But he didn't say anything. He could trust it just based on this. This trial had been extremely strange and ruthless. Those 108 pillars had been able to peer through all his battle skills and magical arts, and perhaps they had even been able to rifle through his memories. Otherwise, Blooddrinker wouldn't have appeared. So while Long Chen was surprised, he couldn't reveal that, nor did he say anything. This bell was particularly strange. It was already in such a broken state, and it was bound by countless divine chains, but enchanted items would instantly explode upon coming into contact with it. "Hee, brat, you're very interesting. Sometimes you're as impetuous as an idiot, sometimes you're crafty like a fox." "What a marvel," laughed the bell. "What's your goal?" Long Chen didn't like beating about the bush. "Are you joking? An existence as strong as you requires me to bring you out?" snorted Long Chen. "I'm not joking. In truth, we have quite the destiny between us. I've been locked in here for too long. Those bastards extracted my core energy to maintain their trials, and now I've already reached my breaking point. If you don't bring me out, then it won't be long before I completely disappear from this world. As an item spirit, my core energy is my life energy. I hope you can help me. I can give you a satisfactory repayment," said the bell solemnly. "How do I know you won't kill me once I save you? To tell you the truth, this is already the third time I've run into such a scenario. The last two were played to death by me, and I also gained quite a bit of profit. But I sense something dangerous about you, and my guess is that I won't be able to obtain anything good from your body." Long Chen shook his head frankly. "Benefits? For now, I wouldn't be able to give you anything. But once I return to the martial heaven continent, I'll definitely give you an immense reward." "And how am I supposed to believe you?" asked Long Chen. He couldn't sense any fluctuations from the bell, but his intuition said that this bell's origin was beyond imagination, or it wouldn't be locked in here. If it was an evil weapon, then wouldn't he be doomed? So of course he was still hesitant. Is the name of the Eastern Wasteland Bell enough to win your trust? The bell was silent for a long while before suddenly speaking. Long Chen cried out in shock, the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Wasn't that a divine item from the era of legends? The rumor was that the Eastern Wasteland Bell had been the protective divine item of the Eastern Wasteland, and it had controlled all the Eastern Wasteland's karmic luck. There were myths and legends that said the Martial Heaven continent had once been 5 blocks, but it wasn't like it was currently. Those 5 regions had actually been led by the Eastern Wasteland. Unlike now, it had been the Eastern Wasteland that had been the strongest. The legend was that the other regions also had divine items controlling their karmic luck. But the Eastern Wasteland Bell had been the strongest, the leader of the 5 divine items, which had allowed the Eastern Wasteland to dominate the 5 regions. But legends were legends. There were few people that believed in them. They were just imaginary things seniors liked to tell children. So hearing the name of the Eastern Wasteland Bell today, that name was like a hammer striking Long Chen's heart. Looking at this foot-tall bell that was covered in cracks and looked like it might shatter at any moment, Long Chen truly found it difficult to associate it with that legendary divine item. But for some unknown reason, Long Chen trusted it. That was the intuition that stemmed from the 9-star hegemon body art. That intuition had never misled him. What should I do to help you? Asked Long Chen. You trust me. The bell was a bit surprised. Thank you. That'll save me a great deal of trouble. If you asked me too much, it would be hard on me. There are many things that I can't say, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Since I've chosen to trust you, I won't be so fussy about it. Helping Senior is helping myself. I hope that when I one day fall into danger, Senior can help. Long Chen smiled. Ha ha ha, that's a good temperament. Don't worry, I don't like owing people. Come, first I'll teach you how to break these chains. Long Chen returned to the room. He slashed Flying Rainbow directly through the ground, creating a large crack. Gently opening the crack, he saw an underground room in which countless formation lines were continuously moving like snakes. This was the core of this trial region. It was also the crux of the entire grand formation that controlled the operation of the trial region. It was constantly drawing out the Eastern Wasteland Bell's energy to maintain the trials. According to reason, the Eastern Wasteland Bell should have long since run out of energy and shattered. But then it said that at a certain time, the number of trial takers had dropped precipitously, and so it had taken less of its energy. It slowly found a way to absorb the energy within this room's treasures and other rewards so it could last longer. Long Chen knew that the Eastern Wasteland Bell was talking about the destruction of the immemorial path. Only the Shao tribe's disciples had later occasionally gone to the lower-level trials to test their luck, which was the only reason it had managed to endure. Obviously, the Eastern Wasteland Bell still didn't know what had happened to the immemorial path. When asked about how long it had been, it merely said that it had been chained here for too long to calculate. The node is where those 9 marks converge. Destroy it and the entire formation will be ruined. Remember to use Thunder Force, not a martial weapon. Otherwise, you'll be directly destroyed. The Eastern Wasteland Bell's voice rang out from above. Long Chen nodded. He saw there was a red dot where 9 large runes converged. That was his target. Taking a deep breath, he pointed his finger. A lightning arrow shot at the red dot. Suddenly, all the runes stopped moving. But in the next instant, they began to move many times faster than before. No, that wasn't enough power. The formation lines have gone chaotic. Get out, shouted the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Even without its warning, Long Chen had already rushed off. At the same time, he brought out his divine ring and battle armor, summoning his greatest defense. That was because he was horrified to see all these formations lines go chaotic as if they were boiling. The ground erupted. Long Chen was sent flying, vomiting blood. He smashed into a wall, and then the entire room suddenly collapsed. Long Chen's vision darkened as he became unable to see a thing. Little fellow, are you all right? Long Chen suddenly heard a voice in his head. How? How did you get in here? Long Chen was startled. The Eastern Wasteland Bell had actually entered his mind sea, and he didn't have the slightest ability to resist. There's no need to be so surprised by such a small matter. Although I might be on the verge of death, such a minor thing is still simple. But I really didn't expect that your mind sea would be so vast. Even soul cultivators at your realm wouldn't have such soul energy. Oh, no wonder you wanted the heaven-earth spirit source and you were so mad once it was taken. So your spirit bone was excavated by someone. That really is vicious. What the? Even your spirit blood was extracted. What's going on? And your spirit root Iya? Long Chen felt the eastern wasteland bell scanning his body. But when it reached his dantian, it let out a muffled groan. It seemed it had received a backlash. Senior, are you alright? He asked hastily. I'm fine. After that curt reply, the eastern wasteland bell descended into silence as if it was thinking. After a long moment, it said, Long Chen, don't tell anyone about me. Don't worry, Senior, I keep a tight lid over my mouth, said Long Chen. He really wasn't a gossip. Good, I need to rest in your mind. See, I won't be able to help you with anything temporarily. Take care. After saying that, the eastern wasteland bell no longer said anything. It should have entered some kind of special state. Long Chen looked around. He saw that the formation had been broken. The earth, which had previously been harder than metal, had become soft after losing the support of the runes. He scurried up a path like a mouse. Occasionally, he would encounter boulders which he had to break to continue upward. It would have been better if Guo Ran had been present. His digging tool would have been extremely helpful. Long Chen didn't know how long he had been digging. Eventually, the pressure began to weaken, and he knew he was quickly approaching the surface. As expected, after less than 100 meters, light flooded his eyes. He jumped out of the ground and saw that he had dug his way into a huge pit 100 miles wide. After a moment's thought, he realized that the trial and its underground caverns must have collapsed. It seemed this trial was completely ruined now. I've finally come out. Long Chen suddenly raised his head and roared, releasing all the stifling air in his lungs. This trial had been too terrifying. He had almost lost his life inside. Now that he saw the sunlight again, he felt like he had been reborn. Carefully thinking about what had happened, when it came to benefits, he didn't think his greatest gain was the rapid advancement of the Enlightenment Palace star, nor did he think it was Flying Rainbow. Instead, it was the increase in his mental realm from defeating himself. He was now a completely different person. If previously he had been like a sharp sword that released such a chilling light that no one dared to look directly at it, then now he was a sheathed divine weapon. All that sharpness had been reserved. His gaze was completely calm, but his eyes still contained a profound light that might be fully released at any moment. In terms of mental realm, he felt like he had truly advanced an incredible amount. He was completely calm and content. Looking at the huge pit behind him, Long Chen felt immense gratitude toward the Xiao tribe. They had truly helped him greatly. Leaving the pit, he continued deeper into the immemorial path. He was completely confident in his new power. Chapter 823. This time I've caught you. The immemorial path has actually been reduced to this state. It really is hard to believe. Long Chen had crossed 3 abysses when the eastern wasteland bell's voice rang out, filled with pity. Senior, didn't you need to rest? Asked Long Chen. The rest I was talking about is resting in your mind. See, I can't help you handle enemies, but that doesn't stop me from communicating with you. I can see everything through your eyes. The eastern wasteland bell sighed, thinking of the immemorial path's glory back then, and now seeing it in its ruined state, I really can't help feeling emotional. Senior, you saw the immemorial path in its golden age? Asked Long Chen, but after asking that, he felt his own question to be a bit stupid. The eastern wasteland bell had been first sealed. Here, and only then had the immortal path crumbled. Yes, when I was locked here, the immemorial path was completely fine. But if the immemorial path hadn't been ruined, perhaps I would have long since ceased to exist, said the eastern wasteland bell. Senior, I want to ask you a few questions. If it touches on any sensitive topics, you don't need to answer, probed Long Chen. He had many suspicions. Ask. I'll naturally answer if I can. But there are some things that someone on your level shouldn't know. It would bring you too much karma, said the eastern wasteland bell. Long Chen nodded. Perhaps all of this involved extremely terrifying secrets. He was just at the Xianxian realm. That wasn't enough to come into contact with those secrets. Senior, how did you end up like this? Asked Long Chen. Betrayal. The eastern wasteland bell's reply was extremely curt. Betrayal, could it be? Long Chen's heart shook. He thought of something, but the eastern wasteland bell clearly didn't want him to know too much, so he swallowed his words. I want to know, with my aptitude, what level would I rank in the ancient times? Asked Long Chen. Why would you want to know this? Because in the current era, within the same realm, I stand at the peak amongst my peers. But in the immemorial path's trials, I've found that it seems I'm still extremely lacking compared to those ancient heavenly geniuses, said Long Chen. With your current power, you're actually at the peak. It seems the world really has changed, sighed the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Long Chen was speechless. Although he knew the Eastern Wasteland Belle was just sighing emotionally, this tone really was hurtful. Although he had been prepared for it, he still felt awkward. With your talent, even in my era, you would have counted as a peak genius. But regretfully, your spirit root, spirit blood, and spirit bone have all been removed. Your talent was ruined. With your current aptitude, in that era, you could just barely count as ordinary. You couldn't even reach the middle level. However, because of your cultivation technique, your combat power can count as having reached the middle level, said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Senior, you know the origin of my cultivation technique. No, it's just a guess. Furthermore, your Dantian has an extremely terrifying existence that doesn't let me probe it. So I don't dare to talk wildly about you, said the Eastern Wasteland Belle with a bit of fear. Long Chen was profoundly shaken. Even a legendary divine item was unable to probe the primal chaos bead. Then just what was the primal chaos bead? For even the Eastern Wasteland Belle to describe it is extremely terrifying. Long Chen had an urge to ask about the 9-star hegemon body art, but the Eastern Wasteland Belle was clearly avoiding that topic. In truth, in all my countless years, you're the strongest person I've ever seen. Perhaps you can create a miracle, said the Eastern Wasteland Belle suddenly. Senior, didn't you say my aptitude only counts as ordinary? Aptitude doesn't represent everything. All experts become experts because they are forced. That's what it means when people say that time makes the man. Heroes are forced to appear by the era. The first thing experts need to know is why they have to get stronger. If they get weak, they won't just lose their lives, they'll also lose everything they hold dear. I have noticed you since you entered the trial. On the 8th level, despite being forced to the brink, you didn't cower or feel terror. I saw that confidence inside you that said that you would definitely win. That confidence existed because you knew you couldn't lose, because if you lost, you would lose everything. Furthermore, on the last level, you still chose to abandon your advantage against a stronger version of yourself. You chose to fight with your life on the line. Although that was very stupid, experts must possess the ability to do such stupid things. While I was sealed, I saw far too many people die beneath their own blades. This trial is just a death trap. The person who made this trial was incredibly vicious. The path she walked on was one of countless bones. That's why she called this trial the undefeatable trial. It's not because the trial is undefeatable, but because the only way a person can pass is if they maintain an undefeatable heart even facing a stronger version of themselves. Long Chen, that heart of yours is the staunchest I've ever seen. I trust that you've experienced countless trials that tempered that will. You don't need to care about aptitude. The cycle of the heavenly Tao's comes and goes. A loss might be a gain might be a loss. Don't get so attached to such things, said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. A loss might be a gain might be a loss. Was it referring to how he had lost his spirit root, spirit blood, and spirit bone, which allowed him to gain the 9-star hegemon body art? If he hadn't lost his spirit root, thus destroying his Dantian, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate the 9-star hegemon body art. Was this predestined? The Eastern Wasteland Belle definitely knew about some things, but it refused to say it directly. Was that self-protection, or to protect him? Many thanks for the reminder, Senior, said Long Chen. Haha, not bad. To have such comprehension skills is truly praiseworthy. It's no wonder. The Eastern Wasteland Belle swallowed the rest of its words. I'd like to ask Senior to help me with something. Long Chen looked at Little Snow in his spiritual space. Little Snow was sleeping and didn't know about his conversation with the Eastern Wasteland Belle. It's useless. It has already obtained an opportunity to mutate and break through its proper shackles. But opportunities come to an end eventually, and its opportunities have run out. There's no way it can continue to advance. The Eastern Wasteland Belle didn't even need Long Chen to explain. Hearing this, Long Chen's heart shook. Little Snow had always been a worry to Long Chen's heart. After reaching the Shantian realm, Little Snow had reached his limit and couldn't advance any further. Whether it was the heavenly Tao fruits, the divine mortal molting elixir, or the countless other methods he had tried, they had all been useless to Little Snow. Now even the Eastern Wasteland Belle said Little Snow couldn't advance anymore. That was conclusive. Long Chen was growing stronger and stronger, so Little Snow was being left further and further behind. Their days of fighting side by side were gone. Long Chen didn't particularly care about the power Little Snow could offer him, but he could sense that ever since Little Snow had stopped advancing, he had become depressed. He was no longer excited about most things. Each day, he would just stay in his spiritual space, refusing to come out. Long Chen felt extremely helpless. If I was at my peak, perhaps I would have been able to change a portion of heaven and earth's laws, breaking their shackles for it. But at most, it would only be able to advance to the 9th rank. To allow it to continue advancing past that would require truly heaven-defying abilities, continued the Eastern Wasteland Bell. What? As long as you can fully recover, you can help Little Snow. Long Chen was delighted to hear this. For me to fully recover is incredibly difficult. Furthermore, by that time, even if it can advance to the 9th rank, you'll have reached higher realms. It wouldn't have any meaning, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. That's fine. If you need any help, just ask. As long as I can accomplish it, I definitely won't say a word of objection, said Long Chen. It's just an ordinary housepet. Is it worth it for you to act like this? The Eastern Wasteland Bell was a bit puzzled. Little Snow isn't my housepet. He grew up with me from infancy. Moreover, he suffered countless hardships and almost lost his life several times for me. He is my companion. Although I'm strong enough on my own, I hope he can also grow stronger and continue fighting alongside me, said Long Chen. You really are an emotional fool. You actually feel such sentiments toward a magical beast. Fine, I promise, once my power fully recovers, I will help you with this, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell helplessly. Many thanks, Senior. Don't thank me yet. My body has been smashed and scattered, it is no longer complete. To recover is not easy. We can just take things step by step. Let's look around the immemorial path to see if we can find the things we need. Long Chen quickly agreed. No matter what, as long as the Eastern Wasteland Bell was present, the problem with Little Snow would be solved sooner or later. After all, it was a legendary existence. It wouldn't dupe him regarding such a thing. Senior, where should we go? My injuries are too heavy and I can't use divine sense to search. It's a good thing your spiritual strength is strong enough to provide me with a slight nourishing effect. At the very least, my injuries won't worsen. You can walk around as you please. Some things are best left to fate. Senior, if my spiritual strength has a nourishing effect on you, why don't you absorb it? Then couldn't you rapidly recover? Foolish talk. How could it be so simple? Although your spiritual strength is strong, it's like a cup of water on a burning house. Furthermore, if I absorbed your spiritual strength, your soul would forever be missing a portion. Even if you agreed, the existence within you wouldn't. Don't worry, when you kill your enemies, I'll absorb their spiritual strength to recover, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Although it was reprimanding him, its tone had clearly grown a bit more amiable. In all its countless years, this was its first time seeing someone like Long Chen who had survived countless trials and hardships, and yet still maintained such a pure heart even once he had cultivated to the Xianxian realm. This trust and unstinting companionship was something the Eastern Wasteland Bell found very likable. Suddenly, the ground shook slightly. Long Chen hastily looked in one direction. He saw a cloud of dust coming from a distant mountain range. That seemed to be the result of an intense battle. He quickly flashed into motion. Thunder force covered him as he used the lightning body blink in that direction. After going over a mountain, he saw over 10 people fighting an enormous magical beast. When he saw one of them, he became incredibly excited. Fuck, this time I've caught you. Chapter 824 Enemies truly do often cross paths. There were over 10 experts fighting against an armored lizard. That armored lizard was a mile long and covered in powerful scales. Its huge tail was like a whip that crumbled mountains when it struck. It was actually extremely amazing, and it was forcing those 10+ experts to miserably retreat. The intense battle had already changed the terrain in the mountain range. Those people were all experts amongst experts. All of them were at least rank 2 celestials, and there were even 3 rank 3 celestials. Amongst them was Long Chen's old friend, Xueyu. Xueyu was surrounded by 3 different runes that released a torrential aura. On his own, Xueyu was blocking the majority of the armored lizard's attacks. The other 2 rank 3 celestials were in charge of restricting it at the sides, while the rank 2 celestials could only occasionally launch attacks when they had an opening. But their attacks were clearly unable to cause much damage to the armored lizard. What, do you recognize them? Asked the Eastern Wasteland Bell. They're my mortal enemies. Long Chen nodded. He rapidly thought up a plan. Senior, are you capable of concealing my aura? Something as minor as that is simple. But are you planning on sneak attacking him once I conceal your aura? Let me warn you, that long-haired fellow is not so simple. He's an innate rank 3 celestial, and he's already begun condensing his 4th heavenly Dao rune. His odds of one day becoming a rank 4 celestial are practically 100%. Your chances of successfully sneak attacking him are very low. It's too risky, warned the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Long Chen smiled. That's fine. It's not my first time coming into contact with him. That last battle was truly sullen. But this time, I'll have a proper battle with him. Last time, he acted like such a poser. Now it's time for me to get my revenge. Thinking of how Shui Yu had acted as if he was a supreme overlord, as if he could crush him with a wave of his hand, Long Chen was extremely irritated. He had his own pride. Such humiliation and contempt were something that infuriated Long Chen, but back then, he hadn't had the qualifications to be infuriated. However, today would be different. So are you planning on sneak attacking him? Asked the Eastern Wasteland Belle. No, he doesn't have the qualifications to make me sneak attack him. I want to kill him with my true strength. Furthermore, I'm not very good at assassinations. As soon as I attack, I won't be able to conceal my killing intent, and I'll be sensed. Failing an assassination attempt is too embarrassing, so I'd prefer to fight him head-on. I'll have more confidence that way. Then why have me conceal your aura? I have something more important that I want to do. At that time, you just have to work together with me. Long Chen laughed mischievously, a crafty light shining in his eyes. Shui Yu's black sword slashed onto the armored lizard's head. That immense force sent its head slamming into the ground, causing the ground to sink once more. Careful, Shui Yu suddenly shouted. With its head smashed into the ground, the armored lizard's huge tail wildly swung without any pattern. As a result, one rank 2 celestial didn't dodge in time and was struck by the tail. A terrifying force directly blew him into a bloody mist. Long Chen couldn't help being startled. Just what level was this armored lizard? It seemed it wasn't lacking compared to Meng Qi's red-eye sacred blood phoenix. What he didn't know was that this armored lizard was actually a mutated magical beast. Its original bloodline was substandard, but after mutating, its combat power had become terrifying. It could be ranked as an overlord amongst rank 7 magical beasts. With its mutated runes on its scales, even Shui Yu's sword was unable to break through its defenses, and Shui Yu's sword was a treasure item. It was precisely because it was so powerful that Shui Yu had been delighted to find it. He had been willing to spend a great deal of time baiting it out of its lair so he could capture it as his housepet. In truth, while the armored lizard was powerful, it had one fatal weak point. There was a white scale between its eyes. That scale was similar to a dragon's reverse scale. That scale was its only weak point. If they concentrated their attacks on it, then killing it wouldn't be very difficult. After all, it was a magical beast with an impure bloodline. Even if it had mutated, it hadn't been able to completely erase its innate weak point, but that wasn't something bad to Shui Yu. When he fought against others, he would stand at that scale to protect it. Then there would be no weak points. With the two of them combined, they would be like tigers with wings. Their power would reach a whole new level. So Shui Yu intentionally avoided that fatal spot. He wanted to use power to subdue it and then place a slave mark. If he used a curse to weaken it, then even once he forcibly placed the slave mark, it wouldn't be convinced of his power. Then it would continuously try to fight back. If he had to stop it from fighting him during a battle, capturing it would have no meaning. However, if he used power to subdue it before making it his housepet, such a housepet would be afraid, and the chances of it fighting back were lower. After that, by acting good to the magical beast for a while, lowering its guard, they could properly fight together. Shui Yu's runes surged as he fought. The others had surrounded it, not letting it escape. If it fled to its lair, all their previous efforts would be wasted. Seeing Shui Yu's power, Long Chen was startled. It seemed he was even stronger than when he had fought the hidden ground Gold Spider King. Currently, he hadn't even released his full power, but each of his attacks was incredible. Long Chen suddenly thought of the Eastern Wasteland Belle's words, as well as how Shui Yu had tried to become a rank 4 celestial in the Trial Caves. The Eastern Wasteland Belle had said that Shui Yu was already in the process of becoming a rank 4 celestial. Although he was still just in that process, his power was already so high. Once he succeeded, wouldn't he be unrivaled? They fought for over 2 hours. The armored lizard was clearly unable to defeat Shui Yu. That was because its strongest aspect was its defense, and it didn't have any long-range attacks. Its huge body had become its weakness now, as it was unable to reach Xueyu. To it, Xueyu was too small and fast of a target. It tried to flee several times, but the others had tightly surrounded it and refused to allow it to pass. As a result, after all this time, it had exhausted all of its energy. Without any energy to struggle, it lay on the ground. Although it possessed a fierce and savage temperament, it knew it was done for today. Ha ha ha, there's no need to be afraid. I won't kill you. In the future, you'll buy this lord's houseboat. Laughed Xueyu excitedly. After hours of fighting, after striking it with so many attacks from his black sword, he saw that there was very little damage to its scales. There wasn't even any blood. Its defense was truly unrivaled. What he needed was a houseboat with unrivaled defense. His Yama King blood curse took time to use, and it was easy to interrupt. But with the armored lizard protecting him, who could interrupt him? At that time, he would be able to use that curse as he pleased. Long Chen suddenly asked the Eastern Wasteland Bell, "Senior, what does this lord mean? Is that a very badass appellation?" Cough, this question of yours is a bit awkward, coughed the Eastern Wasteland Bell. It had also once called itself this lord in front of Long Chen. At that time, thinking of its own status, the Eastern Wasteland Bell was clearly much higher than Long Chen. After all, an existence like it was something Long Chen had to look up to. So it had naturally called itself this lord. But who would have thought that Long Chen possessed such an incredibly terrifying existence within him? So it no longer called itself this lord. Furthermore, it had found that in front of Long Chen, it had no qualifications to be arrogant. So now that Long Chen asked this, it immediately became embarrassed. He has begun placing the slave mark. "Senior, help me, conceal my aura. I want to give my old friend a pleasant surprise." After saying that, Long Chen began stealthily creeping his way closer. The armored lizard was huge, and so it blocked the other's line of sight. When the slave mark was being placed, the armored lizard once more began struggling, but it had already exhausted all its energy. And under everyone's combined suppression, the slave mark smoothly entered. Ha ha ha, from today onwards, I, Xueyu, will dominate the immemorial path. Who could possibly contend against me? Xueyu excitedly roared after placing the slave mark. Congratulations Lord Xueyu on obtaining an unrivaled steed. The people around him immediately respectfully flattered him. Ha ha ha, Devil Empress Yuyan, you've suppressed me for so long. Today, I'll be turning the tables. Is the corrupt path something that can be led by a woman like you? Sneered Xueyu. As soon as he mentioned the Devil Empress Yuyan, the others shivered in fear. They were clearly terrified of that Devil Empress. You don't need to be afraid. Leng Yuyan is claimed to be number 1 in close-range combat, but that just happens to be my weakness. That's the only reason she suppressed me. But now that I have the armored lizard, as long as she can't break its defenses for a moment, I'll be able to force her to her death, said Xueyu confidently. That's true. This armored lizard's defense can truly be described as unrivaled. Even your treasure item was unable to break its defenses, said a rank 2 celestial. If I had used my full strength to activate the treasure item, then this armored lizard would only have been able to block 3 of my attacks. But that's already enough. As long as it can block a single attack, I'll have achieved my goal. In terms of defense, this mutated magical beast is definitely number 1 amongst 7th rank magical beasts, claimed Xueyu arrogantly. Is that so? I don't really believe that. Let me try it. A lazy voice rang out from the top of the armored lizard's head. Seeing the owner of that voice, Xueyu's expression completely changed. Other than just the common word for I, in Chinese, you can also call yourself different things to express different things. Here, this lord, is Ben Zuo, is an arrogant and supreme way of referring to oneself. It is used by multiple characters. For example, when Shui Wuan first appeared, she also called herself Ben Zuo at the beginning, but she doesn't use it with Long Chen unless he's being disrespectful and needs to be taught a lesson. Another common appellation in this novel is Lao Zi, which can mean your daddy. It is also an arrogant way to call oneself, but unlike Ben Zuo, it is much less dignified. So Ben Zuo is something a respected sect leader would use, while Lao Zi is what a boss of a gang would use. Lao Zi is what Long Chen calls himself when he's being a poser, and the Dragonblood warriors may also use it depending on the time, and so did the person from the heaven-splitting divine sect. In this case, the Eastern Wasteland Bell referred to itself as Ben Zuo when it first met Long Chen, but then it switched to Lao Fu, which might be translated as this old man. I generally won't actually translate these appellations as this lord or your daddy unless they're actually relevant in terms of wordplay like here. Instead, I normally just use tone or descriptors to get the meaning across. Chapter 825 Once more fighting Shui Yu. At some unknown point, Long Chen had appeared on top of the armored lizard's head. He winked at Shui Yu while leaning on an unremarkable sword. Seeing Long Chen, especially that evil smile on his face, an extremely bad feeling arose in Shui Yu's heart. After hearing you brag about it so much and for so long, I don't even know if you're telling the truth or not anymore. So let me test it. Long Chen smiled, and just like that, he stabbed his sword at the armored lizard. The place he was standing on was precisely its fatal weak point. Furthermore, the armored lizard had just had a slave mark placed on it. Its soul was damaged, and it was in a semi-conscious state. It wasn't able to sense the danger. Bastard! Don't stop, stay your hand. The corrupt experts immediately panicked. They all recognized Long Chen, so seeing him here, his goal was all too obvious. Don't stop, of course, there's no way to stop now, laughed Long Chen. Flying rainbow suddenly blossomed with light. It was like a blazing sun, and an incredibly sharp aura erupted as it directly pierced the armored lizard's head. Long Chen had activated Flying Rainbow's sword light. Long Chen was now capable of connecting to Flying Rainbow's item spirit, but because its spirit had been in slumber for so long, he was only able to release a portion of its power. However, that was enough. This attack didn't just pierce the armored lizard's head, but it also directly shattered its crystal core. Its body twitched and then never moved again. Shui Yu and the others were simply stunned for a moment. They had worked so hard for quite a few days to draw it here. They had just subdued it when it was killed. Cough, I'm so sorry, I actually ended up killing it. But you can't blame it on me. Previously, you bragged about it so much that I thought it was super amazing, but as a result. Long Chen shrugged and innocently said, well, if it's dead, it's dead. Let's not quibble about it so much. Try to restrain your grief. I wouldn't want you to cry over this corpse, so I'll just take it for you. Well, I still have some stuff to do, so I won't accompany you any longer. Long Chen directly took the armored lizard's corpse. A 7th-rank magical beast's corpse was a treasure for him. You want to run? Leave your life behind first. The veins on Shui Yu's forehead were about to explode, and his eyes were about to spit flames. But he wasn't even able to speak right now. It was the others who felt that something was off and surrounded Long Chen. Looking at Shui Yu's expression, Long Chen couldn't help laughing. That expression of his looked like he had just drunk a jug of excrement. Even his face was turning purple, his body was quivering. To turn the acclaimed corrupt king who dominated countless geniuses into this state, even Long Chen had to admire his own abilities. He really was talented. You can still laugh, I'll tear you to pieces, roared Shui Yu. His hair was standing on end, and the killing intent in his eyes was as sharp as a blade. His hatred had reached a kind of peak. He had an urge to bite Long Chen to death. Countless black runes lit up on his sword, and black chi erupted as he charged at Long Chen. The ground was split open where Shui Yu's sword landed. Endless dust erupted into the air. However, Long Chen's figure vanished. Was he killed in one blow? The corrupt experts were startled. Shui Yu's sword had struck so quickly without accumulating the slightest energy, but it was still immensely powerful. That was the terror of Shui Yu. Suddenly, muffled bangs rang out. They were horrified. A ghost-like figure dashed amongst their midst, his sword flowing like water. Each strike represented another expert that was blown to bits. Everyone, retreat, shouted Shui Yu, appalled by Long Chen's speed. He was so fast that even Shui Yu couldn't clearly see his figure. His black sword suddenly stabbed toward Long Chen. Don't be so anxious, I'll clean up these hindrances before having a proper battle with you. Long Chen's figure once more disappeared. Each strike of his sword was as fast as lightning. With his lightning body blink, there was no one who could resist. In just a few blinks of an eye, other than rank 3 celestials, the rest had all been killed. Long Chen was just too fast. By the time they saw him appear beside them, they had already been struck by his sword. Long Chen's power flowed within his sword, and when it entered their bodies, it was like explosives detonating. Their bodies instantly exploded, and there was no chance to use the heavenly Dao recovery. Bastard! Die! Shui Yu was completely infuriated. These were the new subordinates he had just gathered. His old subordinates had been mostly killed by the hidden ground Gold Spider King. Now his new subordinates that were loyal and powerful were once more killed because of Long Chen. His fury peaked, but with the lightning body blink, Long Chen's afterimages filled the air. He was too fast, and no one was able to track him. Suddenly, sword light flashed. A rank 3 celestial, despite being on his highest guard, still had his head severed. He barely had a chance to scream before a lightning arrow caused his head to explode. Even his soul didn't have a chance to flee. One rank 3 celestial was now dead. The other one immediately panicked. He felt endless killing intent enveloping him. It was like the gaze of the Grim Reaper had finally landed on him. No matter how he tried, no matter how hard he struggled, he wouldn't be able to escape. His death was fated now. Lord Corrupt King, save. In his terror, that rank 3 celestial actually did an extremely stupid thing. He actually gave up his defense and started running toward Shui Yu. But that created an opening, and Long Chen pounced on it. He was killed in one blow. The world returned to calm. Those afterimages disappeared to be replaced by Long Chen calmly standing there, his sword pointed toward the ground. A drop of blood fell from his sword. That sound was very light, but it represented that another rank 3 celestial's life had ended. Long Chen swung his sword up. He almost slashed his own sword onto his shoulder by habit. But his sword was double-edged, and resting it on his shoulder was extremely stupid. Even if he laid it on the flat side, it would still feel strange. It would look similar to a suicide posture. Long Chen was a bit unused to this kind of feeling. Shui Yu, we weren't able to have a true battle at the trial caves last time. But now you can bring out your full power. Let me see just how much ability you have. Let's see if it'll be like you said back then, that even if I was at full power, I still wouldn't be able to last 10 exchanges with you. Long Chen pointed his sword at Shui Yu. That was what Shui Yu had said back in the trial caves. Long Chen still hadn't forgotten his tone and expression. He returned his words back at him perfectly. Divine Ring, 4-star battle armor. The void trembled. The ground split apart as Long Chen's aura erupted, causing heaven and earth to change color. As I thought, it's that. Long Chen's just an ordinary person. Why would he be chosen by a legendary existence? Just what happened to this world? Did that matter back then really happen? The Eastern Wasteland Bell wondered to itself as it watched everything from Long Chen's mind see. The Enlightenment Palace star poured forth a raging power, and Long Chen's aura spiked to an unprecedented level. Shui Yu's expression suddenly changed. He hadn't expected Long Chen to be so powerful. With a furious roar, an immense image appeared behind him. That image was of a fiend's face. That fiendish face merged with Shui Yu's body. His long hair began to float as his aura also erupted. It was like a devil king had been born. Long Chen immediately unleashed one of his ultimate moves. Facing Shui Yu, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. He had to go all out. Sword light pierced the sky and then mercilessly slashed down. Shui Yu was instantly locked by a terrifying aura. His expression was grave as he raised his own sword. Holding it with both hands, his third eye suddenly opened. A ray of black light shot into the sword. His sword seemed to come alive. A pillar of black light soared and an incredibly sinister aura erupted. It was like a sword that had come from hell. Devil void breaking slash. Black and white sword lights slammed into each other. The ground rapidly sank as countless cracks spread into the distance. Chi waves erupted, shaking the land within 1,000 miles. Shui Yu and Long Chen were both sent flying. But Shui Yu suddenly felt his hair stand on end as a sensation of death enveloped him. Without even thinking about it, he dodged to the side. A cold sword touched his shoulder. Although the tip only broke the skin, an explosive force shattered his shoulder. His arm almost went flying as blood erupted. Long Chen's original goal hadn't been to kill Shui Yu with his first move, but to rely on the shockwaves from the first move to launch a sudden attack with the lightning body blink. However, Shui Yu was a true expert, and he had sensed it. This attack only gave him an injury that couldn't count as particularly heavy. Devil Eye exterminates the world. Shui Yu's third eye suddenly opened again, and a ray of light shot at Long Chen. The two of them were too close. Although Long Chen had known that Shui Yu could release attacks with his third eye, this attack had come too suddenly. There was no time for him to dodge. Thunder force circulated as Long Chen's fist smashed into that ray of light. The light shattered, but Long Chen's hand was also turned into meat pulp. Chapter 826: A battle between a dragon and a tiger. What power! Long Chen was shocked. He had already protected himself with his thunder force, but this attack had still destroyed his hand. It had to be known that his current power was much, much greater than before. The Enlightenment Palace star had reached the 8th star transformation, and his physical body had been greatly strengthened, to the point that it was several times stronger than before. But he was still injured. However, this kind of injury was instantly healed with the primal chaos bead. He sheathed his sword behind his back and rapidly formed hand seals. A lightning and flame dragon shot out, roaring furiously. Shui Yu's expression changed. This attack's power was something he had personally experienced. Even back then, it had caused him a great deal of trouble. Now Long Chen was using it at full power, and its power caused his scalp to turn numb. Shui Yu suddenly took out a bone. That bone was glossy like jade, but it was covered in lines. It released an evil air. It looked to be a human skull. As soon as it left Shui Yu's hand, it began to grow, becoming hundreds of meters tall. The two dragons crashed into the skull. The skull instantly shattered. Following that, endless devil chi transformed into a black monster that fought against them. Long Chen was startled. This skull had actually been sealing a soul that was capable of fighting. But Long Chen was still confident. That soul might be extremely powerful, but it was suppressed by Lei Long and Huo Long. There was no danger to them. As long as they were given enough time, they would be able to defeat it. In truth, Shui Yu was quite distressed. That skull was something he had obtained from an ancient devil's skeleton. Inside had been the slightest discarnate soul. Shui Yu had constantly fed living people's souls to it for it to become stronger. As long as it was given enough spiritual strength, it would have eventually become an exceedingly terrifying existence. But nourishing such a soul was extremely dangerous. He definitely couldn't allow it to become stronger than himself, or there was a danger of it taking over his body. So once that soul grew close enough to his own power, he would stop feeding it. Once he broke through to see expansion, he would have continued feeding its souls and raising its power. But the double dragon destruction Long Chen had released wasn't a battle skill. He was letting those two existences within him freely attack. Even if he could block their first attack, they would constantly entangle him, and with Long Chen's ghost-like movement art, his life would be in danger. So despite knowing that it would be restricted, Shui Yu had still sacrificed this soul to hold back Lei Long and Huo Long. It was his only choice, or he would definitely be defeated today. The thing that startled both Long Chen and Shui Yu was that the soul had only appeared for a moment before a strange energy caused it to explode. Then it just disappeared. What? What just happened? Shui Yu was appalled, filled with disbelief. As for Long Chen, just as he was stunned, the Eastern Wasteland Bell's voice rang out in his mind. Hee, that was not bad. It was quite nourishing, even if it was so little. The Eastern Wasteland Bell possessed its own item spirit. It could be considered a spiritual existence, and after this many years, it had reached its limit. Having run out of energy, it had been close to dissipating. The experts that Long Chen had previously killed had had their souls absorbed by it before they could dissipate. Those were treasures that could help it heal. However, compared to this soul beast, those souls had been nothing more than appetizers. This soul was the main course, and it would allow it to recover a bit of its power. Seeing his soul beast disappear, Shui Yu was stunned. But Long Chen quickly recovered and he flashed into motion, his sword arriving right next to Shui Yu. Shui Yu hastily blocked. There was no time for him to bother about what had happened with the soul beast. But just as he blocked Long Chen's sword, Lei Long and Huo Long also roared and attacked him. Shui Yu chose to block Long Chen's sword. As a result, Lei Long and Huo Long struck him, causing him to vomit blood and shoot back. He was like a meteorite, and he left a huge crater in the ground. Dust erupted. You want to run? Leave your life behind first. Long Chen snorted. He slashed his sword down. Sword light pierced the ground. A long gorge appeared in the ground. A miserable figure flew out, vomiting blood. The instant Shui Yu had been sent crashing into the ground, he had used the earth to conceal the fact that he was preparing to flee. But with Long Chen's divine sense locked onto him, was it possible he would give him that chance? Furthermore, Long Chen knew that this fellow was extremely powerful. He wouldn't run just like this. In truth, he should be trying to gain distance to use some sort of secret art. Having seen through that, he ruined his plan with a slash of his sword. Long Chen chased after Shui Yu. Lei Long and Huo Long were rumbling in the air, accompanying him in attacking Shui Yu, causing him to appear extremely miserable. Corrupt Spirit Space Lock. Shui Yu suddenly shouted and formed hand seals. That image of a fiend's face once more appeared, and Long Chen felt as if space had frozen. It was like he had been encased in an iceberg. HMPH. Long Chen snorted and circulated the primal chaos bead. He unleashed the full power of his physical body. Cracks like ice shattering appeared in the air. The spatial strength confining Long Chen broke. Long Chen didn't hesitate. Sword chi slashed forward. The split the heavens battle skill could be used with a sword or saber. Although he was a bit unused to using a sword, he had to admit that using a sword allowed him to unleash split the heavens faster. It was just that it didn't have enough power behind it. However, that was made up for with flying rainbow's sharpness. Its power was still incredible. Shui Yu hadn't expected Long Chen to break free from his lock so easily. Before he could finish his new hand seals, Long Chen's attack had already arrived. He hastily broke off his hand seals and blocked with his sword. Shui Yu once more vomited blood and flew back. He couldn't help groaning. This time, it had not been a light injury. You want to unleash a curse right in front of me? Long Chen sneered. From the moment Shui Yu had charged underground and fled, Long Chen had guessed what he was thinking. The corrupt path's curses were extremely difficult to deal with. Last time, Long Chen had been weakened into a dog by a curse and almost lost his life. Did Shui Yu think he wouldn't be on guard against it this time? As soon as Shui Yu had used that spatial magical art, Long Chen had guessed he was trying to stall to activate a curse. So he hadn't hesitated, and as expected, this fellow had been in the midst of activating a curse. But it was interrupted midway, which definitely would have caused a backlash. This particular curse had a short activation time, so it definitely hadn't reached the level of the Yama King blood curse. But it still wouldn't be good to be struck by it. Long Chen couldn't help but feel lucky. It was no wonder that Shui Yu so desperately wanted that armored lizard. If he had the defense of the armored lizard, and he protected the weak point at its forehead, Shui Yu would be able to freely release curses from the armored lizard's back. This fellow was actually not skilled in close-range combat. Instead, he specialized in long-range curses. It was no wonder he was constantly trying to gain distance. Thinking of that, Long Chen knew that he definitely couldn't allow that to happen. Experiencing a curse once was enough. He activated the lightning body blink, chasing after Shui Yu. But Shui Yu's movement art was also extremely fast, as dozens of miles were traversed in an instant. However, in front of the lightning body blink, that speed wasn't enough. Long Chen still caught up. Shui Yu not only had to block Long Chen's sudden attacks, but he also had to block Lei Long and Huo Long. His black sword was dancing through the air as he miserably fled, occasionally coughing up blood. His strongest points were his magical arts and curses. Those two things required forming hand seals and drawing heaven and earth's energy. They also needed time to use. This was also why Long Chen hadn't used the Raging Flame Prison. Magical arts might be limitlessly powerful, but in a true battle, they didn't have much use, especially in a one-against-one. It was difficult to get a chance to use them. In a life-and-death battle, who would just stand there and watch you unleash your ultimate move? That kind of situation would only occur on the martial arenas of those large sects. Those, incomparable geniuses, might be able to use them then, but not in a battle. A true battle changed in the blink of an eye, and the slightest mistake could lead to a defeat. This kind of battle always relied on experience and smarts. In Long Chen's eyes, those competitions on martial arenas were no different than cockfighting. They were competing over who was more ornamental and whose moves looked more beautiful. To put it frankly, it was a competition of who was more of an idiot. Although he currently had the advantage, the slightest mistake could lead to him being struck by Shui Yu's curse. Then that would very likely lead to a complete reversal, and the one to die in the end would be him. So in a fight against experts like Shui Yu, you couldn't reveal the slightest opening. In the same way, Shui Yu also wouldn't reveal any openings to him. In this kind of battle, that kind of opening signified the end of the battle. While Shui Yu fled and fought, he had no choice but to admit that he wasn't Long Chen's match when it came to close-range fighting. He was searching for an opportunity as he fled. "This is your so-called unable to endure 10 exchanges," sneered Long Chen as he forced Shui Yu to run. However, although he had taken the advantage, he was shocked by how strong Shui Yu was. Even in this kind of situation, he was unable to find an opening to take his life. Furthermore, he didn't dare to be greedy and force it. He had to take it steadily. In this kind of high-speed chase, if he tried to unleash one of his ultimate moves, it would create a gap between them. Either Shui Yu would get away, or he would unleash a curse. So Long Chen was also in a difficult situation. He had to continue chasing and attack Shui Yu, or once he opened up the distance, he would be the one in danger. Hearing Long Chen sneer, Shui Yu's face became burning hot. Thinking of his big words, they were like a slap in his face now. "Bastard, you are courting death," roared Shui Yu. Long Chen was speechless to see that this idiot actually tossed out some vicious words before continuing to flee. Chapter 827 A Treasure Item's True Body. Long Chen was chasing Shui Yu. He had lightning wings on his back, and there were lightning whirlpools in his body. His speed far surpassed Shui Yu, but Shui Yu refused to face him head-on. When Long Chen tried to use one of his powerful moves, Shui Yu would always use some sort of secret art to escape his lock. If he couldn't lock down his opponent, then the chances of failure were just too high. No matter how strong the technique, if it was unable to hit your opponent, then it was useless. The two of them were deadlocked, fighting as they traveled. Sword chi flew, mountains collapsed. It was an amazing and imposing sight. Shui Yu had tried activating his treasure item to run, but Long Chen didn't give him any chance to do so. Furthermore, Shui Yu was also unwilling to flee just like this. He was trying to find an opportunity to kill Long Chen. As a generation's genius, he definitely wouldn't allow himself to be defeated so easily. As the two of them fought, they startled countless people searching for treasures. The two of them were like shooting stars. Rumbling filled the air wherever they passed, and mountains split in front of them. Those people all felt their scalps turn numb upon seeing that. Who are those two? What level of battle is this? Heavens, isn't that the corrupt path's supreme expert, the corrupt king Shui Yu? Shui Yu, one of the corrupt path's top 2 experts, claimed to be unrivaled. The one who has never been beaten in the same realm. Are you telling stories? Never been beaten in the same realm? Then what is happening right here? It looks like Shui Yu's the one who's been beaten into a dog. He's covered in blood and running. That doesn't count as a loss. Damn, who is that person? When did our righteous path give birth to such a terrifying figure? Isn't that Long Chen? Heavens, it really is senior apprentice brother Long Chen. 2 righteous disciples let out a startled cry upon seeing Long Chen's face. They were disciples from the sect subordinate to the Xuantian Dao sect. Before entering, they had seen Long Chen. Back then, Long Chen had been quite low-key, perfectly content to let Shui Guanji and the other 4 heavenly geniuses hog the spotlight. But later, the remote heaven gang had provoked them, and even the feather races Yu Changhao and the Bloodkill Hall's Huang Junmo had pointed their spears at him. He had become the focus, so everyone who had been there now recognized him. However, the Eastern Wasteland's righteous path had 2 large entrances to the immemorial path. There were also quite a few unpopular smaller entrances. So not everyone recognized Long Chen. Those who recognized him had thought that Long Chen would be doomed after so many experts had singled him out as their targets. But now, Long Chen was incredibly imposing. His sword light was brilliant and powerful, even forcing the corrupt path's Shui Yu to flee so miserably. Their jaws almost fell to the ground at the sight of this. Brandishing his sword with his 2 dragons roaring around him, Long Chen's aura was like a furious dragon that couldn't be stopped. That, unrivaled, Shui Yu was forced to flee like a dog. Lord Shui Yu, Gui Li has come to help. Suddenly, a man from the corrupt path appeared. He was extremely tall and sturdy. He held a spiked club that he smashed at Long Chen. An image of a giant appeared behind him. With each step he took, the ground quivered. A rank 3 celestial. The hidden spectators were all startled. Within that illusory giant, there were 3 different runes circulating. Once he joined hands with Shui Yu, would Long Chen be the one forced to run? Long Chen was also startled. Now it was troublesome. If it was at an ordinary time, he might not care about such a person. But this was a critical moment, and he could cause a big problem. Die, corrupt energy mountain splitting club. That corrupt expert raised his spiked club while he was still in the distance. The illusory giant behind also followed his actions, raising its own spiked club. Suddenly, their 2 bodies superimposed. An image of a huge club covered in runes whistled down. The spectators were all horrified. This was a rank 3 celestial's full-strength attack. Whoever touched it would die. But they saw that Long Chen didn't seem to have any intention of dodging. In truth, Long Chen also thought of dodging as he didn't want to waste his energy. But if he dodged the first move, that expert would have an opening to release a rain of unending attacks on him. That would be even more troublesome. Sword chi soared into the heavens. A domineering will erupted. In that instant, the world seemed to freeze. The sword fell. People were only able to see a sky full of runes erupt, the ground shatter, and endless waves of dust and earth fly. It was those with the stronger cultivation bases that were appalled. That was because they were the first to sense that the club-bearing corrupt expert's aura had disappeared. And for his aura to disappear now, there was only one possibility. That was that he had been killed. He had still been one-shotted despite using his full strength. No one could believe this result. That was a rank 3 celestial, one of the peak experts currently on the immemorial path. But there was no choice but to believe it. When the dust scattered, the corrupt expert's corpse had truly disappeared. Only the scent of blood still lingered in the air. After killing him, Long Chen was also blown back. This was all Shui Yu needed to distance himself. Lei Long, Huo Long, quickly kill him. Long Chen immediately had a bad feeling. He hastily had Lei Long and Huo Long attack Shui Yu. It was too late for him to reach him now. Shui Yu was already rapidly forming hand seals. Ha ha ha, it's too late. You can die now. Hell poison curse. Shui Yu laughed. He had finally obtained the opportunity he had been looking for. Black blood dripped down from his third eye, and a bizarre image appeared in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the mist began to billow toward Long Chen. That black mist was countless tiny runes. When they passed through Lei Long and Huo Long, Lei Long didn't react, but black smoke began to emit from Huo Long's body. This curse is afraid of fire. Long Chen was delighted to see this. But he also didn't dare to be careless. He knew that those curse runes were extremely domineering. Even just getting infected by the slightest bit of them would cause him to be cursed. It had nothing to do with how many he was touched by. Their immense number was just to increase the odds of succeeding. Suddenly, Huo Long disappeared and a huge flame sphere appeared in Long Chen's hand. Little Snow appeared behind Long Chen. He shot out a sphere of wind blades that enveloped Long Chen's flame sphere. The two of them were once more releasing their combined wind flame attack. When the flames borrowed the power of the wind, their range increased explosively. Those black runes of Shui Yu were all incinerated into black smoke. As soon as Shui Yu had released the Hell Poison Curse, he had begun forming new hand seals. The Hell Poison Curse was just an irritant. It made poisonous insects appear within a person's blood. It would consume that blood and then become parasites within the body. But that kind of curse could only affect average experts. Shui Yu hadn't had any hopes of this curse stopping Long Chen. All he wanted was for it to stall for a bit. While Long Chen wiped away those runes, he would unleash his second curse. Just as Shui Yu was about to unleash his second curse, Lei Long appeared by his side. It crazily attacked him, and making it so he was unable to complete the hand seals. In his fury, he unstintingly spent his core runic energy to form a barrier around him. It temporarily held back Lei Long while he continued forming hand seals. When Long Chen released that wind-flame combination attack, Shui Yu had reached the final stages of his second attack. A blood-red rune appeared in front of his body, and it possessed an extremely corrosive aura. It was an exceedingly powerful weakening curse and was much stronger than the one Long Chen had been afflicted with. Once Long Chen was struck, he would be weaker than a dog. However, this curse required a long time to activate. That time was what the Hell Poison Curse had bought for him. You can die now, Hell Blood, Shui Yu shouted, pushing the rune in front of him forward. But before that rune could fly out, a chilling light flashed through Shui Yu's back. His neck was directly severed. At the same time, it severed his curse. You really should die now. Long Chen snorted. It really had been too dangerous just now. If he had been the slightest bit slower, the consequences would have been dire. Fortunately, he had made it. After slicing off Shui Yu's head, Long Chen didn't hesitate. Flying Rainbow slashed down on Shui Yu's head. He would completely kill him. Keep dreaming. Blood sacrifice ghost sword. Shui Yu roared furiously. Instantly, his black sword appeared in front of him, and it immediately absorbed all the blood Shui Yu was bleeding. The black sword rapidly grew to a length of 300 meters. A sinister aura erupted from it as it slashed down on Long Chen. Long Chen was startled. He didn't know how Shui Yu had done this, but he had actually activated his treasure item's power. That was beyond imagination. It had to be known that treasure items were weapons for ancestors. Although people like them were capable of using them, they were unable to bring out a treasure item's true power. That power was beyond their ability to control. The huge black sword was surrounded by revolving black chi. What sounded like the cries of millions of ghosts came from it. This sword demanded Long Chen's life. It was unavoidable. Long Chen had never expected Shui Yu to possess such a move. In truth, this trump card was something Shui Yu would never use unless he had no alternative. He had sacrificed his own blood to activate a trace of his treasure item's power. He had no choice now, or he would die. Just as Long Chen was facing a treasure item's attack, flying rainbow suddenly left his hand. It turned into streaking rainbow light that slashed onto the black sword. The two immense blades collided. Chapter 828 The Furious Shui Yu. When those two immense blades collided, the entire world seemed to become dark. That was because that collision caused heaven and earth to lose all their light. There was no sound for thousands of miles. Long Chen was horrified. Just now, he hadn't done anything at all. It was like flying rainbow had been provoked and automatically released its own power in response. As for Shui Yu, his head had already reattached to his body. He was also looking up in horror. He had never imagined that Long Chen could activate a treasure item's power without sacrificing anything. It had to be known that he had sacrificed all the blood from when Long Chen had cut off his head to activate his black sword's power. This black sword was one of the corrupt path's treasure items. Shui Yu had been nourishing it for many years, but even he still needed to sacrifice his essence blood to activate it. A treasure item had its own item spirit, its own intelligence, as well as its own pride. According to reason, without reaching at least C expansion, there was no way to activate a treasure item. But there were all sorts of secret arts in this world. For example, Shui Yu had formed a contract with his treasure item. The treasure item felt that its owner was a bit weak, but it depended on his essence blood, so it was willing to listen to his orders. But Shui Yu had still paid a steep price to activate this attack. The majority of his essence blood had been sucked away just now. On the other hand, Long Chen hadn't sacrificed anything, but that sword had voluntarily released its power to fight for him. That kind of treatment was immensely different. Limitless power was colliding in the air. The spectators were all horrified. It looked as if it was the end of the world. They began to hastily flee. The two blades blossomed with a light brighter than the sun. A terrifying energy was pouring out from the core of the two blades. The light was rapidly growing. In front of that light, mountains were instantly blown to smithereens. Some of the closer experts didn't even have a chance to make a sound before being blown into bloody mist. The two treasure items had released their power. Everything within thousands of miles was razed, and everything that light touched was destroyed. Even Long Chen was wildly vomiting blood. He felt like his body was being torn apart. He was appalled. This was a treasure item's true power. It was truly too terrifying. It was a good thing he had the primal chaos space. His injuries were rapidly healing. With the spirit world's immense trees, he was able to heal even heavenly Dao injuries. After releasing their powerful attack, both treasure items returned to their normal size and flew back to their owners. In that previous collision, there had been no winner. Long Chen didn't wait for Flying Rainbow to return. He shot forward, grabbing it on the way. Shui Yu was in the midst of recovering. He still hadn't recovered from his shock, but the battle-hardened Long Chen wouldn't let this opportunity escape him. Sword light slashed down mercilessly. Shui Yu sensed him immediately, but Long Chen was too fast. He rapidly retreated but was still too slow. Flying Rainbow slashed down, severing his leg. Although Shui Yu had managed to preserve his life, he had lost a limb. Shui Yu was fortunate he was strong enough. When Flying Rainbow had pierced his body, his runes had held back a portion of its power. Otherwise, that slash wouldn't have cut off just one of his legs. Instead, it would have destroyed all his lower body. Heavenly Dao recover, countless runes flew to that severed leg. Would Long Chen give him that opportunity? He directly grabbed the leg, not letting him reattach it. His sword once more slashed down. Shui Yu hastily dodged with his sword. As a result, he was sent flying without a leg. Unable to keep his balance, he tumbled across the ground. Hand over your other 4 limbs as well. Long Chen shot after him, stabbing his sword at him. But when Shui Yu blocked it, Long Chen swung his other hand. A bloody leg slapped across Shui Yu's face. Shui Yu was sent flying by his own leg. He tumbled across the ground, appearing incredibly wretched. Their previous collision of treasure items had killed quite a few of the spectators. But for many of them, it was unlikely they would ever get another chance to see a battle on this level. So there were still quite a few people continuing to watch despite the danger. Seeing Long Chen sever Shui Yu's leg, they felt a chill. He was truly ruthless. Then seeing Long Chen draw Shui Yu's attention with the sword in his right hand only to slap him with his own leg from his other hand, their eyes almost popped out. They had never seen such a fighting style. Long Chen, just wait. I'll repay this enmity to you 1,000,000 times. Not just you, but everyone close to you, your sect. I'll refine all their souls and make it so they can never reincarnate. Shui Yu was forced to desperation by Long Chen. In his fury, he slashed apart the leg in Long Chen's hand. To personally destroy his own leg gave him a sour feeling. Perhaps only Shui Yu could understand that feeling. Although Shui Yu was a rank 3 celestial, regenerating a leg would not only require time, but it would also require a great deal of his core energy. If his body was severed, then he could reconnect it and immediately recover. But if his body had disappeared, there was no way he could reform it instantly. You're still threatening me, courting a slap. Long Chen furiously attacked and the only thing remaining in his left hand was a shoe. His sword unleashed a torrent of attacks, forcing the one-legged Shui Yu back miserably. A clear sound rang out, shaking heaven and earth. Shui Yu spun in circles. By the time he stabilized, the image of a shoe print on his face was extremely clear. Those spectators felt like they were going crazy. The corrupt path's supreme expert, the corrupt King Shui Yu, had actually been slapped in the face by a shoe. And furthermore, it was his own shoe. Fuck, your skin really is thick enough. It's thicker than the bottom of a shoe. Looking at the ruined shoe in his hand, Long Chen snorted and tossed it to the ground. He shot forward with his sword. Ah! Shui Yu released a heaven-shaking roar. His hair stood on end, and his eyes were completely scarlet. In all his life, he had never been this furious. This humiliation was something he had never imagined would befall him. Long Chen, just wait. If I, Shui Yu, don't kill you, then I'll swear I'm not human. Shui Yu suddenly spat blood onto his sword. His sword shook and turned into a black ray that shot away with him. Everyone's busy and I don't have time to wait. Let's resolve things now. Long Chen sneered. Lightning wings appeared on his back, and the lightning whirlpools in his body fully activated. Shui Yu was relying on the black sword's speed to get away. He had already realized that if they continued, there was no way for him to win. Although he was a bit unwilling, he had no other choice. But he had only just shot off when he suddenly noticed Long Chen had turned into a bolt of lightning that was chasing him. His speed wasn't the slightest bit lower than his black sword. While chasing, Long Chen raised flying rainbow, and sword chi slashed forward. Even flying didn't affect his attacks. In truth, Long Chen had realized that the lightning body blink's strongest aspect was its rapid speed in one direction. In battle, he normally only used half of the lightning whirlpools, while the other half were closed. When he moved forward, he would activate the back half, and when he moved back, he would activate the front half. That was to control the direction of his body. But when rushing long distance in one direction, he could turn all the lightning whirlpools to one direction. That pushed his speed to the peak. Even Long Chen felt that moving this fast was a bit terrifying. If he smashed into a solid mountain like this, perhaps he would be crushed to death. But his speed was truly shocking. And he could even unleash attacks while flying. That stunned Shui Yu. He had activated his treasure item to flee. But at this time, his treasure item was only capable of carrying him. He couldn't use it to defend anymore. He hastily and forcibly switched it from its flying mode to its fighting mode to block. Shui Yu blocked Long Chen's attack, but he vomited blood and shot back like a shooting star. He directly pierced through 7 mountains. Those 7 mountains were fine. But there was a hole with the size of Shui Yu in each of them now. Shui Yu continued flying for many miles, continuously vomiting blood. This attack had almost taken his life. He was finally horrified. He was unable to defeat Long Chen, and now he was unable to flee. A sensation of death welled up from his heart. This was his first time feeling this kind of terror. Just at this moment, Long Chen had already caught up. He once more slashed down with his sword. Shui Yu roared furiously. He couldn't just wait for his death. He once more activated his sword, slashing it at Long Chen. Long Chen was forced back hundreds of meters, while Shui Yu was once more sent flying. Long Chen immediately stabilized himself and shot back toward Shui Yu. Despite taking the absolute advantage, he still didn't dare to be careless. Shui Yu possessed exceedingly terrifying curse arts. Once Long Chen was cursed, this advantage of his would vanish. In fact, the situation would very likely reverse. He couldn't give such a powerful expert any opportunity. Long Chen chased, refusing to allow Shui Yu to have time to form hand seals. But just as he was about to catch up to him, he suddenly noticed a woman not far behind Shui Yu. He was startled and hastily stopped, vigilantly staring at her. This woman's aura was exceedingly terrifying, and it made him feel endless pressure. Furthermore, she was wearing the corrupt path's robes. Lang Yuan. Shui Yu let out a startled cry. Chapter 829 Devil Empress Lang Yuan. Lang Yuan. Hearing that name, Long Chen's heart shook. He saw that this woman was wearing scarlet, skin-tight robes which revealed all her curves. Her body had practically reached the pinnacle of perfection. Her long hair fell naturally to her waist. That beautiful face was like a flawless jade. But that jade contained endless iciness. The most unforgettable thing about her was her pair of ocean blue eyes. They were like sapphires, yet also like stars in the night sky. Those eyes were beautiful enough to steal a person's soul. However, those beautiful eyes were chilling to the peak. Endless killing intent poured out of them. Shui Yu turned pale as paper when he saw Lang Yuan. His eyes were filled with endless terror, and he hastily fled from her. A sword came out of its sheath. It was like a bolt of lightning, slashing through space to reach Shui Yu. That dumbfounded Long Chen. What was going on? A single slash of Lang Yuan's sword sealed all the space around Shui Yu. She had struck so quickly, that even Long Chen hadn't seen how she had moved. Her sword light reached Shui Yu in an instant. Shui Yu had been prepared and fled as soon as he had seen Lang Yuan, but even when he tried to block with his sword, he was unable to keep up with Lang Yuan's demonic speed. His other leg left his body. You bitch Lang Yuan, and you bastard Long Chen, just wait. Devil Eye blood escape. Shui Yu furiously roared. His third eye opened and black blood poured out from it. That blood transformed into runes that wrapped around him. Space twisted, and just like that, he escaped from Long Chen and Lang Yuan's sight. This was Shui Yu's life-saving technique. He wouldn't easily use it, because it caused immense injury to his devil eye. In fact, the sequelae might be permanent. But he had no other choice. Seeing that Shui Yu was still able to escape in this kind of situation, Long Chen felt a bit powerless. People on this level really weren't easy to deal with. All kinds of techniques poured out of them endlessly. The only thing that he couldn't figure out was how the corrupt King Shui Yu and the Devil Empress Lang Yuan would fight as soon as they saw each other. Weren't they the corrupt path's top experts? Lang Yuan had clearly been intending on taking Shui Yu's life. Just as he was bewildered by this, he saw Lang Yuan slowly turn back as if Shui Yu's escape wasn't the slightest bit out of her expectations. Her sapphire eyes sparkled with an icy light. Being looked at by those eyes, Long Chen had a sensation that all his secrets were being seen through. Seeing her just looking at him, he felt his hair stand on end. Was this an intimidation tactic? Lang Yuan looked at Long Chen, and Long Chen looked at Lang Yuan. Long Chen was startled to see that Lang Yuan was practically not human. She was just too perfect. There wasn't the slightest flaw on her body. Even her eyebrows seemed to be identical down to the hair. She was like the masterpiece of a god. But this unbelievably beautiful woman possessed a terrifying aura. When looking at her, no one would feel any amicability. It was more like they were staring at a goddess of death that would take their life at will. Only now that Lang Yuan had turned back did Long Chen notice her sword. It sparkled like white jade. It was actually a bone sword. It was unknown whether that bone came from a human or a magical beast. It released a malevolent air as if it had come from hell and thirsted to devour other people's souls. Long Chen quickly scanned all of Lang Yuan's body. But Lang Yuan was still just looking at Long Chen without saying a word. Was she trying to compete in terms of stubbornness? Long Chen's guard was raised. Lang Yuan was an even more terrifying expert than Shui Yu, or Shui Yu wouldn't be so terrified of her. Lang Yuan continued to look at Long Chen, and he continued to look back at her. But the tense atmosphere was difficult to endure. Although his opponent was a peerless beauty, he couldn't look at her as a woman. She was definitely a vicious character. Long Chen didn't say anything. This was a silent competition. Whoever got impatient first would fall into the disadvantageous position. You are Devil Empress Lang Yuan. Completely on guard, Long Chen still opened his mouth in the end. Just staying silent like this wasn't a solution. Lang Yuan was expressionless. Long Chen felt like his robes were being seen through. Her gaze seemed to be able to easily penetrate him. Are you mute? Long Chen frowned. But even such a provocation didn't cause any fluctuations in Lang Yuan. She is calculating your weakness and habits from your outer form. If you don't take the initiative, Her first attack will very likely take your life, said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. What? How could that be possible? The cultivation technique she trains in is different from everyone else. Those eyes of her are called void-piercing eyes. That name comes from how they are able to see through all emptiness, all lies. Through your posture, your movements, the way you hold your sword, how you breathe, your eyes, and even the veins in your muscles, she is able to calculate your habits and find your fatal weaknesses, said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected Lang Yuyan to be that terrifying. If it weren't for the Eastern Wasteland Belle's warning, he wouldn't have even realized he was already in a disadvantageous position. He immediately took the initiative. As one of the Martial Heaven Continent's legendary divine items, he knew the Eastern Wasteland Belle wouldn't trick him over something like this. Furthermore, he was also feeling more and more uneasy as if danger was getting closer. His sword slashed forth. Lang Yuyan also moved, her bone sword shooting forward. Her speed was incredible. She had only just moved when her sword reached its peak speed. Long Chen's hand trembled as he almost lost his grip on his sword. His attack was easily blocked. He hadn't expected Lang Yuyan to possess such wrist strength. Using a sword was different from using a saber. A saber relied on brute force, not technique. It relied on using the arm to release the entire body's power. But a sword was much more refined. It relied on subtle changes and variations. It required wrist strength to control those subtle changes, so it had high requirements in that regard. Although Long Chen was using a sword now, in truth, he was simply using his saber techniques. His wrist strength might be strong, but he didn't know anything about controlling those subtle changes. As a result, he immediately lost out in their first exchange. Having his sword blocked, Long Chen immediately knew the situation had turned sour. Lang Yuyan's sword was already piercing toward his chest. That speed was so quick that there was no time to react. Long Chen had never fought an opponent with such rapid attacks. His chest was pierced, but he ignored it. His sword was directly slashing at Lang Yuyan's waist. No matter how he tried or blocked, it would already be too late. If the power in Lang Yuyan's sword was allowed to erupt inside his chest, then even if he didn't die, he would be heavily injured. He could only choose to sacrifice his life to take her life. This was the only method to use when there were no other methods. Lang Yuyan was too fast, so fast that it was practically beyond human limits. By the time you saw her move, you would already be struck. Long Chen's chest erupted as Lang Yuyan extracted her sword and blocked Long Chen's attack. She had timed everything perfectly. This time, sparks flew and a metallic ringing erupted. It was like that bone blade wasn't bone, but metal. Long Chen had used all his power this time, so Lang Yuyan was forced back a few steps. Although Lang Yuyan had an advantage in wrist strength, in absolute power, she still wasn't his match. Divine Ring. Battle Armor. Long Chen instantly erupted with his strongest power. He changed to wielding his sword with two hands, hacking it down at Lang Yuyan. Space rumbled intensely. Long Chen had also seen that Lang Yuyan was a close-range fighter. Her combat experience was extremely profound, while he wasn't used to using a sword. If he fought with technique, he would just be courting death. He would have to use his sword as a saber and fight. Through brute force, he slashed his sword 3 times, each slash stronger than the last. Gale winds erupted and the ground split apart. Lang Yuyan was forced back hundreds of meters. The blood netherflower blooms, nether god summoning. Suddenly her scarlet robes began to drift as if flames were raging inside. Endless runes appeared behind her, showing that she was a rank 3 celestial. A huge flower blossomed on Lang Yuyan's forehead. The flower was the shape of a lotus and had 3 colors. At the center, there was a blood-red light. An extremely icy aura flowed down the petals and enveloped Lang Yuyan's body. It was an extremely beautiful scene. She was a peerlessly beautiful woman, and the 3-colored lotus was surrounded by the mist. She seemed indistinct within that mist, appearing like an immortal. But Long Chen didn't find it beautiful. All he felt was shock. He just realized how terrifying Lang Yuyan was. She was truly like a goddess of death. When she looked at him, he couldn't see the slightest human emotion. All he saw was icy killing intent. Lang Yuyan pointed her bone sword at the sky. A huge image of a sword appeared with endless runes within it. Following her actions, her sword suddenly blossomed with light, and that immense image was absorbed into her true sword. Netherworld Ghost Slash. Lang Yuyan's sword mercilessly slashed down at Long Chen. A terrifying aura caused heaven and earth to tremble. Chapter 830. A Bitter Battle. Lang Yuyan's sapphire eyes released endless killing intent. Her sword slashed down mercilessly while her terrifying aura caused the world to quiver in fear. Split the heavens too, Long Chen also shouted, his spiritual yuan raging through 18 acupuncture points. It was like a collision of stars. A blinding light erupted and endless runes were blown apart. Long Chen was appalled. Lang Yuyan was too terrifying. This attack had sent Long Chen flying, and he almost coughed up blood. Just at that moment, Lang Yuyan practically teleported beside him and stabbed her sword at his chest at an extremely tricky angle. What? Long Chen was appalled. What kind of monster was Lang Yuyan? How could she not have been affected by the shockwave of their attacks and could still unleash another attack? But then seeing Lang Yuyan's movement art, he suddenly realized it was a bit familiar. The Netherworld Ghost Steps. Long Chen instinctively blocked with Flying Rainbow, just barely escaping that bone sword's fatal attack. You know the Netherworld Ghost Steps. This was Lang Yuyan's first time showing any emotion. She was clearly shocked he could shout out her movement art's name. But that shock only lasted for the blink of an eye before she returned to her icy, apathetic self. She once more attacked Long Chen. This time, her movement art appeared even more demonic and ephemeral. When she first swung her sword, she was to Long Chen's left, but in the middle of the attack, her sword suddenly appeared to Long Chen's right. In the end, when the sword was about to strike him, it appeared behind him. Long Chen instinctively slashed his sword behind him without even looking. He perfectly blocked the bone sword. From that one exchange, Long Chen confirmed Lang Yuyan was using the Netherworld Ghost Steps. But her Netherworld Ghost Steps was of a much higher level than the one he had learned. He was barely able to see some clues based on the way she moved and the change in her aura. If it hadn't been for his own experience with the Netherworld Ghost Steps, which allowed him to see through some of her movements, there would have been no way for him to block her practically ghost-like attack from the back. Fuck, that damn old ghost was definitely holding back and only taught me some superficial nonsense, cursed Long Chen. In truth, Long Chen had wrongly blamed Gui Sha. It wasn't that he hadn't wanted to teach him this higher-level technique, but that his own status wasn't high enough in the corrupt path to learn it. He had only had the qualifications to learn that level of Netherworld Ghost Steps. It had to be known that the Netherworld Ghost Steps was an extremely famous technique in the corrupt path. To be able to learn even the first superficial level of it was already an immense honor, and it was all thanks to that superficial level that Long Chen was able to see through Lang Yuyan's ghost-like attack. Long Chen became covered in thunder force as he activated the lightning body blink. The two of them pushed their speed to their peaks as they underwent an intense battle. One was ghost-like and ephemeral, while one was like rushing lightning. Their two figures moved so quickly that it was impossible to track them with the naked eye. Sword chi filled the sky. It was practically impossible to see their figures anymore. It was a true competition of speed. Long Chen was growing more and more shocked. This Lang Yuyan's power just kept coming. It was no wonder Shui Yu would be so afraid of her. Each one of her attacks was fierce and vicious, with no room for compromise. Furthermore, each one of her moves had clearly been tempered through hundreds and thousands of battles. Her battle experience was shockingly profound. They exchanged almost 1,000 blows. Because they were so fast, it only took an incense stick's worth of time. But within these 1,000 exchanges, Long Chen wasn't able to find the slightest mistake in any of her moves. That didn't mean that her moves were perfect, as there wasn't anything truly perfect in this world. It was just that all her moves linked up to the next, so any openings were made up for. Furthermore, with her rapid attacks and movement, even Long Chen was only barely able to see those openings. But he wasn't able to find any opportunity to counterattack. You're very powerful. Unfortunately, you're unable to release your power. Your movements are too clumsy. If you didn't have such shocking combat instincts, you'd have long since died to my sword. But even so, you have no chance of victory. In less than an hour, you'll die to my sword. Even if you have any powerful moves, you won't be able to use them. Lang Yuyan suddenly opened her mouth, but her sword didn't slow down at all. Long Chen snorted and didn't reply. That was because there was nothing to say. Her words weren't the slightest bit wrong. He wasn't able to release any of his power against her. Although Flying Rainbow was a treasure item, it was too light, and it wasn't able to release his true power. His fight with Lang Yuyan was basically a competition of swords, and so he was naturally at an immense disadvantage. Right now, he was simply doing his best to endure. But he definitely couldn't continue like this for long. Lang Yuyan was a terrifying killer, and her combat experience wasn't any less than his own. To release a powerful move against such an expert, it would require an opportunity. That was an extremely large problem for Long Chen now. No matter how strong his techniques were, if he was unable to release them, they wouldn't have any effect. Long Chen had already activated his divine ring and brought himself to his peak state. But Lang Yuyan had also released her full power, and they seemed evenly matched. However, Long Chen knew that if they continued like this, his defeat was inevitable. Lang Yuyan's eyes were too monstrous. Although she wasn't necessarily able to see through everything about him, she had still sensed several of his habits and weaknesses. She had seen through the fact that he wasn't used to using a sword, and her plan was to use that to kill him with the smallest price. Suddenly, countless golden runes appeared around Long Chen. Lang Yuyan's first thought was that Long Chen was preparing to release some kind of powerful move, but when she clearly saw what those golden runes were, she was startled. Those were the hidden ground gold spider king's scales. They formed a golden sea that surged toward Lang Yuyan. After being nourished within Long Chen's spiritual space for so long, these scales were no different from ordinary enchanted items to him. He could use them as he pleased. Even Lang Yuyan wasn't able to disregard this many enchanted weapons. Her body wasn't able to endure how sharp those scales were. Her sword danced within that sea of scales. Those incomparably sharp scales, which even enchanted items would find difficult to damage, were blown to bits whenever they touched Lang Yuyan's sword. Long Chen had no choice but to unleash a full-strength attack. If this continued, all those scales would be destroyed by Lang Yuyan. Those were his best treasures for group battles. Lang Yuyan was enveloped by the scales and couldn't escape, so she could only take it head-on. As a result, she was sent flying. A good opportunity. Raging flame prison. Long Chen hastily formed hand seals. Space quivered as endless flame runes appeared around Lang Yuyan, trapping her. Her expression suddenly changed as she sensed danger. Her sapphire eyes suddenly shot out two rays of light that were like two blades piercing the void. Heaven Netherworld / Lang Yuyan's bone sword suddenly blossomed with light. A ray of sword chi slashed onto one of the flame chains of the raging flame prison. Long Chen was appalled to see that her attack actually managed to sever the flame chain. Before the flame prison could completely form, she charged out. Long Chen immediately understood what the Eastern Wasteland bell had meant. Lang Yuyan's void-piercing eyes were too powerful. As the user of the raging flame prison, Long Chen naturally knew its weak point. The main one was that when the flame prison had yet to fully form, it was in its weakest state. When the prison was first formed, the core flame runes would condense pillars. Those pillars would then condense the flame chains, and those flame chains would be formed of countless smaller runes. Those runes were formed of heaven and earth's purest flame energy. Long Chen used his own flame energy to control them and keep them linked. In truth, each flame chain had a fatal weakness. That weakness was Long Chen's flame energy. When the flame prison first formed, he had to adhere his own flame energy on top of the runes in order to connect them into their prison form. Furthermore, his flame energy had to rapidly circulate throughout the entire prison, because that was the only way to keep the flame prison operating. His flame energy would be wrapped around by heaven and earth's flame energy, making it so others couldn't sense it. But the void-piercing eyes saw through it all. Not only did she see through it, but Lang Yuyan had also shattered his flame energy at its weakest point, shattering the chain and escaping. Long Chen groaned, coughing up blood. Having his flame prison be instantly destroyed as soon as it began to form, he suffered an extremely powerful backlash. It was fortunate that the earth flame was very strong. The reverse flow of the world's flame energy was blunted by it, allowing Long Chen to only suffer a slight injury. Fuck, how is she so difficult to deal with? Raged Long Chen as he looked up at the godlike Lang Yuyan. The lotus flower rune was shining on her forehead. Lang Yuyan had just rushed out of the raging flame prison, and the sword in her hand pointed several times. Following that, it looked as if the void had been pierced. A scarlet liquid flowed out as if the void was bleeding. That scarlet liquid immediately transformed into blood-colored runes. When Lang Yuyan pointed the third time, Long Chen suddenly felt a chill. An extremely bad feeling arose in his heart. She was also planning on releasing one of her ultimate moves. Double Dragon Destruction. Long Chen directly summoned Lei Long and Huo Long. On the fifth time, Lang Yuyan pointed with her sword, half of a blood-colored figure appeared in the void. Heaven and earth transformed, seeming to become a hell on earth. But only half of that figure's body had appeared before the two dragons crashed into it. Blood-colored runes exploded and Lang Yuyan quivered, a trace of blood flowing out of the corner of her mouth. She had finally been injured. Sorry, don't blame me for being vicious to a woman. The runes filling the air exploded. Long Chen's figure appeared in front of Lang Yuyan, his sword stabbing into her chest. Chapter 831 Falling into the Abyss. The blood-colored runes in the air disappeared and the terrifying pressure vanished. The scene of a hell on earth also silently faded, and the world returned to calm. The ground had been shattered and ruined beyond belief. In the air, two figures were floating next to each other. Long Chen's sword was stabbed through Lang Yuyan's chest. Blood dripped off from the tip of the sword, and each drop landed on the ground, becoming scarlet flowers. Previously, you were intentionally hiding your powerful explosive strength. Lang Yuyan looked at that sword piercing her chest, and a flash of comprehension appeared in her eyes. She had been misled by Long Chen. When Long Chen had fought with her, she had suppressed him in terms of speed. She had felt that she had already seen through his attack style. But she was wrong. Long Chen hadn't held back while fighting previously. But the only thing that he hadn't revealed was the lightning body blink's greatest superiority, its explosive speed. In truth, in terms of level, the lightning body blink was probably a far cry from Lang Yuyan's netherworld ghost steps. If he hadn't already learned the netherworld ghost steps foundation, there would have been no way for him to keep up with her for so long. There was only one aspect in which the lightning body blink could surpass the netherworld ghost steps, and that was the instant eruption of speed. The netherworld ghost steps required increasing the speed gradually, but the lightning body blink could do it instantaneously. The blink in the technique's name referred to instantly reaching the peak speed. Other people wouldn't have Long Chen's speed even if they cultivated the lightning body blink. That was because Long Chen's thunder force came from heavenly tribulation, so it was incomparably powerful. Previously, against Lang Yuyan, he had been in danger several times, and he had been willing to suffer injury rather than reveal that explosive speed. It was to wait for an opportunity. And that opportunity had come. Opportunities were all created, and they were always left to those who prepared. This opportunity had been grasped by Long Chen. His sword had pierced Lang Yuyan's chest. As long as he willed it, his spiritual yuan would erupt, and Lang Yuyan would instantly become a fallen beauty. Her life and death were in his hands. You're very powerful. I had no choice but to use a scheme. Although I usually dislike using schemes to resolve problems, when martial might is unable to handle things, I can only rely on some smarts to make up for it, said Long Chen. Lang Yuyan was too powerful, so powerful that it was terrifying. She was like a goddess of death with no weak points. In truth, using this move to kill her made Long Chen a bit ashamed. Lang Yuyan's sapphire eyes looked into Long Chen's eyes. She seemed to have seen through his heart and actually smiled. You don't need to feel ashamed. You should be proud. This is my first time being injured since I was 5 years old. The corrupt path's geniuses that have fallen to my hands are enough to form a huge mountain. In all these years, you're the one who has had the greatest chance to kill me. Congratulations. Lang Yuyan had always been so emotionless, but now suddenly seeing her smile, it was like the blooming of a flower. It was incredibly moving, and Long Chen hastily focused himself on his sword so he wouldn't get distracted. The only thing he didn't understand was that even with her death at hand, Lang Yuyan seemed extremely happy. It was like death was something worth celebrating for her. He could see the excitement in her eyes. That was clearly her inner emotion, so he was puzzled. Blood continued to drip from the sky. The sound was like the overture of death, causing the atmosphere to be strange. The feeling of being injured is excellent. I really like this feeling. And I like feeling so close to death even more. This feeling is so wonderful. But regretfully, in all these years, the number of people that could give me this feeling was pitifully low. Long Chen, you're a real man. You arouse me. An extremely rare tender light appeared in Lang Yuyan's eyes. Combined with her words, Long Chen's scalp immediately turned numb. Although he had experienced much in this world, he had never seen someone like this who actually wanted to die but couldn't run into any experts to kill them. That coward Shui Yu, he was never able to satisfy my desires. Long Chen, you're much stronger than him. Lang Yuyan looked at him, smiling. Are you finished with your last words? If you are, then sorry, but we're all very busy. I don't have that much time to waste, said Long Chen coldly. Although Lang Yuyan was a peak beauty, Long Chen had a profound understanding of just how terrifying this beauty was. He definitely wouldn't be soft-hearted to her and do something as melodramatic as to spare her life in hopes that she would give her heart to him. Just thinking of that would be idiotic. This kind of woman could not be subdued. Why don't you just let me experience this moving feeling for a bit longer? This feeling is too rare. Lang Yuan shook her head, unwilling to have things end so quickly. Sorry. A slightly disturbed feeling arose within Long Chen. Personally killing a practically god-like beauty wasn't something that made him feel good. But in order to live longer, Long Chen still released the volcanic energy within his sword. But that immense power that could easily destroy mountains was locked down by a strange energy. It was unable to erupt. At the same time, a burst of pain came from his chest. Lang Yuan's bone sword had pierced his chest in the same place his sword was piercing hers. You've stabbed me, and I've also stabbed you. Now you can experience that moving feeling with me. Lang Yuan smiled excitedly. Long Chen immediately didn't dare to move. Lang Yuan's sword also contained a berserk energy. As long as she wished it, he would immediately be blown to pieces. Are you very curious? Seeing Long Chen's shock, Lang Yuan lightly rubbed his cheek, a trace of warmth in her sapphire eyes. You're the only man to injure me in the same realm. So I'll tell you a secret that only I know in this world. My bloodline comes from a supreme existence. My bloodline power is even greater than my combat power. You are unable to kill me. Long Chen, you're a true man. Thank you for giving me this delightful feeling. To thank you, I'll let you die. Painlessly. A terrifying aura began to erupt from Lang Yuan's sword as soon as she finished speaking. Long Chen roared, and he circulated the thunder force and the earth flames energy within his body. He forcibly sealed the energy on Lang Yuan's sword. He had learned from her. Lang Yuan's blood had actually released a powerful defense that had blocked his sword's energy from erupting. It was like ignited gunpowder that had been extinguished by ice water. Copying her, he used his thunder force and flame energy to tightly lock Lang Yuan's sword. That was all he could do now. Originally, when Lang Yuan's energy was about to erupt, the Eastern Wasteland Bell had been about to help. But seeing Long Chen suddenly come up with such a crazy thought, imitating his opponent's bloodline force, it stopped. Lang Yuan's energy was locked within her sword. As a result, Long Chen was pushed back by her sword, and blood trickled out of his mouth. Although he had imitated Lang Yuan's technique, he was unable to do it perfectly. A portion of that power had still leaked out and injured his insides. Lang Yuan was shocked. However, her sword continued pushing toward Long Chen, and the two of them still maintained their original posture with both swords in their chests as they flew through the air. Don't be afraid. Death is something instantaneous. You don't need to struggle, as that will just make you more afraid and pained. Lang Yuan shook her head. Long Chen didn't reply. He was completely focused on circulating his thunder force and flame energy, locking Lang Yuan's energy. He couldn't let it erupt within him, or he would definitely be dead. He struggled with his life on the line. His head was rapidly working, trying to think of a way to escape his current crisis. But Lang Yuan was too powerful. Now that she had grabbed hold of this opportunity to kill him, there was no chance she would let go. Just like that, Long Chen struggled with his life on the line, while Lang Yuan also followed him. Suddenly, both their expressions changed. A terrifying pressure crashed down on them. Not good. Lang Yuan's expression changed. At some unknown point, the two of them had flown over an abyss. The space around them was starting to twist. A terrifying battle had once occurred in the immemorial path. The ground had shattered, and some of the large cracks still contained the laws from the battle back then. Once those laws were touched, the only possibility was death. Lang Yuan could no longer bother with killing Long Chen. The wings on her back shook and she flew back. Long Chen also regained his freedom, but he had a bad feeling. He was appalled to realize that this abyss was thousands of miles wide. It was the largest abyss he had seen, and the two of them were already dozens of miles into it. They were in an extremely dangerous position. The two of them were just about to leave this place when space twisted. A powerful suction force suddenly came from below. The darkness was like a huge mouth wanting to devour them. Both of them realized the space around them had frozen. They were unable to go up or even fly anymore. They could only fall. The two of them struggled as hard as they could, but that suction force was too strong. They could only watch as they fell. In just a moment, they were miles below ground. Because they were unable to control their falling direction, the two of them ended up getting closer and closer. In the end, when they were practically right next to each other, Lang Yuyan's sword suddenly slashed at Long Chen. Fuck, you still want to kill at this time? Was your head kicked by a donkey? Cursed Long Chen. Even at this time, she didn't think about escaping. In his fury, he didn't bother overthinking it. Flying Rainbow also unleashed a torrent of attacks against Lang Yuyan. They began to fall even faster. The sky was just a line in their sight now. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly rose within the abyss. That aura surged like a furious tide, instantly enveloping the two of them. Long Chen's expression involuntarily changed. Chapter 832 Spatial Blades. Long Chen felt goosebumps. Invisible blades were suddenly shooting up from below, attacking him and Lang Yuyan. Flying Rainbow released a barrier of light that protected him, while Lang Yuyan also stopped attacking. Her bone blade blocked those invisible attacks. Long Chen's hand trembled when those invisible blades struck his sword. He sensed countless invisible arrows of some sort of energy were going through Flying Rainbow's barrier when he broke the invisible blades. His body instantly became riddled with small holes. Even his powerful body didn't have the slightest ability to resist this unknown power. Careful, these are spatial blades, the result of when peak experts shattered the void. This place is a land of death created by experts that broke heaven and earth's laws. This is just a trace of the chaotic flow of space, but it's still not something people on your level can resist, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. But Long Chen had no time to care about the spatial blades of the chaotic flow of space. Right now, he was surrounded by invisible attacks. He could only faintly sense them right before they struck him. He did his best to block them, but he was still pierced over and over. Lang Yuyan's bone sword released waves of light. Runes revolved around her. Her defense was even stronger than Long Chen's, but even she was unable to stop these invisible spatial blades. Blood was pouring out of her body. Although they were both capable of rapidly healing, this wasn't a solution. Furthermore, they were rapidly falling, and the attacks only grew stronger. They wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Hey, monster girl, if this continues, we'll both die. It's better if we work together, said Long Chen. Although he had the primal chaos beads healing, that wouldn't work forever. As the spatial blades grew stronger, who knew whether or not one of them might instantly kill him? Furthermore, the two of them were enemies. He not only had to block the spatial blades, but he also had to be on guard against Lang Yuyan. That was the most dangerous thing, which made it so Long Chen couldn't focus completely. Lang Yuyan, disdain working together with others. Furthermore, in this world, other than myself, there's no one I can trust. Also, if you randomly come up with nicknames for me, I'll kill you right now, said Lang Yuyan coldly. You moronic girl, being so obstinate will only cause you to accompany me in death, snorted Long Chen. Both of them were in desperate straits. If they didn't work together to find a way out of this, they would both die. These abysses here were known as lands of death. Anyone who had fallen down had never been seen again. Having his proposal rejected infuriated him. Death isn't terrifying. If you treat death as the start of another life, you won't feel so afraid, said Lang Yuyan indifferently. Long Chen almost died from rage. Why did it seem this woman wanted to die so badly? But he was different. He didn't want to die, he wanted to live. He had many things that he hadn't done yet. He had his brothers and beauties waiting for him. His parents were also waiting for him. He couldn't die yet, but Lang Yuyan refused to cooperate. It was unknown whether it was her pride or if she distrusted him. He couldn't do anything about it. Long Chen pushed his stars to their peak. Endless runes poured out of Flying Rainbow as each slash released a river of runes that wrapped around him. But he still felt like the pressure was growing. It seemed like countless archers were shooting at him from every angle. Furthermore, the spatial blades were growing more powerful. Any of them could instantly kill a rank 2 celestial. Even ordinary rank 3 celestials would only be able to last for a breath. The two of them continued to fall for half an incense stick's worth of time. As a result, they weren't even able to see the sky anymore. The world had turned pitch black for them. It was unknown just how many miles they had fallen. The spatial blades were now incredibly terrifying. Long Chen almost had his head destroyed by one. Long Chen was covered in blood as he continuously suffered injuries. He had drawn out the life energy in the primal chaos space so many times now that the trees were already starting to show signs of withering. There was no way around it. His body was constantly receiving heavy injuries, and if he didn't immediately heal, the next spatial blade might directly shatter his body. Long Chen, how about we work together for a bit? Otherwise, We really will die. What Long Chen hadn't expected was for Lang Yuyan to suddenly open her mouth. He raged, death isn't terrifying. If you treat death as the start of another life, you won't feel so afraid. But as soon as he said it, he regretted it. Just the slight satisfaction of returning her words to her had sealed his fate. That was clearly a bit childish. You can't even maintain a clear head. You're too emotional and impetuous, Long Chen. I take back my praise for you, snorted Lang Yuyan. Long Chen took a deep breath. Now really wasn't the time to argue. Suppressing his emotions, he forced himself to be calm. Then let's work together. Before we escape our current predicament, we definitely can't attack each other. Are you capable of doing that? Asked Long Chen. I should be the one asking you that. Stabbing people in the back, hitting people when they're down, conning their own people, those are the things your righteous path is most proficient in. Don't you feel asking me this is very satirical? Lang Yuyan's words almost caused Long Chen's rage to erupt out of control. But then thinking about it, her words were the truth. Although the corrupt path was fierce and savage, they actually cared a great deal about prestige and reputation. As for the righteous path, well, there was no need to say it so directly. Fine, I won't lower myself to your level. Since I've chosen to work together with you, I'll temporarily trust you, said Long Chen. After saying that, he clenched his teeth and slowly approached Lang Yuyan. Thinking of how he had to work together with this terrifying woman, he felt a chill. But there really was no other choice right now. Once Long Chen was closer and had entered Lang Yuyan's attack range, her sword suddenly released an even brighter light. She increased her defensive range to include him. In fact, her defensive perimeter instantly grew to 300 meters. Seeing that, Long Chen was shocked. Monstrous, absolutely monstrous. Just how strong was Lang Yuyan? Even now, she was able to release such terrifying power. You don't need to be surprised. She is drawing out her bloodline energy. Just like you, she has spirit blood, but her spirit blood wasn't extracted. Instead, it's perfect, and furthermore, she seems to possess extremely strange origins. I'm actually unable to see through the origin of her spirit blood, said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Spirit blood is actually so powerful. Of course, that so-called bloodline power refers to ancestral experts that pass down a portion of their own talent through bloodline runes. But spirit blood is different. It is a spiritual blessing, passed down by supreme experts. Not only can it pass down talent and divine abilities, but it can even superimpose karmic luck. Spirit blood is a sacred inheritance. How else do you think this girl is so strong? Said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Spirit blood, damn it. Long Chen cursed inside. Previously, he hadn't cared too much about having his spirit blood extracted. But seeing how terrifying Lang Yuyan was, his fury soared. If he still possessed his spirit blood, would he be suppressed by this woman? Hey, did you only come here to take advantage? Lang Yuyan's voice brought Long Chen back to reality. Only now did he react. Right now, he was relying entirely on Lang Yuyan's defense. He hastily began to brandish his sword, defending against the surrounding spatial blades. His back was up against Lang Yuyan's back. That way it would only take half the effort to defend themselves. The two of them relaxed slightly. But very quickly, they were unable to stay relaxed. That was because they suddenly heard a terrifying rumbling coming from below. They hastily looked down. This place was completely black, but with their cultivation bases combined with their spiritual strength, they were able to see. They saw a huge chain at the bottom of the abyss. That chain was over 100 miles thick, and it was unknown just how long it was. It extended throughout the abyss. That unbelievably thick chain was surrounded by revolving runes. Endless spatial blades were flying out of it. The spatial blades they had run into had been invisible, but the spatial blades coming from the huge chain were easy to see. Those blades slashed through the void. Space was constantly being torn and then healed. That ear-piercing sound gave them chills. We still have an incense stick's worth of time before we reach the bottom. Once we touch those spatial blades, we won't even have corpses left, said Lang Yuyan indifferently. Long Chen took a deep breath and said, even at such a time, you can still calmly and objectively appraise the situation. I really have to admire you. Respected Devil Empress, I need you to help protect me. I'll use a magical art to lock us in space. Otherwise, we'll quickly be cut into mincemeat. After saying that, Long Chen stopped defending. He rapidly formed hand seals. Countless flame runes surged around him, and Lang Yuyan brandished her bone blade to protect him. A huge flame prison appeared, enveloping Long Chen and Lang Yuyan. It immediately began to shrink to a size of 3 meters. No matter how the wind blades tried, they were unable to damage the flame prison. Long Chen thanked his lucky stars. If any of the spatial blades had touched the nodes of the flame prison when it had formed, then it would have shattered just like when Lang Yuyan had broken it. But to break that node, which only appeared for an instant, was something only Lang Yuyan could do with her void-piercing eyes. "This technique of yours is very powerful," praised Lang Yuyan upon seeing that the wind blades were unable to shake the flame prison. Long Chen sighed, "Even if it's strong, it doesn't have any use. We still have a bit of time. Whether or not we can survive is up to you. I'm out of moves." Lang Yuyan was startled, but once she spread her divine sense, her expression changed. Chapter 833 Nethergod Protection. Long Chen's raging flame prison was a kind of space-locking magical art. Once this magical art was used, then according to reason, it couldn't move within space. But within this abyss, space was unstable. His raging flame prison was floating in its space without moving, but the surrounding space was sinking. That made the raging flame prison continue to sink. Although it was much slower, it still wouldn't be long before they fell within that chaotic space at the bottom. The spatial blades there were capable of tearing apart the void. His raging flame prison was definitely incapable of enduring that power. "Don't look at me, I've got nothing left." Long Chen waved his hand when he saw Lang Yuyan looking at him. He truly was at his wit's end. He had already used all his trump cards. And in order to use the raging flame prison, he was exhausting his spiritual yuan and spiritual strength. Just maintaining the current situation was extremely taxing on him. If Lang Yuyan wasn't able to do anything, their only end would be death. "Look, there's a cave opening there. If we can get there, we might have a chance," shouted Long Chen suddenly. The abyss had grown narrower as they reached the bottom, allowing him to see the sides of it. He now saw a cave on the wall. "Looks like our lives aren't supposed to end yet." Lang Yuyan smiled slightly, but there wasn't any excitement. It was as if she didn't particularly care either way. "Hey, don't just keep smiling. Hurry and think of something. If we can only see it but can't get over there, it doesn't mean a damn cough, it doesn't have any use," said Long Chen. Lang Yuyan ignored him. Taking a deep breath, light blossomed from her sapphire eyes. She formed hand seals, and she softly opened her lips. Nethergod Protection. Long Chen felt the entire space shudder. Even the spatial blades attacking the raging flame prison stopped. The world seemed to have entered a deathly stillness. Lang Yuyan was surrounded by 3 colored runes. However, Long Chen was surprised to see that they contained a dense blood qi. Those weren't her heavenly Tao runes, but her bloodline runes. Her blood qi was soaring and runes sparkled in her eyes. With her robes and hair dancing in the wind, she seemed like an icy killing god, indifferent and aloof. A huge figure appeared in the air. That figure was almost 1,000 meters tall. In the air, its aura caused the abyss to rumble. Long Chen felt his scalp turn numb. This is a manifestation of her spirit blood. She has used a grand divine ability to connect to her ancestor's soul. But this girl's cultivation base is too low, and she can only summon an embryonic form. So there's no way to see it clearly, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Long Chen had always thought that the Eastern Wasteland Bell should be able to help him resolve his current crisis. But he had his own stubbornness. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't ask anyone to save him. But for some unknown reason, Long Chen would rather work together with Lang Yuyan than ask the Eastern Wasteland Bell for help. That huge figure reached out a hand and caught the raging flame prison. It tried to pull it toward the cave, but after trying several times, Lang Yuyan suddenly cursed, "Fool, release your flame prison. I can't hold on much longer." Only then did Long Chen react. He scattered the flame prison, and the huge hand closed, completely protecting him and Lang Yuyan. It moved them toward the cave. However, that figure was too huge, and its agility was limited. But the good thing was that it wasn't afraid of being struck by the spatial blades. The two of them were temporarily safe. However, Lang Yuyan was growing paler and paler, and her body was quivering. She formed hand seals, urging that enormous figure to move them. Suddenly, the abyss trembled. Long Chen looked down to see that the sea of chaotic space and spatial blades below them suddenly erupted like a volcano. It was unknown what had happened, but a fierce attack crashed toward them. The huge figure was enveloped by the sea of spatial blades, and it was instantly cut to pieces, vanishing. Lang Yuyan coughed up blood. With her mind connected to that figure, She had received an injury. Not good. Her expression changed. These spatial blades were too terrifying. Now, the two of them were exposed. As soon as he lost that hand's protection, Long Chen circulated his thunder force and shot toward the cave like a bolt of lightning. He had noticed that when that sea of spatial blades had erupted, the space around them had changed as well. That spatial restriction seemed to have been affected by the eruption, and it had disappeared. As a result, he had directly flown over to the cave without hesitation. And his bet had paid off. There was no more spatial restriction that prevented him from flying. On the other hand, Lang Yuan had received a backlash, so her reactions were slower. She only summoned her wings after Long Chen had already arrived at the cave. She also shot over, but as soon as Long Chen had arrived at the cave mouth, a door had begun to descend over the entrance. Lang Yuan's expression sank. The door was closing too fast for her to get there in time. Suddenly, countless golden scales shot out, forming a huge golden whip that arrived in front of Lang Yuan. Icy killing intent surfaced in her eyes, but then that vanished after a shout. Grab on! Lang Yuan grabbed the end of the golden scale whip. Long Chen pulled, and Lang Yuan shot over to the entrance like a shooting star. She just barely managed to enter before the door shut behind her. Being pulled by Long Chen, Lang Yuan ended up crashing into him. The two of them shot back, crashing into the wall. Long Chen was embedded in the wall, while Lang Yuan was grabbing his waist. The two of them maintained this posture, unable to move. Long Chen felt like he was about to fall apart. The wall behind him was extremely hard, and he had almost coughed up blood. But at the very least, they had escaped their immediate danger. Finally being safe again after such a tense situation, he fainted. Lang Yuan wasn't any better off than Long Chen. That illusory image she had summoned had been destroyed by the spatial blades, which had given her a huge backlash. Her spirit blood had been exhausted, causing her to be pale. Just like that, she leaned against Long Chen and fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Long Chen woke up first. He saw Lang Yuan still holding his waist, leaning against him. Due to the inertia from how they had arrived, Long Chen's legs were wrapped around her waist, and her perfect face was resting on his abdomen. Her scarlet robes had been badly damaged now, revealing her snow-white skin to Long Chen. Her eyes were closed, while her lips were slightly pursed. Long Chen was embarrassed to see that Lang Yuan's posture was extremely awkward. Her large chest was pressing against his sensitive area. Long Chen even felt that area reacting to her heartbeat. Long Chen's expression suddenly changed and he closed his eyes, feigning sleep. Lang Yuan slowly opened her eyes. She left his body and sat in front of him. Only then did Long Chen pretend to wake up. He was just about to say something when he saw an expression of disbelief on Lang Yuan's face. Her eyes were locked onto one place. Long Chen immediately crossed his legs, blocking that blade-like stare. Ha ha ha. Lang Yuan laughed as if she had seen something hilarious. She didn't stop for a long time. What's so funny? Haven't you heard of morning wood? Raged Long Chen. His gaze made Lang Yuan laugh even harder. No matter how thick Long Chen's face was, he couldn't endure that laughter. He directly ignored her and circulated the primal chaos bead to heal. Ha ha, Long Chen, you really are a pervert. In this world, it seems you're the only person who can treat me as a woman. I'm happy you can still form such a desire, laughed Lang Yuan. Since I killed all my apprentice brothers and sisters in my group, no one has treated me like a woman ever again. Whenever people see me, they are terrified. All they can think about is how they can survive. In their eyes, I'm a fiend that will take their lives at any moment. So I really have to admire you, Long Chen. You're the first man to treat me like a woman. I don't know whether I should praise you for being a valiant hero or being outrageously lecherous. Whether it was praise or not, it seemed he really was unable to escape this label of being a pervert. Long Chen was speechless, but he was still on guard. He retreated a few steps, maintaining a certain distance from this death god-like woman. In my eyes, you're only a woman. Long Chen shook his head. Oh, if I'm just a woman, then why do you have to be so on guard? Lang Yuan's smile disappeared upon seeing Long Chen retreat. Her face returned to its icy appearance. Do you want to hear the truth? Long Chen frowned. Long Chen looked at her for a long while before saying, I like beautiful women, especially the kind of peerless beautiful women that are very eye-attracting when they're in my embrace. That makes countless idiots clench their teeth and glare at me with hatred and envy. But you are too dangerous. To tell the truth, I'm afraid I can't subdue you, but then I also feel like killing you would be regretful. However, if I don't kill you, you might kill me at any time. I'm very conflicted, so I hope that once we leave here, we will never see each other again. That would make me the happiest. Lang Yuan was stunned for a moment, but looking into Long Chen's eyes, she seemed to be able to see through his inner heart. She suddenly laughed. Then how about you try seeing if you can subdue me? Chapter 834. Let's have a proper conversation. With her sapphire eyes and jade-like face, along with her inherent proud and aloof temperament, these words possessed immense power. Even Long Chen almost couldn't resist. His heart pounded, but he suppressed those emotions. He bitterly smiled. Let's not. I already have quite a few beauties, and one of them doesn't have a very good temper. If you two met, it would definitely end in a battle to the death. I wouldn't dare to allow such a thing. Long Chen had thought of Tang Wan. Although she was kind-hearted, her temper wasn't small. Just having one such person in his family was enough. If there were two, then the heavens would explode. Most importantly, this Lang Yuan killed people without blinking an eye. Although she was smiling and talking now, who knew when she would suddenly turn hostile and want to kill him? Now he knew just how terrifying spirit blood was. That mysterious figure she had summoned might have been destroyed by the spatial blades in the end, but its power had left a deep impression on him. His guess was that even if he had trapped Lang Yuan in the Raging Flame prison back then, he still wouldn't have been able to kill her. That terrifying figure would definitely have been able to break his Raging Flame prison. Perhaps you have the qualifications to become my man. But not right now, you just have immense potential. It's such a pity that we'll be enemies again once we leave this place. I'll still have to kill you, said Lang Yuan regretfully. If you want to kill me, then I'll only be able to kill you first. Although you're very powerful, I still have a 50% assurance in killing you. Although if it comes to that, I'll very likely die to your counterattack as well, said Long Chen calmly. His voice was calm, but it was also full of confidence and was extremely domineering. His words were undoubtable. Lang Yuan was startled. Looking at Long Chen, she suddenly smiled. It could be said that when Lang Yuan smiled, she was exceptionally beautiful. Being smiled at by her could infatuate a person. Then I really am interested. I hope to be able to encounter a man who can force me to the brink of death, said Lang Yuan expectantly. Do you have some illness? Long Chen was speechless. This woman was so beautiful, but could it be that all her talent had been used on her beauty and her brain had been forgotten? Lang Yuan didn't get angry. She said, you don't understand me. My life is too dull. There's only slaughter and more slaughter. I really want to experience what it feels like to be killed by someone, but no one has been able to satisfy me. In order to satisfy this desire of mine, I constantly chased after Shui Yu. Regretfully, that idiot is too useless. He doesn't even have the qualifications to injure me. He even vainly wanted to put himself on the same level of fame as me in order to suppress me. If he's still unable to make me feel any threat once he advances to a rank 4 celestial and enters C expansion, I'll directly cut off his head. Long Chen's heart shook. He was unable to understand just what origin this woman had. She was actually so monstrous. She dared to kill Shui Yu. Was she not afraid of provoking a calamity? Seeming to know what he was thinking, she said, our corrupt path is different from your righteous path. Experts don't mature through being raised, but through killing. To put it bluntly, it's the survival of the fittest. True experts won't die, and those who die aren't true experts. So death is the only way to test whether or not someone is a true expert. So you think you'll never die? Asked Long Chen. Yes, I firmly believe I won't die, especially not to someone in the same realm as me. That's not arrogance, but confidence born from the mountain of corpses I have killed, said Lang Yuan indifferently. Since you believe you won't die, why would you cooperate with me in order to live? In any case, you wouldn't die, so wouldn't it be better for you to survive on your own? Asked Long Chen. That's not what it means. Experts all possess immense karmic luck, and they won't die easily. Even in desperate straits with death right in front of them, there will still be a slight opportunity to survive. As long as they can grasp it, they'll be able to avert disaster. So in my opinion, once a person falls into desperate straits, it's just the heavens closing one door for you. But at the same time as the door closes, the heavens will open a window. They won't leave you with no path of survival, said Lang Yuan. Ha ha ha, why are you laughing? Lang Yuan glared at him in displeasure. The laughter was clearly a taunt. That's just what you think. but not everyone can be as fortunate as you. Long Chen was a bit angry. It was no wonder those peak experts he tried to kill always managed to get away in the end. So it was caused by those bastards' karmic luck. Oh, for example, me. When I fall into desperate straits, the heavens won't open a window. Instead, they'll even send in a wild dog. Whenever Long Chen thought of his luck, he wanted to clench his teeth in fury. Ha ha ha, Lang Yuan laughed. It seems your luck must be greatly lacking. Wait, you bastard, you dare to curse me. Lang Yuan suddenly attacked. Her icy bone sword stabbed directly toward Long Chen. She struck so quickly that by the time he reacted, her sword had almost reached his abdomen. Long Chen hastily shot back. His reactions were definitely very fast, but the tip of the sword had still left behind a cold cut along his thigh. Even his brothers felt that icy feeling. The cut wasn't deep, it had merely pierced the skin. However, Long Chen was so frightened that his soul almost fled, but luckily, his brothers were still fine. Otherwise, he would be doomed for the rest of his life. Who knew if the new ones would feel the same once his brothers were cut off? Are you sick? Long Chen roared furiously. Seeing him so furious, looking like an angry lion, Lang Yuan was startled. She snorted, we were properly speaking, so why did you have to curse me? Who cursed you? Long Chen suddenly saw the stone door behind Lang Yuan that was tightly shut. He suddenly realized that she had thought he was cursing her by saying that she was the dog the heavens had thrown in here. He almost coughed up blood. What kind of false accusation was this? If she thought of herself like that, what did it have to do with him? Why don't you attack? My bloodline power has been weakened and my injuries are much worse than yours. If you attack, you'll have over an 80% chance of killing me. You're clearly so furious, so why endure? Asked Lang Yuan curiously. What does it have to do with you? Raged Long Chen. After saying that, he walked away. He wanted to get further away from this temperamental, seemingly mentally ill woman. Only then could he feel safer. Although his injuries had recovered, he had used the raging flame prison for too long. Both his spiritual yuan and spiritual strength were exhausted. It wasn't something that could be recovered in a few days. You don't want to take advantage. Your righteous path really is hypocritical. If you don't kill your enemies, you'll be killed. I didn't think you were so stupid, sneered Lang Yuan. You know nothing, sneered Long Chen back. He had found that there was no need to be polite to this woman, nor was there any need to treat her like a woman. She could not be reasoned with. HMPH, have you run out of words? Otherwise, tell me just what there is to know, said Lang Yuan. She slowly began to walk closer to Long Chen. Get back, I'm afraid of dogs, shouted Long Chen. Courting death, Lang Yuan attacked. Long Chen had long since been prepared. Their swords danced, but after just a few exchanges, they stopped. The two of them were both exhausted. They sat on the ground, panting for breath. They didn't have enough power to fight so intensely. Your righteous path really is hypocritical. Shameless and despicable, treacherous and murderous, saying honeyed words only to stab someone in the back. Lang Yuan still cursed him while panting. You are correct, Long Chen nodded. Lang Yuan was surprised, not expecting him to agree. He continued, not giving her a chance to say anything. However, our righteous path is not entirely filled with people like that. The cultivation world is like a vat of dye. Living within that vat, it's impossible not to be contaminated. Within the righteous path, the people you described take up the absolute majority. But there are still many people who are able to maintain their own beliefs and protect their hearts. But isn't your corrupt path contaminated down to the core? All day, you're brainwashed to desire slaughter. Other than yourself, who else can you trust in this world? Who can you rely on? When you are lonely, who will accompany you? When you are happy, who will you share that happiness with? Don't bother telling me that experts don't need those things, as if just having power is enough. That's just garbage. Emotions are an innate part of humans. Your corrupt path deliberately tries to destroy those emotions, but do they succeed? Do you still remember what you felt when you first killed your companions? Did you not feel the slightest guilt, the slightest pain, the slightest unwillingness? Of course you did, but you suppressed those human emotions to the bottom of your heart and sealed them. However, don't you feel very lost? Why do you have to get stronger? Why do you have to kill others? Is it to prove how strong you are? If so, are you any different than tools for slaughter? That's enough, shouted Lang Yuan. She tightly gripped her bone sword, quivering. Long Chen also holding flying rainbow, ready to fight at any moment. He knew Lang Yuyan was truly furious now. The corrupt path's experts' greatest taboo was others questioning their faith. For a full incense stick's worth of time, the two just looked at each other. Lang Yuyan gradually suppressed her killing intent. She suddenly said, "I want to have a proper conversation with you." Chapter 835 Lang Yuyan's Past. Long Chen sat cross-legged within the cave. But Flying Rainbow was lying right beside him. It was the only thing that made him feel a bit safer. Lang Yuyan didn't reveal the slightest displeasure at Long Chen's guard. Just like that, she sat in front of him. She was looking at him, but her eyes were unfocused. She was clearly lost in her memories. The happiest time of my life was my childhood. Although I was an orphan, although I was hungry and cold, although I was bullied, I still feel like that time was so blessed. In our corrupt path, the orphans like me were gathered together. We didn't have anything to eat and had to rely on ourselves to forage in the mountains. Perhaps we might get some fruit or some small beasts. At that time, the 10 of us worked together, helping each other. Although we were hungry, we lived. We were the lucky ones. I personally saw other children starve to death or be eaten by wild beasts. Lang Yuyan's story was an extremely tragic one. But when she talked about it, it seemed like those memories were so beautiful and warm. Long Chen didn't say anything. He just listened. Looking at her, it was his first time being able to smile sincerely in front of her. She continued, "Our beautiful life was put to an end eventually. We were brought away by adults and forced to cultivate. We were no longer hungry, but our nightmare began once our hunger and cold were gone. We were forced to consume all kinds of medicinal pills and to go through all kinds of experiments to test our bodies. We felt like we were just animals being fiddled with by butchers. No one dared to resist, nor did anyone have the power to resist. Then, some of us were left behind, while some were brought away. In our group, 3 people were brought away. When we went to search for them, we found out that they were no longer part of this world. People who can't cultivate in the corrupt path are just trash that wastes food. They don't need such existences." Hearing this, Long Chen sighed. The corrupt path's principles were simply like that. You only needed to become an expert, then any resources in this world would be yours. Whether you created those resources yourself or other people created them, they would all be yours. Another person's everything could be taken. That was an exceedingly fearful ideology. Under the long-time brainwashing of this ideology, they gradually became tools used for murder. All they thought about was to trample over other people's corpses in order to advance. The weak didn't even have the right to live. They only lived for the strong, to be the stepping stones of the strong. Having interacted with the corrupt path for so long, Long Chen now had a certain understanding of the corrupt path's beliefs. But it was his first time hearing a true corrupt disciple talking about their experience. He listened attentively. Lang Yuyan pushed back some stray strands of hair. Her movements were gentle and slow, and her face was so tranquil that she seemed like a completely different person. Her appearance right now would make anyone feel pity for her. In the end, we were whittled down to 5 people. Not long after that, we were gathered with hundreds of other children to undergo the divine ceremony. The corrupt god's energy descended to bless us. I still remember how hallowed that ceremony was. Everyone was kneeling on the ground devoutly. Beads of light came falling from the sky, sprinkling over our bodies. Many people began to tremble with excitement, saying something about how they had seen the god's guidance and realized what direction they had to walk. In any case, I didn't feel anything at that time. Then we began going through all kinds of training. Back then, I didn't realize that it was cultivation. Eventually, we were forced to kill people from our group. Every 2 people were matched against each other. They had to kill their opponent in an incense stick's worth of time. Otherwise, they would both be killed. In the beginning, we thought it was a joke. But when we saw the first child send their opponent's head flying, when we saw that blood spurting through the air, we all realized jokes no longer existed in our lives. I still remember that day. I remember the crying, the terror, the heart-rending shrieks. I remember how afraid the person I killed was. He thirsted for life, but he was defeated. It's strange. When I killed him, I was very calm. My sword stabbed through his heart, but my own heart was very calm. After that competition, over half of us were gone. Many people had failed to accomplish their mission, and so both children were killed. Back then, I was a bit pained and angry. 3 months later, the competition was held again. It was even more vicious than the last time. In order to live, everyone could only go all out against their opponent. I still remember that the old fellow in charge of the trial was smiling very happily. I still remember his face. Later, when I became stronger, I made him smile and then cut off his head. I've always treasured it. Look, Lang Yuan excitedly took out a human head. Her innocent appearance made it seem like she was a child showing off a cherished toy. Long Chen looked at that head. Although quite a few years had passed, although its blood had long since dried up, it was still preserved very well. The smile is a bit corpse-like. It's not natural enough. Long Chen gave a simple evaluation. Lang Yuan looked at the head and sighed, "You're right. But I can't make things hard on him. I made him put on so many smiles. Only this smile was close to his natural smile, so that's when I slashed my sword. It's one of my memories, and it's very precious to me. That's why I've always kept it. I don't have that many memories of my life." She played around with the head as if it was an exquisite piece of craftsmanship, a pleased smile on her face. That made Long Chen's scalp turn numb. This girl was too monstrous. After playing around a bit, she put the head away and continued, "Later, we had more competitions. There were less and less of us. In the end, we were down to 2 people. One was me, while the other was actually my big sister. We grew up together, but in the end, we raised our blades against each other. She was extremely talented and extremely strong. But rules are rules. Only one person could live. But neither of us were able to bring ourselves to kill the other. I decided to give the chance to live to her, and I moved myself to die to her sword. But she really understood me too well. Before I could have my way, I found my own sword was stabbing her heart." A crystalline tear fell from Lang Yuan's sapphire eyes. But her voice was still exceptionally calm. "She died. I lived. Before dying, she told me she was very happy to do this, but she was also very selfish. She hoped I could live happily. As a result, I lost the most important thing in my life. I had nothing left. I felt hatred, but I didn't know who to hate. The master of my sect ended up taking a liking to me, and I ended up becoming the apprentice of the Bloodfiend Gate's master. In the end, I cut off his head. Not just him, but anyone who had watched us slaughter ourselves had their heads chopped off. But I didn't feel the slightest delight after cutting off their heads. Instead, I felt lost. The hatred within me didn't lessen at all. Later, I buried my hatred and focused on cultivating. I went all out to get stronger. During those years, I killed 3 of my masters." Long Chen was startled. "Why?" "Because when they accepted me as an apprentice, I said that once I surpassed them, I would kill them. It's not so easy to be my master. There's a price." Now Long Chen felt goosebumps. What kind of reasoning was this? He asked. "Even with that kind of condition, they still wanted to take you as an apprentice?" "Of course, taking me as an apprentice was their lives' greatest glory. Even dying is worth it. Furthermore, only experts have the qualifications to make me their apprentice," said Lang Yuan calmly. She suddenly looked at Long Chen. "Do you want to try it?" No. I really can't accept your good intentions." Long Chen hastily waved his hand and shook his head like a rattle. Did she think he had the same illness as her? But then when he thought about it, what if he did take Lang Yuan as his apprentice? A scene appeared in Long Chen's mind. Lang Yuan cutely kneeling in front of him, devoutly calling him master, massaging his feet. But the scene quickly changed. A bone sword suddenly slashed across his neck. His head flew into the air. Long Chen shivered and hastily tossed aside those thoughts away. That was purely playing with his life. No matter how many lives he had, it wouldn't be enough. "In truth, Long Chen, you should consider pursuing me so you can become my man." Lang Yuan suddenly smiled. That kind of smile was something no man could resist. "Don't bother trying to seduce me. I have plenty of wives, and none of them are lacking compared to you. In fact, they're even more beautiful, gentler, and furthermore," reaching here, Long Chen's expression suddenly changed and he tightly shut his mouth. "Furthermore what?" asked Lang Yuan. Cough. "Furthermore, it's not suitable for us to have a relationship," said Long Chen awkwardly. "You're lying." Lang Yuan's sapphire eyes flashed. Long Chen's heart shook. Those void-piercing eyes were also able to tell when he was lying. "Tell me the truth. Don't be such a girl," said Lang Yuan coldly. Long Chen knew he couldn't dodge this. He clenched his teeth and said, "Furthermore, who could treat someone like you as a woman?" After saying that, he clenched Flying Rainbow, preparing to fight against her at any moment. But Lang Yuan just calmly stared at him. Her mouth curled into a smile. I've decided. Somewhat nervous, Long Chen asked, decided what? To kill you. Chapter 836 The reason I'll kill you. Long Chen raged. When I tell you a lie, you refuse to accept it. When I tell you the truth, you want to kill me. Do you have an illness? Did you not take your medicine this morning? Lang Yuyan's smile grew as she watched Long Chen rage. She gently said, don't be angry. That's easy for you to say. Long Chen no longer bothered with any courtesy. She wanted to kill him but didn't want him to get angry. Was that possible? He really wondered how the corrupt expert's brains worked. Just wait for me to finish speaking. I also have my own secret sorrows, said Lang Yuyan. Secret sorrows? Long Chen almost coughed up blood. He was the one she wanted to kill, but she was the one had the secret sorrows. I attacked you previously because you are the #1 expert from the Eastern Wasteland's righteous path. You also have limitless potential, enough to get you ranked first on the must-kill list. I just wanted to test if you lived up to your fame. However, to tell the truth, although you are very strong, compared to some of the others on the must-kill list, you are still a bit weaker. But now I understand that it's because the corrupt path isn't afraid of the current you, but the future you. Your potential truly is frightening. As for now, the reason I'll kill you isn't because of the corrupt path, nor is it to seek fame. I don't need those things. I have my own reason to kill you, said Lang Yuyan righteously. I look displeasing. Long Chen was speechless. No, I find you very pleasing. Ever since I lost my big sister, I've never talked so much to anyone. You're very special. Although you're my enemy, I feel a kind of trust I can't describe from you. In the abyss, you entered the cave first. When the door started to close, I really thought you had tricked me, said Lang Yuyan. So you decided to kill me at that time? Long Chen smiled slightly. You knew. Seeing that Long Chen merely smiled, Lang Yuyan continued, yes, I really did want to kill you at that time. But if I used a forbidden art at that time, I also wouldn't have survived. Fortunately, you didn't disappoint me. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to talk now. Long Chen bitterly shook his head. It's still too early to say if it was fortunate for me. Lang Yuyan's eyes flashed. That beauty was intoxicating. She said, during these years, I've always relied on one goal to live. My goal is to kill people. I repeatedly made myself enemies. Once my enemies were all killed, I was powerless and could only accept a master and then kill my master. But each of my targets was too close to me. Before long, they all disappeared. Then I had to go looking for new targets. Before entering this place, I killed my foundation forging master. I've gotten a bit tired of this unchanging life. So I want to find a new target. And I've found that you're the most suitable choice. As long as you are strong enough and have limitless potential, I can try killing you for a long time. Then I won't have to keep finding new targets. What the fuck, are you crazy? What kind of dogshit logic is that? Long Chen was unable to comprehend this kind of bizarre thinking. Only someone crazy could think like this. If you want a target to kill, why not choose that corrupt god of yours? Isn't that target much further? Lang Yuyan disdainfully said, the corrupt god. He doesn't have the qualifications to be my opponent. I rather like you. If it weren't for her previous words, that last line of hers could make a man ecstatic. But now the meaning behind it was too profound. Long Chen really was unable to accept it. The thing that startled Long Chen the most was the fact that Lang Yuyan looked down on the corrupt god that all the corrupt disciples worshipped. What was going on? As expected, the Eastern Wasteland bells rang out in Long Chen's mind. Senior, you know her origins? Asked Long Chen hastily. Don't ask too much. Her origins are too frightening. If you can win her over, I guarantee you'll get limitless benefits, said the Eastern Wasteland bell. Have you gotten things mixed up? She wants to kill me. How am I supposed to win her over? Am I supposed to just let her kill me? Long Chen roared at the Eastern Wasteland bell within his mind. See? Was it joking? That's your own problem. In any case, I've said all I have to say. How to act is up to you, said the Eastern Wasteland bell indifferently. Then it didn't make another sound. Lang Yuyan smiled at the bewildered Long Chen. Don't be afraid, I won't immediately kill you. I'll give you time to grow. Long Chen looked at Lang Yuyan and suddenly smiled as bright as the sun. He gently held her hand and emotionally said, Yuyan, do you know? In truth, I very much like you. I don't want to kill you. Lang Yuyan smiled. I also like you. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to kill you. Long Chen's smile immediately became rigid. But he was an expert, and it was only rigid for a moment before becoming natural again. Then what do I have to do so that you don't like me? Once I kill you, I won't like you anymore. Fuck, you're just messing around with me. Raged Long Chen, throwing aside Lang Yuyan's hand. Long Chen, you'll never be able to understand my inner thoughts. You are the only man I've acknowledged in this world. That's why I will kill you, said Lang Yuyan solemnly. I can't be bothered to argue anymore with you. I'm going to heal. If you want to kill me, then just launch a sneak attack. Long Chen was finally sure that this fairy-like beauty was either an idiot or a lunatic. It was pointless to talk reason with her. But this crazy woman was incredibly powerful. That made Long Chen so furious that he felt like he was also about to become crazy. This was his first time feeling so powerless toward a woman. He couldn't beat her, nor could he kill her. Thus, he just directly resigned himself to his fate. He began to recover his spiritual yuan and spiritual strength. He had only just sat down when Lang Yuyan moved beside him. She leaned lazily against him, her fragrance bursting into his nose. What are you doing? Asked Long Chen. Just leaning for a bit. Go ahead and recover. Don't worry, I won't attack you, said Lang Yuyan indifferently, her eyes closed. You don't need to recover. Probed Long Chen. With such a beautiful woman leaning against him, how was he supposed to enter a meditative state? No need. As long as my bloodline power recovers, everything else will follow. I just need to sleep a bit, said Lang Yuyan. Monstrous, absolutely monstrous. So spirit blood was actually so miraculous. Long Chen cursed inside. He had also been that monstrous before. He was once more becoming indignant. But being leaned on like this, especially with quite a few parts of Lang Yuyan's skin being revealed, Long Chen couldn't bear it. After all, he was a man. Long Chen had only just opened his mouth when Lang Yuyan's bone sword appeared in front of his neck. That chilling aura made his hair stand on end. Feel that doing this is wronging you. I'm afraid you won't be comfortable. He hastily changed his tone. I'll kill you if you continue spouting nonsense. Lang Yuyan gave him an icy reply before becoming silent. Long Chen felt a burst of powerlessness. Men required power, or they wouldn't even have the right to speak. Perhaps he would just have to find some happiness in having a peerless beauty lean against him. It was just that this peerless beauty was a bit too vicious. But at the same time, he felt a powerful desire to subdue this arrogant and aloof beauty. He shook his head. He had once more begun thinking crazy thoughts. He hastily expelled those thoughts and entered his meditative states, forgetting about himself and the rest of the world. He rapidly began to recover his exhausted spiritual yuan and spiritual strength. Lang Yuyan leaned against his body, a peaceful expression on her face. That murderous and domineering version of her had disappeared. It was like she had become an innocent woman. Leaning against him made her think of when she had cuddled with her big sister in her youth. Although it was a different person, she still felt that this feeling of trust was very warm and very safe. At some unknown point, tears streamed out of her closed eyes. They dripped onto Long Chen's clothes, but he didn't notice them in his meditative state. Lang Yuyan wrapped an arm around Long Chen's waist. Just like that, she fell asleep, a faint smile on her lips. It was like she had returned to that warm embrace of her childhood. But there was still a single tear that rested in the corner of her mouth, sparkling like crystal. A full week passed. Only after 7 days did Long Chen slowly open his eyes. At this time, he had recovered to around 80%. He saw Lang Yuyan standing in the distance. She was staring blankly at some murals on the wall. Seeing her, he was shocked to find that she had completely recovered. Her aura was back to its peak. You're finally awake. You really recover slowly. Lang Yuyan slowly turned around. Now that she had recovered to her peak, it seemed she had returned to her previous icy and arrogant self. The feeling of having a goddess of death standing beside him made him feel a chill. Comparing myself to you really shakes my confidence. Long Chen bitterly smiled. He had done his best but had only recovered to 80%. On the other hand, his opponent had recovered to her peak after some sleep. This was practically bullying. Lang Yuyan smiled indifferently. Alright, since you've recovered to about 80%, let's go. How are we supposed to go? Long Chen was startled. This place is a trial cave. I went on ahead and saw a transportation formation. It should be the way to leave once disciples completed the trial. I tested it and found that it seems functional. Let's go, said Lang Yuyan. Long Chen walked deeper into the cave with her. Lang Yuyan suddenly reached out and grabbed Long Chen's hand. Don't say anything. Let's just quietly walk the rest of the way. Once we leave, we'll be enemies again. Let's cherish these final moments, said Lang Yuyan. Chapter 837 10,000 Beast Forest. The sky was sunny with not a cloud in sight. But standing at the peak of a mountain, looking at the mountain range around him, Long Chen was unable to calm his heart for a long time. Lang Yuyan had left, but the words she had left behind made his heart heavy. I'll give you time to grow. But the next time we meet, it'll be a battle to the death. I won't show mercy, and you should do the same. Although he had communicated with her a great deal before parting, he had found that the weakened Lang Yuyan was like a completely different person from Lang Yuyan in her peak state. He was unable to comprehend what she was thinking. Why did she have to kill him, and why was she so attached to the idea? She liked him, so she would kill him. That logic made no sense to him. She had clearly been completely serious when speaking. He didn't question her resolve to kill him at all. That was the most stifling thing. Were the corrupt path's emotions also so strange? This lessened the happiness he felt from escaping that hell-like abyss quite a bit. Furthermore, he found that these experts truly were supported by immense karmic luck. According to his experience, if he had been alone in such a situation, well then, the best thing to do was to directly get digging. And if he could smoothly dig all the way to the surface, he would have to bless his luck. It was unknown what kinds of things he might encounter on the way. But with Lang Yuyan, everything happened so easily, safely, quickly, and painlessly. That allowed him to experience the beauty of karmic luck. His mood was heavy. Before leaving, Lang Yuyan had also told him to be careful of Shui Yu. Once Shui Yu reached C expansion, he would advance to become a rank 4 celestial. At that time, his devil eye would truly awaken, allowing his combat power to reach an unimaginable level. The reason she hadn't killed Shui Yu yet was precisely because she had been waiting for his devil eye to awaken. Then she would have a real battle with him. Furthermore, she was also close to breaking through. Once she advanced to C expansion, she would also become a rank 4 celestial. That made Long Chen feel a great deal of pressure. The rank 3 celestial Lang Yuyan was already so terrifying. Once she awakened as a rank 4 celestial and advanced to C expansion, would he even be able to block a single blow of hers? Now he finally felt a sensation of mortal crisis. The immemorial path had now gathered the apex experts of the eastern wasteland's righteous and corrupt paths. Not only did he not possess the power to fight across realms against them, but even his advantage in the same realm was lessening. Having exchanged blows with Lang Yuyan, Huang Junmo, and Shui Yu, he knew they were incredibly powerful, especially Lang Yuyan. Even if he went all out, he didn't know if he would win. Right now, they were all at the barrier of C expansion and could advance whenever. At that time, he would become a rat that could only hide. However, when the immemorial path opened, there would be an eruption of spiritual chi half a year in. At that time, the spiritual chi would be condensed to the peak, and it contained the most primal energy of the world. It was able to allow cultivators to perfectly advance to C expansion. That was why Lang Yuyan and the others refused to advance to C expansion yet despite having reached the barrier. They were all waiting for that opportunity. Calculating the time, it had already been over 2 months since the immemorial path had opened. He still had 3 months to advance. He had to properly use this time to increase his cultivation base and advance to C expansion at that time, as that was the only way he would have the power to fight against them. He looked around and compared his location to his map. When he saw where he was, he realized he had deviated very far from the main path. The transportation node must have deviated when the immemorial path was destroyed. Long Chen calmed his emotions. Picking a direction, he began to walk back to the main path. For some unknown reason, he still felt a bit uncomfortable. It was like there was a stone on his heart. He was unable to understand Lang Yuyan. He could sense that she had a good opinion of him, but he could also sense her determination to kill him. She wasn't joking. He could only regard this kind of situation as the result of the corrupt path's environment and brainwashing. It had led to her heart being twisted and she could no longer be an ordinary person. You don't need to bother with this. She didn't kill you now because she really does like you, said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Fuck off. I'm not able to understand this kind of ridiculous logic, said Long Chen irritably. The Eastern Wasteland Belle definitely knew something, but it refused to say no matter how he asked. She's a very pitiful person. You're her only hope. If you aren't killed by her, she'll still be able to live with that shred of hope. But if you die, her hopes will be extinguished. So, you have to live. As long as you live, she can live. If you die, she'll become a walking corpse, sighed the Eastern Wasteland Belle. If you want to say something, then say it all. Otherwise, don't speak. Are you bullying me for being uneducated with your riddles? Replied Long Chen coldly. Its words were always so mysterious. He just became more and more confused as he listened. There are many things that involve matters too big for you to learn. This kind of karma isn't something so easy to bear. I can only tell you this much. It would be best if you remembered my words. You'll realize what I'm saying bit by bit as you grow stronger. I owe you an immense favor, but I won't help you unless you are caught in a situation where you'll definitely die. Furthermore, I will only help you enough to pay back the debt I owe you. Once I do, the karma between us will be over, and I can no longer help you, said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Fine, up to you. I'm used to relying on myself. I won't depend on your power, said Long Chen. Oh, there's movement up ahead. Suddenly, Long Chen noticed intense fluctuations. That should be the result of experts fighting. As he rushed over, he saw dozens of corrupt experts encircling 7 men and women that wore strange clothes. Aboriginals. Long Chen was surprised. There was clearly a halo of light over these aboriginals. Those were the fluctuations of the heavenly Taos and their curse. Although they had a few sea expansion experts, the corrupt experts were also formidable. They actually had a rank 3 celestial on their side. The 7 aboriginals were on the verge of collapse. But they still bitterly endured. Long Chen quickly saw through some clues to see that the corrupt experts were planning on capturing them alive. At the same time, he saw a crude formation not far from them. He suddenly realized these corrupt experts had definitely set up a trap. They had set up a transportation formation close by, and it was unknown what method they had used to draw out a group of aboriginals. If they were trying to capture them alive, their goal was clearly to exchange them for yuan spirit stones. Just as the 7 of them were filled with despair, a golden light erupted. Countless scales flew over. The corrupt experts hadn't even realized what was happening before they were turned into pulp, their blood splashing through the air. The only one who survived was the rank 3 celestial. As soon as the golden scales had appeared, he had sensed a bad feeling and taken out a huge bone shield. It was unknown what that bone was from, but it managed to block the scales. Suddenly, a hand lightly pushed aside the shield, and the rank 3 celestial saw a friendly face smiling at him. At the same time, he felt like a ray of light was flying at him. He instinctively dodged, but he suddenly found that his retreating speed had increased a great deal. The surrounding scene around him was rapidly pulling back. However, he felt that something was off. He was flying back, but there was a familiar, headless corpse where he had been. Beside that corpse were 7 dumbfounded aboriginals looking at him with shock. Soon after, they got smaller, and then they disappeared in the end. Those 7 aboriginals were dumbfounded. They still hadn't understood what was happening before all those corrupt experts were killed. A figure wrapped in lightning rushed away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. But they still saw a head in his hand before he left. The aboriginals just stared for several moments before reacted and hastily fled. But one person suddenly came back midway and picked up those people's weapons and spatial rings. Only after gathering all those did he truly flee. The rank 3 celestial was still flabbergasted. He finally realized that his head was being carried by someone, and he roared, "Release me." He suddenly felt the world spinning around him as his head crashed into a mountain and began to roll. Soul search. Long Chen pointed his finger, wanting to peer through his memories. But he had only just begun when he rapidly retreated. His spiritual strength had only just entered when that person's head instantly exploded, and even his soul dissipated. He was truly dead. A spiritual seal. What a vicious method. Long Chen spat on the ground. It really was like what Lang Yuan had said. The corrupt path's disciples were raised to become tools for slaughter. Each one of them was like a game piece. Once those game pieces fell into enemy hands, they would be eliminated. Long Chen sighed with regret. If it had been Meng Qi, perhaps she could have broken the seal. But he was unable to. Hee, not bad. You really know how to work. Praised the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Obviously, it had absorbed quite a bit of soul energy after he had killed that fellow. Long Chen bitterly smiled. After being so stifled, I can finally blow off some steam. At least not everyone is as monstrous as Lang Yuan. He had killed those people as easily as pulling weeds, releasing a bit of his pent-up gloom. Furthermore, he found that with his power, as long as he didn't run into Lang Yuyan, he could pull weeds extremely easily. But then he looked down on himself for thinking that. Now wasn't the time to be thinking such useless thoughts. He had to quickly increase his cultivation base. The 10,000 beast forest is ahead. Haha, good, I can replenish some energy. Long Chen looked at the map and laughed. He continued onwards to a huge block. Chapter 838 7 Stamen Seaheart Fruit. Flying rainbow flashed. A large python was killed with a single slash of Long Chen's sword and then tossed into the primal chaos space's black soil. Although it was just a 6th rank magical beast, it still offered a large amount of life energy for the withered trees once it was devoured by the black soil. Those trees had been vital to Long Chen in the abyss. They had healed his injuries countless times, which had exhausted all their life energy. They were finally showing signs of life again, but this little bit was like a cup of water on a burning cart. The block he was on could be counted as one of the largest ones in the immemorial path. This was a huge forest millions of miles wide. It was the most complete piece of land preserved on the immemorial path. There were soaring mountains and crisscrossing valleys. There were springs and brooks, but Long Chen had no idea where this water was coming from. However, this place was definitely the place with the most abundant life energy on the immemorial path. He had come here to hunt magical beasts, using their corpses to recover the forest in his primal chaos space. Of course, he not only wanted them to recover, he also wanted them to grow to their peak. Even now, these trees were still in a growing phase. They weren't even a mile tall yet. It had to be known that the same trees in the spirit world had been over 2 miles tall. He didn't have heavenly Dao runes, so these trees were the greatest protection to his life. On his path, Long Chen killed several 6th rank magical beasts before finally encountering a 7th rank magical beast. It was a huge crocodile that lived in a swamp. Its body was over 3,000 meters long, but it wasn't an ancient species, so it wasn't particularly strong. It was killed with a single sneak attack from Long Chen. Currently, the Enlightenment Palace star had reached the 8th star transformation. And thanks to his insane consumption of medicinal pills, his cultivation base had just reached the 11th heaven stage yesterday. After the 9th heaven stage, each increase allowed his power to explosively multiply. He might have been suppressed by Lang Yuyan before, but now he had regained his confidence. Killing an ordinary 7th rank magical beast was now as easy as raising a hand to him. He killed 3 more of them very quickly. A 7th rank magical beast's body was huge. The last one had been a tiger magical beast, and Long Chen had intentionally heavily injured it before summoning Little Snow to kill it in one shot. Although Little Snow was only at the 6th rank, his combat power could threaten 7th rank magical beasts. After killing a 7th rank magical beast, Little Snow's mood clearly improved a little. Long Chen decided to keep him out the entire time and try to once more find that feeling of fighting shoulder to shoulder. Long Chen had Little Snow rove around as he pleased. As a magical beast, he was able to sense magical beasts that were stronger than him. Many magical beasts would leave behind their scent around their territory to warn invaders. When they encountered 6th rank magical beasts, Little Snow could handle them on his own. Although it was a bit difficult for him, especially when he encountered those with powerful ancient bloodlines, he was still fearless and crazily attacked. Once he killed his opponent, he would let out a roar. Looking at Little Snow, Long Chen was a bit worried. Little Snow was clearly like him, someone who enjoyed a battle. Although he was very obedient, he had his own pride. He didn't like being protected, and Long Chen could feel the changes in his mood. Little Snow was currently growing lonelier. That was related to how his cultivation base was being far surpassed. Those days of fighting alongside him were growing more and more distant. Although the Eastern Wasteland Bell had said that it could help Little Snow advance, that required time, and a great deal of it. Who knew what level Long Chen would have reached by that time? If he had advanced to a much higher realm, then Little Snow still wouldn't be able to fight alongside him. But Long Chen kept these problems to himself. At the very least, Little Snow was happy now. He would just let him continue being happy. As the two of them advanced, they killed their 9th-7th rank magical beast on the 3rd day. The trees in the primal chaos space were once more flourishing. In fact, they continued to grow, reaching a mile in height. During these 3 days, Long Chen had intentionally lowered his combat power. When encountering 7th rank magical beasts, he would always cooperate with Little Snow to kill them. Sometimes he would intentionally act as if he was in danger so that Little Snow could help. As expected, After these 3 days, Little Snow was much happier, which comforted Long Chen. As long as Little Snow was happy, then even if he had to slow down a bit, he was willing. Long Chen always felt like he owed Little Snow too much. Little Snow had given his everything, including his life, for him. But Long Chen had given him far too little. Through 3 days of travel, he had already broached the outer layer of the forest. Although he hadn't reached the core, he was already starting to feel a sensation of danger. The map that the Shao tribe had given him showed that this region had extremely powerful magical beasts. The magical beasts that weren't strong enough were forced to live on the outer section of the forest. Once a magical beast reached the 6th rank, it would be like a human, and it would no longer need to hunt. It could absorb energy from heaven and earth to survive. But once they went through something that exhausted them and needed to rapidly recharge, they would go hunt other magical beasts. With Flying Rainbow on his back, Long Chen and Little Snow carefully advanced. Suddenly, Little Snow stopped moving and let out a growl. Long Chen's guard immediately raised. Little Snow had smelled a powerful magical beast scent. Continuing forward, they eventually reached a large mountain stream. A waterfall poured down from above, rumbling. Under the sunlight, a beautiful rainbow shone in the mist. Beside the waterfall was a huge figure. From a distance, it looked like a huge boulder or perhaps a small mountain. Damn, it's actually a mountain rock python. But its lines are actually golden. What breed is it? Long Chen recognized it to be a mountain rock python, but he didn't recognize its decorative patterns. It was either mutated or some existence he didn't know. Perhaps it was the mountain rock python's ancestor. Feeling its powerful aura from a distance, it was probably no weaker than the red-eye sacred blood phoenix or the hidden ground gold spider king. Now it was a bit troublesome. It had to be known that the hidden ground gold spider king had forced Shui Yu to use the self-harming Yama king blood curse. If it hadn't been for its immense power, he naturally wouldn't have made such a sacrifice. 7th rank was just a level. Not all magical beasts at the same rank were equal. Using human cultivators as an analogy, ordinary sea expansion experts could not compare to sea expansion celestials. Furthermore, rank 1 celestials were dregs in front of rank 3 celestials. Magical beasts were the same. An ordinary 7th rank magical beast was a far cry from a magical beast at the same rank but with an ancient bloodline. And when it came to magical beasts with ancient bloodlines, another important factor was the purity of their bloodline. That also created an immense difference in their combat power. As for this mountain rock python, its aura was definitely on the same level as the red-eye sacred blood phoenix. Looking closely, its aura was perhaps just a slightest bit weaker. Wait, isn't that the 7-stamen sea heart fruit? Long Chen's heart suddenly began to pound fervently. Not far from the mountain rock python was a foot-tall little tree. On that tree were bean-sized fruits. They seemed to have flowers blooming on them, but in truth, those were just flower designs. Each fruit sparkled like a gemstone. With those flowery designs on them, they looked like natural works of art. But in Long Chen's eyes, those weren't works of art, but treasures that had come at just the right time. He had long since entrusted Zheng Wenlong with the task of finding one, but there hadn't been any harvest after all this time. Even within the Pill Tower, he hadn't seen the 7-stamen sea heart fruit. That was a 7th-tier medicinal ingredient, and amongst them, it was exceedingly precious. It could be considered a treasure amongst treasures. It was the core ingredient in refining the sea-merging pill. That was a medicinal pill that sea expansion experts longed for even in their dreams. The medicinal pill would have the 7-stamen sea heart fruit's flower images on it. Those were actually natural Dao marks that could absorb spiritual qi from the air. Because its medicinal effect was too strong, cultivators below sea expansion couldn't consume it. They were unable to endure the impact, and their dantians would explode. But Long Chen was different. He didn't have a dantian, so he could ignore the impact. All he needed was that terrifying spiritual qi to increase his cultivation base. As for his meridians, they were definitely strong enough to bear it. Although consuming medicinal pills that were tiered above your cultivation base was taboo, Long Chen's body was practically made to consume medicinal pills. There was no one else clearer on the effects of medicinal pills, and he was confident in being able to handle it. Once he obtained this fruit, he could refine sea-merging pills to rapidly increase his cultivation base. Then he wouldn't be thrown behind. Furthermore, he was confident that once he reached the 12th heaven stage, he would be able to win even against Lang Yuyan. However, he quickly began to feel awkward. The 7-stamen seaheart fruit was too close to the mountain rock python. They were less than 300 meters apart. Thus, to sneak over and obtain it wasn't possible. Just hiding his aura was useless. Many magical beasts didn't rely on aura to distinguish enemies. They relied on spatial fluctuations, smell, and even a sixth sense. Magical beasts possessed an innately high vigilance that made them extremely sensitive to enemies. If the mountain rock python noticed Long Chen, then as long as it released the slightest bit of its power, it would destroy the entire mountain behind it. Then that fragile tree would be blown to bits. Little Snow, you go back. At the edge of its territory, release your aura to draw it away. If it comes after you, don't attack, focus completely on running. Once I obtain the 7-stamen seaheart fruit, I will immediately come to help you, said Long Chen. Little Snow gently rubbed his head against the ground, indicating that he understood. He stealthily retreated. Not long after, his roar came from the distance. Little Snow had already begun provoking the mountain rock python. Chapter 839 Blood Python Race. Little Snow's roar rang out from the distance. The mountain rock python twitched, but then it didn't move again. It seemed that it didn't want to deal with Little Snow. Little Snow once more roared, this time much closer. He had clearly already entered its territory. Now the mountain rock python became a bit irritated. Its mountain-like body finally uncoiled. Only once it uncoiled did Long Chen notice that it had 2 bumps on its head. They were extremely large, looking similar to 2 horns. The mountain rock python doesn't have any horns. Maybe this thing isn't a hidden rock python at all. Long Chen was startled. It raised its head high into the air, looking at the distant Little Snow. It actually let out a roar. That roar was extremely strange. It sounded almost like a bull's cry and was very low-pitched. But its voice contained its might. It clearly disdained to kill Little Snow and wanted him to scram on his own. Suddenly, Little Snow shot a wind blade at the python. The python had never imagined that Little Snow, a 6th-rank magical beast, would dare to attack it. It was actually struck in the head. But this powerful wind blade didn't cause the python's head to even tremble. The wind blade was instantly shattered. It was finally infuriated. Its body shot forward, and its scales lit up. Its huge body moved like the wind. However, now that it moved, the mountain beside it was also damaged. A large part of it crumbled to the ground. Not good. Wings suddenly appeared on Long Chen's back, and he shot over at the 7th seaheart fruit. A huge boulder was currently falling toward it. The 7th seaheart fruit was extremely special. If it was shaken by the slightest outer force, it would immediately pop like a balloon. That was what made it extremely rare. The boulder shattered onto the ground. But the 7th seaheart fruit was safely within Long Chen's primal chaos space. As soon as he put it away, Long Chen's wings flapped. He soared into the air and saw that Little Snow was leading the python on a wild chase. The python was clearly infuriated. As it rapidly chased, its huge body blasted all the huge surrounding trees to smithereens. Little Snow had pushed his speed to its peak, but in front of a 7th-rank magical beast, his speed superiority was lessened a great deal. After just a few thousand miles, the python behind him had gotten much closer. It opened its mouth and suddenly shot out a rain of green liquid at Little Snow. Little Snow immediately dodged, avoiding it by just a hair's breadth. Any place touched by the green rain was corroded, whether it was a tree or a rock. It appeared as if Little Snow was releasing an angry oil as everything behind him was corroded and released a disgusting stench. Little Snow, get back. Split the heavens. Long Chen finally arrived just in time to see Little Snow narrowly avoid getting struck by the green rain. He immediately slashed down Flying Rainbow. Boom! Sword light crashed onto the python's head. The ground crumbled as a few of its scales broke and its blood splashed. But surprisingly, his attack only caused a foot-deep injury. A foot-deep injury was basically nothing to this huge python. Suddenly, the python's tail whipped through the air. A fierce gale erupted as if space was being blown apart. Long Chen hastily summoned the 4-star battle armor. His divine ring appeared and he once more slashed out with Split the Heavens. With the support of the divine ring and 4-star battle armor, this attack managed to sever the python's huge tail. Blood splashed through the air. Long Chen had only just slashed out to defend against its tail when the python's mouth shot over to devour him. Long Chen was startled. He hadn't expected it to be so agile. The injury to its tail didn't affect its speed at all, and by the time he reacted, he was already caught within its mouth. Not good. A fishy liquid filled its mouth. It was obviously a terrifying poison. Long Chen's flame energy suddenly circulated around him in defense, and then a huge flame sphere exploded in his hand. Boom! The mountain rock python had just captured Long Chen in its mouth before its head exploded. Long Chen reappeared, surrounded by flames. The air was filled with a nauseating stench. He had just landed on the ground and put away the python's corpse when he saw a group of people in the distance. When he saw them clearly, his gaze immediately turned icy. Release Little Snow. There were a total of 9 people, and each of them had half of their faces covered in black scales. Their eyes looked like the eyes of a poisonous viper, cold and without the slightest emotion. 8 of them were rank 2 celestials, while 1 was a rank 3 celestial. His aura was almost on the same level as Shui Yu and the others. One of them was holding a strange metal net that had captured Little Snow. The net had sharp barbs on it that were stabbing into Little Snow's skin. He was quivering. That net seemed to be a specially made enchanted item used to capture housepets. Seeing Little Snow captured, the killing intent in Long Chen's eyes continued to surge. This is your housepet, TCH, you really are an idiot. You actually dared to bring such a weak housepet into the immemorial path. The man holding the net snorted and dragged Little Snow back. He clearly had no intention of releasing him. The others also didn't place Long Chen in their eyes. Their eyes were cold and disdainful as if they were emperors looking down on an ant. That was especially true of the rank 3 celestial leading them. His gaze was like a blade, making it so others didn't dare to look at him directly. With half of his face covered in black scales, he appeared even more sinister. What sector you from? Did you kill this mountain rock python? He asked, his tone like he was interrogating a criminal. Either release Little Snow, or die. Choose quickly, said Long Chen icily. He had already lost patience. Furthermore, his killing intent was growing more and more powerful. He felt like he was about to lose his calm. Brat, you really are courting death. You want us to release your housepet? Keep dreaming. The man holding the net smiled sinisterly. He was just about to kill Little Snow. Soul impact. He had only just formed such a thought when a vast spiritual strength stabbed into all their souls like needles. A spiritual attack. The rank 3 celestial was actually extremely startled, and he hastily shouted a warning. At this moment, the bead on his neck let out a powerful fluctuation. It was a defensive soul item to block spiritual attacks. He might have a defensive soul item, but the others didn't. They were immediately affected and lost their consciousness for a moment. Long Chen's spiritual attack wasn't powerful, and it was also scattered amongst them, causing it to be weakened further. If Meng Qi had been attacking, these people would have instantly died. But Long Chen didn't have the time or energy to train in soul arts. The majority of his soul arts were only defensive. His offensive soul arts were very crude, and against experts on this level, such a spiritual attack was only able to cause them to lose consciousness for the blink of an eye. However, the blink of an eye was enough. Long Chen shot out like a ghost, instantly reaching the one holding the net. The rank 3 celestial moved to stop him, but he was one step too late. Flying rainbow flashed. That person's hand was severed and Long Chen placed Little Snow into his spiritual space. At the same time, he grabbed that person's neck, and the next instant, he had already fallen back. From the moment he had unleashed his soul art, dodged the rank 3 celestial, cut off that person's hand, saved Little Snow, and escaped, the amount of time that had passed would be less than enough for an ordinary person to blink. When the other blood python experts recovered, they realized that one of them had already fallen into Long Chen's hands. Bastard, you dare to attack our grand blood python race. Are you asking us to exterminate your entire sect and family? Roared one of them. Hurry up and release him. Then claw out your own organs, or you'll die without a grave and every single member of your family will die, said another guy. It seemed they were worried Long Chen wasn't angry enough, and so they were adding oil to the fire. They surrounded Long Chen, but Long Chen was still tightly holding that person's neck. If Long Chen clenched his hand, he wouldn't just shatter that person's neck, but he would also shatter his head. So they didn't dare to attack yet. Brat, I don't believe that you dare to kill me, said the blood python expert caught in Long Chen's hand. He was confident in using his race to intimidate him. Ha 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 ha. Long Chen laughed. His laughter grew louder and louder until it was as loud as thunder. That laughter was full of disdain. Don't dare. In this world, is there anything that I, Long Chen, don't dare to do? Long Chen suddenly increased his strength. In front of the blood python expert's disbelieving gazes, that person was crushed into a bloody mist. Chapter 840 Mercilessly Killed. The bloody mist floated through the air, its scent wafting into their noses. The blood python experts looked as though flames were about to explode out of their eyes. They hadn't expected Long Chen to really dare to ignore their warnings and kill one of their members right in front of them. That was a provocation to all the ancient races. Their bloodlines were different, which was why they didn't view humans as the same race. In fact, they even viewed them as an inferior race due to their arrogance. But Long Chen never liked to indulge people for being stupid. He had already warned them, and they had actually wanted to kill Little Snow in front of him. Since they wanted to die so urgently, Long Chen could only help them out. Die! The rank 3 Celestial roared and smashed his fist at Long Chen. Countless scales appeared over his fist, giving it immense power. Long Chen also let out a punch, and both of them were forced back by the other. Long Chen was startled. As expected, this person really wasn't an ordinary rank 3 Celestial. He was also an innate rank 3 Celestial, someone on the level of Shui Yu and the others. The immense collision directly blew back the other blood python experts surrounding Long Chen. "You mongrel!" Before one of them could finish speaking, Flying Rainbow struck like a bolt of lightning, piercing his head. Long Chen activated Flying Rainbow's runes, and its sharp aura completely erupted. Those blood python experts might have immediately raised their weapons to block, but they were still cut into mincemeat in front of Flying Rainbow's sword light. Their weapons were all enchanted items, while Flying Rainbow was a treasure item. Furthermore, it specialized in sharpness. As a result, countless bits of flesh flew through the air. This was a treasure item's power. All enchanted items were garbage in front of it. Previously, when he had fought Shui Yu and Leng Yuyan, he hadn't been able to see this superiority. But now that he was fighting enemies that used enchanted items, Long Chen was delighted to see his advantage. Bastard! The rank 3 Celestial was completely infuriated upon seeing his comrades being slain. He suddenly took out a whip. The barbed whip sparkled with a golden light. If someone were struck by it, then even if their body could handle it, a large strip of their skin would be torn off. It didn't seem like a weapon. Instead, it seemed more like a tool for torture. Looking at it would give a person chills. Long Chen swung his sword, slashing it onto the whip. The whip was knocked back, but it wasn't damaged. It was obvious that this was also a treasure item. That gave Long Chen a surprise. For a treasure item to have been forged into this form, perhaps it had many unknown abilities. If he was struck, then even if he didn't die, he would probably lose half of his life. The rank 3 Celestial attacked 3 times in a row before Long Chen used his immense power to knock him back a step. 4-star battle armor. An immense sword image soared through the clouds and slashed down on the rank 3 Celestial. The rank 3 Celestial was horrified. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had suddenly pushed his power to its peak. It had to be known that a battle was a gradual process. Increasing your power too violently would damage your own meridians. But against Long Chen, he had no time to consider that right now. A sensation of death washed over him. Clenching his teeth, his runes suddenly transformed. He seemed like a magical beast now, and his aura was pushed to the peak. His whip smashed down. He vomited a mouthful of blood and shot back like a shooting star. He directly tore through a large mountain. He had only just come out of the mountain when Long Chen's second attack arrived. The immense mountain was cleanly cut in two by Long Chen's sword. His terrifying sword chi continued far into the distance. At this moment, a figure appeared from the destroyed ground. The rank 3 Celestial was covered in blood, and his lower body had been destroyed. He appeared incredibly wretched. As expected, even amongst innate Celestials, there is an immense difference. This blood python expert's aura was on the same level as Leng Yuyan and the others, but his actual battle power was a far cry from them. He was injured on just the second attack. "Bastard, do you know the price of your provocation today?" he roared. Long Chen ignored him. He didn't even know how many of these arrogant idiots he had killed. There was no need to reason with these people, that was just a waste of saliva. It was better to just directly hack them to death. His sword once more released a ray of sword chi. Long Chen wanted to kill him today. Little Snow was safe within his spiritual space, but his body was now riddled with injuries. That net had been too immoral. Those countless barbs were impossible to remove without sacrificing a great deal of flesh. At the same time as he was distressed, he was also furious. No matter what, this person had to be killed. Ancestral spirit, materialize. The blood python expert roared and his runes formed a large illusory image. It seemed to be a serpent. It was huge but very indistinct. Compared to the image Lang Yuan had summoned, it was much more indistinct, and its aura was also much weaker. However, his own aura also rose a level. His whip once more whistled toward Long Chen. "I'll make you pay a price for your arrogance," he roared. His whip suddenly grew explosively, going from 3 meters to 300 meters long. It was like a ribbon, attempting to wrap around Long Chen. As expected, there's something fishy. All these kinds of strange weapons had secret methods to use them. Although he had been suspicious, in a true battle, a sudden special technique could result in unexpected results. This golden whip had some kind of mechanism that allowed it to retract and extend. It had thousands of variations, and it had special runes on its barbs. Once those barbs struck flesh, the flesh would harden, almost like fossilization. Then when the barbs were slightly pulled, they would immediately pull out a large chunk of flesh. Although Long Chen didn't know that, he could sense an immense threat from it. He didn't want to test how it would feel to be struck by its barbs. The rank 3 Celestial's techniques were extremely swift. By the time Long Chen reacted, he was already surrounded by the whip. It was too late to escape. This was one of his trump cards, and it was extremely powerful. Until now, it had proved to have a wondrous impact against countless experts. He had trained this move to the pinnacle and couldn't be any better at using it. Whether it was his speed, timing, or angle, everything was controlled perfectly. Suddenly, Long Chen was surrounded by countless golden scales. They formed an armor around his body. The whip rapidly struck over and over. Sparks flew, but it was unable to damage these scales. These scales came from the hidden ground Gold Spider King, a king amongst 7th-rank magical beasts. They were natural soul items and incomparably sharp. Although their power was only comparable to enchanted items, up until now, the only thing capable of destroying them was Lang Yuan's sword. This whip clearly hadn't reached that level yet. With the golden scales blocking for him, Long Chen escaped the whip's entanglement. At the next moment, Long Chen's sword came slashing toward the rank 3 Celestial. The Celestial was startled. Now he was stuck in an awkward position. His whip was too long, so he needed to block with something else. He took out a huge shield. It was extremely thick and covered in runes. Its aura made it seem like a high-grade enchanted item. With a light sound, Long Chen's sword cut the shield in two. Blood erupted from the rank 3 Celestial as he was also almost cut in two. If it hadn't been for the shield, he would have died. He turned pale. Flying Rainbow was just too sharp. Having just taken a stroll past the gates of hell, he was finally afraid. He put away his whip, and runic wings appeared on his back. He fled. "You want to leave? Leave your life behind first. Today I want to see if your luck really can stop me from killing you." Long Chen put away the scales. Lightning wings appeared on his back, and he shot after him. Chapter 841 Ji Changtong. Long Chen was incredibly fast. Although the blood python race's rank 3 Celestial had moved first, Long Chen caught up to him in just a few breaths. Perhaps the lightning body blink had a few flaws, making it not as good as Lang Yuan's netherworld ghost steps. But when it came to traveling in a straight line, his speed definitely surpassed hers. Trying to run from Long Chen was just a joke. Even Shui Yu hadn't been able to escape despite him fleeing with his treasure item, let alone this fool. Flying Rainbow slashed down. The rank 3 Celestial hastily blocked with his whip. As a result, he was sent flying by Long Chen. Using the force of the collision, his speed was momentarily increased by quite a bit, but the price for it was that he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. His speed was pushed beyond his limit like never before. Just as he was hoping that he could use this speed to escape, a terrifying wind came from behind him. Another attack whistled towards him. Boom! Long Chen once more slashed down with his sword. As a result, the rank 3 Celestial vomited more blood and had his speed increase again. From a distance, it was like a person was kicking a ball, then chased after that ball and viciously kicked it again. The ball was getting faster and faster, and its speed was already past the eye's ability to track moving objects. However, the person behind it was even faster, and each attack would increase its speed more. How is this possible? What speed is this? The rank 3 Celestial was roaring furiously inside. He was tumbling through the air like a shooting star. His current speed was entirely because of Long Chen. This speed was far past his limit. If this continued, the wind was going to crush his body. But even after all this, Long Chen was still able to catch up and accelerate him slash after slash. Then he needed to block with his full power on every occasion. Each time he blocked, he would feel his inner organs being heavily shaken and his arms being broken over and over again. Then Long Chen would need a few breaths to catch up to him. He used those few breaths to use the Heavenly Dao recovery and would only just recover when Long Chen's next attack arrived. He blocked, he was injured, his speed increased, he healed, and then the cycle repeated. He was stuck in an unending cycle, unable to control even his own body as he flew through the air. Bastard, you are provoking the ancient race's PFFT. Brat, the blood python race will destroy your sect and family PFFT. If you stop now, there will still be room to talk PFFT. It was very obvious the rank 3 celestial was finally afraid. This move of Long Chen's was extremely vicious. He was flying through the air out of control. He couldn't even change his trajectory, let alone release one of his powerful moves. Long Chen had set up this death trap in the air, and his attacks were growing more and more vicious. The rank 3 celestial was constantly being injured. Now, with each attack, his arm would shatter. He almost lost his hold of his whip. If he lost it, he would immediately be cut down. But even with it, he was constantly being injured and forced to use up his Heavenly Dao energy to heal. He wouldn't be able to hold on for long. At the same time, he understood Long Chen's sinister plan. Long Chen was forcing him to rapidly use up his energy, all to make it so he would find himself powerless. He was stuck in his death trap. The tempo was entirely under Long Chen's control. It could be said that his death was fated as soon as he had fallen into this trap. He wasn't wrong. Long Chen knew that experts on this level all had countless trump cards. Furthermore, they were supported by karmic luck, which made them difficult to kill. In truth, when he first attacked, he hadn't been thinking of this trap. But by the third hit, he realized this was a good method. He could play this fellow to death, and so he directly began to exhaust his energy. Did he give a damn if he was a part of the ancient races? He didn't. They were enemies, and there was no need to be soft-hearted toward enemies. At the same time, he was testing whether he really could kill an innate rank 3 celestial. He wanted to confirm something. The two of them rapidly flew through the air. As he constantly attacked, Long Chen sensed his opponent's aura growing weaker and weaker. He was clearly running out of his core energy. He continued to keep a close watch over his opponent's aura as he attacked. He was searching for an opportunity to cut him down. Haha, Long Chen, I've finally found you. This voice was full of delight and excitement, but also dense hostility. A ray of sword chi slashed toward Long Chen. Long Chen's heart shook. He was surprised someone would attack him here. Furthermore, from the immense pressure, this person was also a peak expert. Boom. That attack was extremely refined and it blocked Long Chen from continuing forward. He had no choice but to slash his sword to block the sword chi. However, he was forced back. This person was powerful. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, I bet you never thought we would meet here. This newcomer appeared in the air with wings on his back and runes circulating around him, which made him look like a blazing sun. Xianxia. Long Chen's pupils shrank slightly. This person was the Remote Heaven Gang's #1 disciple, the one who Yang Chuyu had told him to be wary of. Floating in the air, Xianxia stared at Long Chen with an icy and sinister smile. Brother Xianxia. The blood python expert was clearly familiar with him. He stopped fleeing and stood beside Xianxia. He asked, "Do you know who he is?" The blood python race had a bit of connection with the Remote Heaven Gang. The Remote Heaven Gang was the Eastern Wasteland's largest gang, and so its scope was extremely broad. It did business with quite a few ancient races. Those ancient races didn't like interacting with the outside world, but there were some things they had no choice but to buy. And the Remote Heaven Gang was the best partner for that. The Remote Heaven Gang would occasionally send some disciples to form some rather good relationships with the ancient races. So Xianxia recognized the blood python expert. Although the ancient races were arrogant and looked condescendingly upon the rest of the world, they still had to be respectful to an expert like Xianxia. They had exchanged pointers, and he knew he wasn't Xianxia's match. Now that Xianxia had taken action to save him, his first thought was to learn about Long Chen's identity. Why was it that he had never heard of such a vicious character in the Eastern Wasteland? He is Long Chen. Previously, he was completely obscure, but later, he obtained some unknown dogshit luck that caused his reputation to soar. Then he began to consider everyone else beneath him. This idiot sect is our remote heaven gang's opponent, the Xuantian Dao sect. So I'm sure brother Lai Yan knows what to do, said Ji Changkong. Long Chen, it seems I have heard of this name. Fuck, this bastard killed quite a few people from my blood python race. I'll tear him apart. Don't worry, brother Changkong, if that Xuantian Dao sect dares to not appreciate kindness and tries to find trouble for your remote heaven gang, my blood python race will definitely stand by your side, swore the blood python expert. Ji Changkong smiled. His remote heaven gang had been secretly engaging in business all around in order to form relationships. It was all to get these ancient races and ancient families support. They had to gather those powers so that they could challenge the Xuantian Dao sect. Even if the Xuantian Dao sect was powerful, it couldn't possibly become enemies with all the Eastern Wasteland's powers, right? The Xuantian Dao sect clearly felt that they were above the remote heaven gang. Other than interacting with a few of their subordinate powers, they rarely interacted much with the rest of the cultivation world. So the remote heaven gang's leader, Ji Hongling, had been planning on showing their power to everyone right before the immemorial path had opened. As a result, in front of everyone, she was beaten like a dog by Ouyang Chuyu, and she had almost become a dead dog. Who asked her to be unlucky? Most of the ancient races and other powers that were friendly with the remote heaven gang had been at the other entrance, so no one had come to help her. As a result, Ji Hongling could only hand this mission to Ji Changkong. Once he entered the immemorial path, he was to go all out to slaughter the Xuantian Dao sect's main disciples. It would be best if he could kill them all. Long Chen, are you mute now? In front of the immemorial path, didn't you like to show off so much? Even Huang Junmo and Yu Changhao are interested in you. Why don't you say some final words now? Ji Changkong icily stared at Long Chen, his voice full of disdain as well as a bit of envy and hatred. His hatred stemmed from Huang Junmo and Yu Changhao, especially Yu Changhao. He was said to dominate the ancient race's junior generation, the future leader of the ancient races. As soon as he had come, he had ignored him and provoked Long Chen. That was a humiliation to Ji Changkong. From start to end, Yu Changhao had ignored him. As for Huang Junmo, his arrival had also shaken everyone, causing all those young experts to hold their breath in fear. He had also targeted Long Chen while not giving a damn about him. So all this hatred would now be released on Long Chen. Is it his karmic luck, or is it my bad luck? Long Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at Ji Changkong. Just what was karmic luck? Was it that the heavens were intentionally stopping him from killing one of their innate rank 3 celestials? Ji Changkong, have you come to lose your head with him? If that's the case, I am willing to help you out. Long Chen slowly raised his sword, pointing it at them. His aura began to condense. He knew that the true battle was about to start. My head, that's right, I wanted to send you a gift. Hopefully, you can kindly accept it. Ji Changkong suddenly smiled sinisterly, showing off a certain thing in his hand. When he saw that thing, Long Chen's gaze immediately became icy cold. His robes danced with no wind as his killing intent soared into the heavens. Chapter 842. A Beauty's Head. That was a head, a human head. And it was a beauty's head. Those eyes were filled with unwillingness and rage, as well as humiliation. The owner of this head came from the same sect as Long Chen. She was acclaimed as one of the Xuantian Dao sect's 4 heavenly geniuses, the only woman amongst them, Zhang Wuyan. She had actually been killed. Although Zhang Wuyan definitely hadn't had a good relationship with Long Chen, and the two of them could even be counted as enemies, seeing her head in front of him still infuriated Long Chen. His killing intent unconsciously began to brew. I'm pleased to see you like this. You should know, I spent a great deal of effort to get this girl for you. I don't mind telling you, I didn't just kill her, I also enjoyed her before killing her. Regretfully, this woman might be beautiful, but once her clothes were off, she didn't have any of the feeling of a woman. However, I still clenched my teeth and went through with it. Hee, and in the end, she really was an amazing woman, ha ha ha, laughed Ji Changkong, as if he were reminiscing. Good, you've succeeded in infuriating me. Congratulations. Lightning suddenly circulated around Long Chen, and he turned into a bolt of lightning shooting toward Ji Changkong. Ji Changkong was startled that Long Chen would suddenly attack. Without accumulating any power, before he could react, Long Chen's sword was already piercing his chest. He was startled. This was his first time seeing such explosive strength, and he rapidly retreated. Boom! The front of Ji Changkong's robes exploded, revealing a golden soft armor on his body. But there was a large hole in that armor now. His blood slowly flowed out. He was both startled and enraged. If he hadn't retreated fast enough and had this armor to block the majority of the power, he might already be dead. This carelessness had caused him to walk right past the gates of hell. Cold sweat covered his back. Rumble. Long Chen's divine ring circulated and 4 stars floated in his eyes. His aura reached his peak. His sword once more slashed toward Ji Changkong. Brother Changkong, be careful. He is incredibly fast, warned the blood python expert. At the same time, he once more began to brandish his whip, joining hands with Ji Changkong to fight Long Chen. Ji Changkong finally recovered from his shock. With a furious roar, he summoned his cry of the heavenly Taos. 3 colored runes erupted, forming a fierce sea around him. Ji Changkong was also an innate rank 3 celestial. Long Chen, you can die now. A black spear appeared in Ji Changkong's hands. Its runes lit up, and it released a powerful pressure that caused space to tremble. That pressure was something only a treasure item could possess. Long Chen's sword slashed onto his spear. Terrifying power erupted as endless runes raged in the sky. Powerful shockwaves spread, shattering mountains and blowing dust into the air. Long Chen was forced back, enraged. Ji Changkong's spear was a heavy weapon. Its strongest aspect was in direct attacks, so for Long Chen to use Flying Rainbow against him put him at a disadvantage. Flying Rainbow was a sword whose best aspect was its sharpness, but it was impossible for it to sever another weapon that had reached the treasure item level. Furthermore, Long Chen wasn't proficient in sword techniques. He wielded it but used his saber techniques. Blood Drinker was in a critical moment. Long Chen couldn't disturb it, or all its previous efforts would be wasted. He could only endure. Long Chen was forced back, but he also borrowed that to dodge the blood python expert's whip. His wings suddenly shook, and his retreating figure came to a sudden stop. Long Chen used Split the Heavens against the blood python expert. He was the weakest here and the easiest to kill first. Although his combat power was much weaker, his whip was extremely strange. If he used it in the right manner, it could lead to a sudden victory for them. The blood python expert didn't dare to receive Long Chen's slash head-on. He hastily dodged to the side. Boom! The sword chi slashed onto the ground and straight through any mountains it met, cutting a long ditch. Careful! Changkin's severing spear. Ji Changkong suddenly shouted and stabbed his spear to the space beside the blood python expert. Long Chen had already appeared there without notice. Long Chen's sword caused space to tremble, and the blood python expert realized he was also locked down by it. His soul almost fled in fright. Boom! Long Chen's sword slashed onto Ji Changkong's spear. His attack was blocked, allowing the blood python expert to escape. But even so, for such a powerful attack to erupt right beside him, he immediately vomited blood and had half of his body crushed. Remote Heaven Grand Art. Ji Changkong was extremely startled. Long Chen's power had already far surpassed his expectations. He couldn't hold back any longer, and he activated one of his trump cards. The runic sea behind him began to surge, and then it entered his body. Ji Changkong's face became covered in countless runes. It looked like centipedes were crawling over his face, making him appear frightening. Boom! It was like a gate had been opened within his body. A fierce power soared out of him, as if some beast was awakening within him. Long Chen, I'll let you experience my true power, roared Ji Changkong. His spear suddenly began to dance, transforming into thousands of spear images that attacked Long Chen. After this exchange, Long Chen was already aware that Ji Changkong was a brute power expert. He had used a secret technique to explosively increase his power. However, Long Chen was fearless. He suddenly changed his stance and held his sword with both hands. His 4 stars circulated as endless energy poured into his arms. Sword chi slashed through the air, and spear images filled the sky. A terrifying power was clashing through the land. That sound was something that could be heard 10,000 miles away. It was a world-shaking battle. There were actually quite a few experts stealthily roaming through the 10,000 beast forest. The vast forest definitely held countless natural treasures. If they were lucky, they might be able to capture an ancient magical beast as a housepet, or perhaps even capture their younglings or eggs. However, they all knew that there were countless powerful magical beasts around them. They had to conceal their auras like thieves to avoid being noticed by those magical beasts. Although they were in groups, they still had to be careful. They weren't afraid of one magical beast, but they had to be worried about a fight that had the potential to draw over the other surrounding magical beasts. Just as they were carefully searching, they heard an explosive battle erupting. Furthermore, that aura was clearly not the aura of magical beasts fighting each other. Just who is so stupid as to fight here? Did they not want their lives? Countless people sneered, feeling like whoever was fighting was too much of an idiot. This kind of battle would definitely draw over the magical beasts. It was suicide, but those sneers quickly turned into shock. That bottle's aura was rapidly growing, and the pressure was growing more and more terrifying. Even from such a distance, their hearts were quivering. Heavens, what level of fight is this? After their shock, they all became curious and rapidly snuck over. As for the surrounding magical beasts, they were intimidated and constantly roaring, warning invaders not to intrude into their territory. Magical beasts might not be very intelligent, but they had their own instincts. When their opponent's aura far surpassed them, they would shrink back. None of the magical beasts dared to move. Even the people rushing through their territory were ignored. As long as none of them attacked, they wouldn't attack either. As a result, a huge mass of disciples quickly gathered on the edge of the battlefield. Once they arrived, they were all horrified. There were 3 figures fighting intensely in the sky. Their treasure items were releasing immense power. The ground was completely ruined, and the sky was quivering as powerful shockwaves erupted. Isn't that Xianxia from the Eastern Wastelands #1 gang? He's claimed to be the Remote Heaven gang's #1 genius. Someone immediately recognized Xianxia because he was extremely famous. The other one seems to be the blood python race's Lian. He's also claimed as the #1 genius of his race. It was precisely because they recognized those 2 people that they were shocked. But it was the corrupt experts that were silent. They had recognized the other person. That person's name was like a nightmare to the corrupt path. Who is that person? He's so strong, asked someone in shock. He saw that Xianxia and Lian were working together. But victory or defeat was still difficult to determine. Even 2 against 1, they were unable to do anything to their opponent. So just how strong did that person have to be? He's Long Chen from the Xuantian Dao sect. He's said to be a legend. 3 years ago, he was just a nameless brat, but he suddenly soared like a shooting star, becoming a monster within the Xuantian Dao sect. It's said that the word genius can no longer be used to describe him. This battle drew more and more people. But they all just watched from a distance, not daring to get closer. Even ordinary rank 3 celestials didn't dare to get closer. It was the difference in power that cowed them. Up in the sky, Long Chen's power was overflowing. His battle with the other 2 had reached a stalemate, becoming a battle of attrition. Against the 2 of them, over 80% of his power was focused on Xianxia. There was no need to doubt his power. As for the blood python expert, he was originally injured and his spiritual yuan was low. However, he was very crafty and kept attacking Long Chen from behind Xianxia, not letting him get close. Long Chen was sneering inside. Xianxia wanted to compete in terms of endurance with him. With his divine ring, he could maintain this tempo until next year. As long as he didn't use any big moves, his spiritual yuan wouldn't dip at all. Long Chen, you killed my full moon race's disciples. Hand over your life. Just at that moment, a furious roar shook the heavens. A figure charged into the battlefield, a huge broadsword slashing down. Chapter 843 Giant Body. Long Chen was startled. This attack was coming from behind him. Even before the attack came, he sensed a powerful wind, and the space around him had been solidified. Furthermore, he was also facing Xianxia and the blood python expert from the front. There was no way for him to dodge, nor was there a way for him to block with his sword. With an icy snort, he summoned golden scales and formed a barrier around himself. The thick wall of scales was blown apart. That was well within Long Chen's expectations as his goal was only to weaken this attack. He had just blocked the blood python expert's whip as well as Xianxia's spear. But at this moment, his left hand suddenly reached back, covered in thunder force. In front of those hidden spectators' shocked gazes, he grabbed the tip of the broadsword. Is he crazy? He's grabbing a treasure item with his bare hand. That was a treasure item. Once it released its power, it could directly crush him. Did Long Chen not want his life any longer? Long Chen caught the broadsword, and only then did he get a look at who was attacking him. It was a large, stocky man with a horn on his head. Long Chen suddenly recalled that he had seen this person before. Back then, he had been the one leading the full moon race's experts before the immemorial path had opened. On Insect Island, he had truly killed full moon disciples and giant eagle disciples. But the rest of those people had later died on Insect Island to that sea of insects. He didn't know how this person was aware of this fact. However, he also couldn't be bothered to quibble, nor would he refuse to admit it. The hand holding the broadsword suddenly pulled back. The full moon expert was also an innate rank 3 celestial. Seeing that Long Chen dared to grab his treasure item with his bare hand and actually dared to pull it away, he was infuriated. His power surged out. He was just about to activate his treasure item's power to kill Long Chen. But just as his spiritual yuan was about to pour into his weapon, Long Chen's flying rainbow slashed toward his wrist. That sharp aura gave him a chill. He immediately realized that Long Chen intended to snatch his treasure item. If Long Chen's sword landed on his wrist, then even if he circulated his spiritual yuan to block, it would still be severed. Long Chen would then easily take his treasure item. He immediately became dumbfounded. His sneak attack had failed, and now he had landed in this kind of situation in the blink of an eye. He didn't even know what to do. He instinctively poured his spiritual yuan into his broadsword, hoping to activate its power before Long Chen's sword could reach him. Flying rainbow severed his wrist. But Long Chen's left hand, and even his entire arm, was blown apart. His bones were revealed. The full moon expert hadn't been as fast as Long Chen, but a portion of his spiritual yuan had still entered his broadsword. An immense power had blown apart Long Chen's arm. His left arm was now a pulp, but the full moon expert's hand had also left his body along with his broadsword. Long Chen tried to grab the broadsword, but it was shockingly heavy, too heavy to hold it with his injured arm. It hadn't recovered from the impact, and he was actually unable to keep hold of the broadsword. It began to fall. He was just about to chase after it when golden light shone behind him. The blood python expert's golden whip released a piercing light, blocking his movement. Furthermore, Ji Chengkong's spear was stabbing toward his back. Long Chen had no chance to grab the treasure item and could only raise his sword to block. With their help, the full moon expert hastily grabbed back his broadsword and hand. Activating his heavenly Dao runes, he reattached his hand. His fury had soared to a new level. Their ancient races possessed a secret art that allowed them to distinguish the killers of their clansmen. They would all be infected by a special aura that only the ancient races could sense. So denying it didn't have any use. He had just been drawn over to the battle when he sensed that aura from Long Chen's body. So he had immediately attacked, wanting to kill him in one blow. One reason was that he wanted to avenge his fallen clansmen, while another was because the ancient races also had good relationships among themselves. This way, he could get a favor from the blood python race. He had thought that even if he didn't kill Long Chen in one blow, he would still be dead in just a few exchanges. But there truly had only been one exchange, and in this one exchange, his hand was severed. Furthermore, that was in a situation where he was the sneak attacker. This severed hand was an immense humiliation. He could sense the shocked gazes from countless spectators. He could even feel them thinking that the Grand Full Moon Race's #1 junior expert was actually so useless. Long Chen, I will kill you and your entire family. The Full Moon Race's expert roared, countless runes lighting up his body. His body started to rapidly expand, and his muscles began to bulge with explosive power. Boom! Long Chen had just forced back the blood python expert and Ji Chengkong when the Full Moon expert's broadsword whistled toward him. Long Chen was startled. This Full Moon expert was extremely powerful. But then seeing the horn on his head, he realized he was perhaps related to the ancient rhinoceros magical beast. Even blocking with his full power, he was still sent flying. Long Chen snorted. If it weren't for the fact that flying rainbow wasn't his kind of weapon, how could he lose in terms of power? Long Chen was in the midst of flying back, while the other three were rushing toward him, wanting to kill him in one surge. But he suddenly raised his hands and two huge dragons soared out, roaring. A powerful aura crashed down on them like waves crashing against the shore. The three of them were horrified. They hadn't expected Long Chen to possess such a powerful attack. They sensed an immense threat from these two dragons. Full Moon Slash, Remote Heaven Bloodcry Spear, Blood Python overflows the earth. The three of them didn't dare to hold back. They released their strongest moves and space began to rumble. The four attacks collided, forming a huge ball in the air. The inside of that ball was full of fierce powers colliding together, which then suddenly exploded. It was like the void had erupted, and a harsh light filled the air. When everyone's sight recovered, they were horrified to see that Long Chen and the others were already fighting again. What kind of monsters are they? Even after such a terrifying blast, they still weren't injured. Perhaps they weren't injured, but their auras are clearly weaker. It probably won't be long before they run out of power, said one expert. Everyone hastily sensed their auras and found out that they really had weakened by quite a bit. Long Chen hadn't been holding back with his attack. He had directly summoned Lei Long and Huo Long's true bodies. With this one attack, not only had he released all their power, but it had also taken a great deal of his spiritual yuan. The two of them returned to his arms to rest. Just at this moment, Long Chen raised his sword, about to release the second form of Split the Heavens. To dare bully my brother Long, I'll smash you to death. Suddenly, a furious roar rang out. It was like the roar of a heavenly god. A large figure rushed over. Wild. Long Chen had never expected that Wild would appear. He was 3 meters tall, looking like a small giant. As he rushed over, the ground constantly shook. His speed was actually greater than them flying. He stamped on the ground and shot up like a cannonball. The ground shattered, but he appeared in front of Ji Chengkong and the others in an instant. Where did this idiot come from? Scram. The full moon expert saw that Wild didn't summon his heavenly Dao runes, nor did he release any battle skills. He furiously slashed his broadsword at Wild. Wild raised his bone club. As a result, he was sent flying and smashed into the ground by the full moon expert. A small crater appeared on the ground. Long Chen was startled. He was just about to go see if Wild was injured when he shot back up, roaring, "Now it's my turn. Let me handle him." The blood python expert sneered. He shot toward Wild, his whip growing to become 300 meters, coiling around him. Long Chen knew Wild didn't specialize in fighting in the air. Jumping up like this to fight meant he couldn't use any power. Furthermore, this child was too foolish. It seemed he thought he had to jump up to their height in order to fight. As a result, by the time he reached their height, he had no more power left. That was why he was forced back by the full moon expert. Up in the air, he had no way to release his power. And instead of jumping with extra power, he was jumping exactly to their height. After all this time, his muscles had grown, but his intelligence hadn't improved in the slightest. Long Chen was just about to summon the golden scales to help him when Wild suddenly let out a bestial roar. In front of everyone's appalled gazes, an ancient mark lit up on Wild's forehead. His body instantly grew 10 times larger. Everyone, including Long Chen, felt their scalps turn numb. Was he still human? How could he become such a giant? It wasn't just Wild that got larger, even the bone club in his hand grew proportionately. It couldn't even be called a club anymore. It was more like a huge pillar. At 30 meters tall, Wild was an absolute giant. Up in the air, his huge bone club smashed toward the bone python expert. Chapter 844 Killed with a single smash. A whistling chi wave shattered the ground and ruined the mountains. This was a terrifying power that no one had ever seen before. The blood python expert hastily brandished his whip to block. But in front of that huge club, his whip was like a child's toy. He had no ability to resist and was blasted into bloody mist. As for the golden whip, it was unknown how far it was sent flying. Everyone, including Long Chen, felt their hearts skip a beat. This scene was too terrifying. A descendant of the barbarian race. What a pure bloodline. How could this be possible? Muttered the eastern wasteland bell to itself. Run. Ji Chengkong was the first to flash into motion. He was terrified of Wild and he hastily fled. This kind of power wasn't something a human could resist. The blood python expert had been an innate rank 3 celestial with a treasure item. But he was killed in one blow, without the slightest ability to resist. That made him completely terrified. That was absolute power, a power that was impossible to resist. If he still didn't run, then he would have to be suicidal. Want to leave? Leave your life behind first. Long Chen snorted. As soon as Wild had attacked, he had felt that the other two might flee, so he had already started forming hand seals. Countless flame runes suddenly appeared around the two of them. However, Long Chen's expression changed. He had forgotten that his earth flame had already used up all its energy, and as a result, the raging flame prison was clearly formed slower. When it had begun to surround the two of them, cracks had appeared. Ji Chengkong rushed to one of those cracks without even hesitating. As for the full moon expert, he also fled with his full power. He could tell that this was a terrifying magical art, and once he was trapped, he would be doomed. Sorry, I'll need to borrow your body for a moment. Ji Chengkong suddenly sent a kick at the full moon expert. The full moon expert was startled and instinctively blocked. His expression suddenly changed. He finally realized Ji Changkong's sinister goal. Ji Changkong, you are courting death. But his furious roar had no use. Ji Changkong had already used the stepping force to increase his speed and pierce out through the crack within the flame prison. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of everyone. While Ji Changkong flew away, he felt like he was forgetting something. However, he couldn't remember. It was only a few days later that he suddenly recalled that he had seen that giant previously. He didn't know that after Wild had attacked once, he had fallen from the sky powerlessly, his body returning to his original size. After just one attack, he had used up all his energy. There was no way for him to attack again. The full moon expert was now trapped within the raging flame prison. That attack from Ji Changkong had made him too slow to escape, and now there was no opening to be found. Seeing Ji Changkong flee, Long Chen felt a bit helpless. If the earth flame had retained just half of its power, the raging flame prison would have formed much quicker, and Ji Changkong wouldn't have been able to escape. But at least he had caught one fish, so it wasn't bad. It was just that his flame energy was too weak now. As a result, he had needed to draw more energy from the world. If he did that too fast, it would cause an imbalance in the energy, which would not only cause the prison to fail to form, but also create a backlash. The full moon expert crazily attacked the flame prison, but it was like a multi-layered net. No matter how he attacked, he wasn't able to break the runic chains formed from the world's flame energy. Long Chen formed new hand seals, and an incantation filled the air. It was like the chanting of gods, sacred and divine. He had activated the Nirvana scripture. Following that, the world's flame energy surged toward him, and a sea of runes appeared behind his body. Those runes contained endless flame energy. That sea of runes was something he had used to resist the cry of the heavenly Taos back in the Pill Tower. Only now did he realize just how badly he had been mistaken about its power. This Nirvana scripture was extremely mysterious, and its power seemed limitless. Even if he had no flame energy left, even if he had no power at all, as long as he began to chant it, endless flame energy would surge toward him. Only when he activated the Nirvana scripture would Long Chen feel like the heavens cared for him. The world's flame energy felt so intimate to him. As the Nirvana scripture circulated, boundless energy entered the raging flame prison. It began to grow stronger, and even Long Chen's earth flame began to slowly recover. The raging flame prison began to shrink, pressing a terrifying heat toward the full moon expert. He was horrified. He found that no matter how he resisted, he was unable to stop the encroachment of the flame energy. Even his spiritual yuan was being ignited. It wouldn't be long before he was burned to death. Long Chen, release me. Quickly release me, otherwise, your sect, your family. Fuck off. Long Chen raged. This was the kind of thing he hated hearing the most, people threatening to destroy his sect and family. Originally, he had been planning on slowly roasting him, but now he couldn't wait. Flame prison deathblow. The flame prison rapidly shrank, becoming just a foot wide. The full moon expert didn't even have a chance to make a sound before being turned to ash. All the spectators were terrified. They had personally seen two of the ancient races, strongest experts being killed. They practically couldn't believe their eyes. It had to be known that the ancient races had countless inheritances and countless experts. Furthermore, they were very protective. Now that Long Chen had killed the two of them, he had provoked an immense disaster. The flame prison disappeared and a broadsword fell from the sky. A figure suddenly rushed over, grabbed it, and fled. This person was clearly extremely crafty. He had timed everything perfectly. Long Chen was in an exhausted state, so the chance of him obtaining it was extremely high. However, he had only just grabbed it when countless golden scales flew over. He was instantly turned into mincemeat. Long Chen smiled coldly. He wanted to take advantage. How could it be possible for such a good thing to happen? He never worked for free. The treasure he had worked so hard for couldn't land in someone else's hands. Long Chen naturally wouldn't be merciful to someone trying to snatch what was his. Originally, there had also been several others lying in wait to take advantage. But now seeing Long Chen suddenly take out this many soul items, they all felt a chill. Grabbing the broadsword, Long Chen smiled. This work really hadn't been for nothing. Now that he had obtained this broadsword, everything was worth it. The broadsword was 6 feet long and was to be used with both hands. It was 4 inches wide and 1.5 inches thick. Its weight was not bad. Long Chen guessed it was at least over 3 million pounds. Although it was still too light for him, it was much more comfortable than using Flying Rainbow. Flying Rainbow was truly too light. He wasn't able to use any of his power. Swinging the broadsword, space trembled. Long Chen was delighted. With this heavy weapon, his battle power had increased by quite a bit. He had only just put it away when he saw quite a few people flying away in a certain direction. He was first startled, but then he realized that was the direction the blood python expert's whip had flown. However, Wild's attack had reached a level of power that was out of a human's understanding. No one knew how far that whip had flown. The battle here was over. There was nothing more to see, nor was there any way to take advantage. So these people suddenly thought of that priceless treasure item. They began frantically rushing over. If their luck was good, they could pick up a treasure for nothing. Although Long Chen was in a weak state right now, that immense battle had intimidated them all. Even the rank 3 Celestials didn't dare to attack Long Chen. They all left. Some people were unwilling and continued to watch in secret, but Long Chen ignored them. He ran over to Wild's side and was startled to see that he was pale white. "Wild, what's going on? Are you injured?" Long Chen supported him, investigating his body. It was only natural that after using such immense power, he would receive a powerful backlash. "Brother Long, I can't hold on any longer," said Wild feebly. "Don't mess around, you'll be fine." Long Chen cut him off. "Brother Long, I really can't hold on. I'm going to die from hunger. I need food," said Wild urgently. "What the fuck?" Long Chen was speechless. Originally, he had thought that Wild was heavily injured, but he had just used up too much energy and needed food. The source of Wild's energy was meat. Currently, Wild was so hungry that he had an urge to swallow his own arm. Long Chen hastily looked through the primal chaos space. He saw a magical beast's corpse that had only been half devoured by the black soil. Half of it was still above the ground. He hastily tore off 2 of its legs. That was a 7th rank magical beast, a 6-horn gold bull. A single leg was like a small mountain. Seeing those 2 legs, Wild immediately pounced. He tore into them, directly devouring huge mouthfuls. Watching that, Long Chen felt a chill. He turned away, unable to watch. But he noticed that when Wild began to bloodily eat the bull's legs, a few of those hidden spectators disappeared silently. A 7th rank magical beast's flesh was something that even enchanted items would have a difficult time piercing. But Wild was easily eating it. The most terrifying thing was that no one knew just where this flesh was going after he had consumed it. Was Wild's stomach a spatial bag? After consuming those 2 legs, Wild was slightly better off. He finally had the energy to speak. Long Chen asked him how he had come here. Wild said that it was Guo Ran who had found him and brought him to this place. Once he had arrived here, he had been incredibly excited. He had immediately treated this forest as his own home, constantly eating. "What about Li Qi and Song Mingyuan?" asked Long Chen suddenly. They. Wild didn't dare to look at Long Chen. Long Chen immediately thought of something and shouted, "Don't lie to me. Tell me the truth." Chapter 845 Time to refine the sea merging pill. "They refused to stay with me and left on their own. They told me to keep it secret," said Wild. He wasn't able to lie to Long Chen. "Those 2 bastards, they really are asking to be slapped." Long Chen couldn't help being enraged. Weren't they just causing trouble for no reason? This was the immemorial path. Rank 1 Celestials were just cannon fodder here. Without Wild's protection, if they ran into any trouble, the chances of them surviving were very low. But if they had been with Wild, he could have given them the heavenly Dao fruits and have them immediately advance to rank 3 Celestials. Long Chen's expression was ugly. He looked at the 2 new heavenly Dao fruits in the primal chaos space, which had come from the blood python expert and the full moon expert. Originally, he had been full of delight. But that delight was ruined now when learned that Li Qi and Song Mingyuan had gone off on their own. Their chances of surviving in the immemorial path were extremely remote. "Brother Long, Li Qi said that they couldn't always rely on you. They want to be able to be responsible for themselves. They can't always be holding you back." Seeing Long Chen's frightening expression, Wild only dared to open his mouth after a long moment. Hearing this, Long Chen's heart softened and he couldn't help but sigh. Living in this world sometimes made him feel so helpless. On the cultivation path, no one could forever advance through other people's help. They had to rely on themselves. Long Chen could make it more convenient for them, but in order to grow, they needed to rely on themselves. The price of growth was often having to face death. Their choice wasn't wrong. Long Chen suddenly felt that the one in the wrong was him. Caring too much could instead slow down people's progress, limiting their room for personal growth. But although he understood that principle, he couldn't follow it. He couldn't watch as his brothers faced such dangers while standing completely aloof. But from Li Qi and Song Mingyuan's viewpoint, Long Chen treated them as his brothers, and they also treated him as their brother. When Long Chen faced countless powerful experts, when he crossed mountains of blades or seas of fire, they had to have been feeling the same thing he was feeling. And they must have been feeling it even worse than him, because they didn't have the power to protect him. They would feel useless, ashamed of their own inferiority. Perhaps it had been precisely because of that torment that they had been so brazen as to ignore his orders and also bet on their own lives, looking for their own opportunities to get stronger. Long Chen sighed. He felt so powerless, as well as angry. As he gradually got stronger, his luck got progressively worse. When he wanted treasures, he needed to put in 10 or even 100 times more effort than others. Senior, does karmic luck really exist? Long Chen suddenly asked the Eastern Wasteland Bell this question. He very much wanted to know the answer. Of course, geniuses are products of heaven and earth condensing their karmic luck into certain people. They are blessed by the heavens, and from birth, it is fated that their luck will be better than others. They are heaven and earth's favorites, replied the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Then what am I? The trash they picked up? Asked Long Chen. The Eastern Wasteland Bell was silent for a moment. In truth, you yourself should know the answer as to why your luck is so lacking. There's no need to ask the question if you know the answer. In this case, there are many things that relate to some secrets. I can't say them. If I did, it wouldn't be good for you or me. All I can tell you is that it is fated that you will not be able to live off luck. You'll have to rely on power to fight for what you get, and nothing will be given to you for free. Long Chen bitterly smiled. As expected, against an existence that had existed for countless years, his thoughts were practically laid bare. No words were able to trick it into revealing information it didn't want to give. Then what I want to know is, how do I kill experts that are supported by karmic luck? Asked Long Chen. He felt like he was about to go crazy. Killing those people required way too much work, and there were always all kinds of interference. All you need to remember is that in front of absolute power, everything else is nothing. As long as you are strong enough, you can ignore karmic luck. Think about your barbarian friend. Just how many people could block that attack of his? So in front of overwhelming power, karmic luck is also useless. The existence known as karmic luck will only display some sort of use when two people's power is about the same. Once the difference is too great, karmic luck isn't able to do anything, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Absolute power. Long Chen's eyes brightened. He finally understood the crux of the problem. To put it frankly, he still wasn't strong enough. If he was so strong that he could surpass the restrictions of the heavenly Taos, karmic luck would be nothing. Many thanks for your pointers, Senior, said Long Chen. Don't be so courteous. To tell you the truth, I hope for you to quickly get stronger. Those two people you killed had exceptionally pure spiritual strength, and it was all absorbed by me. It was very helpful. Don't worry, my enemies fill this entire world. There are so many that I can't even kill them all, laughed Long Chen. But that laughter was also full of helplessness. Those arrogant idiots relied on the favoritism of the world to bully him, the unlucky bastard. Long Chen predicted that this opening of the immemorial path wouldn't be too peaceful. Long Chen once more chatted a bit with Wild. Just what was that immense power he had released in that battle? Wild said that this was a technique he had awakened back when Kang Ming had been killed. Previously, he hadn't realized it, but then he had encountered a terrifying magical beast in the immemorial path. In his fury, he had unconsciously grown into his giant form and killed that 7th-rank magical beast. Only then did he get a feel for his giant form. In truth, he had already activated it back when Kang Ming had died, but he had been in too much of a muddle-headed state back then. Once he had awakened, he had forgotten about it. The second time, he had activated it while clear-headed. But after killing the 7th-rank magical beast, he had become incredibly hungry. He had directly consumed that 7th-rank magical beast, but it still hadn't satisfied him. Beset by hunger, he had begun hunting for food all over. On the way, he had encountered attacks from the corrupt path. They were all killed by him. But Wild remembered Long Chen's words. Unless he was starving to the point that he was about to die, he couldn't eat humans. Later, He had found quite a few magical beasts to allay his hunger. Then with Guo Ran's help, he had found Li Qi and Song Mingyuan. They had traveled together for a while. Once Guo Ran had brought them together, he had left to travel on his own. But then Li Qi and Song Mingyuan had also left. After that, Wild had settled down here. Since ordinary 7th rank magical beasts could be killed with a single smash of his club, living here meant there would be plenty of tasty food for him. "Don't you know how to use a spatial ring? Why didn't you store any food?" asked Long Chen, but then seeing Wild's upset expression, he immediately shut his mouth. This fellow had definitely forgotten that spatial rings could store things. Long Chen thought to himself that the fact that Wild could live to this day really was a miracle. He gave Wild a spatial ring with huge space inside it. It was dozens of miles wide and should be enough to store quite a few magical beasts. The regretful thing was that Wild had smashed the blood python expert with so much power that other than that whip, everything else on him had been destroyed. Furthermore, when Long Chen had used the flame prison deathblow, the world's energy had been very berserk, turning the full moon expert to dregs. His spatial ring had also been destroyed. "Let's go hunting." Long Chen brought Wild away. He summoned Little Snow and went deeper into the forest. On the way, he gave Little Snow a heavenly Dao fruit. "Little Snow, you should eat this fruit." Little Snow shook his head, refusing to eat it. "Haha, you're overthinking it. This is the heavenly Dao fruit from that fellow that bullied you. They injured you, so you can eat this to vent your resentment," persuaded Long Chen. Little Snow was saying that eating it was just a waste. In truth, he only had 2 rank 3 heavenly Dao fruits that had come from innate celestials. But he wanted to see if they could have a special effect on Little Snow. Although it was precious, although his hope was extremely remote, he still wanted to test it. A complicated expression appeared on Little Snow's face, but in the end, he wasn't able to change Long Chen's mind. He consumed the heavenly Dao fruit. Regretfully, it still had no effect. Long Chen laughed and comforted Little Snow, saying that he had vented his anger, teasing him. But in truth, his heart was heavy. Despite that, he continued teasing Little Snow, trying to make him happier. Right now, Little Snow had just recovered and couldn't fight, but he could help them track some magical beasts. 10 days later, with Little Snow's assistance, Long Chen and Wild had killed dozens of 7th rank magical beasts. Of course, only 5 of them remained in Wild's spatial ring. The rest had all been eaten by him. There was no way around that. Wild told Long Chen that the giant form he had summoned was called the barbarian blood bronze body. It exhausted his blood chi, so after using it, he would be indescribably hungry, as if he was about to die. He only made up for that blood chi once he consumed dozens of magical beasts. After making up for the loss, they continued hunting. The recovered Wild was incomparably terrifying. Ordinary 7th rank magical beasts were killed without being able to resist. Once, the two of them had encountered a silver-armored lion eagle. It was an extremely powerful magical beast, with silver scales and wings, giving it both great defense and speed. It was practically an equal match for Meng Qi's red-eye sacred blood phoenix. But Wild had smashed it with a single club, making it dizzy. Then Long Chen had taken the advantage to directly cut off its head with a single slash of flying rainbow. Long Chen was truly amazed by Wild's power. He was the embodiment of the expression, "Only people that know how to eat have energy." Furthermore, he found that Wild's luck was truly excellent. That random bone club he had found was definitely a treasure. The Eastern Wasteland Bell said that it was the leg bone of an elephant. Its original owner should have been a king-level magical beast. This bone possessed its natural runes, which made it one of the most primitive king items. Once there were close to 50 magical beasts in Wild's storage ring, Long Chen stopped hunting with him. He had Wild continue hunting with Little Snow to keep up with his energy consumption. As for him, he found a quiet mountain cave and took out his pill furnace, as well as the newly obtained 7-stamen sea heart fruit. "Hee, it's time to refine the sea merging pill and increase my power," laughed Long Chen, a trace of excitement in his voice. Chapter 846 12th Heaven Stage of Shantian. A muffled bang came from Long Chen's pill furnace. A helpless expression appeared on his face. "It's been so long since I did any alchemy, I feel out of practice." He looked at the pile of pill dregs in his pill furnace. Not even a single pill had formed. The 7-stamen sea heart fruit was a 7th-tier medicinal ingredient, while the sea merging pill was a 7th-tier pill. And even amongst 7th-tier pills, it would be one of the most difficult to refine. For most alchemists, their cultivation bases would have to reach C expansion or above just to refine a 6th tier pill. Last time in the Pill Towers competition, he had refined the overflowing C expanding pill. Although it was a 6th tier pill, it was something used by C expansion experts. Because the requirements and difficulty in refining it were too low, it could not be counted as a 7th tier pill. A medicinal pill's tier normally corresponded with a cultivator's cultivation base. 1st tier, chi condensation; 2nd tier, blood condensation; 3rd tier, tendon transformation; 4th tier, bone forging; 5th tier, meridian opening; 6th tier, xianxia; 7th tier, C expansion. But there were also some special existences amongst medicinal pills. A prime example was the overflowing C expanding pill. The overflowing C expanding pill was one of the common medicinal pills for C expansion experts. Its price was relatively low. Other than the overflowing C expanding pill, there were also quite a few other popular medicinal pills with better medicinal effects. But their price was also multiple times higher. The C expansion realm was also a money-burning realm just like bone forging. Borrowing the energy within medicinal pills, it was possible to expand the Qi C even further. The better the medicinal pill, the greater the medicinal energy. As for the C merging pill Long Chen was attempting to refine, it was a priceless treasure that C expansion experts would long for even in their dreams. But in the outside world, he hadn't heard of the C merging pill. It seemed that the world no longer possessed this medicinal pill, or perhaps the 7-stamen seaheart fruit was already extinct, so the medicinal pill had also disappeared. After failing a furnace of pills, Long Chen smiled slightly. He wouldn't get discouraged by something so reasonable. If the outside world learned that he dared to refine 7th-tier medicinal pills with his xianxia cultivation base, it would definitely frighten many old alchemists to death. Even alchemists whose cultivation bases had reached C expansion wouldn't necessarily be able to refine a 7th-tier medicinal pill. And even if they could, it would be the comparatively lower level ones, not ones like the C merging pill. Those that could refine that level of pill would be grandmaster alchemists. Long Chen rested for 2 hours before attempting it a second time. In any case, he had a large pile of medicinal ingredients, and he didn't feel any pressure about failing. In the end, he failed 7 times before succeeding, allowing him to sigh with relief. In truth, this failure rate was a large blow to him. He was someone who had received the inheritance of a pill god. Failing 7 times in a row was too embarrassing. Of course, if people knew that he had refined the C merging pill with his xianxia cultivation base, it would definitely shake the entire alchemy world. There were 3 questions they would ask. Where did he get that much spiritual yuan? Where did he get that much soul energy? And where did he get such a powerful pill flame? Long Chen didn't just have all 3 of those requirements, but he also had his pill god memories with profound alchemy experience. It would have been strange if he couldn't refine it. In the alchemy world, ordinary alchemists could only refine pills 1 tier below their cultivation base. If they could refine pills on the same tier as their cultivation base, they would be a genius. As for someone who could refine a pill with a higher tier than their cultivation base, there was one word for that: nonsense. No one would believe such a thing. 3 1-ring pills and the rest are middle grade. They're pretty much useless. Long Chen threw away the middle grade ones, leaving behind only the 3 1-ring C merging pills. He directly swallowed one of them. While swallowing it, he bound it with his spiritual yuan, not letting it immediately dissolve. That was a 7th-tier medicinal pill, one that was used to forcibly increase the size of the Qi C once it had already reached its limit. The amount of energy within it was immense. If a xianxia expert ate it, it would be suicide. Once the pill dissolved, the terrifying medicinal energy would directly cause their Qi C to explode. If they were fortunate, they would just immediately die instead of being half dead from their destroyed Qi C. Even Long Chen wouldn't dare to just directly allow it to dissolve in his body. He wasn't using it to expand his Qi C, but to transform it into spiritual yuan to increase his cultivation base. There were 7 flower marks on the C merging pill, the same marks that were originally on the 7-stamen seaheart fruit. That was where the fruit's essence was condensed. Long Chen tested absorbing the medicinal energy bit by bit. But its medicinal energy was too powerful, and it was like gunpowder to him. As soon as he started refining it, its medicinal energy surged through his meridians. His meridians swelled as if a river was pouring into a canal. But Long Chen was relieved to see that his meridians were fine. It seemed he had been worried for nothing. But there was no way around that. His luck really was just so bad that he had no choice but to carefully advance. After bearing the first wave of medicinal energy, Long Chen was confident. He continued to release the medicinal energy. The energy was like a surging sea crashing through his body. This energy, which should have been used to push the limits of the Qi Si, had now been used to increase his cultivation base. That was an exceedingly brazen method, but its effect was remarkable. Long Chen could feel his cultivation base rapidly advancing. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Wild and Little Snow were roving around every day, and the surrounding magical beasts had all been consumed by them. Wild was currently hesitating over whether he should go further. Boom! Suddenly, the mountain Long Chen was in exploded and a powerful aura surged into the sky. Long Chen was surrounded by runes as he floated in the air, his eyes shining with a divine light. Ha ha ha, the sea merging pill really is too powerful. Just 2 pills had allowed him to reach the 12th heaven stage. He was just one step from the sea expansion realm. His laughter echoed throughout the land, filled with delight. The sea merging pill had an even greater effect than he had imagined. He had reached the peak of the Xianxian realm now. It had been 3 months since he had entered the immemorial path, and there were still 3 months until the spiritual Qi eruption in the immemorial path would occur. That was the best time to advance to sea expansion. But suddenly, Long Chen thought of a problem. The sea expansion realm referred to expanding the Qi Si. But he didn't even have a dantian. Where was his Qi Si? He then suddenly laughed. He really had begun getting afraid over nothing. When had the 9-star hegemon body art ever disappointed him? Brother Long, you've advanced to sea expansion. Wild ran over excitedly. The fact that Wild even knew about sea expansion could count as amazing. Little Snow also ran over, intimately rubbing his head against Long Chen. Long Chen lightly rubbed his head and laughed. How could that be possible? I'm just at the peak of Xianxian right now. But Long Chen had advanced 2 levels since fighting Lang Yuan. His spiritual yuan was much more robust, and his body had been greatly strengthened. His combat power had definitely increased immensely. He had an urge to find some true experts to fight. In fact, he even formed the slightest urge to go find Lang Yuan to have a fight, so that they could see just who was stronger in the Xianxian realm. But then thinking about how Lang Yuan had her spirit blood and could summon that terrifying figure, he became a bit less confident. Then thinking of her practically perfect face, he was speechless. That beautiful, crazy woman said that she would kill him the next time they met. If he wasn't strong enough, he would be cut down. He checked the primal chaos space. When he saw that the huge block of phoenix blood black gold had shrunk a great deal, he jumped in fright. He also saw that Blooddrinker was still stuck in the ore, motionless. But the runes on it had begun to automatically circulate. A terrifying aura was rising. Although it wasn't moving, the space around it was twisting. Even from a distance, it was possible to sense a great pressure. What a terrifying aura. Just this aura is enough to make others piss themselves. Good, good. When the time comes, just how badass will it be to roam around the land with this saber on my shoulder? Seeing Blooddrinker's amazing power, Long Chen was incomparably excited. Once Blooddrinker awakened, it would definitely be unimaginably powerful. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his excitement. With supreme willpower, he pulled his divine sense out of the primal chaos space. He had almost gotten completely engrossed with just staring at Blooddrinker. Right now, Blooddrinker was at a critical juncture. Long Chen swore that he definitely wouldn't disturb it until it awoke on its own. Wild, Little Snow, did you encounter any powerful fellows outside? I want to test my new power on some powerful magical beasts, said Long Chen. His hands were itching for a fight. Little Snow immediately roared, saying that he knew a place that should have a powerful existence. Long Chen and Wild were delighted, and they immediately set off, with Little Snow leading the way. On the way, Long Chen examined Wild's body and found that almost all his cells had awoken. There were less than 3% still slumbering. He was delighted to see that. Once all of his cells revitalized, Wild's power would leap to an even more terrifying level. In fact, he might even be able to fight using the barbarian blood bronze body for an extended period. Thinking of that, Long Chen felt some apprehensiveness. Wild's power was truly too terrifying. That power practically couldn't be described with words. It wasn't based on magical arts, nor was it based on a cultivation base. It was just brute force. But that brute force was so powerful that it was chilling. However, Long Chen also thought of another problem. His power might increase, but once all his cells were fully activated, it meant that all his cells would need food. Thinking of that, his scalp turned numb. They were still advancing when a furious roar suddenly shook the sky. Everything within thousands of miles was trembling. Long Chen hastily raised his head in horror. Little Snow, you're trying to get me killed. Chapter 847 8th rank magical beast, Earth Dragon. Long Chen saw a distant mountain. His heart pounded. That was a huge, 3-mile-long Earth Dragon. This so-called Earth Dragon was actually just a large lizard. It had 2 horns on its head, making it appear sinister and terrifying. It also had a pair of wings, but it wasn't able to fly. It was covered in golden scales from top to bottom, and currently lying at the peak of a mountain. Seeing Long Chen and the others arrive, it let out a thunderous roar. That's clearly an 8th rank magical beast. Long Chen gulped. Little Snow let out a quiet growl. Long Chen was speechless. Even if I've advanced, I'm not a match for an 8th rank magical beast. Are you joking? Little Snow actually thought that he could handle an 8th rank magical beast now that he had advanced. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Little Snow really had overestimated him. It wasn't as if he had advanced to see expansion. How could he dare to challenge an 8th rank magical beast? That was equivalent to a human foundation forging expert. Furthermore, seeing its immense territory, it was obvious that it was the ruler of this place. No other magical beasts dared to provoke it. Most importantly, anything in this world that was remotely related to a dragon wasn't something you should provoke. This Earth Dragon was a fire attribute magical beast, and the Earth Dragon Golden Blaze, first on the Beast Flame rankings, came from it. In the outside world, the Earth Dragons no longer possessed very pure bloodlines. And with such impure bloodlines, their limit was the 6th rank. But this one was a truly powerful existence that had reached the 8th rank. Brother Long, let's try it. Its flesh will definitely be. Wild's stomach grumbled. He gulped down his saliva, a hopeful light in his eyes. Although I feel like it's very foolish, I still want to try it. Ah, I really am becoming more and more stupid, sighed Long Chen. The Earth Dragon had something that he needed. That was its Needin. Just the Beast Flame seed extracted from a 6th rank Earth Dragon would be ranked first on the Beast Flame rankings. So it was obvious just how much energy had to be in this Earth Dragon's Needin. Within Long Chen's body, Huolong was starting to become agitated. Even at this distance, it was able to sense the Earth Dragon's flame energy. It was urging Long Chen to summon his courage. Long Chen put away Little Snow immediately to avoid him being one-shotted. He didn't have the slightest assurance in fighting against an 8th rank magical beast. But there was one thing that gave him confidence. If they really were unable to defeat it, he could always bring out the dragon scale. Any magical beast with comparatively greater intelligence would be affected by the dragon might, especially this kind of magical beast that was related to dragons. Wild, this fellow is extremely powerful. The chances of us winning are very low. The plan is for me to attack first, while you preserve your power. When the time comes, I'll send you a message. Then you'll immediately activate your barbarian blood bronze body and hit it with your strongest attack. Whether or not we can win is up to you, understood? Said Long Chen. Wild nervously nodded. Long Chen knew that if Wild even understood 50% of his meaning, it would be not bad. He just told him to not move and wait for him to create an opportunity. Once he was sure Wild understood and was just about to move out, the Eastern Wasteland bell suddenly rang out in Long Chen's head. Are you really going to attack it? Your chances of winning aren't high. In fact, you'll likely end up being killed. You're looking down on an 8th rank magical beast's power. I really can't understand you. You don't understand what Lang Yuan is thinking, but now I find I also can't understand what you're thinking. If you're so unlucky all the time, why don't you be more well-behaved? Hee, with bad luck, the danger factor is much higher, so the chance of succeeding is lower. That is correct, but you don't know how I passed the last few years. Everything I have, I gained through risking my life. If I didn't dare to do something because of danger, I wouldn't have been able to obtain more opportunities, and I would have been surpassed by others. My experience over these years tells me that it is the people who fear death the most that have the earliest and most miserable deaths. Furthermore, my experience also tells me that the greater the danger, the greater the profit. I don't know if this theory of mine suits others, but I feel like it works for me, said Long Chen. This was his precious experience that he had gained through risking his life over and over. The Eastern Wasteland bell descended into silence. Everything about Long Chen was so strange, making it so he couldn't understand him. If Long Chen was truly its heir, then the world's karmic luck should have gathered all over him. But then how was he so unlucky? Long Chen had just moved when a roar rang out. This time, it wasn't just a warning. It also contained a trace of anger. The fact that Long Chen was encroaching upon its territory had angered the Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon was a king amongst magical beasts, and as a flame attribute beast, it was easily angered. It had been many years since any magical beast had tried approaching it. The surrounding magical beasts were just its prey. Long Chen ignored its warning and continued forward. The Earth Dragon's territory was huge. It was several thousand miles, and on this land, there wasn't a single blade of grass growing. It was just barren rock. When Long Chen had traveled hundreds of miles into its territory, the Earth Dragon finally couldn't endure any longer. It didn't move, but it opened its mouth. Golden flames rushed toward Long Chen. Long Chen didn't even have a chance to react before they instantly devoured him. The golden flames melted the rocks around him. A burnt smell filled the twisting air. Damn, this is thousands of times stronger than the Earth Dragon golden blaze that Huo Wufeng controlled. Exclaimed Long Chen. Just this one spurt of breath is enough to kill any number of rank 2 celestials struck by it. If I could subdue it, then I would be able to roam around the immemorial path unchallenged. Regretfully, there's no way to subdue it with brute force, and even if I could capture it, there's no hope of successfully placing a slave mark on it with my current spiritual strength. The only chance there would be any hope of subduing it was if he used the dragon scale's might. But he definitely couldn't do that again. If he exhausted too much of the essence blood in the dragon scale, he wouldn't be able to cultivate the dragon blood body tempering art. If that happened, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Furthermore, even if the Earth Dragon couldn't resist the dragon might, couldn't it run? He wouldn't be able to stop it, and then he would have lost everything. Long Chen was surrounded by blue flames. Those raging golden flames were unable to do anything to him. In fact, they were absorbed by the blue flames. His arm shook as Huo Long almost charged out of its own accord. Long Chen hastily suppressed it. Now wasn't the time to release it. Taking advantage of when it was breathing fire, Long Chen closed the distance. With the earth flame protecting him, he didn't fear any of this fire. When Long Chen was just a few dozen miles away, the Earth Dragon suddenly moved. It stood up and revealed its mountain-sized wings, rushing at Long Chen. Although it wasn't able to fly, its speed was incredible. A huge claw came whistling toward him. Split the heavens. With the broadsword, Split the Heavens was much stronger now. Long Chen's sword chi slashed onto its claw. Long Chen felt like his sword chi had slashed into an immovable mountain. A huge backlash sent him flying. He tumbled back, only crawling up dozens of miles away. When he crawled up, he suddenly realized that his attack hadn't even managed to slow the Earth Dragon down. It was still charging at him. One of its huge wings smashed down on him. That wing had bone thorns growing on it that whistled through the air. Long Chen's scalp turned numb. It was no wonder the Eastern Wasteland Bell had said he was courting death. An 8th rank magical beast's power wasn't something he could imagine. With a furious roar, Long Chen explosively released all his power. A huge ray of sword chi soared into the sky. Boom! Long Chen's arms both broke. He vomited blood as he once more flew back. On the way, a mountain he crashed into crumbled to bits. Fuck, how is it so powerful? Although Long Chen had thought that he had already overestimated an 8th rank magical beast's power before fighting, he realized he had actually still underestimated it. He had advanced to the 12th heaven stage of Shantian, but he was still unable to receive even a single attack from the Earth Dragon with his strongest move. Suddenly, it flapped its wings, releasing a powerful gust that sent him flying. It opened its mouth, and a sea of raging flames spurted toward him. This was not the same breath as last time. Within this sea of flames were countless flame runes. The ground instantly melted. In front of this terrifying heat, the liquefied ground began to vaporize. This was Long Chen's first time seeing such a terrifying beast flame. Fortunately, the earth flame restricted the beast flame. No matter how the flames tried to attack him, Huo Long absorbed them easily. Those flame runes were especially nourishing for it. Now it's troublesome. I can't get close to it, let alone lock it down. None of my strategies will work anymore. But while it's breathing fire, there should be an opportunity. Long Chen suddenly took out a giant pill with the same size as a baby's fist. It was pitch black and had 9 pill rings on it. It was the most difficult medicinal pill he had ever refined. In truth, This was a poison pill he had refined back when he had refined the sea-merging pill. It was something that contained all the poison of the hidden ground gold Spider King. Back then, he had felt that it might be able to help in a crisis. Now he brought it out. Wrapping it with the Earth Flame's power, he sent it flying into the Earth Dragon's mouth. To be clear, the dragon here does not refer to a real dragon. It is the same as when Huo Long and Lei Long fly out, they aren't true dragons. You should just treat that as a descriptor of shape. Chapter 848 The Earth Dragon's Power. Because the Earth Dragon was currently breathing fire, it didn't realize that Long Chen's gift had already reached it. Its attack lasted for 3 breaths, and the entire world around them had been incinerated. Steam streamed out of the vaporized ground. Time to take your medicine. Just like a human, after breathing out, the Earth Dragon took a deep breath in. As a result, that black medicinal pill was directly swallowed. In comparison to the Earth Dragon's mouth, the giant pill was like a speck of dust. But as soon as the giant pill entered its throat, it transformed into black liquid that rapidly spread throughout its flesh. The Earth Dragon immediately sensed something was off. It opened its mouth, just about to spit out the black medicinal liquid. Split the heavens too. Just at this moment, Long Chen's full-strength attack viciously slashed onto its head. The Earth Dragon was struck with its defense down, and it smashed into the ground. After that attack, Long Chen was finally horrified. That was his full-strength attack, but it only managed to break a portion of its scales around the slash. It was unable to cause any fatal damage. In fact, it wasn't even able to cause a flesh wound. That kind of defense was too terrifying. However, he had achieved his goal with this attack. As long as the poison circulated throughout the Earth Dragon's body, he trusted that even if the poison couldn't kill it, it would greatly reduce its battle prowess. That was the hidden ground gold Spider King's poison. It was extremely potent, to the point that the Spider King's poison sac had 3 layers of protection around it. Once its poison was released, even the Spider King would be poisoned to death. Thus, it could be seen just how strong that poison was. After releasing this attack, Long Chen immediately flew into the air. He didn't need to do anything now. He just needed to wait for the poison to spread. The Earth Dragon shook its head repeatedly, roaring furiously. It was breathing fire, trying to expel the poison. Regretfully, its flame energy came from its needin, not its stomach. It was unable to stop the poison from spreading. Seeing this scene, Long Chen was relieved. Like this, even though he had lost a trump card, he would at least not have to use the dragon scale. Even if he couldn't kill it, he would be able to leave safely. What? Up in the air, Long Chen suddenly saw another huge figure at the edge of his sight. He dropped from the sky and almost called out to Wild to run. That was because he saw that at the Earth Dragon's original location, another Earth Dragon was lying on the ground. It was slightly smaller than the one he was fighting against, but still enormous. Don't worry about that one. It's dead, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Dead, Long Chen sighed with relief. His cold sweat had drenched his back. If he had to face 2 Earth Dragons, then there wasn't the slightest chance of winning. From up in the sky, he had also gotten a better view. He saw that there was also a cave where the Earth Dragon had been. It was unknown what was inside. Little fellow, you really are sinister enough. That poison pill of yours won't be able to kill the Earth Dragon, but it will weaken its power by around 70%, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. It hadn't expected Long Chen would have such a method. Sinister enough, hee, I'll take that as praise. And 70%, hee, that's even more effective than I had expected, said Long Chen, delighted. The Earth Dragon suddenly roared. The poison was spreading throughout its body, and it couldn't stop it. In its fury, it opened its mouth, and a golden light shot toward Long Chen. Careful, shouted the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Long Chen jumped in terror, not expecting the Earth Dragon to have such a terrifying attack. That wasn't its fire breath, but a kind of divine ability. The instant Long Chen sensed that feeling of crisis, he instinctively used the lightning body blink to dodge to the side. The ray of golden light just narrowly missed his body, but although it didn't strike him head-on, just the shockwaves from it made him feel like a hammer had smashed into his body. His clothes were blown apart, and he wildly vomited blood. His body almost collapsed. Long Chen was horrified. He hastily dodged and put on a new set of robes. He flashed through the air, not letting the Earth Dragon land a second shot against him. That is one of the Earth Dragon's core abilities. Even a foundation forging cultivator would be killed if they were struck, explained the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Long Chen felt a burst of terror. That attack had been too powerful, and there hadn't even been any sign of it coming. Not good, that kind of attack will exhaust its core energy. That's what Huolong needs, said Long Chen. The Eastern Wasteland Belle was speechless. Long Chen kept saying that Leng Yuan was crazy, but wasn't he even crazier? The best time to kill the Earth Dragon was the moment it had exhausted all its core energy. But Long Chen actually cared about the energy in its needin. He was the true madman. Long Chen continued to weave through the air, not letting the Earth Dragon lock onto him and release that attack again. That would save its core energy. Eventually, he got closer to the Earth Dragon, and it suddenly slammed one of its wings at him. Long Chen was delighted to see that its speed and power had clearly dropped. That should be the effect of the poison. He pushed the lightning body blink to its peak, deftly dodging its wings, claws, tail, and breath. Its body was huge, and with its power and speed drastically reduced, it wasn't nimble. It was unable to threaten Long Chen. Long Chen was like a fly buzzing around it. No matter how it attacked, it was unable to strike him. It roared in fury. Boom! Because of its fury, the Earth Dragon smashed both its wings down. As a result, dust blew into the air, and it tottered a few steps. A good chance. Long Chen had been waiting for a long while now. His broadsword slashed down on its wing at precisely the moment it had lost balance. The Earth Dragon was too powerful, and with its defense, his saber didn't cause any damage to the wing. But the huge force made it lose its balance even more. It tumbled, rolling on the ground. When it rose from the ground, it was a bit dizzy. One reason was due to the tumbling, while the other was due to the poison. Its reflexes were slowed a great deal. Countless flame runes rapidly formed a prison around the Earth Dragon. In its muddled state, it was easily caught. Seeing that, Long Chen was delighted. After this much planning, he had finally created an opportunity. It had to be known that with his current power, trying to trap an 8th-rank magical beast like the Earth Dragon was practically impossible. While the magical art was forming, he needed the Earth Dragon to not move. Otherwise, if it struggled just as it was forming, in its weakest state, the flame prison would be brittle and easily broken by this powerful magical beast. So in order to use the magical art, he had to first keep the Earth Dragon still for a moment. Originally, he had thought if he landed split the heavens on its head, there would have been a good chance of making it dizzy for half a breath while he used the raging flame prison. But the Earth Dragon's power had far exceeded his expectations. It was a good thing that he had the poison pill to weaken it, allowing him to grasp this opportunity. The flame prison had just appeared when chanting filled the air. Boundless flame energy surged into the flame prison. The Earth Dragon crazily struggled while Long Chen circulated the raging flame prison with his full power. However, the Earth Dragon was too large and powerful. It was like a bird cage made out of threads of gold was trapping a rooster. The flame prison seemed flimsy in front of the Earth Dragon, and it was constantly rocking. It was even a bit comical. But Long Chen didn't feel like it was comical in the slightest. His heart had risen into his throat. It really looked like the flame prison would break at any moment. Wild, quickly hit its head, shouted Long Chen. With the Nirvana scripture, he was pouring his energy into the flame prison. He could only just barely keep it contained. Wild, who had long since been prepared, hastily rushed out. His legs stamped on the ground, and he shot into the air. His figure suddenly grew explosively, turning him into a giant 30 meters tall. Although it was his second time seeing it, Long Chen was still awed. Wild smashed his bone club down on the Earth Dragon's head. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled. Blood splashed and the Earth Dragon crashed through the flame prison, flying into the distance. What? It's still not dead. Long Chen was shocked. Half of its head was now caved in because of Wild's attack. But then he suddenly realized that the Earth Dragon didn't have a crystal core. All of its energy was located in its Needon. Huolong, it's up to you now. Long Chen waved his hand. The flame tattoo on. His arm lit up, and a blue ray of light shot toward the heavily injured Earth Dragon. Chapter 849 The Greatest Treasure. Huolong's 3,000-meter body charged toward the Earth Dragon. Its size was already very large, but compared to the Earth Dragon, Huolong seemed like a malnourished child attacking a large man. At the same time as Huolong flew out, Lei Long followed. That wasn't Long Chen's order, it had flown out on its own to help Huolong. Huolong and Lei Long immediately coiled around the Earth Dragon's neck. Their runes circulated, tightly clenching, attempting to strangle it. Long Chen knew that even the double dragon destruction wouldn't necessarily be able to cause any effective injuries to the Earth Dragon. So he had them fight while preserving their energy in search of an opportunity. Only now did Long Chen realize how foolish he had been to challenge an 8th rank magical beast, and one that was a ruler amongst 8th rank magical beasts at that. They fundamentally weren't existences he could challenge. The Earth Dragon roared furiously, trying to shake them off. Its throat was the thinnest part of its body, and it was the only place the two of them were able to wrap around and threaten it with. The Earth Dragon's runes suddenly lit up, and a terrifying pressure descended. Seeing that the Earth Dragon was just about to throw off its restrictions, Long Chen jumped in fright. "Wild, hit it again!" Long Chen shouted upon seeing that Wild was still in his giant form. As soon as Wild had struck the first time, he had felt like his power was retreating. He had just been about to put away the barbarian blood bronze body. But hearing Long Chen's order, he hastily smashed his club down. Boom! The sound of bones breaking rang out. The Earth Dragon's head was now completely deformed, but it still didn't die. Suddenly, rumbling came from the Earth Dragon's body. Long Chen's expression immediately changed. It was about to rely on the energy within its Niden to heal. Long Chen's face turned green. 8th rank magical beasts were truly too terrifying. If he allowed it to heal, then in its berserk state, it was unknown whether even the dragon scale could stop it. The Earth Dragon had been blown into the distance by Wild's attack. Suddenly, Long Chen's eyes brightened. He sent a message to Lei Long and Huo Long. Huo Long immediately let go of the Earth Dragon and dodged. Only Lei Long continued to tightly hold onto it. At this moment, Long Chen's attack landed. "How vicious," muttered the Eastern Wasteland Belle. The Earth Dragon had yet to stabilize after being struck by Wild. Now it was once more sent flying. As its stomach flipped into the air, it immediately struggled. As it struggled, near its tail, a hole was revealed. That was the Earth Dragon's anus. Because it had used too much force, it had opened. At that moment, a blue fire dragon shrank down and squeezed through. The Earth Dragon let out a miserable roar that shook the 9 heavens. It immediately began to struggle on a new level. It crazily rolled back and forth, destroying the land. Its wings were like blades while its tail was like a whip, destroying everything around it. Long Chen was horrified. He hastily rushed over to Wild's side. Seeing his weakened state, he pulled him away. Long Chen had only just left when Lei Long finally couldn't hold on any longer and was shattered. It transformed into lightning runes that returned to his arm. It clearly wasn't able to hold back the Earth Dragon once it began this crazy struggle. Long Chen flew into the distance. Wild quickly took out a magical beast's corpse and began to devour it. He felt like he was about to starve to death. On the other hand, Long Chen was looking at the crazily struggling Earth Dragon in shock. This Earth Dragon was truly too terrifying. It had been consecutively heavily injured by Wild but still possessed such power. Suddenly, a muffled bang came from within the Earth Dragon's body. It stiffened and then fell motionlessly to the ground. Long Chen finally sighed with relief. Only now did he sense that his back was covered in sweat. Feeling the wind blowing on him, he felt like he was about to collapse. Huo Long had managed to succeed. From an extremely crafty angle, it had broken through the Earth Dragon's practically flawless defense. It had managed to charge into its body and directly devour its Niden. With its Niden devoured, it was like a human whose heart had been crushed. It immediately lost the source of its power. Crap, I need food. Wild suddenly roared and charged towards the Earth Dragon, his eyes red. His hunger made him feel crazy. He grabbed its claw, but no matter how he pulled, the scales wouldn't come off. In his urgency, Wild directly opened his mouth and bit down on the scales. Long Chen felt goosebumps. Those scales that even treasure items could barely harm were being devoured by Wild. But the scales were also too hard, and Wild's own mouth was bleeding. It seemed he didn't notice that as he continued crunching down on the scales along with some of the Earth Dragon's skin. Just like that, Wild knelt down and viciously bit into the exposed skin. That incomparably tough skin was also torn off, and then seeing blood leaking out, Wild opened his mouth and began to drink it. "Fuck, you can't drink that. It's poisonous." Long Chen hastily shot forward, about to pull him away. But Wild was too fast. He had already eaten his way into the Earth Dragon's body. Half of his body was already inside its flesh, and Long Chen only managed to grab his leg. It seemed Wild had lost all sense of reason. No matter how long Chen pulled, he just continued to bite the flesh inside, refusing to leave. Long Chen found that funny as well as startling. But the hidden ground gold spider king's poison was still present. Wild would also be poisoned like this. Let him be. The barbarian race only eats flesh. Anything that has meat and blood can be eaten. They aren't affected by poison, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. What? Long Chen was startled. They were unaffected by poison. What kind of constitution was that terrifying? Just as he was dumbfounded, Wild had already dug his way into the earth dragon's claw, leaving behind only a bloody hole to show where he had entered. The sound of him eating could be heard from inside. Perhaps what you said was right. Your opportunities all lie within danger, sighed the Eastern Wasteland Bell. That's just what I've learned through my experience. The heavens are often unfair to me, and sometimes it seems that they even want to kill me. I need to get stronger, so I have to risk my life to gain more chips. Fuck, just talking about that is infuriating. The heavens birth all things. I never asked to be born. But since they birthed me, they can't always be trying to take my life. Fuck, once I'm stronger, I'll definitely overturn these idiot heavens. Long Chen clenched his teeth. This thinking of yours is extremely heretical, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. TCH, if you had my experiences, you'd be even more heretical. Long Chen shook his head. Only people who personally had to go through what had happened to him would understand his fury. Suddenly, a blue light flew out from around the earth dragon's tail. It transformed into a huge dragon that flew through the air. Long Chen was delighted. Huo Long's power had increased by quite a bit. Its size had increased by 50% now. That was an immense benefit. Huo Long excitedly flew through the air, expressing its pride and power. Long Chen smiled, allowing it to be excited for a bit. Huo Long and Lei Long were like children in terms of intelligence. Long Chen jumped onto the earth dragon's head. He slashed flying rainbow at a seam between bones, making sure it was completely dead so that it wouldn't suffer any longer. The earth dragon's life energy was shockingly powerful. Its head had been smashed, and its Niden had been devoured, but it had still been alive. But that kind of living was just torment. This blow of Long Chen's was his mercy. After resolving that, he almost habitually put the corpse away when he remembered Wild was still in its claw. He swept out his divine sense and was speechless. In just a short time, Wild had consumed all the flesh in the claw. That was an 8th rank magical beast's flesh. The amount of energy in it was terrifying to imagine. But Wild had already eaten several tons without being satisfied. However, several tons of flesh was nothing when it came to the earth dragon's huge body. Go check the other earth dragon. That's where your greatest harvest is. According to your combat power, you should have definitely lost this battle and died. But you won, so your harvest is big enough to make others red-eyed, sighed the Eastern Wasteland Bell. The Eastern Wasteland Bell wasn't aware Long Chen had the dragon scale and could have escaped at any time, as the dragon scale had constantly been in the primal chaos space. Long Chen's eyes brightened. He rushed over to the peak of the mountain. He left this earth dragon for Wild to eat. This second earth dragon was 2.5 miles long. That was a bit smaller than the first one, but still enormous. It was lying on the ground with no signs of life. It's dead. Long Chen found this strange. There weren't any injuries on its body or any signs of battle. It was like it was sleeping. Huo Long. In any case, it was a treasure. Once Huo Long devoured its Niden, its power would once more increase. He called out to it. But Huo Long didn't come out. It said that this earth dragon didn't have any energy in its Niden. What, senior, didn't you say that this was the greatest harvest? Asked Long Chen. Long Chen felt the Eastern Wasteland Bell in his spiritual space shake slightly. A ray of light suddenly appeared in the outside world and cut across the earth dragon's abdomen. Its powerful defenses that Long Chen hadn't been able to pierce were like paper in front of that light. A large gash appeared in the earth dragon's abdomen. Suddenly, 4 huge eggs rolled out. Long Chen's eyes almost popped out. Earth Dragon Eggs, Chapter 850 Blood Incinerating Lion Flame. Yes, these are the Earth Dragon's eggs. Your luck was actually excellent this time. This was a pair of Earth Dragons, and the mother dragon died. Fortunately, the eggs inside it have already fully formed. Even though the mother dragon died, the eggs still incubated, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Long Chen was delighted. This earth dragon was not the outside world's earth dragon where they possessed impure bloodlines and could only grow to the 6th rank. But since these were the eggs of 8th rank Earth dragons, they would also mature into 8th rank Earth dragons. Most importantly, with a beast tamer like Meng Qi, they would get the best growing conditions to bring out all their potential. Haha, gold, I've really struck gold this time. Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. Meng Qi could have one and Tang Wan could have one. That was a must. As for that little fellow Guo Ran, this was definitely a divine item for showing off. If he didn't give one to him, he would call his boss petty. After all, he was the general of the Dragonblood Legion. Even if it was just for appearances, he had to have a powerful mount. As for the last one, Long Chen suddenly thought of Little Snow. Within the spiritual space, Little Snow let out a quiet growl. It actually understood Long Chen's intention and declined. Long Chen had been thinking of leaving one egg for Little Snow to eat. There might be a 1 in 10,000 chance it could help him break through. Long Chen wouldn't hesitate to pay any price for Little Snow to continue advancing. Fine, then I'll put them away first and we can talk about it later. Long Chen put away the 4 eggs as well as the corpse. Just as Long Chen was feeling completely satisfied, Huo Long suddenly sent him a message. There's something you need in the cave. Long Chen was startled. Although Huo Long's intelligence wasn't high, it was still able to communicate simple thoughts to him. Long Chen carefully examined his surroundings. The top of this mountain was flat and very large. There was an open space dozens of miles wide. In the center, there was a shaft that led straight down. That shaft was 100 meters wide. Originally, Long Chen had thought it would be the Earth Dragon's lair. But now that he thought about it, that didn't make sense. With the Earth Dragon's huge body, there was no way it would fit. With Huo Long's reminder, Long Chen became curious. His wings flapped and he slowly flew down. The shaft went straight down. Everything was extremely stable. Even after the terrifying battle outside, this mountain still hadn't collapsed. Long Chen descended several miles. He hadn't just reached the heart of the mountain, but he had even descended underground. However, he still wasn't at the end. As he fell down, he realized what it was that Huo Long wanted. As he went deeper, a fierce heat came closer. Suddenly, a wave of heat erupted from underground. This shaft was like a chimney, allowing the fire to explode from below. Long Chen hastily circulated his flame energy, protecting him. At the same time, he stabbed his broadsword into the wall, using it to stay stable. No wonder the 2 Earth Dragons would make this place their home. As flame attribute magical beasts, they were absorbing this flame energy to cultivate. Once he was over 10 miles underground, the space suddenly widened. Looking around, Long Chen was dumbfounded. This place was actually a huge lava pool hundreds of miles wide. With each wild surge of the lava, powerful heat waves that could roast an ordinary celestial would blast out. Suddenly, the lava erupted. A wave of it crashed toward Long Chen. He snorted and slashed his broadsword, breaking the wave. After he broke the wave, a roar rang out. A huge figure flew out of the lava. It was a lion formed out of flames. When it appeared, the heat coming off of it immediately turned this underground world indistinct. That heat caused space to twist chaotically. An earth flame. Long Chen let out a startled cry. In this world, only earth flames possessed such terrifying flame energy. It was practically powerful enough to destroy heaven and earth, incinerating anything that it touched. Furthermore, this earth flame was extremely condensed, to an even greater degree than Huo Long. The flame lion let out a furious roar and charged at Long Chen. At the same time, a roar came from Huo Long. Its huge body shot over and enveloped the flame lion. What startled Long Chen was that Huo Long was immediately broken apart with a single blow from the flame lion. How powerful! Huo Long isn't its match. However, an earth flame did not possess a body of flesh and blood. When its body was broken, it transformed into runes that once more condensed into a flame dragon, continuing to attack the flame lion. But Huo Long's huge body was as weak as paper in front of the flame lion. It wasn't able to receive a single blow. "Senior, can you help me suppress that earth flame?" asked Long Chen to the eastern wasteland bell. This earth flame beast was too powerful. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Huo Long couldn't hold on any longer. And without Huo Long's protection, Long Chen wouldn't stand a chance against this flame lion. "That is simple for me, but I must warn you, if I do that, it will cancel out the karma of me taking your reward from the trial. Other than that, for freeing me, I can help you out once in a life and death situation. But once I do, the karma between us will be over." I can't randomly help you. We are on completely different levels, you understand? Said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Long Chen smiled. Don't worry, senior, I'm not such a greedy person. Nor will I depend on others. The main problem was just that the flame lion was too powerful. Huolong was unable to even trap it. Otherwise, he wouldn't even need to ask the Eastern Wasteland Belle. As long as Huolong could have trapped it for a single moment, he could have pulled it into the primal chaos space. Long Chen trusted that the primal chaos bead was definitely capable of subduing it. There are many kinds of earth flames. Your earth flame is called the blue underground flame. In truth, its ranking isn't very high. It isn't even in the top 100. The blood incinerating lion flame in front of you is much better. It's ranked 96th. My advice would be for you to subdue the blood incinerating lion flame and then feed your current earth flame to it. That would get you the most benefits. Long Chen shook his head. Just like Little Snow, I don't think of Huolong as a helper or a weapon, but a companion who fights alongside me. As long as it doesn't abandon me, I won't abandon it. You can consider that foolish, but I'm used to that foolishness. I can't change this fault of mine, so please go ahead. Long Chen understood what the Eastern Wasteland Belle was saying. The blue underground flame's innate ability wasn't very high. There was no value in raising it, so it was better to switch it with the blood incinerating lion flame. However, what Long Chen was after wasn't to increase the profit as much as possible. He couldn't toss aside companionship for profit. Although he knew the Eastern Wasteland Belle's suggestion was the right one, because he was Long Chen, he couldn't do it. Seeing that, the Eastern Wasteland Belle didn't get angry. In fact, although he found such a thing very foolish, he also found it likable. It was its first time seeing such a person. A broken bell appeared in the air. Although the bell was incomplete, a majestic aura filled the air. A will that could subdue the world appeared. A single speck of rust fell from the Eastern Wasteland Belle's surface, revealing an immortal character. In that instant, Long Chen was shocked to find that the world seemed to suddenly become still. Time and space were frozen. A golden wave flew out of the bell, slamming into the flame lion. The flame lion instantly exploded, becoming runes. Those runes were then rapidly condensed into a ball by some inexplicable energy. Huolong directly swallowed that ball and then returned to Long Chen's arm. The Eastern Wasteland Belle disappeared. Huolong had also disappeared. Everything had disappeared. The world returned to normal, as if everything that had just happened had just been an illusion. Long Chen shook his head, only now recovering from his shock. He finally understood just how terrifying the Eastern Wasteland Belle was. It was in a broken, half-dead state, but it was able to subdue this terrifying earth flame, seemingly without expending any effort. He gulped. This was a legendary divine item. It was truly powerful. If it was at its peak, wouldn't it be powerful enough to destroy the entire world? But such a terrifying existence had ended up in such a miserable situation. Just what secrets were hiding behind this? Long Chen couldn't ask, as even if he did, the Eastern Wasteland Belle wouldn't answer. It has devoured the blood incinerating lion flame and descended into slumber. It will take a while for it to absorb all that energy. After all, the blood incinerating lion flame is many times stronger than it. On the other hand, if you had allowed the blood incinerating lion flame to devour it, not only would its battle power have rapidly increased, but it would have been able to fight very quickly. Ah, old people really talk a lot. The Eastern Wasteland Belle suddenly mocked itself. Many thanks for your good intentions, senior. I'm just too stupid and obstinate. I can only live like this for the rest of my life, laughed Long Chen, comforting the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Although he hadn't listened to it, he still accepted its intentions. Fine, although I find this character of yours a bit inconceivable, it seems this kind of a character makes it easier for you to win other people's trust. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Let's go. This blood incinerating lion flame was your greatest gain here, and once Huolong awakens, you'll get a pleasant surprise, said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Long Chen nodded. He truly had gained a great deal. In fact, he even felt like his own luck wasn't that bad. The earth flame had released a wave of flame energy every now and then from here. His guess was that the mother dragon had been too weak while incubating eggs, but she had forcibly absorbed the flame energy to cultivate. After all, that flame energy only came every now and then, so it was very precious to the earth dragons. But in her weakened state, the encroachment of the flame energy must have disrupted her aura, shattering her Nidan and causing her to die. Once he returned atop the mountain, Long Chen suddenly saw a group of people around the Earth Dragon's corpse. He frowned and quickly rushed over. Chapter 851 The Origin of the Ancient Races. Stop. This magical beast's corpse was found by our wind leopard race. If you're smart, you'll immediately scram, shouted someone upon seeing Long Chen come. These people were extremely tall, while their ears and noses were similar to a leopard. Long Chen actually did know about the wind leopard race. They had been at the same entrance as him. Ouyang Chuyu had introduced them to him. Laughable. You found it, so it's yours. Then I say that the immemorial path was found by me. So according to you, the immemorial path is mine. Sneered Long Chen. Just looking at their arrogant manner irritated him. These ancient races felt themselves to be above the human race. In truth, Long Chen also looked down on them, because they were actually the descendants of humans mating with beasts. They possessed the human race's blood, but they also possessed the blood of ancient beasts. The strength of their physical bodies was many times stronger than an ordinary human cultivator due to that influence, giving them a large advantage. There were some ancient beasts who possessed pure bloodlines. They were not called magical beasts. Instead, they called themselves Zon beasts, and they were able to transform into a full human form. In ancient times, there had been a period of peace when human experts had intermarried with Zon beasts, birthing children that had inherited a portion of both their strengths. Later, for some unknown reason, there had been an immense battle between the Zon beasts and the human cultivators. Their relationships had also fractured. That caused an awkward consequence. The descendants of the two sides had ended up being abandoned. Neither side accepted them. Then for some other unknown reason, the Zon beasts had declined. Many of them had disappeared. As for the human race, they had also been greatly weakened. The ones possessing both their bloodlines ended up becoming the greatest force back then. They had called themselves the ancient races. It was said that they had led the martial heaven continent for quite a long time. Ouyang Chuyu guessed that the only reason that had occurred was because an immense war had been fought between the humans and the Zon beasts. Their inheritances were severed as their elites fell. As for the ancient races, they had become the greatest benefactors. Later, the human race had finally erupted after being suppressed by the ancient races for too long. An intense war was fought. During that prolonged war, the human race gave birth to several shocking experts, allowing them to suppress the ancient races. In the end, the ancient races had no choice but to compromise. The two sides formed an agreement, saying neither side would attack the other. As a result, the battle between the human race and the ancient races had only just ended when the human race's interior fragmented again. Back then, a portion of the human race had said that they should destroy the ancient races while they could. They wanted to pull them up by the roots and make them completely extinct. There was another portion who thought there was no need to slaughter them all. Even if they won and the ancient races were exterminated, it would cost them dearly. And after all, they still possessed a blood connection. As a result, the disharmony in the human race grew more and more. In the end, weapons had been raised. They had met on the battlefield. One side felt that the other was being excessively merciful. They were leaving behind a disaster for their descendants that would sooner or later erupt. The other side felt that their opponents were too cruel. The ancient races weren't magical beasts. Even if they couldn't be treated as humans, they couldn't be treated as beasts. After all, the ancient races, numbers had been enormous back then, and their appearance was similar to humans. They had women and children. How could they bring down the butcher's knife on them? Why not give them a chance so that there could be peace? In their fury, the experts who had proposed slaughtering them directly left the human race's army and began a slaughter of the ancient races on their own. Their numbers were too low, and so they were unable to face the ancient race's army head-on. The only thing they could do was target their weaker members. Those weaker members were the ancient race's women and children. An enormous number of them were slaughtered by those human experts. They were extremely vicious, and any member of the ancient races would be slaughtered. They said that enemies were enemies, and they wouldn't give them time to grow. Their actions infuriated the ancient races and the human race. Both sides joined together to handle them. As a result, through numbers and power, those vicious human experts suffered defeat after defeat. Just as they were about to be exterminated, a heaven-shaking reversal occurred. Back then, the void had been ripped apart. A black figure had appeared in the sky and saved those people. Those people swore that they would make the foolish human race pay a price for their actions. As a result, they formed the corrupt path. As for the black figure that had saved them, it became their corrupt god. After a brief moment of peace, once the corrupt path had rested and restored their power, they began to launch attacks against the righteous path. The corrupt path had suddenly gained extremely terrifying cultivation techniques that increased their power through slaughter. Their cultivation speed was horrifyingly fast. The righteous path attacked back, but the corrupt path fought guerrilla warfare. After killing everyone in one place, they would disappear. The righteous path suddenly realized, they weren't just killing people, they were also capturing children. Without even thinking about it, they knew they were raising them to be their new experts. At that time, the righteous path had realized that the situation wasn't good. Continuing like this wasn't a solution. They had to think of a way to stop the corrupt path. But the corrupt path was like the wind, and their lair was hidden. Due to this, the righteous path asked the ancient races for help. The ancient races had quite a few experts that had inherited divine abilities from the Zon beasts. They could assist the righteous path in finding the corrupt path's lair, and then they could work together to exterminate them. But what infuriated the righteous path was that the ancient races actually refused to help. Later, they realized the corrupt path was only targeting the righteous path. They didn't attack the ancient races. That enraged the righteous path mightily. When the corrupt path had slaughtered the ancient races, it was the righteous path that had saved them. But now that the corrupt path was targeting the righteous path, they actually chose to be spectators. The ancient races' conduct was infuriating, but after so much time, they had recovered a great deal of their power. The righteous path couldn't possibly wage a war against the ancient races while fighting the corrupt path. Quite a few of them wished they really had exterminated the ancient races, but they were helpless about it. The only thing that the righteous path could do was fiercely increase their own strength. The fortunate thing was that the righteous path had countless experts on their side. They established more sects and recruited more disciples, doing their best to raise them. It went without saying that the righteous path's numbers were many, many times that of the corrupt path. Now that the righteous path went all out against the corrupt path immediately suffered a grave blow. Their experts were cut down in droves, and they vanished without a trace. A few millennia after they vanished, the righteous experts thought that the corrupt path had already collapsed from the grave injury they had been dealt. As a result, they had once more begun their melodramatic storyline, internal strife. Thousands of sects began to get arrogant, refusing to submit to anyone. They crazily expanded their territory, snatching resources and fighting against other powers. Therefore, just as they were fighting amongst themselves, the corrupt path suddenly invaded again. Through thousands of years of recovery, the corrupt path had reached a terrifying level of power. With the righteous path in their chaotic state, they were dealt a miserable blow by the corrupt path. But in the end, the righteous path simply had too many experts. The corrupt path had killed so many of their number, snatching all their resources, but they weren't able to get a complete victory. The righteous path had finally awakened. They gathered their supreme powers, supervising them in battle and reconciling their differences. Any powers that refused to listen would be attacked by the rest of the righteous path. Although there were still many small struggles, the righteous path had calmed down. Once the conflict grew to a certain level, powerful and mysterious existences would come out to stop them, mediating the conflict. With the precedent of the ancient races, Pill Valley also took action. Originally, Pill Valley had been a power of the righteous path. But then they gradually became independent. To get the greatest profit, they would do business with any side, righteous or corrupt. When they announced their independence, it caused huge waves. Although countless righteous experts had protested, Pill Valley had still continued with it. At the same time, another sect suddenly also declared their independence, the Xian sect. They established the Xian auction houses under their banner. Because Pill Valley was too enormous and controlled the essential medicinal pills, the righteous path could only accept their independence despite their protests. If they had continued protesting, then Pill Valley would refuse to sell them medicinal pills. But the Xian sect was different. On the very day they declared their independence, they were beset by countless righteous experts. A bloody battle had erupted, and the Xian sect's core had been heavily damaged. The righteous path refused to allow a second Pill Valley to appear. But the Xian sect was tenacious. A few decades later, they once more appeared. As a result, they were once more destroyed. Then the cycle continued, but each time they reappeared, their power would be greater than before. On the 17th time that they appeared, a truly heaven-shaking battle had been fought. Countless experts had fallen, but this time, the Huayan sect remained standing. The righteous path was finally afraid. The Huayan sect had far too much money. Each time they were destroyed, they would spend an exorbitant amount of money to invite new experts. In fact, they even hired runaways and criminals to use suicidal attacks. It could be said that the Huayan sect's foundation was built through money and lives. Later, the Huayan sect gradually spread throughout every inch of the martial heaven continent. Any place that had alchemy guilds also had a Huayan auction house. It was like the Huayan sect was competing with Pill Valley. In the beginning, Pill Valley had disdained the Huayan sect, but then it had developed at a shocking rate, making them speechless. When Pill Valley finally wanted to suppress the Huayan sect, they found that the Huayan sect was already everywhere. Most importantly, the Huayan sect also accepted poor people, and so their religious beliefs were easier for people to accept. They believed in the wealth god. They had billions of believers, because it was the Huayan sect and their wealth god that had saved them from poverty. It was because of the Huayan sect that those poor people had managed to step onto the path of cultivation. Their devotion was almost frightening. If they tried to suppress the Huayan sect with brute force, they would immediately receive the unfearing attacks from the Huayan sect's billions of disciples. Just thinking about that was intimidating. Therefore, the Huayan sect had also formed. They, along with Pill Valley and the ancient races, were existences beyond the righteous and corrupt paths. But although the ancient races announced that they were neutral, they felt a profound hatred for the human race, especially the corrupt path. They still remembered when they ruled this world, but now they had to stand on the same level as the inferior human race. So they would often provoke the human race, as they always tolerated it. That made their arrogance greater and greater until they stopped giving a damn about the righteous path's people. Long Chen, if you still don't scram, you'll never be able to scram in this life, said one of the Wind Leopard's experts, killing intent surging out of his eyes. Chapter 852. Once more running into her. This earth dragon was killed by me. If you don't want to die, you'll hurry up and fuck off. Long Chen ignored his threat. What a joke. You can kill an 8th rank magical beast. If so, you would have long since proclaimed yourself the hegemon of the immemorial path. Since you want to die, I can only help you out. The Wind Leopard's experts refused to believe this magical beast was killed by Long Chen. That was simply impossible. They were filled with killing intent. Their movements were as fast as lightning, and they all shot at Long Chen at the same time. Their fingers had steel-like claws growing out of them. Runes sparkled on them, and their sharpness was comparable to treasure items. They immediately attacked together, aware that Long Chen was powerful due to what had happened right before the immemorial path had opened. Long Chen snorted and slashed his broadsword. He found that after he had reached the 12th heaven stage, his spiritual yuan had grown by several times. With his powerful spiritual yuan, it took him no time at all to use Split the Heavens. He could use it like it was an ordinary saber blow. A huge ray of sword light slashed down on them. Boom! Those Wind Leopard experts' expressions immediately changed. It was clearly a random blow from Long Chen, but it had locked all of them down. They hastily defended, but as a result, blood filled the air. Those claws that could compare to treasure items were like rotting wood in front of Long Chen's sword. Only one person survived and fell back, vomiting blood with his arms disfigured. He was completely shocked and unwilling to believe this. He was a rank 3 celestial, and an innate one at that. There was no need to doubt his power. But he wasn't even able to receive a single blow from Long Chen. In truth, he really was powerful. If Long Chen wanted to defeat him, it would take some effort. Even if he didn't summon the battle armor, he would at least need to summon the divine ring. Regretfully, this guy had looked down on Long Chen too much. Seeing that it was just a random blow from him, he also hadn't used his full power, thinking that it was just a testing move. As a result, he lost out immensely. He was just about to summon his cry of the heavenly Taos, but Long Chen didn't give him the chance. Like a phantom, Long Chen appeared right in front of him. His sword pierced directly through this guy's head. The thunder force on the broadsword directly destroyed his soul. He was killed instantly. If I didn't kill the few of you, I wouldn't have even been able to sense that I have gotten stronger. Long Chen pulled out his broadsword and sighed emotionally. As soon as he had advanced to the 12th heaven stage, Little Snow had brought him to fight an earth dragon. The earth dragon was too terrifying and had completely suppressed him. To Long Chen, it felt like he hadn't gotten any stronger at all. Now that he had killed an innate rank 3 celestial in just 2 moves, he finally experienced his strength. That made his confidence, which had been shaken by the Earth Dragon, become completely solid. Wild, get up. Long Chen slapped the broadsword against the Earth Dragon's foreleg. A 10-meter space had been eaten by Wild. He was like an ant that had eaten a flat space for himself and then fallen asleep. This was also why the Wind Leopard experts had failed to move the Earth Dragon's corpse into a spatial ring despite trying so hard. The space in spatial rings was static, and it was impossible to bring in living things. As for life rings, they were comparatively precious and small. Only alchemists used such small and mostly impractical life rings. Wild was within the Earth Dragon, so they were naturally unable to bring it into a spatial ring. Even when they died, they couldn't understand why they hadn't been able to bring it in. After Long Chen made a loud racket, Wild finally woke up and ate his way out of the Earth Dragon. He didn't even know when he had fallen asleep. All your cells have been activated. Long Chen let out a startled cry upon seeing Wild. There seemed to be a mysterious energy around Wild that caused space to circulate around him. This happened without him even doing anything. Furthermore, now that all his cells were activated, they had begun automatically absorbing energy from the air for him. "How do you feel?" asked Long Chen. "Really good, like I'm overflowing with energy. I also don't feel as hungry as before," said Wild excitedly. Previously, even when Wild was stuffed with food, he was still hungry. This was one of the rare times he was actually full. Long Chen nodded. One reason for this was because Wild had just eaten. An 8th rank magical beast's flesh was full of energy. The other reason was that all his cells had awoken. Some kind of mysterious technique seemed to have been activated, and they automatically drew energy out of the air to make up for his consumption. In other words, as long as Wild didn't do anything, he wouldn't have to exhaust so much energy. He wouldn't have to be constantly asleep to reduce his exhaustion like before. "Wild, you should keep this Earth Dragon. Now you can feel free to move around even without meat to eat. However, you are different from others and need meat to cultivate. You should stay in this forest. When you have time, go out to hunt. When you don't have time, just eat the Earth Dragon. With your current pace, you could eat this Earth Dragon for a full year. Remember to leave its skin. That can be used to equip the Dragonblood warriors. I'll leave now to take a look at some other places," said Long Chen. "Brother Long, you're going to go?" asked Wild. Long Chen's heart warmed. Although Wild's foolishness gave Long Chen a great deal of trouble, no matter how strong Wild became, he was still that pure child he had met in the Phoenix Cry Empire. His temperament had never changed, and he still treated him as a big brother. "Yes, I have to go. One reason is that I have to see if I can find more resources to equip the Dragonblood warriors, and another reason is to see if I can find our people. Only then will I be at ease. As for Songming Yuan and Li Qi, I trust their decision. They should have eaten the heavenly Dao fruits that Guo Ran gave them, which should have increased their chance of surviving. If they can survive, then they'll definitely become amazing experts after experiencing this. You should just stay here. As long as you don't provoke an 8th rank magical beast, you'll be safe. I'll have Guo Ran come find you when I need you." Long Chen patted Wild's shoulder and then left in front of his unwilling gaze. Wild's constitution was too special. Long Chen had tried all the medicinal pills and secret arts he knew, but they had all been ineffective. Wild could only get energy from meat. Now that Wild's cells had all been activated, he didn't know what would happen. But he could accept that things would go naturally. As for Wild's safety, Long Chen didn't bother worrying over that. Although Wild was normally foolish, he was extremely sensitive toward danger. Otherwise, there would have been no way for him to survive once Kang Ming had been killed. Furthermore, when Wild summoned the barbarian blood bronze body, Long Chen had to ask himself if he could even block a single blow. Wild had incomparable power and was impervious to poison. Long Chen was completely confident in him staying here. Long Chen went on his way. He was currently already close to the core of the 10,000 Beast Forest. But in the end, he decided to detour around the core region. That was because as soon as he approached the core, he encountered another 8th rank Earth Dragon. This region was perhaps filled with 8th rank magical beasts. With his luck, perhaps he would even run into a 9th rank magical beast. A single Earth Dragon had cost Long Chen one of his trump cards and had required Wild's assistance. In the end, he had even been forced to use a grand anus-piercing art via Huo Long to break the Earth Dragon's flawless defense. If he had been lacking any of them, he would have only been able to miserably flee. Now he had no Wild, no Huo Long, and no poison pill. If he encountered an 8th rank magical beast, he would have no chance. And in the worst case, if he ran into one with low intelligence like an insect magical beast, the dragon scale wouldn't be able to stop them. Then, even his life would be at risk. Bypassing the core region, Long Chen ended up with quite a few harvests. He killed quite a few 7th rank magical beasts, and their corpses were all tossed into the black soil as nutrients. Those huge trees from the spirit world continued to grow. They were already 3 miles tall, and that was their final limit. Long Chen was delighted by how much life energy these trees could contain. As long as he wasn't killed in one blow, he would be able to recover from any injuries. He wouldn't have to be afraid of a long, intense battle. 7 days later, Long Chen finally reached the end of the 10,000 beast forest. It was truly huge. The immemorial path was truly shocking. Long Chen began approaching the main path again. That main path had more trials and more opportunities. Of course, there were also more disciples there, and more danger. After a few hours of travel, he arrived at a barren mountain range. It was practically the opposite of the 10,000 beast forest. It was completely barren, and there was some kind of strange air here that made him feel uneasy. He was traveling through this place when he heard the sound of metal clashing. He was startled. Was the main path so exciting? As soon as he arrived, there would be a good show to watch. Long Chen hastily went over to see what looked like several righteous disciples attacking a woman. Seeing that woman, Long Chen shook. He was filled with delight. Chapter 853 Robbing. She had a graceful figure wrapped in violet robes that gave off a feeling of mystery. Her hair fell to her waist, and her skin was snow white. Her face was veiled, only revealing her eyes. Those eyes were like a clear pool of water, but it was impossible to see the bottom. They seemed to be able to suck in a person's soul. That kind of beauty was dangerous, but a person couldn't help being drawn in. It was like she was a combination of an immortal fairy and a devilish enchantress. Those two styles made her beauty full of contradictions, but it was impossible to free yourself once you were lost within it. In this world, only she could possess such beauty, Yu Xiaochen. Long Chen hadn't expected that Yu Xiaochen had also entered the immemorial path. Furthermore, she was in the eastern region just like him. She was surrounded by over 10 experts. Her sword repeatedly flashed as she blocked all their attacks. Long Chen was surprised to see that her attackers weren't from the righteous or corrupt paths. They were a group of ancient race experts. The large canine teeth poking out of their mouths showed their identities. They were people from the blazing wolf race, and they were all rank 2 celestials and above. There was one fellow covered in scarlet fur with a powerful aura that only an innate rank 3 celestial could possess. They were attacking Yu Xiaochen, but although their attacks were sharp, Long Chen saw that they weren't going all out. They were holding back. Girl, being fancied by me is your fortune. Not every race has the qualifications to marry into my blazing wolf race. If you continue not to recognize my kindness, don't blame me for being merciless and going all out to suppress you. At that time, don't say that I don't know how to go easy on women, sneered the rank 3 celestial. Long Chen frowned. Wasn't it said that the ancient races didn't intermarry with the human race? This idiot dared to say such a thing. But then thinking about it, Long Chen guessed this idiot didn't have such good intentions. Most likely, he had just begun drooling over Yu Xiaochen's beauty. Although she was veiled, just her eyes and body were enough to infatuate any living being. These ancient race beasts were also unable to resist. I have no enmity with you. I hope you won't make things hard on me, said Yu Xiaochen coldly. Although her voice contained fury, it still sounded melodious and refreshing. Haha, you're finally willing to speak. Your voice is pretty nice. I've decided, you're mine, laughed the rank 3 celestial, his eyes shining. Long Chen saw that Yu Xiaochen was already at the peak of Shantian. According to reason, even if she couldn't kill these people, she should have been able to get away. He looked around and suddenly realized what was going on. There were quite a few people watching in secret. Yu Xiaochen didn't dare to release her full power with them all watching. It seemed it was time for the hero to save the beauty. Hey, all of you better stop and obediently leave behind everything valuable you have. Otherwise, today, I'll pull out your dog teeth, shouted Long Chen. Just like that, he swaggered over to them, looking down his nose at them. He's robbing us. The blazing wolf experts were dumbfounded. They thought they had misheard. It seemed they had only ever heard of people robbing others, but had never experienced it. In fact, It seemed their entire blazing wolf race had never experienced what that meant. They hadn't expected to run into such a person, and especially not such an arrogant person. He was even more arrogant than them. They stopped, but continued to surround Yu Xiaochen. Hearing Long Chen's voice, Yu Xiaochen shook slightly. Then looking at Long Chen's arrogant smile, she was delighted. Although she was wearing a veil, Long Chen trusted she was definitely smiling. "Brat, you dare to insult our blazing wolf race. What sect are you from?" demanded the rank 3 celestial. Although the blazing wolf race was tyrannical, they weren't stupid. If this person clearly knew they were from the blazing wolf race but still dared to do this, then he had to have a shocking background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have this kind of confidence. So he asked Long Chen for his sect. "Have you heard of the Xuantian Dao sect?" Long Chen smiled, leaning on his broadsword. The Xuantian Dao sect. The rank 3 celestial was a bit startled at first, but then he raged, "My blazing wolf race has no enmity with your Xuantian Dao sect. Are you trying to start a war?" His response was a slap in the face. Yu Xiaochen jumped, not expecting Long Chen to start fighting just like that. Furthermore, his speed was shocking. The blazing wolf race's innate rank 3 celestial merely sensed his vision darkening for an instant before he felt a burst of pain. His head buzzed and he flew back. The others all tried to attack, but Long Chen had immediately returned to his original location after that slap. He had come and gone like a phantom, finished in just the blink of an eye. It was like he hadn't even moved. "Idiot, I've already said to hand over everything valuable. Starting a war? No, what I'm doing is robbing. Do I need to say it any clearer?" Cursed Long Chen. "Fuck off," roared the rank 3 celestial. When had he ever suffered this kind of insult before? He directly stabbed his black spear at Long Chen. Boom! Long Chen's broadsword smashed into the spear. This attack of his was extremely treacherous. Because he had advanced to the 12th heaven stage, his spiritual yuan was extremely robust and it went through 9 acupuncture points instantly without requiring any effort. In truth, in a battle between people of the same level, the number of people that died to big ultimate moves that required time to use was less than 1 in 100. The other 99 died to an instantaneous technique. An ultimate move might be powerful, but the more powerful it was, the longer it took to use. Moreover, it was easy to interrupt, so such moves naturally couldn't be true killing moves. Instantaneous moves might be weaker, but they could come suddenly without your opponent sensing them. They were the true killing blows. Now that Long Chen had advanced to the 12th heaven stage, he could unleash the first form of split the heavens instantly, so it had become his most terrifying move. He didn't use his divine ring or battle armor and didn't release any of his powerful aura, so his enemy wouldn't feel any fear or be on guard. This was a perfect model of dressing like a pig to eat a tiger. As a result, the rank 3 celestial suffered a miserable loss. He didn't even summon his cry of the heavenly Daos before being sent flying. Both of his arms were broken, and his spear was flying out of his grasp. He was horrified because he suddenly realized Long Chen's second attack was already coming. A cry of despair was cut short as Long Chen's sword landed, turning him into a bloody mist. That cry still echoed through the air, but the crier was gone from this world. You dare to kill a member of our blazing wolf race. You and your family will definitely be. Golden light flashed. Countless golden scales devoured the other blazing wolf experts, instantly killing them. Idiots, every time you open your mouth, you say you're going to kill a person's entire family and sect. Stupid, snorted Long Chen. He looked down greatly on the ancient races, arrogant mouths. Originally, he had been planning on helping Yu Xiaochen out and just forcing them away. But as soon as he attacked, he found that he couldn't control himself. He didn't know if that was because of his fury in being looked down upon, or because they had insulted Yu Xiaochen. He grabbed the treasure item as well as the spatial rings that were still intact. He smiled broadly at Yu Xiaochen. "Miss Beauty, look at how heroically I saved you. I even killed the blazing wolf race's experts that were attacking you. About that, do you think you could consider giving your heart to me?" Yu Xiaochen thought back to when she had first met him in the Julie secret realm. Now seeing his wacky and comical behavior, she smiled, but she didn't say anything back publicly. "Fool, you provoked a large disaster by killing them," she whispered once she walked over. "That's fine, I already have so much trouble to deal with that I don't care about another blazing wolf race. Let's go have a chat." Long Chen smiled. The two of them left, walking shoulder to shoulder. Those spectators were all stunned, feeling as if this world had gone crazy. Long Chen was too vicious. He even dared to attack the ancient races. Furthermore, he didn't just attack them, he killed them all. Just how powerful were the ancient races? Even if he had the Xuantian Dao sect as a backer, if the ancient races turned hostile, would the Xuantian Dao sect really fight against them for a single disciple? Furthermore, the ancient races were very united. Once one ancient race made a move, the others would also appear. Long Chen had provoked a disaster. What they didn't know was that Long Chen had long since provoked that disaster. Right now, what he needed to do was find his old free and unconstrained self. He had found that he was becoming more and more cautious of everything. If this continued, perhaps he would walk along the same path as in the Julie secret realm. So when he encountered a provocation, he wouldn't choose to endure and retreat again. Since enemies were unavoidable, why not cut down a few of them in advance? That wasn't a bad thing. However, he didn't know that currently, his name was not only transmitting throughout the righteous and corrupt paths, but also throughout the ancient races and other powers. Countless experts were setting their sights on Long Chen in the dark. Chapter 854 Secret Troubles. Within a verdant little valley in a mountain range, there was a brook of fresh water. Perhaps it was this brook that gave the valley its life. Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen were sitting on a boulder beside the brook. The fresh water streamed past their feet, and the babble of the water refreshed their minds, allowing them to feel a rare moment of tranquility on the immemorial path. Yu Xiaochen stuck her hands into the water, feeling the water stream past her fingers. There were actually some nameless little fish swimming by their feet, causing her to laugh. Long Chen was sitting beside her, smelling her fragrance, and listening to her fairy-like laughter. He could rarely relax like this. Looking at her beautiful figure, Long Chen unconsciously became stupefied. Long Chen, why don't you take off your shoes and put your feet in the water? It feels really nice, said Yu Xiaochen. Seeing him just staring at her, she blushed. Me? No, in truth, I'm just too kind-hearted, said Long Chen after a moment's hesitation. Although it would be a fortuitous thing to bathe his feet with Yu Xiaochen, he shook his head. What does kindness have to do with it? Am I being evil by doing this? No, what I mean is that if I put my feet in, all those fish will die from the smell. Then I would be evil. Yu Xiaochen laughed. Dislikable. How could it be that exaggerated? On the other hand, Long Chen was confident in his feet. Even if the fish wouldn't die from the smell, they would definitely faint. The 9-star hegemon body art focused on physical strength, thus, the amount of sweat he worked up was naturally great. Since entering the immemorial path, Long Chen hadn't washed his feet. Once he took off his shoes, that smell might even make himself faint. Last time, why did you leave without saying goodbye? Asked Long Chen. Sorry. Yu Xiaochen's expression became a bit unnatural. Although she was still veiled, he could sense that. There's no need to apologize. It's just that when you left without saying goodbye, I thought I'd never see you again. I felt uncomfortable, sighed Long Chen. Her sudden departure truly had made him feel dejected last time. The world was so huge, and there were countless dangers. Sometimes a single goodbye could last forever. Every time he thought of that, Long Chen would feel unwell. I have my own secret sorrows, said Yu Xiaochen quietly. Her veil was becoming wet. Long Chen summoned the courage to take off her veil, revealing her flawless face. Although he had seen it before, seeing it again still made his heart pound. That beauty could truly infatuate a person. He took out a clean cloth and gently dabbed away her tears. You're worried about implicating me. Yu Xiaochen was moved but also sorry. She took the cloth and wiped her own tears. I'm from a different world than you. My people are enemies of the entire martial heaven continent, so I can't have dealings with you. That would implicate you, but you fool, you actually helped Xiao Dai when you already knew my identity. Yu Xiaochen continued to cry. Her status was special. She wasn't accepted by the world. Anyone who dared to make contact with her would be mercilessly killed. While cultivating the Heavenly Devil Heart Grand technique, she had received a backlash, harming her soul. She had needed a precious medicine called the Heavenly Netherworld Soul Replenishing Roots to heal. When Long Chen had learned that, he had refined a Heavenly Star Soul Replenishing pill for her. Once she had taken it, she had immediately recovered. Furthermore, Long Chen had also sent her a pile of Bloodbattle C expansion pills. Those were the best pills for those advancing from Shantian to C expansion. Although the human race had a great deal of those pills, this action of his still made her endlessly grateful. If the outside world learned of Long Chen's actions, he would be hunted down by the entire world, labeled a traitor to the human race. By sending her those pills, he had essentially been handing his life to her. Never in her dreams would she imagine someone she had only met once would treat her so well. So facing him now, she felt both emotional and ashamed. No matter how you put it, we are battle companions that fought through life and death together. If I could just watch as you suffered, I wouldn't be Long Chen. Long Chen smiled. Thank you. Yu Xiaochen smiled through her tears. That was another kind of beauty, like a peach blossom after a rainfall. Xiaochen, I think you should put your veil back on, said Long Chen suddenly with a bitter smile. What, do you not like looking at me? Yu Xiaochen was surprised and a bit disappointed, but she still put her veil back on. No, I like looking at it. But my heart can't bear it. If you don't believe me, just feel. Long Chen pulled Yu Xiaochen's hand and placed it over his heart. Currently, it was pounding wildly. You're doing that on purpose. Yu Xiaochen blushed and turned away. But she could still feel his powerful heartbeat. In all honesty, I didn't do it on purpose, said Long Chen. Yu Xiaochen's charm was just so strong that it was fatal. Otherwise, Long Chen wouldn't ask her to veil herself again. A feast for the eyes was also a delight. Fine, whether it was on purpose or not, I like it either way. Yu Xiaochen smiled. Her hands were lightly twisting the corner of her robes in a bashful manner. She could tell that this was Long Chen's strange way of praising her beauty. She suddenly brazenly grabbed his hand but had a nervous light in her eyes. How have you been since we parted? Long Chen was an old fox in this manner. He knew Yu Xiaochen wanted to get closer but was also embarrassed. He quickly held her hand and said, I've been very well. All I do is fight and kill, and then kill and fight. Long Chen gave her a simple narration of what he had experienced, starting from the battle in the Julie secret realm. But he found that she was extremely curious about the world, and she made him explain things in greater detail. As a result, this simple narration took a whole day. Long Chen, you're a good person. It's no wonder that many big sisters like you, said Yu Xiaochen with a complicated expression. How about you stay with us? It'll be livelier with more people, said Long Chen. He felt a bit guilty, as these words were clearly used to seduce people. But seeing that Yu Xiaochen didn't reply, he immediately became awkward. He had ruined the good atmosphere with a single sentence. Ah, Xiaochen, how about I give you a gift? Long Chen suddenly took out an egg. An earth dragon's egg. Yu Xiaochen was startled. Long Chen was also startled. But now that he thought about it, he had already experienced Yu Xiaochen's vast knowledge. She knew the heavens, she knew the earth, and she knew everything in between. Yes, it really is an earth dragon's egg. It's yours now. In the future, you'll have a powerful housepet. I hope you won't decline, as that will make me feel bad, said Long Chen. Yu Xiaochen looked at Long Chen and suddenly hugged him, surprising him. It seemed this happiness had come too suddenly. If he had known this would happen, he would have given it to her as soon as he saw her. Bastard, you evil person, I know you're seducing me. Yu Xiaochen cried into Long Chen's embrace. Long Chen's excitement vanished. The hand he had been about to embrace her with turned rigid. He didn't know whether he should embrace her or pull it back. How did his pickup arts fail? It was over for him. He had been seen through. As expected, routines couldn't be depended on. He couldn't help but feel regret. But although I clearly know that, I can't refuse it. So you're a bastard. Yu Xiaochen held on tightly, her tears drenching his robes. Long Chen didn't know what to do. His pickup arts had been seen through. This was his first time running into such a situation. He suddenly recalled that Yu Xiaochen seemed to have a kind of mind-reading ability. Thinking of that, he felt a cold breeze on his back. Failure, failure, absolute failure. Now that this routine had failed, it was awkward. Yu Xiaochen cried for a while before slowly leaving Long Chen's embrace. Looking at him, she cried, I'm afraid. Afraid of what? I'm afraid to bring you disaster. I'm afraid you'll be killed because of me. I don't fear death, but I am afraid of seeing you die, said Yu Xiaochen. I'm not afraid of dying. Long Chen shook his head. That is not the worst outcome. The most terrifying one is that you will live, but you will hate me. That would make my life worse than death, said Yu Xiaochen. Why would I ever hate you? If one day my status is exposed, you'll be hunted down by the entire world. If your companions are all killed one by one, you'll hate me. You'll hate me for causing their deaths. You might even kill me in your hatred. Yu Xiaochen once more began crying. Her words caused Long Chen's heart to quiver. That really was a big problem. He still didn't possess the power to fight the entire world. Xiaochen, don't cry, let's talk about our future. Long Chen gently sat her up properly. Chapter 855 Cultivating Backers. Seeing Long Chen's solemn expression, Yu Xiaochen stopped smiling. Suddenly she felt embarrassed and turned away, facing Long Chen with her back. Xiaochen, do you trust me? Long Chen asked. Of course, otherwise. Yu Xiaochen cut herself off, blushing. Long Chen's heart pounded. Her charm was too strong. He took a deep breath and calmed himself. Then let's talk seriously about what we can do for each other. I know a bit about your original devil race. Everything I've heard about you is negative, but I'm a rather stubborn person and I don't trust what other people say. I only trust my own senses and intuition. And my intuition says you're a good person, and Xiao Dai was also a good person. Then I am also willing to believe that your original devil race is also full of good people. That is my intuition. Thank you, Long Chen. Yu Xiaochen was extremely moved. This was her first time hearing that there was someone in this world willing to trust her original devil race. On the other hand, I am full of suspicions of my world. So I want to know everything about the original devil race. Can you tell me? Asked Long Chen. Yu Xiaochen looked into Long Chen's eyes. They seemed full of warmth and sincerity, as if looking into his eyes could allow a person to see into the core of his heart. Since you trust me this much, I'll tell you a few secrets about my original devil race, said Yu Xiaochen. From her story, Long Chen learned that the original devil race was an enormous existence numbering in the tens of millions. The place they lived in was called the skyscraping world. That was a minor world that one of the original devil race's supreme ancestors had created. That minor world was the only place the original devil race could call home. When they entered the martial heaven continent, they would immediately be sensed by the heavenly Taos, which caused a special phenomenon to manifest around them. They would be hunted down by the martial heaven continent's experts with their full power. However, the skyscraping world was not a complete world, and it did not possess a complete set of laws. When they wanted to advance through receiving the baptism of heavenly lightning, they had to go to the martial heaven continent. To conceal their auras from the heavenly Taos, they had to gather devil cores. But they were too difficult to find. After Yu Xiaochen had gathered such a huge amount of devil cores with Long Chen in the Julie's secret realm, the entire original devil race was excited for a long time. Those experts stuck at the peak of their realm could finally stop bitterly waiting for their turn to use the limited devil cores. That had made the entire original devil race feel profound gratitude to Long Chen. That was why his picture had circulated throughout their race, and if any of their disciples roaming the outer world ran into him when he was in trouble, they were to fight to the death to help him. Those devil cores were constructed into special enchanted items that could conceal their aura. As long as they didn't release their full power, they wouldn't be recognized by others. So they had begun stealthily entering the martial heaven continent, gathering the resources they needed. This was the original devil race's first time in countless years having their disciples roam the martial heaven continent in such numbers. It brought them immense benefits. Previously, they had been in a secluded state. Everything was to be done by themselves, which harshly impacted their ability to grow. Now, they were finally able to gather more resources from the martial heaven continent, allowing them to rapidly develop. As for why the original devil race was the world's enemy, in truth, Yu Xiaochen also didn't know. All she knew was that her mother had told her that once she learned that secret, she would no longer be allowed to leave the skyscraping world. Everything really has changed. The original devil race has become the public enemy of the world. Those damn fuckers. Senior, you. Long Chen was startled. The silent eastern wasteland bell had suddenly released such a curse. You can keep chatting, said the eastern wasteland bell before becoming silent again. But its voice contained an unconcealable fury. What is it, Long Chen? Asked Yu Xiaochen upon seeing the change in his expression. Oh, nothing, Xiaochen, let's talk. I want to cooperate with your original devil race, said Long Chen. Cooperate? Yu Xiaochen didn't understand. Yes, I will supply you with the resources you need, allowing you to grow stronger, said Long Chen. Yu Xiaochen was startled. This idea of Long Chen's was too crazy. If the world learned about this, his life would be over. You don't need to be startled. Helping you is also helping myself. My prediction is that this world will sooner or later flip on its tail. I need a powerful ally that can help me when I don't have enough power, said Long Chen. You really trust us that much? Yu Xiaochen was about to cry again. Yes, since I've chosen to trust you, I'll trust you completely. I trust that you'll never betray me. Long Chen gently brushed back Yu Xiaochen's soft hair, completely sincere. Thank you, Long Chen, really thank you. Yu Xiaochen was extremely moved by his trust. Once she had calmed down a bit, Long Chen continued, when you return, think of a way to send me a list of what you most need at that time. For example, medicinal pills, weapons, armors, etc. I'll think of a way to set up a secret channel to send them back to you. Hopefully, you'll be able to quickly get stronger. That way, I'll also have a powerful backer for myself. He wasn't afraid of the struggles on the cultivation path. But as his cultivation base increased, he was coming into contact with more and more secrets, and he was feeling less and less safe. He felt that if he was alone, if he ended up fighting against an enormous existence, he would definitely be mercilessly exterminated. He had long since been thinking of creating an alliance. But small alliances were useless, and as for supreme powers, they wouldn't care about a weakling like him. As for devoting himself to the Xuantian Dao sect, that was impossible. His experiences in the Xuantian Dao sect had always been full of turmoil and troubles. Long Chen had no hopes for the Xuantian Dao sect. Although there were people like Shui Wuan and Ouyang Chuyu whom he had good relationships with in the Xuantian Dao sect, what about later? Ouyang Chuyu might be able to help him now, but what about once he entered the head sect? Who would back him then? So he needed to establish a trustworthy alliance. And he hadn't been lying. He didn't believe what he saw or heard. He just trusted the intuition the 9-star hegemon body art gave him. That intuition had never tricked him. Not only could he get a dependable ally, but he could also make a flawlessly beautiful woman feel thankful. Long Chen felt that his luck really wasn't that bad. He told Yu Xiaochen to summon all the disciples roaming in the outside world back. There was no need for them to take that risk. If they were exposed, it would raise the guard of the martial heaven continent. He told her about his plan. Yu Xiaochen was surprised that he had such powerful communication channels. He actually had a relationship with the Huayan sect in the Pill Tower. She practically worshipped him for that, causing Long Chen's vanity to be completely satisfied. The general plan was for her to have a list in her mind when she went to ask her clan leader for approval. That way her leader would be able to get an idea of what the plan was about. After all, Yu Xiaochen had to discuss this with the higher-ups, as this matter was too important. But he was startled to learn that Yu Xiaochen's mother was the clan leader. Only then did he recall that Xiao Dai had called Yu Xiaochen the sacred daughter. Xiaochen, how did you come here? Asked Long Chen. Our original devil race has an ancient transportation inheritance. As long as we know the coordinates, we can transport ourselves in. When the immemorial path opens, we can transport in with the assistance of the outside world's transportation formation, said Yu Xiaochen. Did you find anything here? Or do you have some target? Yes, up ahead, I can sense some kind of summoning. There should be something my original devil race needs there. Long Chen hastily took out his map and asked Yu Xiaochen the general location. He was startled to find that the place she was talking about was marked as the Netherworld Devil Palace on the Xiao tribe's map. Furthermore, that place had been concealed by the Aboriginals, so outsiders didn't know that location. Their maps didn't say there was a trial in that region. The two of them went directly over there. Long Chen intentionally put away the map, having Yu Xiaochen lead through her senses. He didn't want the map to mislead her. But, a few days later, the place she found was exactly the same place. Marked on the map, now it was confirmed that she wanted something in this place. After half a day, Long Chen finally found a mark on the bottom of an unremarkable stone. It was also a transportation formation. The two of them stood together as Long Chen activated the formation. Their vision suddenly darkened as they appeared in a huge underground space. As soon as they arrived, Long Chen's heart shook. This was a huge plaza, and at the center was a giant stone statue. The statue depicted a man holding a sword with both hands. His eyes looked right at the entrance of the plaza, exactly where Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen were standing. An indescribable pressure fell on the two of them. It was like that statue was alive, making people feel an urge to bow down in worship. The two of them walked in and saw 8 stone gates. Each gate was 300 meters tall, and each one of them had immortal characters written on them. Long Chen didn't recognize those characters. The reward for this stone gate is actually the peak-grade heavenly source extract. That's the heaven and earth spirit spring that my original devil race needs the most right now. Yu Xiaochen excitedly held Long Chen's hand, almost jumping with cheer. Although he didn't know what that was, he guessed that it was about the same as the peak-grade divine mortal molting elixir. But from her cheering, it seemed much more important. Then let's go into this trial. Long Chen went up to push the button next to the gate. That should be the mechanism to start the trial. Don't, Yu Xiaochen suddenly shouted, but Long Chen's hand had already touched the button. Chapter 856 Dressing like a God to play the devil. The fortunate thing was, although his hand had pressed the button, it seemed the button had grown rusty from not being used for so long. It got stuck and didn't immediately activate. Get back, Yu Xiaochen pulled on Long Chen's other hand, pulling him away. Long Chen was embarrassed, not knowing what he had done. I sensed what is inside just now. Perhaps we won't be able to obtain the peak-grade heavenly source extract, said Yu Xiaochen. Close your eyes. I'll transmit what I sensed. Yu Xiaochen pressed 2 fingers on Long Chen's forehead. A scene appeared in his mind. At first, it was indistinct, but it gradually became clearer. He saw a long and narrow passage that was filled completely with black insects. Each insect was 5 feet long and completely black. They had 8 legs and 2 hooks at the front that shone with a cold light. Corpse-devouring insects. How could they grow this big? Long Chen might not be claustrophobic, but seeing this many insects filling the passage, he felt a chill. The entire passage was overflowing with them all the way to the end. In fact, it was impossible to see the end. At the same time as he was shocked by this scene, he was also shocked by Yu Xiaochen's abilities. This stone gate in the wall had formations that made it so even his powerful soul energy was unable to sense what was beyond it. These are not the outside world's ordinary corpse-devouring insects. They are gadfly ants, an ancient variant of the corpse-devouring insects. They live underground all their lives, absorbing the death qi in the air as food. Without corpses to eat, they will enter a hibernation state and still not die. In theory, they can live forever. They don't have ranks as they are not classified as magical beasts. They are simply one of the world's strange creatures. The poison on their hooks is extremely corrosive, and even 7th rank magical beasts, if they aren't heavily armored beasts, would not be able to stop the corrosion. This channel is almost 30 miles long and 300 miles high. I don't know if it's because they were given too much time that they reproduced, but the entire channel is filled with them. If we opened the door, we would have been drowned by them, said Yu Xiaochen. These gadfly ant corpse-devouring insects were too difficult to deal with. Even in the ancient era, they were extremely famous for their terror. They were the nightmare of countless cultivators, as no one wanted to provoke them. Long Chen couldn't help sighing. If only he had a completely sealed armor like Guo Ran's. According to Yu Xiaochen, the offensive power of these insects far surpassed 6th rank magical beasts. A single sting could be fatal. Then how about this? I'll think of some way to draw them away, said Long Chen. I'll dig a hole here and then open the door, bringing the insect army in. Then you go in and take the treasure, said Long Chen. He could only go with such a clumsy method. If the earth flame was not in slumber, he could use it to attack. These insects definitely wouldn't be able to defend against that, but Huo Long was still digesting the immense energy from the other earth flame. As for Thunder Force, it wasn't very effective against these insects. Will that really work? These insects are extremely fast. They can fly, said Yu Xiaochen. Don't worry, I'm confident in my speed. Long Chen looked around. Suddenly, he flew on top of the huge statue's head. He was looking around for a good spot for Yu Xiaochen to hide. But once he was on the statue's head, he saw a good recess in it. That recess was the notch in the helmet. If she hid here, then unless the insects flew above the statue's head, they wouldn't be able to sense her. It was an excellent hiding spot. Xiaochen, I'll do my best to draw out all the insects while you hide here. Are you sure this will work? I feel like it's very risky, said Yu Xiaochen. Those insects were just too powerful. Long Chen smiled. Yu Xiaochen was still the same Yu Xiaochen. She was incredibly learned, but her actual experience was pitifully low. She was still a novice. Since he had already thought things through, Long Chen didn't hesitate any longer. He spread his divine sense, and at the entrance, he slashed his sword above. Boom! Sword chi destroyed the roof. The outside world was revealed. Although the Shout tribe had marked this place, they hadn't come here. In other words, this was an abandoned trial. It was fortunate they hadn't come here, as if they had, they would find that this wasn't a trial, but a death trap. Long Chen slashed his sword several times, creating a large opening that made it convenient for them if they needed to run. The channel needed to be wide enough so that even if the mass of insects appeared, they could still get out. He had just prepared this when he suddenly frowned. He sensed something. He sent a message to Yu Xiaochen, telling her not to move and to just wait there. He flew above ground and stealthily looked around. Sensing the direction, he rushed off. This feeling was strange and was also familiar to him. He thought he was sensing someone he was friends with. But when he crossed a mountain, he saw a figure that made him stunned. This person was precisely the Bloodkill Hall's #1 expert. He was looking at a map in his hand, looking for something. Hee, I've got it. Long Chen stealthily crept back, spreading some medicinal powders to change the look of the ground. It quickly began to change color, and according to a normal inspection, it would look like it had been thousands of years since anyone had come here. He then took out Flying Rainbow. A ray of light soared into the sky and then returned. He had just been about to add some more elements into the mixture when he sensed Huang Junmo moving. Although he couldn't see him, that familiar feeling was growing closer. That feeling came from Huang Junmo's sword. Back when he had stabbed Long Chen, his sword had been dyed by his blood. For some unknown reason, he was extremely sensitive to his own blood. He had actually been able to sense Huang Junmo because of it. This was destiny. How could Long Chen let this opportunity slip by? He shut all his pores and once more scattered medicinal powders, erasing the leftover odor in the air. He couldn't leave behind any clues. A peak assassin like Huang Junmo would immediately see through the slightest mistake. After completing this, Long Chen returned to the underground plaza. On the way, he continuously sprinkled medicinal powders, concealing his and Yu Xiaochen's auras. Xiaochen, close your pores. Don't release the slightest aura. Follow my lead, we've run into a precious person. He repeatedly warned her to keep herself completely concealed. Then he asked the Eastern Wasteland Belle, Senior, help me out. It's just a little thing. Hee, it really is just an insignificant matter for you. Huang Junmo flew underground. Just now, he had seen a flicker of light coming from here. Although he hadn't seen it clearly, he had still flown over. As soon as he arrived, he had seen the underground cave and carefully entered. He constantly looked around, also paying attention to the footprints on the ground. Long Chen laughed sinisterly. It was fortunate he had come prepared and hidden all the markings. Even if there were signs that people had come, they seemed extremely old. There were no clues. The immortal Tao is transcendental. While all living things have mundane troubles, destiny exists in the mortal world, and priceless treasures belong only to the fated. Huang Junmo had just entered the plaza when an ancient voice reverberated throughout the room. It possessed a shocking weight to it, as if each word was the ringing of a monastery temple's bell, shaking people's hearts. It was like the teachings of gods, something no one would dare to disrespect. These words came from Long Chen's mouth. However, the Eastern Wasteland Belle was adding some special effects. Even Yu Xiaochen was stunned. She didn't understand what was going on. The two of them were hiding in the recess at the head of the statue. Long Chen was enveloped by some sort of holy light, making him look like a god. He was reciting some thought-provoking and profound Buddhist allegories. Little fellow, you really are talented. Such nonsense words are spouted from your mouth without the slightest hesitation. Even the Eastern Wasteland Belle had to admire this ability of his. Hee, it's all thanks to Senior's cooperation. Work with me until the end, laughed Long Chen. Who's there? Shouted Huang Junmo, his sword already in his hand. This lord is the great spirit god's subordinate, the seventh divine general, Huyu Niadenade. Said Long Chen. Huang Junmo's heart shook. He stared at the huge statue, not saying a word. He was somewhat unable to believe that this statue in front of him was alive. But after his initial disbelief, he heard the divine charm and immortal Tao within that voice. There was no way a human could make such a sound. Disciple is Huang Junmo. Greetings, Senior Huyu Niadenade. Please forgive me for my previous offense. Huang Junmo bowed. This divine name Long Chen had come up with was too awkward sounding. If it weren't for Huang Junmo's great memory, there would have been no way for him to repeat it. You're not kneeling in front of this lord. You must be insincere and disrespectful. You have no destiny with my treasure. Even if you are Enputa's disciple, the rules can't be broken. Originally, Long Chen realized he was about to make a slip of the tongue and say he was from the Bloodkill Hall. But he suddenly realized his mistake and stopped. Luckily, the Eastern Wasteland Bell had taken his place to speak. Hearing the name Enputa, Huang Junmo was shocked. That name could not be randomly spoken. Other than the Bloodkill Hall's higher-ups, no one knew that name. Even he had only earned the qualifications to hear it half a year ago. Huang Junmo immediately knelt on the ground, prostrating himself. Disciple was rude. Please forgive me. Huyu ni yade ni dayi equals huyu niadenade. This name is a homonym for huyu ni yada ni daye. Huyu equals trick, dupe. Ni yada and ni daye are curses. You can just treat them as, fuck you. On a curse scale, they rank middling. Chapter 857. Your soul is light, so there's destiny. Yes, not bad, not bad. Seeing Huang Junmo prostrating himself toward him, Long Chen felt entirely content. He really was an evil person. By saying not bad, he meant Huang Junmo was obedient, but he didn't say anything else. So Huang Junmo didn't dare to get up. Senior, disciple only accidentally. There was nothing accidental about it. This lord was the one who drew you over. I'm prepared to give you some good fortune, said Long Chen. Many thanks, senior. Do you know why I released a manifestation to draw you over? Disciple doesn't know. Only now did Huang Junmo realize the light he had seen had been released by this divine general. His guard lowered by quite a bit. Look down and look at your shadow. Huang Junmo looked down. Under the light of the runes on the 8 stone doors, there was an extremely faint shadow around him. Those who enter the divine palace will be illuminated by immortal light. The shadow is a projection of the soul. That shows whether you have a destiny or not. Those with dense souls have no affinity, but those with light souls do. Your soul is light, very light. PFT, cough, so you have an affinity with this lord, said Long Chen. Senior, don't play around like that. You'll expose me, said Long Chen. Just now, the Eastern Wasteland Bell had almost laughed. Sorry, truly sorry. I'll control myself, apologized the Eastern Wasteland Bell. It hadn't expected Long Chen to be so immoral. He was cursing him for being a bastard. Cough, so only someone with a soul that is light has the affinity. Even Huang Junmo felt like directly saying he had a light soul was strange. Correct. Those with light souls have an affinity with me and can obtain my treasure, allowing them to change the course of their lives, said Long Chen. Change the course of their lives? Disciple doesn't understand. The course of your life, your destiny. My divine soul rests here awaiting the fated person. My sole duty here is to pass on my number 1 divine item, the 8 Desolation 6 Direction Heaven Earth Splitting Chenkin divine sword to someone who has an affinity with it. If such a person accepted it, I could finally return to my true body, my mission accomplished. As for who has the affinity, it'll be up to you, said Long Chen. Disciple still doesn't quite understand. What do you want me to do? Asked Huang Junmo. There are 8 doors here and immortal characters atop each door. You can take a look and tell me what you think. I'm ashamed to say that I can't even recognize a single one of those immortal characters, said Huang Junmo. Hehe, that was best. Originally, Long Chen had been afraid he would see through some clues. He was immediately relieved and continued, that's fine. This lord will explain. These 8 doors are called the 8 immortal ghost doors. There is only 1 immortal door and 7 ghost doors. Within the immortal door is my 8 Desolation 6 Direction Heaven Earth Splitting Chenkin divine sword. The other 7 ghost doors have no reward at all. Once opened, the natural energy around you will instantly kill you. Huang Junmo became covered in cold sweat. Just what kind of trial was that? Of 8 doors, only 1 allowed you to live. That was just a death trap. I won't say any more useless words. Although your soul is light, I can't be sure you truly have a destiny with it. Everything will go according to the rules. You have 3 options now. First, choose one of these doors, leaving your life to fate. Second, leave. You cannot choose one of the doors, and you'll definitely survive. But you won't obtain any treasure. The third option is to offer sacrifice. You can offer anything valuable you have to this lord. If its quality is high enough to make me ascend in satisfaction, I will give my 8 Desolation 6 Direction Heaven Earth Splitting Chenkin divine sword to you. After saying that, Long Chen's heart pounded. He thought of the treasure that Huang Junmo had snatched from him back then. But Huang Junmo wasn't so easy to trick. He was silent for a moment before saying, may I ask senior, what level of weapon is your 8 Desolation 6 Direction Heaven Earth Splitting Chenkin divine sword? What level? Hehe, Little fellow, are you looking down on this lord? Raged Long Chen. Senior, please stay calm. Disciple just wants to know. HMPH, this Lord's 8 Desolations 6 Direction Heaven Earth Splitting Chenkin Divine Sword was my peerless divine weapon from before I became a god. Although it is not a true divine weapon, it has already reached the half-step divine item level. To a little cultivator like you, this kind of martial weapon isn't something you can imagine. With your current cultivation base, you can't even guess how valuable a half-step divine item is. It's already beyond the scope of your understanding. Huang Junmo was shocked. Half-step divine items only existed in legends. Although he had heard that the martial heaven continent had divine items, those were just legends. They were far beyond his current level. A half-step divine item was truly not something that someone of his level could obtain. However, people were always greedy. Disciple is willing to offer a sacrifice. This is a treasure item, the soul-suppressing pagoda. Is it satisfactory? Huang Junmo steeled himself and took out a refined little pagoda. Long Chen was shocked. When it came to martial weapons, especially those on the treasure item level, bells, cauldrons, and pagodas were the most difficult to forge. Those were the weapons that exhausted the most effort from the forging master, but their power was also the greatest. In truth, Long Chen was extremely moved. But he said, the energy is too low. Energy? What does senior mean? Asked Huang Junmo. Long Chen didn't immediately reply. Huang Junmo took out a bracelet that was covered in marvelous designs that looked like strange beasts. Long Chen had an urge to immediately grab them. This bastard really had money. Compared to Huang Junmo's treasure items, his own wealth was garbage. Huang Junmo was the true rich fellow. Senior, this treasure item is a precious accessory. Once the runes on it are activated, it can release an amazing attack. It is a rarely seen energy storage treasure item, said Huang Junmo carefully. Garbage, lied Long Chen. Huang Junmo took out another 4 treasure items, and each of them was an amazing item. Long Chen's eyes turned blue with greed. Just how did this bastard have so much money? But for his ultimate target, Long Chen clenched his teeth. Senior, disciple is incompetent. Perhaps I cannot satisfy your requirement, said Huang Junmo helplessly. When he thought about it, that made sense. Compared to a divine item, what he had was naturally garbage. However, he truly longed to obtain that 8 Desolations 6 Direction Heaven Earth Splitting Chenkin Divine Sword. Looks like you aren't the destined person. I'm also helpless. It seems I can only wait here, like a lamp slowly running out of oil. Sighed Long Chen. Wait a moment, senior, disciple has something here. Does it satisfy you? Through Long Chen's reminder, Huang Junmo came to a sudden comprehension. He took out the lamp he had obtained on Insect Island. This is an ancient lamp disciple obtained through fate. But I was never able to figure out its use, so I don't know if you want it. Long Chen cursed. Fate, that had clearly been his, but he had stolen it. That counted as fate. This thing's not bad. This should be what you wanted, correct? Asked the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Yes, this idiot stole this treasure from me. Now I can trick it out of him. My intuition tells me it's something good. Senior, continue working with me. Long Chen once more began speaking to Huang Junmo. It should be precisely this thing. To tell you the truth, I don't really need your things. But this trace of my divine soul is lying in wait for the destined person to take my 8 Desolations 6 Direction Heaven Earth Splitting Chenkin Divine Sword. I need enough items to let my soul become full so I can ascend to the divine realm. Otherwise, I'll never be able to leave. This lamp of yours has already run out of energy. Even if I devour it, it still won't offer me enough power. Unless what? Asked Huang Junmo nervously. Unless you can offer a few more pieces of garbage as a sacrifice. Otherwise, once I give you my 8 Desolations 6 Direction Heaven Earth Splitting Chenkin Divine Sword, I will have to stay here forever, sighed Long Chen. Senior, that's fine. If you need anything, just ask, said Huang Junmo. For the 8 Desolations 6 Direction Heaven Earth Splitting Chenkin Divine Sword, he was willing to offer sacrifice. That's too embarrassing. It would make me feel like I was tricking my junior, a loss of status, said Long Chen with embarrassment. Long Chen, you're too shameless. Even the Eastern Wasteland Bell wasn't able to endure any longer. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to reply. That lamp was originally his. How was it shameless for him to take it back? So what if he was tricking him? Senior, look, is this lamp with 7 treasure items enough for you? Huang Junmo respectfully held out 7 treasure items. Sigh, child, You really have a good heart. If I still decline, I would feel sorry for you. The 7 treasure items in Huang Junmo's hands disappeared. They appeared in his primal chaos space. It was the Eastern Wasteland Bell that had helped him take them away while he was in charge of where to put them. Iya, Long Chen suddenly let out a disappointed cry. Senior, what is it? I'm actually still lacking just a bit before fully satisfying my soul, said Long Chen helplessly. Huang Junmo clenched his teeth and took out 2 more treasure items. But those 2 treasure items, quality was not as high. Long Chen estimated that even if Huang Junmo had more treasure items, there wasn't much of a chance that he would bring them out. He couldn't go any further, or he would be seen through. Excellent, my soul is finally fully satisfied. I can leave whenever now. But before leaving, I'll help you obtain my 8 Desolations 6 Direction Heaven Earth Splitting Chenkin Divine Sword, said Long Chen with great satisfaction. But his mouth was curled in an evil smile. Yu Xiaochen had been watching all this from beside him. Seeing that evil smile, her scalp turned numb. She could already think of the final result. Turn around and walk to the 3rd gate from your left. Press the button, and press hard, or the gate won't open, said Long Chen. Huang Junmo was delighted. He walked over to the gate Long Chen had indicated, and he pressed down hard on the button. The gate slowly rose. Once it was open, Huang Junmo's face instantly turned green. Bastard and Light Soul sound the same. Hun Dan vs Hun Dan, so the title would also sound like you're a bastard, so there's destiny. And whenever he says he has destiny because his soul is light, it sounds like he has destiny because he's a bastard. 8 Desolation and 6 Direction are just ways of saying all directions. 6. North, south, east, west, up, down. 8. North, south, east, west, northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest. Chenkin is another way of saying heaven and earth, universe. Heaven-earth splitting refers to the creation of the world where Pengu split apart heaven and earth. Chapter 858 The Miserable Huang Junmo. The huge gate opened. A flood of countless gadfly and corpse-devouring insects surged out. Originally, they had been in a hibernation state. But as soon as the gate opened, they were woken up. Seeing the astonished Huang Junmo, they immediately charged towards him, brandishing their hooks. Senior, shouted Huang Junmo, don't be afraid, they're just some insignificant gadfly and corpse-devouring insects. It's just a minor trial to obtain my half-step divine item. With your power, killing them shouldn't be difficult. Kill them, encouraged Long Chen. Huang Junmo thought about it and felt that it made sense. He had gone through quite a few trial regions, and any trial where you could obtain treasures had to have guards. His sword danced in the air. Sword chi formed an immense net. Any of those insects that touched that sword chi were blown apart. This person's very powerful. Yu Xiaochen was startled. Huang Junmo hadn't even released his full power, but just from this, she could tell his power. Good, just continue like this. These insects are nothing, and you'll quickly kill them all, said Long Chen. But these words were a bit less confident. The huge room here had become a sea of insects now, and there was still an unending stream of them coming from the gate. Most importantly, these latter insects had decorative marks on them. They should be comparatively stronger gadfly and corpse-devouring insects. Their powerful defense was comparable to 7th-rank magical beasts. When they arrived, Huang Junmo had no choice but to release his full power. His sword chi was incomparably sharp as he slaughtered them. Even Long Chen couldn't help being startled. Huang Junmo was truly powerful. Each movement of his sword was refined to the peak so that it saved energy. The more powerful insects were also helpless to do anything to Huang Junmo. Long Chen continued to cheer for Huang Junmo, encouraging him. But the flood of insects still didn't end. Huang Junmo was completely submerged in them. Long Chen could only see some dim light flashed within that sea to judge where Huang Junmo was. Xiao Chen, it seems there's even more than you said Long Chen as he watched more and more insects fly out. I'm not sure why. Perhaps I only saw a portion of them, or maybe there's more than one channel in there, said Yu Xiaochen with a bit of bewilderment. Boom! An immense ray of sword chi suddenly erupted, creating an opening amongst the sea of insects. Excellent, continue just like that. The gadfly and corpse-devouring insects are almost all gone. Once you pass this final wave, you'll have won, encouraged Long Chen. Huang Junmo roared. It was unknown what secret art he had used, but that translucent sword in his hand suddenly blossomed with a blinding light. Endless sword chi erupted. Any insects that entered within 300 meters of him were blown apart. He rushed along the ground, slaughtering countless insects. He was incredibly fast and powerful. As Huang Junmo slaughtered them, the ground was covered in the insects, broken pieces. Not good. Huang Junmo's expression suddenly changed and he flew into the air. He found that the black blood of the insects contained poison. Just now, a bit of it had touched his robes, corroding a hole. Up in the air, he became an easy target for the insects. They surged towards him. Because he flew up, Long Chen took up a shield to hide him and Yu Xiaochen. It went without saying that Huang Junmo was incredibly powerful. He was slaughtering more and more of the insects. Their broken pieces had piled into a mountain on the ground. Senior, how are there so many? Aiya, I've already said that this is the final wave. Hold on. 2 hours later. Senior, how are there still so many? I can't hold on much longer. Aiya, I've already said that this is the final wave. Hold on. Victory is within sight. Another 2 hours later. Senior, how are there still so many? Is there even an end? If this continues, I really won't be able to go on. Aiya, I've already said that this is the final wave. Hold on. Think of what it would be like to possess a half-step divine item. Wouldn't it be like being completely reborn? Come, under my radiance, your heroism will be unrivaled, and your power will multiply. Even Long Chen was speechless. 6 hours had passed, but more and more insects were coming out. Furthermore, they were even stronger. Their hooks were a golden color, and when Huang Junmo's sword met them, it would only cause sparks to fly. Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen looked at each other with goosebumps. They really had underestimated these gadfly ant corpse-devouring insects. Ha ha ha, didn't I say that as long as you continued, there would be hope? Look, no more are coming out. Long Chen finally saw the flood of insects come to an end. But as soon as he laughed, he became dumbfounded. It was unknown what the Eastern Wasteland bell was thinking, but it actually forgot its sound effects. Long Chen, it's you. Hearing Long Chen's original voice, Huang Junmo immediately recognized him and roared with endless killing intent. Since he was already exposed, he couldn't be bothered to reproach the Eastern Wasteland bell. He stood on the head of the statue and waved hello to Huang Junmo. Hi, how are you? Right now, Huang Junmo was surrounded by 10,000 of the more powerful gadfly ant corpse-devouring insects. That was the final wave, and their bodies were incredibly strong. Even Huang Junmo's treasure item sword had difficulty breaking their defense. Just a moment before this, Huang Junmo had been hoping to ask this great spirit god's 7th divine general Huyu Nyadenidae to help him at a critical moment. But now realizing that this great Huyu Nyadenidae was Long Chen, his head suddenly became crystal clear. He also suddenly realized the true meaning of Huyu Nyadenidae. Then thinking of the treasure items that had been tricked out of him, he reached a level of rage that he had never experienced before. Unable to bear it, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Long Chen, I'll kill you. Huang Junmo charged at Long Chen. But Long Chen was standing at the top of the huge statue, while he was near the bottom, surrounded by insects. Even after trying several times, he wasn't able to break out of their encirclement. In his fury, Huang Junmo was struck in the leg by one of the insects. It left behind a small cut. That small cut began to rapidly grow, corroding at a speed visible to the naked eye. It reached the bone in just a moment. Huang Junmo was horrified, but he was also a ruthless person, and clenching his teeth, he directly cut off his leg. That leg turned into mush in just a few breaths after it left his body. He had only just severed his own leg when he felt his left arm turn numb. His left hand had also been attacked. Although it had just barely broken his skin, that terrifying poison was already starting to rapidly circulate. Do you see them? Asked the Eastern Wasteland bell. Yes, I see them. Long Chen nodded. He was looking above Huang Junmo's head. Those are golden fate lines. Although this person seems to be in a crisis, his golden fate lines are still steady. That means that while this crisis looks extremely dangerous, it doesn't threaten his life, said the Eastern Wasteland bell. It was currently using a special technique to allow Long Chen to see Huang Junmo's golden fate lines. Huang Junmo had no choice but to cut off his arm. He hatefully glared at Long Chen, but clenching his teeth, his translucent sword turned into a ray of light that pulled him away. Wherever that light went, those insects would be blown apart. Over half of the insects encircling him were killed. This was clearly Huang Junmo's life-saving trump card. And it was an extremely powerful one as none of the insects were able to stop it. No wonder his golden fate lines didn't even twitch. He still had such a terrifying trump card to fall back on. Hee, Many thanks for teaching me this, senior, said Long Chen. Long Chen, the rest of the insects are coming towards us, warned Yu Xiaochen. Currently, only a few of the elites of the gadfly ant corpse-devouring insects remained. Their numbers had been greatly reduced thanks to Huang Junmo, and it would be extremely easy for them to handle the rest. Hee, little Momo really is useful, laughed Long Chen. This was his first time feeling like Huang Junmo wasn't so hateful. Long Chen took out his broadsword. He knew that although these remaining elites were strong, killing them wasn't too difficult. That was especially true since he specialized in brute force. Wait a moment, there's no need to use foolish brute power to get rid of these remainders. Take out that ancient lamp. I'll teach you how to use it, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Chapter 859 The Usage of the Immemorial Altar Lamp. Long Chen pressed his hand on the ancient lamp. An ancient rune lit up, and when Long Chen blew on the wick, a light red flame flew out, instantly enveloping half of the room. What startled Long Chen was the fact that the gadfly ant corpse-devouring insects were instantly turned to smoke when they were enveloped by those flames. They vanished. Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen were astonished. They looked at the shabby ancient lamp. Who would have thought that it possessed such terrifying power? Amazing, I struck gold this time. Long Chen was delighted. As expected, this ancient lamp was an absolute treasure. However, after getting excited, he suddenly found that the wick had dimmed after this attack. He jumped in fright. It's fine. As long as it doesn't get contaminated with the blood chi of cultivators, it will never completely extinguish, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. So, does that mean I can't use it against enemies? Asked Long Chen. You can use it against enemies that aren't cultivators. For example, magical beasts. The lampwick of this immemorial altar lamp was refined through the life essence of supreme experts. Inside are their blessings. The immemorial altar lamp isn't a killing device. In truth, it's a priceless cultivation-assisting treasure. Once you reach C expansion, it can help you cultivate faster, and your Qi C will grow to 10 times the size of others. Even in the ancient era, it was an extremely rare treasure. A sect could build their entire foundation around it. And it's not just useful for the C expansion realm. At the foundation forging realm, if you have its assistance, your immortal platform's foundation will be incomparably stable. Long Chen, you truly did obtain an amazing treasure this time. It seems your fortune has taken a turn for the better, praised the Eastern Wasteland Bell. His fortune had taken a turn for the better. Long Chen refused to believe it. All he believed was that good things required a matching strength to protect. Otherwise, even if you obtained it, it would be taken by others. The loss and regaining of the immemorial altar lamp was a good example. During this critical moment, Huang Junmo had revealed immense battle power. Long Chen realized that if he had fought with him all out on Insect Island, he most likely wouldn't have been his match. Because Huang Junmo was an assassin, he was specialized in killing his opponents in one shot and in one-on-one combat. Most likely his abilities had been restricted by the fact that he was facing an endless sea of insects, which was the only reason he was forced to flee. Hearing that the immemorial altar lamp couldn't be used to face enemies, Long Chen couldn't help being disappointed. Such a powerful killing tool couldn't be used to kill. That was too irritating. If the immemorial altar lamp kills too many experts, their resentment will be absorbed by it and extinguish its core. Then it will become trash, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Long Chen immediately thought of how those insects on Insect Island had drawn cultivators near the lamp before killing them. So their goal really had been to extinguish the wick. Put away the immemorial altar lamp for now. It has absorbed too much resentment and needs to rest. As for your earth flame, it's in slumber and can't help expel that resentment. It's not good to use for now. I'll teach you how to use it to help your cultivation later. Long Chen solemnly put the lamp away. This treasure was too precious. It was his greatest harvest since arriving on the immemorial path and would be the foundation of the Dragonblood Legion's future rise. Let's go. Little Mo has already helped us open the door. We can't fail to live up to his kindness. Laughed Long Chen. Who is Little Mo? Asked Yu Xiaochen. It's that good person who helped us kill all those insects, laughed Long Chen. Long Chen, you really are evil. Yu Xiaochen also couldn't hold back a laugh. Long Chen had long since told her about what had happened with Huang Junmo. This time, he had been conned miserably by Long Chen. Not only had he lost so many of his treasures, but he had also fled with only half of his life. It was unknown whether he would directly go insane from anger once he stopped running. The two of them entered the passageway and were shocked to find quite a few bodies of gadfly ant corpse devouring insects inside. However, they weren't true insects but the results of their molting. Those elite insects that had come out in the end obviously had to have experienced some kind of metamorphosis to possess such power. They had been comparable to 7th-rank magical beasts. A disgusting stench came from the passageway, but Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen endured it. If they closed their pores and stopped breathing, it would cause their spiritual perception to sharply drop. In such a dangerous place, such an action was foolhardy. No wonder. The two of them walked in 300 meters when they saw multiple channels ahead. Each channel was so long that they couldn't see the end. That was why there had been so many insects. All these channels had been filled with the insects. How curious. After this many years of no food or water, how did these insects survive? Wondered Long Chen. Gadfly ant corpse devouring insects are a special corrupt insect. Legend has it they are one of the poison insects that the corrupt god raised with his own body. With the corrupt god's blessing, they can survive forever. Although, that's just a legend that can't be trusted, there really is a special rune on their backs that can absorb death chi. Although this place is sealed and they can't leave, those runes can still absorb death chi from outside despite the restrictions. Whether it is flying birds, roaming beasts, or even the insects in the ground, as long as they die, they will release death chi. The gadfly ant corpse devouring insects absorb that death chi to grow and breed. Furthermore, their most terrifying aspect is that they can enter a state of quasi-death, and in that state, the amount of energy they use is essentially zero. So in theory, their lifespan is unlimited. Even if they survived since ancient times, it's still reasonable, explained Yu Xiaochen. Xiaochen, you really are erudite, praised Long Chen. He really had to prostrate himself in admiration towards her learning. Even if he exhausted himself to death, he would never be able to catch up to her. Haha, I'm the one who has to admire you. You really know how to babble. The immortal Tao is transcendental. While all living things have mundane troubles, destiny exists in the mortal world, and priceless treasures belong only to the fated. Huang Junmo wasn't the only one who believed it, even I believed it. At that time, I really thought you were the incarnation of a god. You really are dislikable, said Yu Xiaochen a bit resentfully. She felt that she was foolish for falling for it. Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. Talking about reasonable things wasn't his strong point. But when it came to spouting nonsense, he had never been afraid to compete with anyone. Tell me, how did you come up with such a random name? Yu Xiaochen was a simple and pure person. She felt there was definitely a problem with Long Chen's name, but she didn't know what. Huyu Nyadenade, that really wasn't something he could explain. Curse words weren't anything to be proud about. Long Chen shook his head. It was just a random name I came up with. It doesn't have any meaning. No, you're definitely lying, said Yu Xiaochen, looking into Long Chen's eyes. You can't trick me. You definitely had some kind of meaning behind them. Nade as in your uncle. Long Chen immediately began to sweat and nodded. Alright, it's just your uncle, nothing else. Look, we're at another fork. Take a look and choose which path we should take. Long Chen really didn't want to keep talking about this topic. He had also experienced how difficult Yu Xiaochen was to deal with. She had a kind of innate spiritual perception that allowed her to tell when people were lying. That was awkward. This way, the two of them continued onwards, insect molts cracking beneath their feet. They had already made 4 turns, and seeing this twisting cavern, they finally understood why there had been so many insects. We've arrived. They finally reached the end of the channel. There was a 3-meter door of light in front of them. Long Chen thought about it and decided to let Yu Xiaochen enter first. This kind of danger of the unknown was something he should have tested first, but with his bad luck, it really wasn't advisable for him to do that. So he had Yu Xiaochen go in first. Once Yu Xiaochen entered, he followed right behind her. As soon as he entered the light door, he let out a startled cry. As soon as he was in, he found that he was floating in water. He hastily closed all his pores, afraid that something was wrong with the water. But Long Chen found that Yu Xiaochen was incomparably excited. He asked, "This is the peak-grade heaven source extract." Yu Xiaochen nodded. She took out a small jade vase. Its runes lit up and the liquid around them began to pour into it. It was clearly a spatial storage object. As the water level descended, Long Chen realized they were in a square space 300 meters wide and 2,500 meters tall. At the center was a giant stone stalactite. Heavens, there's so much peak-grade heaven source extract. Long Chen, am I dreaming? Yu Xiaochen couldn't believe it. It's real. I've encountered the same thing. Back then, I almost thought that it was a bathing place, laughed Long Chen. Thinking of his ignorance back then, he felt a burst of embarrassment. Long Chen, you really are my lucky star. Yu Xiaochen was extremely emotional now, and she tightly hugged Long Chen. This peak-grade heaven source extract was of the utmost importance to her original devil race. It could raise their overall talent without any drawbacks. It was practically a divine elixir. Obtaining all this peak-grade heaven source extract, she was incomparably excited. She drank a bit right there and then, immediately feeling completely refreshed. Even her spiritual strength increased, making her so excited that she seemed like a happy child. Once she calmed herself down a bit, they returned to the original plaza with the 8 gates. The other 7 gates also had heaven source extract as their ultimate rewards, but their quality was worse. Furthermore, each channel behind each gate was also filled with gadfly ant corpse-devouring insects. For them, risking danger by fighting against all those insects wouldn't be worth it. The two of them left the underground cave. They had a brief rest while Yu Xiaochen used the heaven source extract to increase her power. Long Chen found that Yu Xiaochen's energy was very special. It was different from any other cultivator's energy that he had ever seen. But that peak-grade heaven source extract was able to purify and increase that strange energy inside her. It was like a treasure just for the original devil race. Once she woke up from her meditative state, Long Chen offered her a certain thing. Here, have a fruit. Chapter 860 Arming the Alliance. When Yu Xiaochen ate the fruit, she was stunned as she suddenly noticed that other than her core energy, another kind of energy had appeared within her body. When she circulated that energy, not only was she not restricted by the world, but she even received a kind of blessing from it that increased her own power. Long Chen. What fruit is this? Yu Xiaochen was completely shocked. How could there be such a heaven-defying existence in this world? I call it a heavenly Dao fruit. It's one of my secrets, so please keep it from others, said Long Chen. I swear I won't tell anyone. I won't even tell my mother, said Yu Xiaochen solemnly upon seeing how serious he was. Xiaochen, I'm sorry, it's not that I don't trust you, but this heavenly Dao fruit is too important. I have no choice but to be cautious, said Long Chen. I know, and I understand. Thank you for sharing such an important secret with me, said Yu Xiaochen gratefully, holding Long Chen's hand. He nodded. As long as Yu Xiaochen didn't bother him with how he had such a thing, he was at ease. Then how are your gains? Yu Xiaochen stood and formed a hand seal. A huge image appeared behind her. That image seemed to be a flower, but not a flower. It looked like a cross between a flower and a leaf. It was extremely bizarre. A powerful aura erupted out of Yu Xiaochen, soaring straight into the clouds. At the same time, space began to rumble around her. What a powerful aura! Long Chen was startled. Yu Xiaochen was extremely powerful. This was just her initial control over her new heavenly Dao energy, and she was clearly unfamiliar with using it. However, this aura showed that she was even stronger than he had thought. Yu Xiaochen pointed her finger 3 times, and 3 rays of sword chi shot out. 3 holes appeared in a distant mountain. It then collapsed, shocking Long Chen. In just a few breaths, Yu Xiaochen had managed to release such an attack with an unfamiliar energy. Her comprehension abilities were almost terrifying. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Long Chen, I can actually control the outside world's energy now. When I run into enemies, I don't have to worry about exposing myself anymore, said Yu Xiaochen excitedly. Although she was veiled, her smile had turned her eyes into beautiful crescent moons. Long Chen nodded. This result was excellent. If he could obtain more heavenly Dao fruits, then more of the original devil race's experts could roam the martial heaven continent. Xiaochen, how much of your true power can you release with the heavenly Dao energy? Asked Long Chen. This was an important point. Around 80%. Just 80%. Long Chen couldn't help being disappointed. That's already amazing. This heavenly Dao energy is even better than what I originally thought. When I tried it, I found that other than my core divine abilities, many of the techniques of my original devil race can be used with it. Although their effect is slightly lower, we don't need to be so helpless when fighting now. Furthermore, other than our strongest core divine abilities, even some magical arts can be used without revealing our devil mark. It'll be extremely safe. Previously, we had to rely on devil cores to deceive the heavenly Daos. We couldn't fight outside, because once we did, it would exhaust our core energy, and we wouldn't be able to replenish it without returning to our skyscraping world. The more we used, the more dangerous it would be. That's also why I always ran when I encountered enemies. Against those blazing wolf races experts, I really had no way to handle them. It was fortunate that you came, or I might have been exposed. But now I can use heavenly Tao energy, and I can replenish it whenever I want. It feels delightful. Yu Xiaochen's excitement still hadn't lessened in the slightest. She had always been unable to fight back against enemies. That was extremely depressing, but now she was finally free of it. Then that's good. Is there anyone else from your race that entered the immemorial path with you? Asked Long Chen. Yes. This time, 37 of us entered. They're all our race's elites, said Yu Xiaochen. Can you find them? We have a secret art to communicate. Good. Then I'll give you some heavenly Tao fruits, and you distribute them. Otherwise, it'll be too dangerous for them, said Long Chen. You have more. Yu Xiaochen was startled. How could he have so many heaven-defying fruits? Okay, I'll immediately gather them. Yu Xiaochen suddenly formed hand seals, and a mark appeared on her forehead. That was the devil character. But that devil character had a faint golden glow to it, and it appeared sacred and hallowed. When it lit up her face, she seemed like an immortal. 6 hours later, someone new arrived. It was a handsome man with shoulder-length hair. He flew in front of Yu Xiaochen and bowed according to an extremely ancient etiquette. Greetings, sacred daughter. Greetings, Senior Long Chen. Yu Xiaochen returned the etiquette and said, "It's been hard on you. Did you run into any dangers? Thank you for your care." Disciple only ran into some minor troubles with nothing worth mentioning. Seeing that Long Chen was a bit dumbfounded, Yu Xiaochen smiled and said, "You don't need to find it strange. Everyone in the original devil race recognizes you now. Many thanks, Senior Long Chen, for your benevolence. Otherwise, there would have been no way for us to leave the skyscraping world and serve our race." That person once more bowed toward Long Chen. Long Chen felt extremely awkward. He hastily cupped his fists in return. That strange bowing form was extremely particular, and he wasn't able to imitate it. Yu Xiaochen laughed. "Long Chen, you don't need to be so courteous." Long Chen nodded and directly gave that person a rank 2 heavenly Tao fruit. That person glanced at Yu Xiaochen and saw her nod before he received it. The second person quickly arrived after the first. Then the third and fourth. Long Chen was startled by this efficiency. In just one day, the majority of them had already gathered. They had to have some kind of secret technique that allowed them to cross the wider abysses, or there was no way they could have gotten here so quickly. Once everyone was gathered, there were only 32 of them. Sadness appeared in Yu Xiaochen's eyes. Those other 5 people had clearly fallen. Sacred daughter, don't be aggrieved. They died for the race, and they were our honorable warriors. Comforted a woman. Yu Xiaochen nodded. The reason why she was so sad was because those fallen warriors hadn't died because they hadn't been as strong as their opponents. They had died to keep the secret of the original devil race, dying because they hadn't revealed their true power. To not be exposed, they had chosen to die. That was what made Yu Xiaochen feel the worst. They were true warriors worthy of respect. 3 days later, all of them had consumed the heavenly Tao fruits and become rank 2 celestials. They all had another kind of energy in their bodies that made them incredibly excited. Their gratefulness towards Long Chen reached a new level. "Long Chen, do you want them to travel alone again or come with us?" asked Yu Xiaochen. "Staying with us is too dangerous." Long Chen shook his head. Although they were all experts, his enemies were too powerful. They hadn't reached that level yet. Although they had consumed the heavenly Tao fruits and used the peak-grade heaven source extract, they weren't on the level of Yu Xiaochen. Thus, they couldn't fight alongside him. "Before you leave, I want to say a few words. If you do run into danger, use your full power to kill your way out. Even if that exposes your identity, it's fine," said Long Chen. Long Chen, Yu Xiaochen and the other original devil race's members were all startled. "Since we've chosen to be allies, I treat you as my brothers and sisters. Your lives are the most precious. Even if you have to expose yourself, that's not important. The most important thing is for you to live. Even if the heavens collapse, I will be there to help you carry them. Your lives aren't able to impact the big picture, so don't pointlessly sacrifice them. Alright, you can all go. I wish you good fortune." Huge waves rose in the hearts of the original devil race's members. Although his voice was calm without immense passion, it revealed his confidence. At the same time, the care within his voice warmed their hearts. They once more bowed toward him and went in their own directions. They needed to find more opportunities and resources for their original devil race so that they could grow. Thank you, Long Chen. Yu Xiaochen's eyes were slightly reddened. She also didn't want her people to die, but she didn't dare to say the same words that he had. She didn't possess that confidence. You've thanked me so much, are you really not going to consider giving your heart to me? Teased Long Chen. A nice thought. Yu Xiaochen lightly hit him and turned away, wiping away her tears. She was completely red. After some light teasing of a beauty, Long Chen opened his map. The two of them were currently in the middle section of the eastern region of the immemorial path. If they continued forward, they would reach another huge block that was almost the same size as the 10,000 beast forest. But this huge block was actually a castle. That area was a trial region that had to be traversed in order to get deeper into the eastern region. However, it could no longer be referred to as a trial region, as it had completely broken down. It was the only huge ruins in the eastern region. Xiao Chen, let's go. I'll bring you to a very lively place. Long Chen smiled. He could run into many friends there. Chapter 861 Blood-Colored Ancient Castle. The blood-colored ancient castle was the largest comparatively preserved trial region in the immemorial path's eastern region. It was different from the 10,000 beast forest. The 10,000 beast forest had just been a primordial forest. The blood-colored ancient castle was millions of miles long. It was a shocking, practically endless construction. The entire castle was the exact same color as fresh blood. Originally, this castle had been built so grandly that it soared into the clouds. But that majestic and towering scene was gone. It was now a pile of ruins filled with an air of decay and dejection. There were two righteous experts carefully advancing at the edge of the castle, searching the ruins. Although countless years had passed, although countless people had explored it, the number of people that had been able to reach its core region was pitifully low. Furthermore, the castle was so large that no one would dare to say that they had finished exploring the outer region. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out that caused the two of them to shoot back. But then they saw that a blood-colored rock had simply shattered. They sighed with relief. This ancient castle was filled with a strange aura, one that made people's hair stand on end. Whoever entered it would feel on edge. Senior apprentice brother, maybe we should leave. This place is too bizarre. I always feel like there's a chilling breeze behind me and like my heart is about to leap out of my chest, said the younger expert. He didn't want to go any deeper. Fuck, it really is bizarre. When we entered, it was still so sunny outside. But now it's so gloomy and sinister. TCH, you're right, this place is too evil and unnatural. Let's go somewhere else to test our luck. The slightly older one had just finished speaking when he looked back at his fellow disciple. When he saw him, his face instantly turned pale with terror. What is it, senior? A black figure suddenly pierced through his back. The disciple was horrified and was just about to struggle when his whole body withered, becoming a desiccated corpse. He didn't even have a chance to resist. A black figure merged back with the earth, as if it had never existed at all. The only sign of its existence was that withered corpse. The slightly older disciple was terrified. Without even thinking about it, he slashed his sword behind him and then turned to flee. His sword didn't strike anything. Or perhaps it could be said that it struck something, but that something was nothing more than a shadow. His sword went through the shadow without affecting it at all. The shadow grew out of the ground like a tree root, and it suddenly released a thorn that shot toward him. He tried to dodge, but he suddenly found that his legs were both bound by the shadow. No! His miserable scream was cut short as all his blood chi flowed into the shadow and was absorbed. In just a single breath, he was turned into a withered corpse. He collapsed on the ground, looking like a block of dried-up wood. Once that shadow had absorbed his blood chi, it returned to the ground. But suddenly, a ray of light shot over and directly cut it in two. Blood surprisingly splashed out of it. The shadow was cut in two and disappeared as if it had returned to the ground. Two new figures appeared in the ruins. One looked like he was heroic and bold, while one was a veiled woman. They were Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen. Xiao Chen, what do you think? Long Chen looked at the blood and corpses on the ground. He frowned as he had never seen such a thing before today. On the way, they had also seen quite a few withered corpses. They should be shadow ghouls, said Yu Xiaochen. Seeing his blank stare, she explained, shadow ghouls are a member of the ghost race. They form when a person dies, but their soul doesn't completely dissipate. It forms a special kind of life form. There really are ghosts in this world. Long Chen was startled. He had always thought they were just stories to frighten people. The ghosts you're talking about are just some things that people made up. The ghosts that I'm talking about are a kind of life energy. In truth, there are many life forms in this world that we can't come into contact with. To put it another way, they should be in a parallel space next to ours, making it so we can never come into contact with them. But there are always people who like to break conventions and do a few heretical things. When dimensional walls are broken, a few things from other worlds will flow into ours. Originally, such things shouldn't be able to exist within our world. Special conditions need to be met in order for them to survive. For example, these shadow ghosts shouldn't exist in our world. But they are here. That means someone intentionally drew them here and intentionally set up the environment so they could survive. Drawing over existences from other worlds is no different than playing with fire. If it has no natural predators in its new environment, it would have the potential to destroy the entire world. As soon as I entered this castle, I sensed an unusual aura. This aura isn't something suitable to human cultivators. If my guess isn't wrong, the blood-colored ancient castle must have caught ghosts from other worlds as trials for their disciples, said Yu Xiaochen. Long Chen nodded. This guess of hers was extremely likely. Even if it wasn't correct, it shouldn't be that far from the truth. Because the castle had crumbled, these ghosts had become free of all laws. They actually took the initiative to kill people. Did they get anything from killing people? Asked Long Chen. A human's essence blood is a delicacy to them. Although absorbing essence blood doesn't let them grow, they still find it delightful, said Yu Xiaochen. Isn't it said that ghosts fear sunlight? How could they kill people in broad daylight? Asked Long Chen. Ghosts do fear the yang. Sunlight is something they dislike, but the formations here weaken the sunlight. Furthermore, they weren't completely exposed to the sunlight, so they were naturally unafraid of it. In truth, these shadow ghouls aren't powerful. Anyone with powerful spiritual strength would be able to easily sense them. That's why they target those with weak souls, and attacks against them must contain soul energy in order to harm their incorporeal bodies. That's because soul energy is also a kind of incorporeal energy, said Yu Xiaochen. Long Chen gave her a thumbs up. As expected, she was truly knowledgeable about all things. Having Yu Xiaochen by his side felt amazing. Hehe, thank you for your praise, said Yu Xiaochen happily. When it came to theoretical knowledge, she was extremely amazing. But she didn't have the slightest bit of experience. Long Chen was the opposite. As long as he learned the theory, he could use it in practice. Yu Xiaochen held Long Chen's arm as they slowly went deeper into the castle. It didn't seem at all like they were trying to pass trials. It was more like two sweethearts were strolling down the streets. It was just as Yu Xiaochen said. Long Chen could sense that he was being stared at occasionally, but those things all left in the end. Yu Xiaochen told him that shadow ghouls were very crafty and sensitive to danger. Once they sensed that their prey's spiritual strength was too strong, they wouldn't dare to come over. A shadow ghoul's attack could be classified as a spiritual attack. If someone possessed a protective soul item, they also wouldn't attack. This place is so terrifying. Just what kind of attack could turn it into this state? Wondered Yu Xiaochen as she looked at a construction in front of them. That was a huge tower. It had already been broken in several places and fallen on the ground. But even those broken segments were taller than mountains. In its broken state, this tower looked like a huge mountain range. Half the tower was buried, and there were some scars on the land that seemed like they had been caused when it had collapsed. Let's go in and take a look. Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen entered. They found that it was filled with spider webs and flying bats. It was extremely dark, but they were able to see everything clearly with their excellent vision. There's nothing valuable inside. The secret rooms inside here should have all been destroyed. The runes outside have also lost their effect. Whatever caused the tower to collapse could not have been ordinary. It was definitely caused by some power beyond our current imagination that erased all that runic energy. Yu Xiaochen brushed her hand against the wall. The runes on the wall fell and scattered like sand. Long Chen nodded. It should have been some kind of mysterious energy specialized in targeting runes that caused them to lose their effect. Other than the rune that he had encountered at the entrance of the immemorial path, he hadn't seen any complete runes exposed like that. Runes. That's right, Senior, do you recognize this rune? Long Chen suddenly asked the Eastern Wasteland Bell, using his spiritual strength to form the image of the rune he had obtained with the Primal Chaos Space's help. I recognize it, but this rune isn't something you can come into contact with right now. You definitely shouldn't study it any further. What disappointed him was that the Eastern Wasteland Bell only said this before going silent. It refused to say how to use the rune, let alone its origin. They explored the tower for a while but didn't find anything useful. They left, continuing onwards. As they continued, Long Chen kept his divine sense spread out. He had already found quite a few hidden places. There were other people moving around in stealth as well, and when they saw Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen holding hands as they leisurely advanced, their expressions became odd. Long Chen laughed inside. The more carefully you advanced, the more people would think you lacked confidence, and the more they would think you were weak. Then you would become their targets. The two of them weren't traveling quickly. After 2 hours, they had only traveled 30 miles. Long Chen had Yu Xiaochen lead the way, while he simply followed. He felt that if she led the way, their luck would be 100 times better than when he led the way. Reality proved he was right. When Long Chen entered similar places on his own, if he didn't run into the attacks of wild beasts, he would be provoked by other experts. But with Yu Xiaochen, everything went smoothly for these 2 hours. Just as Long Chen thought that this method could keep them safe and sound, a huge figure appeared behind them and charged at them. Chapter 862 Ancient Murals. Yu Xiaochen didn't even look. Her sword slashed out behind, cutting the figure in two. It rapidly merged with the ground. The shadow ghouls are getting stronger and stronger, as well as more berserk. Injuring them isn't difficult, but killing them would exhaust quite a bit of soul energy. It's not really worth it, said Yu Xiaochen. Then it's fine. You save your energy. If any shadow ghouls appear, just leave them to me. Long Chen smiled. As expected, they had only gone a few more miles when another figure shot at them from a crack in the ground. A bolt of lightning flew by and struck it, turning it into smoke. That shadow ghoul was killed in one attack. What terrifying thunder force. It even contains an aura of annihilation. That's something only heavenly tribulation lightning could possess. Is your lightning? Yu Xiaochen was shocked. Nothing can be hidden from you. Yes, my thunder force was gathered from tribulation lightning. Long Chen found that Yu Xiaochen was too learned. There was nothing she didn't know. How is that possible? How could a human control heavenly tribulation lightning? Yu Xiaochen still found this hard to believe. Long Chen explained how he had encountered tribulation in his first advancement and onwards. He also told her how he had raised Lei Long. After her initial disbelief, she gradually came to accept this power that was beyond her understanding. This was her first time hearing that someone could control heavenly tribulation lightning. The two of them continued. More and more shadow ghouls appeared, and each time, they would be killed in one shot by the pointing of Long Chen's finger. They saw quite a few more corpses on the way. They had all been killed by shadow ghouls. These shadow ghouls were also getting stronger. But no matter how strong the shadow ghouls became, they were still weeds in front of Long Chen. His thunder force was their bane. There's an opening below. Let's go take a look. Yu Xiaochen pointed downwards. Long Chen looked and saw that the huge wall was concealing the fact that there was an opening here. Yu Xiaochen was just about to slash the wall apart when Long Chen stopped her. He simply grabbed and lifted it. The huge wall that was millions of pounds was easily lifted. We should do our best not to leave any marks, or others will find us. This entrance was an underground entrance to some construction. Long Chen replaced the wall so that everything looked normal. That way it wouldn't be likely for others to follow them. Do you want to go in front, or should I? Asked Yu Xiaochen. You should stay in front. This place is too dark, so I'll activate my thunder force. Long Chen became covered in violet lightning. Those were his lightning runes. It was like he was wearing clothes made of lightning, making the underground room as bright as if it were daytime. As they continued onwards, they saw that this passage continued at a slight tilt downwards. They hadn't gotten far before a huge mouse suddenly attacked Long Chen. The mouse's fur ended in black, sharp points that made it look like a porcupine. Its eyes were scarlet, and its long tail was sharp like a blade. Careful, this is a rockthorn mouse and its quills are poisonous, warned Yu Xiaochen. Bang! Long Chen's broadsword slammed into the mouse. But it actually blocked it with its teeth. Sparks flew when they collided. The 3-meter-long mouse slammed into a wall. It let out a strange cry. Suddenly, it raised its tail and swung it at them. The end of its tail opened, and countless needle-like quills flew toward Long Chen. Long Chen's broadsword blocked all of them easily. They were clearly grown out of flesh, but they were harder than metal. Long Chen unsheathed Flying Rainbow. Cold light flashed as that mouse's head was severed. Flying Rainbow was exceptionally sharp, so it was much easier to kill this kind of magical beast with it. Long Chen picked up one of its quills. The quill was 5 inches long and around 200 grams. There were little holes in its tip that were almost impossible to see with the naked eye. Those holes hide its poison. The rockthorn mouse is extremely special. It doesn't have a poison sac. Instead, its quills are what store its poison. Although it's just a 6th rank magical beast, its poison quills are very sharp and can easily pierce a 7th rank magical beast's hide. Even if it can't poison a 7th rank magical beast to death, it can poison it half to death, said Yu Xiaochen. Long Chen's eyes brightened. If it was this strong, then it was something good. Long Chen, what are you doing? I'm gathering all these quills as they are natural weapons for Guo Ran. I'm sure he'll faint from joy when he sees them, laughed Long Chen as he gathered them. These were the things that Guo Ran liked the most. As for the rockthorn mouse's corpse, he tossed it into the primal chaos space. But he didn't put it in the black soil yet. He needed to keep a few corpses in reserve for when he was running out of life energy. Then he could use the corpses. Once Yu Xiaochen learned that he had a use for these quills, she helped him. The two of them began a slaughter of the rockthorn mice that lived here. This seemed to be their nest. Long Chen actually killed over 1,000 of them, and he had a mountain of their corpses. Each one of them had over 100 quills on their tails. So now he had over 100,000 of them. Wait a moment, Long Chen, we've entered a different channel now. There are murals here, said Yu Xiaochen. Long Chen looked toward the wall. As expected, there were stone carvings. Long Chen couldn't help being shocked. The carvings from such ancient times were extremely valuable. They might even be able to peer into some secrets of that era. Xiaochen, what does this say? Long Chen saw that whatever was carved was unclear. But there was a large mass of words. Long Chen could occasionally recognize a few characters, but he couldn't comprehend it. This is the introduction of the trial. It clearly indicates Qi Wu. In today's language, it means that a steel body must also be flexible. A strong body has a strong soul has a weak, explained Yu Xiaochen. Cough, Xiaochen, could you explain it in simpler terms? Coughed Long Chen. Yu Xiaochen smiled. To put it simpler, this should be a trial for the soul and will. It has high requirements for spiritual strength, so this should be a trial suited to soul cultivators. Only those with strong enough spiritual strength can handle the shadow ghouls here. However, everything has changed now that it's broken down. If this was a trial only for people with powerful souls, those rockthorn mice shouldn't have appeared. Her guess was truly reasonable. If this was a trial of spiritual strength, in other words, a trial for soul cultivators, having soul cultivators face physical attacks was simply murder. Oh, why are the people in this mural so strange? They have a pair of bat-like wings. As the two of them advanced, Long Chen saw a mural that was filled with those strange people. Those aren't people. Those are winged devils, the same as the skeletons we saw in the Julie secret realm. Do you see that protuberance on their foreheads? That's where their devil core is. They're a mixed existence formed between depraved humans and the devil race. They've inherited the devil race's fierceness and evil desires, while maintaining a portion of the human race's intelligence, sighed Yu Xiaochen. Long Chen was startled. These were members of the devil race. If she hadn't said it, he would have thought they were members of the ancient races. The human race is that strong. They can not only integrate with Zon beasts but also with the devil race. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yu Xiaochen looked at him helplessly. Humans are the most complicated existence in this world. Their entire existence is a contradiction. They are sometimes kind, sometimes evil, sometimes noble, sometimes depraved, sometimes like a heavenly immortal, sometimes like a demonic devil. Humans are the ones least able to resist temptation, or perhaps it's that their desires have no end. They like to take risks, have no respect for anything, and as a result, the human race has ended up in their current plight. Was the human race very powerful before? Asked Long Chen. Powerful. They couldn't even be described as just powerful. Humans are the spirit of all things. Each human is a spiritual being, their own existence. They possess the pinnacle of the cosmos's truth, the rulers of the world. Regretfully, the current human race's bloodline is no longer pure, and they have fallen to the point of extinction. And yet, they still don't seem aware of it and only know how to fight amongst themselves. Yu Xiaochen shook her head with pity for the changing of the times. Long Chen wanted to say that this was a good thing. If the human race fought to the point of extinction, there would be no one to make things hard for her original devil race. But then, thinking of his own status, he swallowed his words back down. Continuing to examine the murals, he saw that it was a story. Each mural was linked to the next. At the next mural, a large group of humans had appeared and an immense battle was fought between them and the winged devils. It was a miserable battle, with corpses littering the blood-stained ground. The human race was losing miserably, with heavy casualties. Those winged devils had powerful runes on their wings. Although these were just static images, Long Chen could feel just how fast they had to be. Furthermore, their bodies were muscular like bulls. Their flesh bulged with explosive power. They were clearly both powerful and fast. The humans weren't their match. Thinking of Yu Xiaochen's words, Long Chen couldn't help feeling it was satirical. The human race was the ancestor of the winged devils, but now the winged devils were mercilessly slaughtering them. There were several consecutive murals of the winged devils slaughtering the humans. Towards the end, a group of people appeared. They formed hand seals, and illusory figures appeared behind their bodies. Those figures held blades, swords, towers, bells. From their hand seals, they should be using a kind of soul art. Once that soul art was activated, the bloodthirsty winged devils became immobile, unable to move an inch. The winged devils are afraid of soul arts? Asked Long Chen. Living ones are afraid of soul arts, but dead ones that have revived aren't. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had it so hard back then. Thinking of their previous cooperation against the winged devil skeletons, Yu Xiaochen smiled in reminiscence. She held Long Chen's arm. What is going on here? Long Chen didn't notice Yu Xiaochen's gentle movements. Looking at the next mural, he was filled with disbelief. Chapter 863 Riddle. In that mural, the humans had just defeated the winged devils and were celebrating. They had gathered to kowtow in front of a group of people. There were men and women in that group. They were standing in the air, sacred and holy, graceful and grand. The shocking thing was that there was a mark on their foreheads. That mark was indistinct, but Long Chen could see that it was extremely similar to the one that appeared on Yu Xiaochen when she released her core energy. Even the feeling he got from it was similar. Xiaochen, are they your original devil race's members? Asked Long Chen. I seem to be able to sense a familiar aura from their bodies, especially from those race marks on their foreheads. Even if they aren't members of the original devil race, they should have a relationship with us. But look, in that era, the human race was so respectful to us, practically worshipping us. If they are really members of the original devil race, how could the original devil race have ended up being the public enemy of the entire world? A lost expression appeared in Yu Xiaochen's eyes. Even you can't be sure. Yu Xiaochen shook her head. My mother refuses to let me learn too many secrets. As for the Grand Elders, even they regard the secrets of our ancestors as something that can't be leaked no matter what. They also refuse to say anything. Previously, I told you that any disciple that learns too many secrets will no longer be permitted to leave the skyscraping world. Although I don't know the reason behind it, I'm sure my mother is doing what's best for us. Long Chen nodded. Looking at these people in the scene, countless questions revolved in his head. Supposing these people were from the original devil race, then just what had happened during this time? From the murals, it seemed that the human race had received their help or pointers, which was the only way they had defeated the winged devils. These murals were eulogizing the original devil race's contributions. If these people really were members of the original devil race, if his guess was truly correct, then this riddle was a bit too frightening, wasn't it? From being worshipped like gods, they had become targets to be slaughtered, and even the heavenly Taos refused to accept them. What had happened? Was it something related to the battle back then? Just what kind of history was hidden by that battle? Yu Xiaochen suddenly slashed her sword, killing a rockthorn mouse that was attacking them and breaking Long Chen's pondering. Alright, let's not waste too much time thinking about this. Whatever the truth is, it'll be exposed sooner or later. But before we have enough power, learning those secrets has no meaning. Let's keep going. Yu Xiaochen pulled on Long Chen's hand. He nodded and they continued onwards. This underground world was like a maze. They were constantly being attacked by rockthorn mice. After traveling a bit more, Long Chen felt like the spiritual pressure was growing stronger. He suddenly saw that Yu Xiaochen was a bit pale. Xiaochen, what is it? Do you not feel that some illusions are starting to pop up? Yu Xiaochen looked at him with shock. That was because an hour ago, she had started to feel that everything she was seeing was growing distorted. Illusions constantly popped up. Sometimes the ground beneath her feet would become an abyss. Sometimes fierce devils would appear in front of her. Sometimes she would hear a strange sound behind her. From the start, she had known they had entered an illusion formation. But seeing Long Chen easily brushing it off, she hadn't said a word. However, now the illusions were growing stronger, and they were becoming more and more realistic. She was starting to be unable to bear it. Being caught in illusions, a person's spiritual perception would sharply drop. At this time, even if a rockthorn mouse appeared right in front of her, she might not even notice it. That kind of feeling was extremely uneasy. It was like someone with excellent vision had become blind. Illusions. Where? Long Chen's words caused Yu Xiaochen to feel shocked. At this time, the Eastern Wasteland bell rang out in his mind. You're different. You defeated yourself, and a version of yourself that was even stronger than you at that. Your will has reached a kind of pinnacle, and your Dao heart is essentially flawless. The illusions here don't just require powerful spiritual strength to resist. They are targeted toward a person's heart devils, the weaknesses in their hearts. Your will has reached a monstrous level, so this kind of illusion formation cannot shake you. You can't even sense them, but she finds it very taxing here. Long Chen didn't know that this illusion formation was targeted toward a person's heart. The more unsteady a person's Dao heart was, the easier they would be affected. The stronger their heart devils, the greater their fear, the more things they feared would appear here. In the end, they would be lost in this labyrinth. Do you not feel anything at all? Yu Xiaochen felt this was inconceivable. Long Chen smiled and wrapped his arm around her waist. He also released his will. Releasing his will was like releasing his inner aura. That was an unrivaled will, one that could disdainfully look down on gods, the heavens, the earth, and the entire universe. Long Chen would only release it when he fought peak experts. But he now used a kind of self-hypnotism to make it seem like he was facing a powerful expert. This was a kind of formless energy, but it was also substantive. It was mysterious and profound, impossible to describe with words. How did you do this? Yu Xiaochen was shocked. Long Chen didn't hide anything from her. He told her about how he had entered a trial where he had fought against an even stronger version of himself. When Yu Xiaochen heard that, she was appalled. That was something impossible. How could someone possibly defeat a version of themselves that was slightly stronger in every aspect and never tired? Long Chen, why do you have to go all out like this? Asked Yu Xiaochen with a slightly pained expression. Long Chen laughed. If I said I wanted to get stronger to protect you, would you believe it? If that's what you're saying, then I'll believe you, said Yu Xiaochen sincerely. Long Chen couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Originally, he had been teasing her, but as a result, he had checkmated himself. If he really said it now, it would seem too fake. If he didn't say it, she would feel bad. Long Chen still hadn't completely grasped what kind of person Yu Xiaochen was, so he couldn't make random jokes with her like with Tang Wan. Oh, what's that? As they were walking, Long Chen suddenly noticed that the fluctuations in the air had disappeared. They had already passed the illusion region and entered a new region. Not far behind them was a faint figure. It was following them, neither quickly nor slowly. That figure was extremely faint. In this pitch-black world, it was almost impossible to notice it. Long Chen had just barely sensed a faint spiritual fluctuation before realizing it was there. Another ghost, said Yu Xiaochen. Ghost? Yes. The so-called ghosts aren't those nonsense things you've heard of. When people die, their souls split into three kinds of energy. One is called the Hun, one is called the Po, and one is called the Kui. The Kui is the purest energy of a person's life. Once a person dies, it will go to the netherworld and be forever separated from this world. The Kui goes to the netherworld, while the Hun and Po stay in this world. For some people, when they die, they are at peace and don't leave regrets. Their Hun and Po combine to form a new kind of energy that reincarnates. But because the Kui has gone to the netherworld, this reincarnation won't possess the memories of its previous life. There are also some who are full of hatred and unwillingness when they die. Their Kui goes to the netherworld, but their Hun and Po separate. Due to the unwillingness and regret within the Hun and Po, the Hun transforms into a ghost, while the Po transforms into a fiend. The ghost represents greed, while the ghoul represents bloodthirst and brutality. They're both existences that can't see the light of day, explained Yu Xiaochen. Really, there really is an underworld for the dead, and people can reincarnate. Long Chen was shocked. No, those things you've heard are just stories. What I'm talking about regards how the heavenly Tao's operate, said Yu Xiaochen with a bit of vexation. After explaining this to him for so long, Long Chen had actually connected it to those fables of ghosts and monsters. Hey, little brat, get over here. Are you trying to act like a ghost in front of me? Long Chen pointed at the faint figure and shouted, hoping to scare it away with an intimidation tactic. But the ghost didn't give a damn about him. It just stood there woodenly like a fool. Fool, it's useless. They are formed from greed and are different from shadow ghouls. They basically have no intelligence, said Yu Xiaochen. You're definitely thinking in terms of your popular folklore. Those devils and evil spirits in those stories are really just fiends. As for ghosts, they are just formed from greed. They just like following others in hopes to obtain something good from them. They have no attack power. If they run into ordinary mortals, they might be able to merge into their souls when a person is acting greedy. But even then, they can't completely control them. They'll only be able to blindly toss from side to side. That kind of situation has been called possessed by a ghost by people. As for cultivators, ghosts won't be able to invade their souls. So you don't need to care about them, said Yu Xiaochen. Long Chen finally nodded in comprehension. At the same time, he had to admire her learning. Looking at the ghost, a pondering expression appeared on his face. It was unknown what he was thinking. Hey, Long Chen, you wouldn't be getting any crazy ideas, right? Probed Yu Xiaochen. After being in contact with him for this long, she had a slightly greater understanding of him. It seems I've thought of a way to handle ghosts. Long Chen slowly walked in front of the ghost. He reached out his hand, holding a certain item. When Yu Xiaochen saw that thing, her eyes opened wide. She didn't know what to say. Chapter 864 I'll subdue her. Long Chen, can you grow up a bit? Don't mess around. Yu Xiaochen looked at the round thing in Long Chen's hand. That was a gold coin. Everyone says that money can make even ghosts do work. Let's try it, laughed Long Chen. Yu Xiaochen sighed. Sometimes Long Chen made her absolutely speechless. He actually wanted to bribe a ghost. Little ghost, come over. Big brother has a big pile of money here. Do you want it? Do you want to make some money? Long Chen's voice was full of excitement. Yu Xiaochen felt goosebumps. This seduction was too obvious. Long Chen, don't mess around, reprimanded Yu Xiaochen, but she had just finished saying that when a disbelieving expression appeared on her face. That ghost actually slowly approached Long Chen. Come, don't be afraid. Tell big brother what's going on here. I have lots and lots of money for you. Once you have money, you won't be alone. You can buy a house and marry some beautiful ghosts. You can stay in your ghost room all day and listen to your ghost women tell you ghost stories. Heavens, that kind of blessed ghost day really makes a person envious. Seeing the ghost slowly get closer, Long Chen was delighted. Nonsense continued to spout from his mouth. Yu Xiaochen was flabbergasted. Even though she thought of herself as educated, this kind of situation had escaped the scope of her learning. Could money really make even ghosts do work? Long Chen didn't feel any fear as the ghost approached him. He didn't feel any feeling of danger, and Yu Xiaochen had also said that ghosts were just manifestations of greed. If a person wasn't intensely greedy, they couldn't be possessed. A shadow appeared on Long Chen's hand. It was like a hand, and it grabbed the coin. The coin floated into the air and then vanished. Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen were shocked. What was going on? The coin had disappeared without the slightest spatial fluctuation. This situation was bizarre. Hey, don't leave once you take my money, raged Long Chen. The ghost had used some unknown method to take his coin and then retreated to its original location. That was extremely irritating to Long Chen, and lightning runes appeared on his finger. He pointed at the ghost, shouting, "Hand back my money." Crackling sounds filled the air, and the ghost seemed to have been frightened. It disappeared. Fuck, I lost a gold coin just like that, raged Long Chen. Yu Xiaochen was silent for a long moment before suddenly saying, I think I've figured something out. Ghosts are unable to differentiate the value of money. It was only drawn over to your gold coin because it was contaminated with too many people's desires. That is what it sensed, and it thinks it's something good for it. Don't get angry. This idea of yours is good. Take out another gold coin and see if you can draw it back. Will that work? It looks like it has already fled, said Long Chen. But he still took out a golden coin. These gold coins were from the Phoenix Cry Empire. He only kept them as memorabilia. Don't worry, ghosts have no intelligence. As manifestations of greed, they quickly forget any danger, said Yu Xiaochen. As she had expected, the black figure slowly appeared. It quickly appeared in front of Long Chen again. This time, Long Chen had learned from last time. He held onto the coin tightly, not letting it take it away no matter how it pulled. Ka ni yi ji yu ka chi lu. Yu Xiaochen suddenly said a string of bizarre syllables. Xiaochen, you know how to speak ghost. Long Chen was shocked. Even a peaceful person like Yu Xiaochen couldn't bear such a thing. She hit him in fury, saying, you're the one speaking ghost. I'm using these tones to see if I can communicate with it using spiritual strength. If you don't understand, then don't speak. Long Chen was amazed by her knowledge. How did she know this? Yu Xiaochen repeated it 3 times, but the ghost ignored her. It was still trying to take the gold coin from Long Chen's hand, but with Long Chen's tight hold over it, it was unable to. But on the 4th time that Yu Xiaochen repeated it, her eyes suddenly brightened. Long Chen, give this coin to it and then take out another one. But don't give that one to it for now. Hearing that, Long Chen let go. Yet again, he still couldn't figure out how the gold coin simply vanished. He took out a second one. Yu Xiaochen immediately began to communicate with it. Long Chen didn't know what she was saying. It sounded like nonsense to him. Following her instructions, he ended up giving the ghost a total of 8 gold coins before it suddenly moved. Yu Xiaochen pulled on Long Chen, following the ghost. What's going on? Whispered Long Chen. I managed to communicate with it, and it will bring us to the core region of the trial. All we need to do is give it some money. Long Chen, this idea of yours really was brilliant. We can just let the ghost lead the way, said Yu Xiaochen excitedly. Hee, you praise me. If it weren't for your communication ability, this method of mine wouldn't have worked either. I don't know how to speak ghost, laughed Long Chen. Dislikable. Don't spout nonsense. If you didn't know how to speak ghost, that Huang Junmo wouldn't have been hoodwinked by you, said Yu Xiaochen. Long Chen decided to keep his mouth shut. The two of them followed the ghost. Every now and then, it would stop and Long Chen would have to give it a gold coin. After Long Chen had given it over 100 gold coins, and after they had walked for over 2 hours through twisting and winding corridors, light finally appeared in front of them. The ghost immediately stopped, not daring to go any further. Long Chen thought about it. As expected, with money, it was possible to get even a ghost to work for you. He decided to be a bit magnanimous and directly gave 100 gold coins to it as a bonus. Then he and Yu Xiaochen walked into the light. Before they even entered the light, he felt several powerful auras ahead. There had to be experts already there. The space in front of them suddenly opened. This was a world of light, with a bright sun hanging in the air. Only now did Long Chen realize the two of them had made a mistake. Perhaps if they had been walking above ground, it would have been much easier to reach this place. It seemed as if the underground core trial had already crumbled. As a result, it was revealed above ground in a huge space around 20 miles wide. There was a hill 10 meters tall in this space. That hill was covered in a layer of light. Once Long Chen entered, he immediately felt that something was wrong. He felt like some kind of energy had been stripped off him. This place forbids the usage of magical arts. Nor can you use heaven and earth's energy, warned Yu Xiaochen quietly. The two of them had only just entered when countless eyes stared at Long Chen like blades. There were hundreds of experts here. They were walking around the hill, frowning in thought. There were experts from the righteous path, the corrupt path, and the ancient races. But none of them were speaking. So when the two of them appeared, it immediately drew all their attention. When they saw Long Chen, they were shocked. Long Chen, you're still not dead. A chilly voice rang out, one that caused everyone's hearts to shake. That voice had come from a person with shoulder-length hair. He was surrounded by a terrifying energy, and his eyes emitted a cold light. There was a third eye on his forehead that was closed. Terrifying fluctuations came from him. Oh, aren't you Shui Yu? Your complexion looks much better than before, and your neck looks much sturdier than ever. I wonder if it will be severed as easily again. And you've even grown back both your legs. Not bad, not bad, congratulations. Long Chen looked at Shui Yu with a bit of surprise. His words caused everyone to jump in fright. People had heard of Long Chen's sudden rise, how he was powerful enough to fight with the other peak experts, but those were only stories. The peak experts in the immemorial path were existences that had blossomed from childhood. Their fame had been known for many years. But Long Chen's rise had been too sudden. Many people thought he was simply bragging, trying to raise his status without any true power to back it. But now, everyone was dumbfounded. Long Chen had not only fought against Shui Yu, but he had also severed his neck and his legs. If that was true, Long Chen was practically heaven-defying. Shui Yu ignored his provocation. He was still shocked. Lang Yuan let you go. That's impossible. Lang Yuan was merciless and vicious. All these years, Shui Yu had fought against her, and he had narrowly escaped death several times. That was why he was so confused. Long Chen had already wasted a great deal of his energy fighting him, so how could he still be alive after facing Lang Yuan? That made no sense. TCH, do you think I'm as weak as you and would have my leg cut off instantly in a single exchange? No matter how amazing Lang Yuan is, she's nothing more than a beautiful girl. Sooner or later, I will subdue her and make it so that she can't even fight back. Long Chen patted his chest confidently. Before Shui Yu could even respond, an indifferent voice rang out. But that voice was imposing and icy. Really, I really look forward to that day. Everyone was startled. They hastily looked up to see that at some unknown point, a figure had appeared in the sky. She was beautiful, perfectly so. Her sapphire eyes possessed a breathtaking beauty. This woman, who was an embodiment of the pinnacle of beauty, caused everyone to get goosebumps. It was like a blade was pressed against their throats. A bloodthirsty aura filled the world. It was like killing intent, but not. It was like it had come from her bones, or perhaps even her soul. Long Chen was shocked. Unconsciously, his hand was already gripping his broadsword tightly. All his energy began to slowly condense as he took on a battle posture. Ghost words means nonsense or lies. So by asking her if she knew how to speak ghost, Long Chen was kind of insulting her a bit. Chapter 865 Suppressing everyone present. Lang Yuan's arrival caused a formless, murderous aura to fill the entire space. It was like this space had become a bloody hell because of her arrival. The atmosphere instantly became tense, and those with weaker wills began to sweat. Her arrival shocked everyone present. But her gaze was only on Long Chen. Good, worthy of the man I've taken a fancy to. In such a short time, you've improved so much. However, with just this little power, wanting to subdue me and making it so I can't even fight back is impossible. No one dared to make a sound. Lang Yuan's aura was too powerful, powerful to the point that even breathing was difficult. Long Chen immediately felt awkward. He really had screwed himself up, bragging right before being exposed. He felt like he had slapped his own face, and not lightly. Seeing her sapphire eyes locked onto him, he felt like his face was burning. He raged, "So what? I want to subdue you, do you have any objections?" His words caused everyone's hearts to shake. Subdue Lang Yuan, just how many times would his head be severed on that night? Although Lang Yuan was peerlessly beautiful, the icy killing intent coming from her made it so that others couldn't feel her beauty in the slightest. In fact, they weren't even able to treat her as a woman. She was more like a killing goddess. Lang Yuan merely smiled. "No objections. If you want to subdue me, it's no problem. I just hope you don't let me kill you before that day." Lang Yuan suddenly fell from the sky. Originally, she had been descending slowly, but once she crossed a certain boundary, the wings behind her disappeared. No magical arts were permitted here. She landed on the ground. Everyone around her immediately fled, as if being near her was like standing before the gates of hell. Even Shui Yu fled, hiding further away. He held his sword, his guard raised. He was clearly terrified that Lang Yuan would kill him. In this region, he was unable to use his magical arts, so he would be at an immense disadvantage. The only comforting thing was that Lang Yuan didn't even look at him. But it was also extremely infuriating that she would only look at Long Chen. Long Chen acted calm on the outside, but he had already made his preparations for an immense battle. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless in front of Lang Yuan. Lang Yuan was 30 meters away from Long Chen. That was a safe distance to him, as magical arts were forbidden. "Oh, you." Lang Yuan suddenly glanced at the veiled Yu Xiaochen with shock. "Not good, she has void-piercing eyes." Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. "Long Chen, her void-piercing eyes have already seen through my identity," said Yu Xiaochen to Long Chen. "Don't be afraid, the worst case is that we'll have to kill everyone here." Long Chen made his determination. If Lang Yuan exposed Yu Xiaochen, he wouldn't hesitate to pay any price to kill everyone here. Lang Yuan's void-piercing eyes caused the two of them to feel extremely uneasy. If they were exposed here in front of others, they would immediately be attacked by everyone. Yu Xiaochen was most afraid of implicating Long Chen. For her, the worst case was leaving the immemorial path and forever staying in the skyscraping world. But Long Chen would be hunted down on the martial heaven continent no matter where he went. Do you know what you're doing? Lang Yuan looked at Long Chen indifferently. But she wasn't speaking. Instead, she was mouthing her words so only Long Chen and Lang Yuan could know what she was saying. Of course, I hope you can protect this secret, responded Long Chen in the same manner. HMPH, that's impossible. I don't want to deal with troublesome things. If you kill her right now, I can consider keeping your secret. Lang Yuan stared at Long Chen, seeming to see through his inner heart. No one can kill her unless they step over my corpse. If you refuse to keep it secret, then I'm sorry, but I can only kill you. Long Chen raised his broadsword. Yu Xiaochen's eyes were wet. His simple words caused her to feel the warmth of being protected. She also raised her sword. If Long Chen were to attack, she wouldn't mind using her core energy to kill everyone here. She didn't want to implicate him. Ha ha ha, not bad, truly worthy of being the man I've taken a fancy to. I like this stubbornness of yours. What Long Chen and Yu Xiaochen hadn't expected was for Lang Yuan to suddenly laugh, and her laughter sounded happy. The others weren't able to understand what was going on. Seeing them draw their weapons, they had thought Lang Yuan would immediately attack them. But now she suddenly laughed. They found it inconceivable. Long Chen couldn't help being delighted. But he didn't dare to say it out loud. Looking at Lang Yuan, he suddenly said out loud, I find that you're growing more and more beautiful. Ha ha ha. Lang Yuan laughed. Her laughter was especially beautiful when combined with her sapphire eyes. Even Yu Xiaochen became absent-minded for a moment. Suddenly, Lang Yuan shot at Long Chen, her bone sword stabbing toward his heart. Her speed was absolutely incomparable. Long Chen hastily blocked with his broadsword. It was fortunate the broadsword was wide enough, so even caught off guard, it managed to block Lang Yuan's attack. Long Chen was knocked back several steps, his blood leaping within him. If I'm like this, do you still feel I'm beautiful? Lang Yuan resheathed her sword after that one attack. It seemed she was teasing him, as if she had just made a joke to him. You really are mentally ill. Long Chen was startled and infuriated, and he couldn't help but curse. Lang Yuan's attack had been incredibly quick and vicious. If he had been struck, it really was possible he would have been killed without even having a chance to heal. She had been so amicable and laughed, but she turned hostile in the blink of an eye, wanting to take his life. Everyone was silent. Only Long Chen's furious roar continued to echo. Everyone felt a chill. Even Shui Yu was no exception. When Lang Yuan had attacked, it was like it had happened in an instant. Before they could react, it was already over. It was too fast. The name of the Devil Empress Lang Yuan was even more illustrious than Shui Yu. There were no experts who didn't know it. Now seeing her terrifying speed, they turned pale. With such speed, even if they were on guard, they wouldn't be able to block. It could be said that other than a few experts that could be counted on their fingers, Lang Yuan could kill anyone she wanted here without wasting a second move. Furthermore, it was also shocking that Long Chen could block this attack. His reaction was also monstrous. They didn't know that Long Chen had already fought a life-and-death battle against Lang Yuan. He was a bit familiar with her moves, and it was only because of his instinctive reaction that he had managed to block it. Seeing Long Chen roaring furiously like an angry lion, Lang Yuan smiled. Didn't I just stab you once? You don't need to be so petty. Look, there are so many people there, but I don't bother stabbing them. That proves that in my eyes, you're different from them. Fuck off. Go stab them then and see if they'll be so magnanimous. Raged Long Chen. His words caused everyone to turn green. They once more fled like startled rabbits. They were now basically on the border of this space. Inside, they cursed Long Chen to death. Yu Xiaochen was shocked. She had never seen such speed. Lang Yuan could attack without making any signs, meaning her attack had come essentially before she had even thought about attacking, the opposite of an ordinary person. This attack exceeded her understanding. I've already said it was just a joke. If I really wanted to kill you, I would tell you beforehand. Can you still not resolve your temper? However, your reactions and power really are not bad. Only by getting stronger can you think of picking up girls. Not bad, not bad. Did anything happen between the two of you? Lang Yuan looked from Long Chen to Yu Xiaochen, her sapphire eyes sweeping over their bodies. Does that have a damn thing to do with you? Raged Long Chen. He still hadn't calmed down from his fury. He thought Lang Yuyan had failed to live up to his confidence. This was a kind of deception, which made it hard for him to accept. He suddenly had an urge to release all his power and have a fight with her. But she was smiling innocently, making it so he couldn't attack. The feeling of not being able to release his anger was stifling. Having Lang Yuyan's gaze sweep over her body, Yu Xiaochen suddenly turned red, fury in her eyes. Oh, you're still a virgin. It seems your relationship hasn't developed to that point. Regretful, regretful. Oh, Long Chen, who would have thought that you're also a virgin? Lang Yuyan suddenly looked at Long Chen with shock. Fuck off, just who is a virgin? I have countless experiences with women and am a seasoned veteran. In fact, others nicknamed me the adamantine golden spear. Do you even understand what the expression that young women like older men means? Raged Long Chen. In this era, calling men virgins was a kind of insult. Long Chen, don't be so crass. Yu Xiaochen reddened. The distant experts looked at them oddly. They felt like the world was going crazy. This was the legendary devil empress that killed people without blinking, the Lang Yuyan that had walked a path of broken bones. Why did it seem more like they were flirting? TCH, I won't lower myself to your level. I'm going to go see what treasure is inside. If you aren't afraid of me suddenly killing you, you can come with me. Said Lang Yuyan. Just like that, she began walking toward the center. Chapter 866 Digging Holes and Filling Mounds. Long Chen was unable to figure out this beautiful killing goddess. But in the end, he and Yu Xiaochen still decided to follow her. There was a hill with a diameter of around 30 meters. It looked like a fake mountain, as there were little mounds on it. In front of those mounds were coffins. Long Chen couldn't help but find this curious. Coffins should have been buried underground. Why would they be left outside? That made no sense. How strange. Long Chen, what do you say? What is going on here? Lang Yuyan suddenly turned back. Long Chen was just about to answer with how the hell was he supposed to know, when he suddenly smiled. I know, but why do I have to tell you? Lang Yuyan was startled. She hadn't expected him to know such an ancient secret. At first, she wanted to say something, but seeing that he appeared hostile, she chose to stay silent for a moment. If you tell me, I will forever protect one of your secrets, she said suddenly, glancing at Yu Xiaochen. I, Lang Yuyan, disdain lying, she said indifferently. That voice was full of her arrogance. All right, that's what you said. You better keep your word. Hearing Long Chen's words, although the others didn't dare to get closer, they perked up their ears. After investigating for this long, they still hadn't managed to solve this riddle. In truth, burying coffins usually requires 3 people to be most efficient. One person digs the hole, one person buries the coffin, and one person fills the mound. According to my vast experience, just from one small clue, the truth reveals itself to me. I would be so bold as to conclude through my careful analysis that, said Long Chen. Conclude what? Lang Yuyan didn't say anything, so it was Yu Xiaochen that urged him on. That on that day, the person in charge of burying the coffin didn't come to work. So one person dug the hole, one person filled the mound, but then the coffin was just left outside, said Long Chen with absolute certainty. Everyone's expressions became odd. They all glared at Long Chen. What kind of dogshit logic was this? Having been listening so carefully, they felt like they had been duped. Long Chen, do you believe me when I say I'll kill you right now? Lang Yuyan's expression finally became a bit angry. In all her memories, this was the first time someone dared to try to dupe her. Did you make some kind of mistake? Didn't you just say that if I told you, you'd forever protect one of my secrets? I've already told you my deduction, but you immediately became hostile. HMPH, it seems that I recall a certain someone saying something like I, Lang Yuyan, disdain lying. What, you regret it so quickly? Said Long Chen, even imitating her tone. But his imitation was a bit exaggerated, and instead of seeming like a killing god, he seemed like an effeminate man. Everyone felt a chill. Long Chen really was crazy. Even if he wanted to die so badly, did he have to provoke Lang Yuyan? Seeing Lang Yuyan's unchanging expression finally become angry, Long Chen felt refreshed inside. After being stabbed, he hadn't been able to retaliate. Now they were even, but he was still on guard. If Lang Yuyan really released her anger, who knew how crazy she would become? Ha 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 ha. But contrary to all expectations, Lang Yuyan laughed. Her laughter was beautiful, but somehow gave people an uncomfortable feeling, like they were being summoned by a death god. Hee, don't be so petty. It was just a joke, laughed Long Chen. He finally experienced how shameless and refreshing it was to attack others while not letting them take offense. Just like how Lang Yuan had stabbed him and acted like it was a joke, he had finally succeeded in counterattacking. Truly worthy of being the man I've taken a fancy to. You're much more brazen than others. More and more, I'm looking forward to our battle. Be careful, because the next time we speak, your head might be in my hands. Then there wouldn't be anything fun to play, said Lang Yuan, her sapphire eyes sparkling. Truly worthy of being the woman I've taken a fancy to. You're much more beautiful than others. More and more, I'm looking forward to our battle. Be careful, because the next time we speak, I might have already subdued you to make you warm my bed. Hee, then we'd have something fun to play. Long Chen laughed. Originally, he had just been talking randomly, but when he spoke of subduing Lang Yuan, his heart began to pound. That was something far too challenging but also enticing. Yu Xiaochen looked from Long Chen to Lang Yuan. She suddenly realized something and smiled slightly. Don't fight, let me explain. This is a kind of empty coffin blood burial. These coffins are empty, with the corpses buried underground. The bottom of the coffins have evil suppressing runes that prevent the corpses from being contaminated. According to legend, in the ancient era, the devil races, souls continued to exist even after they died. They become a form of energy that can't be extinguished with martial might. To have them completely die required formations to exhaust their energy. However, these coffins are also a bit different from those. Their front is narrow while their back is wide. They are the very rarely seen item nourishing empty coffins. Item nourishing empty coffins, I have heard of that. People suppress devil corpses within the burial mound, while the coffins extract their energy to nourish the item inside the coffin, said Lang Yuan. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Using a devil corpse's essence soul to nourish items would make the items much stronger. However, this hill was covered by a layer of light. It was a formation, and they had been trying things for a long time without managing to open it. Previously, there had been a rank 3 celestial with a powerful treasure item, and he had tried to charge his way in. As a result, the formation had directly killed him. Even the treasure item had shattered. No one else had dared to be impulsive after that. Xiao Chen, you really are amazing. I find you're a combination of beauty and smarts. The heavens blessed you with both fairy-like beauty and a god-like wisdom. Clearly, the heavens were worried that your aspects would be disharmonized, praised Long Chen. Yu Xiaochen smiled bashfully. Although her veil covered most of her face, just what was revealed was enough to topple cities. All women liked having their beauty praised, especially by the person they liked. But having it done in front of this many people, she glared at Long Chen. Long Chen, you bastard, are you trying to curse me for only having an empty shell and no head? Raged Lang Yuan. Killing intent surfaced from her, one that had made it seem like space was freezing. Everyone jumped but Long Chen smiled. Beauty, you're overthinking it. Please don't take a random comment as a personal attack. His voice was extremely calm, but his meaning was very obvious. Yes, he had done that intentionally. Everyone had to praise his guts. He was a true man. Not everyone had the courage to tease a killing goddess. Even those from the corrupt path had to admire him. But their admiration contained some mockery, as well as delight in his misfortunate. They wished Lang Yuan would kill him right here and now. Just wait. Lang Yuan glared at Long Chen for a moment before ignoring him, continuing toward the mountain. Long Chen dithered more and more, maintaining a somewhat safe distance. This mountain was covered in mounds, thousands of them, but each one of them was only the size of a palm. Xiao Chen, what could be inside these coffins? Do these coffins have their own spaces? Asked Long Chen. Before Yu Xiaochen could reply, Lang Yuan said, you don't even know about spatial formations, but you still dared to come out adventuring. The fact that you could live until today is a miracle. Having a brain is a good thing. I just wish everyone had one. You, raged Long Chen. Long Chen, this big sister is right. This defensive barrier is a spatial formation. In truth, this is a huge mountain, and when these coffins aren't in compressed space, they will also grow larger. They just look small now, said Yu Xiaochen. Long Chen hadn't come into contact with many spatial formations, and as a result, Lang Yuan had immediately found a foothold to strike back without Long Chen being able to retaliate. Who asked him not to have vast enough knowledge? Suddenly, Lang Yuan closed her eyes and formed hand seals. A powerful pressure suddenly erupted from her. Her robes and hair danced, making her look like an immortal. But at the same time, endless blood chi filled the air. The aura made people want to prostrate themselves before her. Long Chen's heart shook as this aura was very familiar. It was a sign she was about to use her spirit blood. Although she didn't summon that illusory figure, this aura was definitely the aura of her spirit blood. When Lang Yuan reopened her eyes, runes were sparkling within them. A ray of light shot into the light barrier. What terrifying void-piercing eyes. She's actually capable of clearly seeing everything inside. Yu Xiaochen let out a startled cry. Everyone was shocked. Lang Yuan was terrifying. Just using her eyes, she could cause the formation to shake unsteadily. Even a powerful force was erupting from the light barrier. Those who had never seen her before finally realized how terrifying this legendary person was. Just the slightest bit of her power could kill them. A pity. There's nothing in here that I want. After a moment, Lang Yuan retracted her aura. Her eyes dimmed and everything returned to normal. However, she was clearly a bit weary. That probing of hers had to have been extremely taxing. Lang Yuan glanced at Long Chen, and suddenly she extended her hand. An azure light shot toward Yu Xiaochen. Chapter 867 Trying to show off but failing. Long Chen was startled, thinking Lang Yuan had attacked Yu Xiaochen. But that azure light was just a spiritual imprint, and it didn't possess any offensive power. Yu Xiaochen extended a hand and caught it. The light disappeared, but Yu Xiaochen was delighted. Many thanks, big sister. Lang Yuan shook her head. Although there's nothing I need inside, I still owe you a favor. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have recognized what these coffins were. I, Lang Yuan, dislike owing favors. Now that I've returned it, we'll be enemies the next time we meet, because next time, I will cut down this fellow. After saying that, Lang Yuan walked away in front of everyone's uncomprehending gazes. She clearly was intent on leaving. Long Chen also didn't comprehend it. Lang Yuan had clearly told Yu Xiaochen something, but for her to leave just like this surprised him. Seeing her leave, everyone relaxed. With her here, the pressure was just too great, especially in this region where magical arts were forbidden. Her speed was too shocking, and without magical arts, they wouldn't even have a chance to run. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect this place to be so lively. Even some legendary figures have appeared. Looks like my luck isn't bad. Suddenly, a thunderous laugh rang out from the sky. A large figure with wings floated down slowly. Yu Changhao. Everyone was startled. The only people that naturally had wings in the eastern wasteland were the feather race. Furthermore, this person's incredibly powerful aura meant he had to be their #1 expert, Yu Changhao. Yu Changhao floated within this forbidden zone, as his wings were not formed through a magical art. In this region, perhaps he was the only one capable of flying. Once he arrived, he stopped right in front of Lang Yuan. Lang Yuan paused and icily looked at him. Scram. Yu Changhao didn't get angry. In fact, he laughed. As expected, you're just like the legends. I've long since heard the grand name of the arrogant god-like devil empress Lang Yuan. Excellent, you're very much to my taste. Only a woman like you is worthy of me subduing. Lang Yuan examined Yu Changhao and shook her head. I'm not interested in a man like you. Get out of my way. I still have things to do, and I'm too busy to kill people. Yu Changhao was slightly surprised. Although he had long since heard that Lang Yuan was incomparably arrogant, he hadn't expected her to treat him like he was nothing. A wild horse is the best. Hee, then let me see whether I can subdue you or not. Yu Changhao snorted and extended a hand toward Lang Yuan's chest. He was originally 300 meters from her, but as he moved, he suddenly appeared before her. Almost nobody was able to see how he had done that. Your speed's not bad, but it'll still not enough, said Lang Yuan indifferently. Suddenly, her bone blade slashed through the air. Her terrifying speed made it look like she was directly cutting through space. People even saw the space around her sword twist. That wasn't from a magical art, but something that would happen when something's speed was pushed to the pinnacle. When Lang Yuan had attacked Long Chen, no one had seen it clearly since they hadn't been expecting it. It was like it had ended before starting. This time, they had long since been waiting with rapt attention. But even so, they were only able to see that blade's image flash for a moment. They were fundamentally incapable of tracking her sword with their eyes. Lang Yuan's sword was slashing straight toward Yu Changhao's throat with her terrifying speed and at a crafty angle. Yu Changhao, who had long since been prepared, snorted. He continued with his claw, while his other hand reached toward her sword. Lang Yuan's mouth curled into a smile of ridicule. When he saw that smile, Yu Changhao finally had a bad feeling. But as a peak expert, he had confidence in his move. Just as his hand was about to touch her bone blade, countless tiny runes appeared on his palm. That wasn't a magical art, but his bloodline runes. They were also his core runes. This formation did not strip him of those. This was one of Yu Changhao's most effective moves. Countless experts had fallen to this move. He had absolute confidence in it, which was why he dared to block Lang Yuan's bone blade with his bare hand. Even if it was a treasure item, he had confidence in stopping it within one breath's time. That was enough to determine victory or defeat. This was a move he had tempered through countless battles and the lives of countless experts. His hand caught Lang Yuan's sword. Yu Changhao was delighted, thinking to himself that Lang Yuan was only at this level. As expected, rumors were always exaggerated. He smiled, but that smile quickly disappeared, because he was horrified to sense fluctuations constantly coming from the bone sword. His hand only caught it for a moment before it slipped through his grasp as if it was covered in oil. It was impossible for him to hold it. Lang Yuan's slash turned into a pierce. Her bone sword was now piercing straight toward his head. Yu Changhao was horrified. He had no choice but to stop his attack. The hand grabbing the bone blade fiercely pulled away, causing her attack to deviate. But just at that moment, he found that the bone sword began to release an absorptive force. It pulled him in closer. Lang Yuan seemed to have long since expected all of this, and the moment he tried to pull her sword away, she used that opportunity to escape his grasp. Even with Yu Changhao's quick reactions, he still staggered forward half a step. Just at that moment, the soft absorptive force from the bone blade disappeared. It slashed straight toward his head. If this attack struck, half his head would be sliced off. The wings behind Yu Changhao's body suddenly lit up, and he shot back. It was like something had fiercely pulled him from behind. This happened incredibly quickly. It was over in the blink of an eye. People felt like their vision had merely blurred for an instant before everything became still. Yu Changhao was back in his original position, 300 meters from Lang Yuan. It was like that exchange hadn't even happened. Lang Yuan sheathed her bone blade and indifferently said, "You want to subdue me with just this little ability? I have to admire your courage. Your speed is insufficient, and your battle techniques are also not good enough. Perhaps by relying on your core energy, you can fight me for a short while, but you don't even have a 10% chance of defeating me. Letting you see some of your own blood can count as an admonishment for your arrogance. If I didn't have more pressing matters, this world would no longer have a Yu Changhao." Lang Yuan's icy voice was beautiful, but it caused everyone to feel a chill. They saw a stream of blood coming from Yu Changhao's forehead. Yu Changhao had managed to block her fatal attack, but he had still been injured. From that injury, it was possible to see bone. If he had just been the slightest bit slower, he would be dead. Just as everyone was filled with shock, Lang Yuan stamped lightly on the ground and shot into the sky. Once free from the formation, a pair of runic wings appeared on her back. Her scarlet dress danced in the wind, making her look like a goddess. Her sapphire eyes locked onto Long Chen. "Long Chen, you're the man I care about the most. Don't disappoint me. Next time we meet, I hope you can block my attack." After saying that, Lang Yuan's wings flapped, and she disappeared in front of their gazes. Crazy, absolutely crazy. Long Chen raged to himself. Just how had he brought such a crazy woman upon himself? "Xiao Chen, what did she say to you?" Long Chen asked Yu Xiao Chen secretly using a spiritual message. This kind of spiritual message was something that could only be used between two people that trusted each other. If they were strangers, both parties wouldn't want to accept the spiritual message. If someone had evil intentions, they could use a spiritual attack during the transmission while the other party's guard was down. As for that azure light Lang Yuan had shot out, it was a different kind of spiritual message. Yu Xiao Chen had been able to safely accept it. That big sister said, "Don't call her big sister. She's just a crazy woman, and my enemy. Don't get tricked," warned Long Chen. Yu Xiao Chen had pitifully little experience. It was best if she didn't mistake Lang Yuan for an ally. After all, Lang Yuan was a vicious character. Being merciful to her was suicidal. "Okay, she told me that there is something I need within one of these coffins," said Yu Xiao Chen. Her void-piercing eyes are said to be able to pierce through all fabrications to see the truth. Perhaps she really did see something. Although she's crazy, there's not much of a problem when it comes to her trustworthiness, said Long Chen. She isn't tricking me. I am extremely sensitive to other people's lies, and that sense is unrelated to cultivation base. I'm sure, said Yu Xiaochen. Alright, then we'll trust her this once. But even if we know this, it's useless. With this protective formation, we can't go in. Long Chen couldn't help but curse Lang Yuan inside. If she wanted to be a good person, she should have acted good all the way until the end. If they weren't able to get through his formation, what she had told them would be useless. Just as Long Chen was wondering how to get through this formation, the others finally recovered from their shock at Lang Yuan and Yu Chenghao's exchange. Although that had been a simple exchange, it had contained the essence of battle, the essence of the martial Tao. There was a great deal that could be learned from it. Yu Chenghao also only recovered from his shock now. He had never expected Lang Yuan to be this powerful. He was also furious. His previous words had truly been too arrogant. Now he had fallen into this miserable state in front of countless elites. It could be said that he had lost all his face. At this time, Yu Chenghao saw Yu Xiaochen whispering to Long Chen. It was unknown whether it was because of what Lang Yuan had said just before leaving, but his fury immediately erupted. Die! Yu Chenghao's wings lit up as he shot toward Long Chen with incredible speed. One of his claws reached toward his throat. Chapter 868 Who Let You Be a Poser? A crisp sound rang out. Long Chen had been speaking with Yu Xiaochen, and Yu Chenghao suddenly attacked him. Long Chen instinctively slapped him across the face in his fury. Originally, Long Chen had already been stifling his anger because of Lang Yuan. Now this idiot had come to release his own wrath. How could Long Chen's slap possibly not be vicious? Yu Chenghao's face immediately deformed, and he flew back at almost twice the speed. He slammed into a huge stone pillar. As a result, it was blown to bits. That stone pillar had runes supporting it, making it extremely sturdy. It was clear just how hard Yu Chenghao had crashed into it. This attack caused everyone to become sluggish. Yu Chenghao had just been injured by Lang Yuan. That was still reasonable, as Lang Yuan was extremely famous. But now he was facing Long Chen. Before he could even get close to him, he was sent flying by a slap in the face. And it was clear he hadn't even had a chance to block. A face slap was an extremely humiliating thing. Normally, only someone who was several times stronger, or even dozens of times stronger, would be able to use it against someone. This slap not only caused Yu Chenghao to become dizzy, but it also caused everyone else to be dumbfounded. This was just too shocking. They didn't know that Long Chen's face-slapping art had been trained thousands of times through the faces of countless experts. It had already reached a kind of divine realm. For Yu Chenghao to try to defeat Long Chen in one move to erase his humiliation, this sorrowful ending was only natural. Long Chen, I will tear you apart piece by piece. Yu Chenghao suddenly soared into the air, his face twisted in a sinister expression. He shot toward him. Xiao Chen, you provide support for me. I'll teach this birdman a lesson. Long Chen stamped on the ground and shot up, smashing a fist at Yu Chenghao. Their two fists collided, causing a powerful explosive sound. The entire ground rocked, startling everyone. What power! What monstrous physical strength! With the formation here, in this forbidden zone, no magical arts could be used, nor could they draw in the world's energy for their own use. This collision was entirely from the power of their physical bodies. The feather race was an ancient race. Their bodies were extremely powerful, and they were famed even within the ancient era. Amongst the eastern wasteland's ancient races, the power of their physical bodies could be ranked number one. You want to tear me apart piece by piece? Then today, I'll pluck all your feathers off one by one. Long Chen's voice was like thunder, and another fist once more smashed toward Yu Chenghao. In truth, part of his fury stemmed from Lang Yuan. Without having had a place to release the fury she had given him, he used Yu Chenghao to vent. With Yu Chenghao having said that he was his prey before the opening of the immemorial path, there were multiple factors causing his fury to soar. Today, I will definitely kill you. Yu Chenghao was also infuriated. Today had been too stifling for him. He had been injured by Lang Yuan just now. If he was quibbling, he could say that Lang Yuan had taken advantage of her speed to catch him off guard. But Long Chen's slap in the face had been too resounding. It hadn't just slapped across his face, it had also slapped across his heart and also his arrogant soul. Yu Chenghao became covered in blood qi that formed a layer of light. It wasn't a magical art, but his core energy. Spirit blood, Long Chen was startled. Did Yu Changhao also possess spirit blood? Their two attacks once more collided. Long Chen felt his blood flipping within him. This time, Yu Changhao's power was extremely monstrous. He was a bit surprised, but Yu Changhao was even more surprised. Long Chen's guess was correct. This truly was the power of his spirit blood. But his spirit blood wasn't pure and couldn't compare to Lang Yuyan's. He was only able to use a portion of his spirit blood's power. Just that little bit was enough to allow his power to multiply and normally make him unrivaled. But today, in terms of absolute power, he had run into his match. Long Chen's own power was shockingly great, and he wasn't able to get the slightest advantage. Having failed to get an advantage with this attack, his fists opened to become claws. His fingers were like hooks. He rapidly stretched his claws toward Long Chen's shoulders at a crafty angle. He clearly excelled in close-range fighting. Furthermore, at this moment, his claws became a faint golden color, and a layer of light appeared on them. Long Chen took half a step back, just barely dodging. But what he didn't expect was for the claws to suddenly extend. They instantly reached his shoulders. Long Chen hastily gave up his attack and shot back. Dots of blood appeared on his shoulders. What a bizarre attack! The experts present couldn't help being horrified. How could a person's arms suddenly grow half a foot longer? Yu Changhao is the Golden Wing Blood Falcon's descendant. His physical body is extremely powerful, and with the power of his bloodline, his physical body is comparable to treasure items. For Long Chen to fight him barehanded is suicide, sneered one of the ancient race experts. He clearly didn't think Long Chen could keep himself alive in front of Yu Changhao. Although he had previously slapped him in the face, that was just an accident. It didn't represent that he truly had the ability to fight Yu Changhao. Bird claws, they're pretty good. Long Chen looked at his blood and snorted. Circulating his primal chaos bead, his injuries instantly healed. Watch how I slap you. Long Chen shot forward, his left hand streaking toward Yu Changhao's face. That infuriated Yu Changhao, and his claws reached out, one from above and one from below. As long as he managed to grab Long Chen's arm, he would instantly tear it off. Yu Changhao sneered when he saw that Long Chen wasn't able to see how strong this move of his was. His arm was just about to fall into a death trap. He could already see the sight of Long Chen screaming miserably as his arm was torn off. Yu Changhao's claws had only just touched Long Chen's arm when a strange hand that seemed to move straight through space viciously slapped across his face. The sound was too resounding, it made everyone's eardrums shake. Yu Changhao had been too focused on tearing off Long Chen's arm, and he had neglected Long Chen's divine face-slapping technique. The main thing was that he was just too confident in his claws. The result proved that the majority of those who drowned knew how to swim. Yu Changhao's overconfidence led to his downfall. Long Chen's slap contained all his power, and Yu Changhao's face caved in. The sound of bones breaking caused people to feel a chill in their hearts. Yu Changhao shot back like a cannonball. He smashed into a wall, and the entire underground cavern shook. Heavens, what is going on? Everyone was horrified. This sudden turn of events had come out of nowhere. They had just seen Yu Changhao's leap in power. Just as they had thought he would easily defeat Long Chen, he had been slapped in the face again, but this time by 10 times the power. People had even seen his face caved in as he had shot back. This attack had been too vicious. They felt their scalps turn numb. This was the result when Yu Changhao with his incredibly powerful physical body was struck. If it had been anyone else, this kind of power would have definitely caused their head to blow to bits. Shattered rocks erupted as Yu Changhao flew out of the rubble. Ah! He let out a furious roar. He had already reached a berserk state. Ah, your mother! Who would want to hear you singing? Yu Changhao had just flown out and roared to release his fury. But his roar was cut short by another slap. Long Chen had long since expected this idiot to do something to express his anger once he flew out. That was precisely what these arrogant idiots often did. He had been waiting, and as soon as Yu Changhao appeared, he had already shot forward to slap him. This kind of attack with no killing intent was the hardest to sense. Yu Changhao was once more sent flying. But this time, Long Chen had sent him in a certain direction. He was shooting toward the hill. Yu Changhao flew towards the hill like a shooting star, and everyone let out a startled cry. That formation did not allow others to touch it. That previous rank 3 celestial had been exterminated by the formation, and even his treasure item had been destroyed. Hearing their startled cries and sensing an immense feeling of danger, Yu Changhao knew that the results would be too miserable to imagine if he really struck this light barrier. The runes on his wings erupted with light, and he forcibly stabilized. He just barely managed to stop a few feet away from the light barrier. He hastily shot away, distancing himself from it. Only once he was further away did he feel slightly safer. Regretfully, due to that sudden crisis, he had forgotten that there was an existence even more terrifying than that light barrier rushing toward him right now. By the time Yu Changhao recalled Long Chen's existence, his elegant long hair was caught in both of Long Chen's hands. Long Chen pulled, and a hard knee smashed into Yu Changhao's arrogant nose. "Who let you be a poser? Who let you be a poser? Who let you be a poser?" Loud bangs resounded throughout the air. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, Long Chen's knee continuously slammed into Yu Changhao's nose. "Die!" Yu Changhao suddenly let out a furious roar. His wings were like two sharp blades that slashed toward Long Chen. Long Chen's heart shook. His wings possessed a power that caused his heart to pound. He hastily released Yu Changhao, viciously kicking him in the chest and using that power to retreat. At the same time, he viciously flung out a brick. Yu Changhao's wings slammed together, causing heaven and earth to shake. But his attack had missed. He had only just stabilized himself. But when everyone saw his face, they were dumbfounded. Chapter 869 The Coffins, Formations. All they saw was that Yu Changhao's face had disappeared. No, more accurately, it was hidden by a brick. This metallic brick was perfectly inlaid on his face. It was right in the middle. This brick was something Long Chen had obtained in an underground tomb in the Zhuli secret realm. It was made of an extremely hard metal. The majority of them had been given to Guo Ran, but he had kept a few for himself. When he had dodged Yu Changhao's attack, he hadn't even thought about it. He had just randomly thrown it at him, using it as a concealed weapon. As a result, this scene appeared, leaving everyone dumbfounded. "Lang Yuan could cut your face to the bone, while I can crush your face to your bone. But I didn't expect your face to be even bigger than a brick. No wonder you dare to spout such big words," said Long Chen coldly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. With great difficulty, Yu Changhao pulled the brick out of his face. It revealed his square-shaped face. "Long Chen, if I don't kill you today, then I won't be Yu Changhao." Everyone was startled. This Yu Changhao was too powerful. Even though his face had been completely deformed, he still let out a heaven-shaking roar. Golden lines appeared on his body, and a terrifying pressure erupted. His wings spread and then slashed toward Long Chen. Yu Changhao had truly gone berserk. He was using one of his core divine abilities. With his golden wing blood falcon's bloodline, this attack's power was horrifying. Long Chen's heart shook. Seeing the runes circulating on his wings, Long Chen didn't dare to receive it head-on. He hastily shifted to the side. A terrifying golden light shot by his body. An ear-piercing sound rang out in the air as if the void was being pierced. That light pierced straight through a wall. The wall was instantly blown to bits, and a rumbling sound continued. It was unknown just how far this attack was going. Just as everyone was horrified by Yu Changhao's attack, space began to shake. Countless runes began to appear, causing everyone to jump and raise their defenses. Those runes released terrifying spatial fluctuations. The world seemed to instantly become heavy as a great pressure descended on them. Heavens, they touched the mechanism. The formation is about to be released. People let out startled cries as they saw the light barrier over the hill begin to dim. It grew dimmer and dimmer, and in the end, it exploded like glass. A wild aura surged over them. The treasures have appeared. Everyone hastily charged into the small hill. Now that the treasures had appeared, Long Chen and Yu Changhao no longer had any desire to fight. They also charged toward that hill. Long Chen also noticed that once that light barrier had disappeared, the formation preventing magical arts had also disappeared. "Long Chen, let's split up," said Yu Xiaochen. She was already impatient to find her target. Lang Yuan had told her the general location of what she needed. She directly rushed off. Long Chen nodded. This was also good. If they were together, it would make them appear too conspicuous. If they found a true treasure, it was all too easy for others to get jealous and bring trouble for them. Not revealing wealth was the way of the king. Long Chen cursed Lang Yuan inside. Before leaving, she had only told Yu Xiaochen something, but not him. Truly unjust. Long Chen trusted that Lang Yuan's void-piercing eyes had seen through many secrets, but she refused to share them with him. Once Long Chen rushed over to the hill, he suddenly found that the hill also seemed to be rushing toward him. It was growing bigger and bigger. Originally, it was just a hill 10 meters tall. But only now when they were flying toward it did everyone realize that it was a huge mountain with a diameter measured in the tens of thousands of miles. Primal chaos lingered around the mountain. An ancient and desolate aura filled the air, giving it an extremely ancient feel. Large mounds covered the entire mountain. At this time, the cultivators to move first had already reached the mountain. One expert had just arrived in front of one of the mounds and reached toward the coffin. The coffins had also grown with the mountain, but they still looked like ordinary coffins. They hadn't changed a great deal. That person had only just touched the coffin when countless runes on the coffin lit up, releasing a multicolored light. That person didn't even get a chance to make a sound before he was blown into a blood mist. What? There are more protective formations here. Seeing that scene, everyone was horrified. They hastily summoned their cries of the heavenly Taos, forming layers of protection before they approached the coffins again. One coffin was pushed open by a corrupt expert. A soft light surged out, causing everyone to look over. But it was empty inside. It's empty. Someone definitely came before us and took the treasure. These coffins were all nourishing treasures. If the treasures inside them were taken away, according to reason, new ones would be put in. But once the immemorial path had been shattered, there had been no one to look after them. So it was very likely there were empty ones. Thinking of that, suddenly, quite a few people rushed toward the coffin that had killed someone. Scram! This coffin is mine. I'll kill whoever comes over. Suddenly, a large man from the ancient races appeared. He waved his spear imposingly. He was an innate rank 3 celestial. Everyone came to a halt. There was a high chance that a treasure resided inside this coffin. But in front of an innate rank 3 celestial from the ancient races, they didn't dare to continue. They could only try to test their luck elsewhere. Seeing that no one dared to approach, the ancient race expert slowly touched the coffin. The coffin immediately spat out a multicolored light at him. He shouted icily, erupting with all his power, blocking the light. He pushed against the coffin's lid. Everyone's expressions changed. That coffin's lid was heavier than a mountain. It only budged bit by bit. Furthermore, it moved according to a set frequency, only slowly revealing the slightest opening after several breaths. A desolate aura immediately erupted from that slightest opening, changing the ancient race expert's expression. The space around him was pressing in on him, seeming to want to crush him. Open, he roared, resisting that force. He brought out his full power, trying to see what was inside. But no matter how he tried, that lid only moved according to a set slow speed. It took over 10 breaths before a half-a-foot crack appeared. It's a set of armor. From that crack, they finally saw the treasure. That armor should be an extremely powerful treasure item from the runes and the aura of primal chaos that circulated around it. Everyone's eyes immediately turned red. These were treasure items, and after going through the nourishing of these coffins, their spirituality had to be extremely high. Many of the people here didn't even have the qualifications to possess a treasure item yet. That ancient race expert took a full incense stick's worth of time before managing to open the coffin by a foot. He was already impatient and felt that this was already enough. He no longer bothered pushing against the coffin. Instead, he reached in to grab the armor. But what he didn't expect was that as he stopped pushing the lid, it suddenly slammed shut. He let out a miserable scream as his arm was squeezed off. A portion of it was now within the coffin. The speed at which the coffin had closed had been too fast for him to react. As soon as that person was injured, 2 others rushed over. They were covered with fur and should be from the same race as him. The 2 of them were previously guarding the outer perimeter. But now they came to give him a hand. With them working together, they quickly opened the coffin again. The rank 3 celestial seemed wary and took out a long pair of pliers, carefully reaching it into the coffin to take the armor. The pliers had just entered the coffin when the lid once more instantly shut. Those enchanted level pliers were blown apart, and his own hands turned bloody. The 2 helping him were sent flying, vomiting blood. Everyone's heart shook. It seemed they had to obediently follow the rules of this place and completely open the coffin before taking what was inside. Although everyone had entered, they had all been watching this fellow as an experiment. What happened to him proved that they had been right to wait. The lessons he had taught them paved their own paths. Long Chen walked around the entire mountain. There were tens of thousands of coffins scattered randomly throughout the mountain. He also saw where Yu Xiaochen was. Since she had known the origin of these coffins, she should also know how to open them. There shouldn't be any problems. At this time, all the experts finally set into motion, choosing their own targets. They were smart people, first rushing to the side of the coffin. If no runic attack appeared, then those coffins had to be empty and there was no need to waste time. They moved on. Yu Changhao had already set into motion. But Long Chen was surprised to see Shui Yu with his eyes closed. However, his third eye was open, seemed to be sensing something. Fuck it, although my luck's bad, if I don't do anything, even being lucky wouldn't have any use. Long Chen cursed inside and rushed toward the peak of the mountain. There were slightly fewer people there. Chapter 870 Top-Grade Dragon Tiger Heavenly Explosion Pill. Near the peak, there were fewer coffins, so there were also fewer people. Long Chen randomly picked a coffin. Feeling its powerful defenses, he knew this one hadn't been opened. Long Chen personally experienced just how heavy the lid was as he pushed. However, it still wasn't enough for him to use the divine ring. It popped open slightly. As it slowly opened, the light within it erupted. Immortal spiritual qi came from within. He knew this spiritual qi had been purified by the coffin's formation to nourish the weapon. This spiritual qi had been accumulating for countless years now. But before Long Chen could really feel this special spiritual qi, it disappeared as if it had been devoured. Good stuff. This is something I need, said the Eastern Wasteland Belle with a pleasantly surprised tone. Senior, how about we work together? Long Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. Little fellow, what evil idea are you thinking of now? Let me warn you, I owe you a single favor, so I can only help you once. That way, the karma between us will be resolved. Don't get any crazy ideas involving me. I refuse to be affected by karma, warned the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Long Chen laughed mischievously, having already expected this response. Although he didn't know what exactly this so-called karma was or why the Eastern Wasteland Belle was so worried about it, he had his own plans. Senior, just think about it. I can open the coffins, and because of my work, you're absorbing such pure spiritual qi to nourish yourself. You keep saying you're afraid of karma, but it's because of my work that you're getting benefits. That isn't in accordance with the heavenly Tao's. Reaping without sowing isn't acceptable, so you'll still be affected by karma like that. That's not karma I'm trying to give you, but karma you're infecting yourself with, said Long Chen. Now that you put it like this, that really does make sense, said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. So I think it's better if we work together to get what we both want based on the principles of equality. Then neither of us will be affected by karma, said Long Chen. The Eastern Wasteland Belle was silent for a while. It obviously wasn't so easily fooled. But in the end, it wasn't able to find anything wrong with Long Chen's words. It would only make sense if it helped to get what it needed. That would be the only way to not invoke karma. Alright, you open the coffins, and I'll take out what's inside. But pay attention to safety. I'm only in charge of taking away what's inside, and in order to not let the heavenly Tao's sense me, I won't help you out if any difficulties arise because of this. Unless you're on the verge of death, I won't do anything, warned the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Even though it had agreed to cooperate, it was still cautious. Good, then I definitely won't disappoint you. Long Chen was delighted and he hastily continued pushing that stone coffin. Once the opening was half a foot wide, an imperceptible fluctuation stretched into the coffin and then disappeared. Even Long Chen didn't get a chance to see what had been inside. Suddenly, a spear appeared in Long Chen's spiritual space. It was pitch black and emitted a powerful pressure that would make people's hearts shiver. This is a treasure item. Through the formation, it's been nourished for countless years, increasing its power by a great deal. It can count as a high-grade treasure item, said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Long Chen was delighted to obtain a treasure item this quickly. He directly went to 4 other coffins. But they were all empty, and no spiritual qi was emitted from inside. On his 5th try, he encountered a coffin that hadn't been opened yet. When he slowly opened it, he saw a rabbit inside. Top-grade pill. Long Chen was startled. This pill was a foot tall and looked just like a rabbit. But as an alchemist, he smelled the specific scent of a medicinal pill. Most medicinal pills circulating throughout this world were split into low, middle, and high grade. For high-grade pills, each extra pill ring greatly increased the medicinal effect. But above high-grade pills were top-grade pills. The easiest way to distinguish a top-grade pill was that they could transform. Top-grade pills had their own special spirituality. Once they formed, They would draw pill lightning tribulation, just like a human cultivator's tribulation. Pills that went through such tribulation would have even greater spirituality. Different pills refined by different people would all transform into different shapes. Some would transform into creatures, some would transform into plants. Long Chen had only just gotten a glance at the rabbit when it disappeared. When it reappeared, it was in his spiritual space. That rabbit had already become a jade-like pill. There was an image of a small rabbit moving on top of it, looking as if it were alive. Amazing, a top-grade dragon tiger heavenly explosion pill. Long Chen was startled. This was a kind of self-destructive medicinal pill. Once a sea expansion expert consumed it, if they didn't immediately explode, they would be able to release over 10 times the power. The main ingredients of this pill were the evil dragon's blood and the berserk white lion's tiger's Nidin. They both contained extremely berserk energy, and even an innate rank 3 celestial would immediately explode if they tried consuming it in the sea expansion realm. There was no way they could bear that powerful medicinal energy. Furthermore, after so many years of nourishing, this pill's energy had almost reached perfection. Its power was even more terrifying than a normal one. Long Chen hastily found a jade case to store it in. An evil dragon was something he had heard of, but it had long since gone extinct in this world. This pill was perhaps one of the last of its kind, and it was extremely valuable. Once he put away the pill, Long Chen decided to directly spread his divine sense to all the coffins around him. Fool, do you not want your life? The coffins have formation runes that will injure you if you try to probe them with spiritual strength, scolded the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Originally, it had felt that Long Chen was a mature and steady person. But as soon as he obtained 2 treasures, he became perturbed. Hee, don't worry senior, I'm not so foolish. I don't need to extend my divine sense into the coffins. Just from the outside, I can tell if the coffins have been opened before or not, laughed Long Chen. How could he be so stupid as to stretch his divine sense into such terrifying coffins? His divine sense didn't go into them. Instead, he was circulating the 9-star hegemon body art to sense danger. The empty coffins did not have any defenses, so he naturally wouldn't sense any danger from them. But those coffins from which he could sense some slight danger were very likely ones that had never been opened. The facts proved that the 9-star hegemon body art would never disappoint him. He opened 3 coffins in a row, and none of them had been opened before. Long Chen obtained a ring, a soft armor, and a sword from them. The ring was a storage tool, but it wasn't a spatial storage tool. It stored energy, and once activated, it could release a shocking and instantaneous attack. He obtained 5 treasures in a row, causing him to feel like flowers were blooming in his heart. This was his first time feeling like his luck wasn't so bad. He even felt like his luck really had taken a turn for the better. The other experts were also doing their best to open coffins. What these people didn't know was that originally, one person could only open 1 coffin. Once the treasure was taken out, the coffin's runes would transform into a transportation formation and send them away. But Long Chen and the others hadn't entered through proper channels. It was only by chance that they had destroyed the core formation that had controlled everything. All those transportation formations had lost effect now, allowing them to crazily search for treasures. Rather than saying Long Chen's luck was good, he should have given Yu Changhao the credit. It was he who had managed to open this treasure house for everyone through sheer chance. Long Chen, we should act low-key. We're going too fast and drawing too much attention. Be careful of other people's greed, warned the Eastern Wasteland Bell. For others, fully opening the coffin took 2 incense sticks worth of time. Only then would it not immediately close. Once the treasures were taken, the coffins would slowly close. Right now, people had only just finished taking their first treasure, but Long Chen was on his 7th. Although Long Chen was only opening the coffin slightly, while the Eastern Wasteland Bell took the treasures and absorbed the spiritual qi, others were unable to see that. Thus, quite a few people found this strange. Each time, Long Chen would spend over 10 breaths pushing open the coffin by just a crack. Then he would run to the next. That action was too strange. It's fine. Don't you see me shaking my head every time? That's to mislead them into thinking that whatever inside was garbage and didn't satisfy me, so I'm not wasting time. Let's continue. Time is treasure, and we can't waste any. Long Chen continued working. After going through another 2 coffins, Yu Xiaochen arrived next to him. Xiaochen, how was it? Did you get anything, or did that crazy woman trick you? Asked Long Chen. Yu Xiaochen was full of delight. She didn't trick me. This is extremely important to my entire race. I'm extremely grateful to her. No, don't be grateful. Next time, she'll probably want to cut off our heads. Quick, help me out. Let me tell you what to do. Long Chen wanted her to open the coffins he pointed out, while he opened his own. In front of her startled eyes, the treasure inside the coffin disappeared. She didn't even know what to say. With Yu Xiaochen helping, their efficiency doubled. In less than 2 hours, they had obtained over 100 treasures. Just as Long Chen was working rapidly, a terrifying and evil aura erupted. Chapter 871 Crazily Snatching Treasures. Long Chen was startled and hastily turned to look. At the foot of a mountain, an open coffin was releasing an evil aura. Black light soared into the clouds. Shui Yu was behind that coffin, filled with excitement. Several corrupt experts were guarding him, not letting others do anything to him. It's actually a corrupt weapon. Long Chen was startled. That aura was too evil, and it gave him a bad feeling. Suddenly, a bone claw flew out of the coffin and floated in the air. It was pitch black, and that evil aura grew stronger, as if a bloodthirsty fiend had been released. Not good. That's an evil dragon's claw. Such a weapon is extremely rare. Rumor is that evil dragons were expelled from the dragon race due to their sinister and brutal tendencies. As for the lifeforms related to dragons in the outside world, the legend is that they are nonsense caused by the evil dragons. They constantly mated with various lifeforms, creating all kinds of hybrids with the bloodline of the dragon race. Although that kind of bloodline was very low grade, because they are related to dragons, it was said that their mating caused endless trouble in ancient times. They ended up infuriating experts, and they were hunted down. From then on, evil dragons went almost extinct, but these are just stories and no one can be sure. However, even if they were killed down to the last, those hybrids created because of them continued to mate, and there was no way to kill them all. That evil dragon claw has such a powerful aura, so it shouldn't be from a hybrid. It should be from a true, pure-blooded evil dragon, said Yu Xiaochen. At this time, that dragon claw flew into the air, seeming to want to fly away on its own. But it was blocked by what appeared to be countless formations. As for Shui Yu, he opened his third eye, and a ray of black light enveloped the bone claw. He seemed to be trying to communicate with it. Long Chen, he's your enemy. You should stop him, or he'll obtain a powerful weapon, prodded Yu Xiaochen. Long Chen shook his head. That fellow isn't an idiot. He has so many guards, and over 7 of them are rank 3 celestials. Furthermore, they're holding tiles. Those are clearly tiles to worship their dead ancestors. They should have long since prepared a formation. The reason why they only opened the coffin after this long was because they were making those preparations. Even if we went over, we probably won't be able to break through their defenses. Instead, we'd be jumping into their trap. Only now did Yu Xiaochen notice the tiles in their hands. Those weren't any nonsense tiles for their dead ancestors like he said, but formation tiles. Furthermore, they seemed to be extremely high level and required several people to activate at the same time. Its power had to be great. Although Long Chen was normally a scoundrel without a proper thought in his head, and he could even be unbearably crude, Yu Xiaochen had to admire that he could see through their trap with a single glance. Ignore them. Let's continue working to get as many treasures as possible. We're in a race against time, said Long Chen. He began flipping through coffins again, and Yu Xiaochen learned from his example. She could also accurately find the coffins that contained treasures. As long as they opened the slightest crack in a coffin, the Eastern Wasteland Belle would be able to take out what was inside. The two of them worked rapidly, like two thieves trying to gather all the treasures before running. Quite a few people found this odd, thinking they had to be stupid. Even after that many coffins, they hadn't found any treasures they wanted. In the beginning, most of them thought Long Chen's luck was bad, and he didn't know how to pick good coffins. Perhaps he was getting empty ones every time. But then they saw that when he opened the coffins, a burst of light would erupt. That clearly showed that there were treasures in those coffins. But he just opened them a bit before leaving. So then people assumed he was looking for a specific treasure. After all, completely opening a coffin took a great deal of time, but just checking one merely took a few breaths of time. People sneered inside, thinking that his greed would cause him to obtain nothing in the end. Looking at them rapidly flipping through coffins, their gazes were full of ridicule. Yu Changhao had now opened his third coffin. Unlike Shui Yu, he relied purely on luck. On the third coffin, he found an amazing treasure. When he opened the coffin, golden light erupted and no one was able to see what was inside. His runes lit up with a blinding light, and he spread his wings. A powerful pressure descended, locking onto the treasure and trying to put it away. Treasure items had their own item spirits, and item spirits had their own wills. If someone weak wanted to subdue them, they would struggle and try to escape at the first moment. Ordinary treasure items didn't have intelligent item spirits. But the stronger the treasure item, the smarter the item spirit and the more they wouldn't want to be restrained by someone else. So the treasure item Xianxia had found had to be an incredibly powerful one. The disturbance brought endless envy from others, but no one dared to do anything to him. On one end, Xueyu was trying to communicate with the evil dragon Bone Claw, while here, Xianxia was trying to subdue this treasure item. But to subdue such a treasure was extremely difficult. After all, treasure items were for foundation forging experts. They were just at the peak of Shantian. Xianxia and Xueyu had found their own targets, while others were all doing their best to find such powerful existences as well. Some people had found 2 treasure items already, but the treasure items they found were only of ordinary quality. Even after going through the nourishing of the coffins, their item spirits weren't very intelligent. The innate quality of the treasure items had to have restricted their growth. Some people felt like they finally understood why Long Chen was choosing to go through so many coffins. He was clearly looking for the strongest possible treasure item. Opening coffins took time, and wanting to subdue a powerful treasure item also took a great deal of time and energy. Now everyone came to a sudden comprehension and began searching for stronger treasure items. Suddenly, a rank 3 celestial found a sickle in the coffin. As soon as the coffin opened, the sickle tried to escape. The rank 3 celestial grabbed it and refused to let go. As a result, the sickle's runes lit up, and its power directly blew the rank 3 celestial to bits. The experts weaker than that rank 3 celestial all felt a chill. If they wanted a powerful treasure, they had to have corresponding power. Otherwise, they would be the same as that person. Dead. Just after that person perished, another person was killed by a blood-colored spear he had been trying to subdue. As a result, that spear killed him and transformed into a ray of light that flew away. It was so fast that no one else had time to try and stop it. 2 experts died just like that, and 2 treasure items flew away. Everyone awoke from their greed. Before you could think about getting a treasure, you had to make sure you could keep your life. Some experts even became too afraid to test their luck on their own. They formed small groups so that they could have a greater chance of keeping a treasure. As a result, righteous experts sought out fellow righteous experts, corrupt experts sought out corrupt experts, and ancient race experts sought out ancient race experts. Everyone found their companions, as otherwise, it would be too dangerous. After forming their temporary alliances, they began a search for stronger treasure items. Once they found one, they would work together to suppress it, and it would go to the first person who had noticed it. As for the person that found the treasure, they had to work with the others afterward and could no longer search for their own. The ancient race experts and corrupt experts simply formed a vocal agreement. But the righteous experts required extremely vicious poison oaths before they began working together. That made the ancient race experts and corrupt experts sneer disdainfully. Of the 700 experts, close to half of them were from the ancient races. They were the strongest group here. Not only did they have the numbers advantage, but they also had 8 innate rank 3 celestials and over 20 ordinary rank 3 celestials. As for the remaining experts, although the righteous experts outnumbered the corrupt experts, they were clearly inferior when it came to quality. Other than a peak expert like Xueyu, the corrupt path also had 4 innate rank 3 celestials and 7 ordinary rank 3 celestials. The righteous path was comprised primarily of rank 2 celestials and a dozen rank 1 celestials. It was unknown how they had lived to get so deeply into the immemorial path. The righteous path didn't even have a single innate rank 3 celestial on their side. They only had 2 ordinary rank 3 celestials. In the others' eyes, they were just a flock of sheep. As for Long Chen, he truly was powerful. Perhaps he would stand on the side of the righteous path, but so what? Xianxia had previously released one of his core attacks, and Long Chen hadn't dared to receive it. That meant he was afraid. They were clear that once the time came, they would kill all these idiots with their loud oaths. Long Chen ignored them. He never worried about anything that wasn't his business. If he didn't properly use the Eastern Wasteland Bell while he could, he wouldn't be Long Chen. With Yu Shaochen's help, he obtained a treasure every few breaths. He didn't care what level these treasures had. In front of the Eastern Wasteland Bell, they were nothing. No matter how amazing the treasure items were, they were little kids in front of the Eastern Wasteland Bell. They didn't even dare to bare their fangs. Treasure items were handed into his spiritual space one by one, and they had already piled into a small mountain. There were over 200 of them. Furthermore, there were quite a few amazing existences amongst them. They had powerful fluctuations, but in front of the Eastern Wasteland Bell, they didn't dare to do anything. Otherwise, Long Chen didn't know how much effort it would take to suppress them all. The hours passed one by one. After 6 hours, Long Chen had obtained over 500 treasures. Suddenly, a terrifying fluctuation disappeared. Ha ha ha. Wild laughter rang out from Yu Chenghao's mouth. A golden armor appeared on his body, covering him entirely. Chapter 872 True Arrogance. Yu Chenghao seemed to have been plated in gold. What he had obtained was a golden battle armor, and an extremely powerful one at that. He appeared incredibly domineering and imposing now, practically like a golden battle god. His gaze suddenly turned to Shui Yu. He saw that Shui Yu was still in the midst of trying to connect with his treasure. He had an urge to interrupt him, but he still gave up on it in the end. That evil dragon bone claw was a powerful treasure. Anything that came from a dragon's body was a natural treasure. Perhaps that claw was at an even higher level than his armor. However, Shui Yu was part of the corrupt path. Although the ancient races were always neutral, as long as no one came to provoke him, he couldn't attack the corrupt path. He snorted. Although he was a bit unwilling, he gave up any thoughts of attacking Shui Yu. His gaze roved around the mountain until he saw the distant Long Chen. Long Chen, just wait. Yu Chenghao sneered inside. He hesitated for a moment and then decided not to attack Long Chen for now. Instead, he began searching for more coffins. Finding more treasures was more important right now. With this golden armor, his defensive strength had risen greatly. Furthermore, at this time, he still wasn't able to activate its true power. Once he reached C expansion, his defense would rise to a truly shocking level. So Yu Chenghao might want to immediately kill Long Chen, but he also knew Long Chen wasn't so easy to handle. If they fought at full strength, it would waste this opportunity to obtain more treasures. This opportunity was extremely rare. If he didn't seize the moment, missing out on even stronger treasures just to kill Long Chen, it would be a loss. Long Chen didn't glance toward Yu Chenghao, but he was on constant guard against him. Only once he saw him go to another coffin did he relax. He was obtaining 100 treasures an hour. How could he have time to fight him? After another 4 hours, people gradually found that the number of opened coffins was declining. They began to expand their search range. Everyone was extremely excited. They had at least obtained 1 treasure item, and some had obtained up to 4. The Righteous Path's rank 1 celestials that had obtained a treasure item directly left rather than continuing. They were very smart. If they had too many treasure items, then with their power, there was no way they could leave this place alive. Even if the corrupt experts and ancient race experts didn't do anything, the other righteous experts would. The treasure items they had obtained couldn't be counted as good, but they also weren't bad. However, they wouldn't draw other people's envy, so hastily slipping away was the right decision. As for those that had stayed, they were all rank 2 celestials at least. Although those rank 2 celestials couldn't defeat a rank 3 celestial, they were rather prideful, thinking that even if they couldn't defeat one, they would still be able to escape. Bastard, how is this possible? Long Chen just opened this coffin, and I clearly saw the light of a treasure come from inside. There should definitely be a treasure. Suddenly, one of the ancient race experts roared furiously. Because he hadn't been able to find any other coffins, he had suddenly thought about checking one of the ones that Long Chen had gone through. Just because it was something Long Chen looked down on didn't mean it couldn't be useful to him. What, you also didn't find anything? I've gone through 7 of the coffins Long Chen has gone through, but there was nothing inside. Shouted another ancient rank expert. Long Chen cursed inside. He had finally been noticed. Looking at those furious ancient race experts, he was so angry that he had an urge to wring their necks. Their shouting caused everyone to stop and look at Long Chen with shock. This bastard definitely has a secret art that allows him to extract the treasures inside without completely opening the coffins. Roared one of the ancient race experts. A greedy light appeared in his eyes. If he was correct, then even if half the coffins Long Chen had gone through had been empty, the number of treasures he had obtained had to be over 100. Thinking of 100 treasure items, everyone's eyes turned red. Kill Long Chen and take his treasure items. A powerful rank 3 celestial from the ancient races roared and took the initiative. Although he wasn't an innate rank 3 celestial, his aura was like the sea. His spear stabbed toward Long Chen like a poisonous dragon. This attack contained a terrifying power that caused the world to rumble. He was an extremely conceited expert, but he also had the power to be conceited. This attack was truly terrifying, and it sealed off all of Long Chen's escape paths. Following him, the other ancient race experts also attacked. Previously, they had all seen him fight Yu Changhao. Although he was powerful, for the unknown treasure items he had on him, they chose to go all out to kill him. That was because once Yu Changhao decided to join in, those treasure items would all go to him. Xiao Chen, you continue flipping through the coffins while they're distracted. I'll handle them, said Long Chen, stopping her from attacking. He alone was enough. The Eastern Wasteland Bell had said that as long as Long Chen remained on this mountain, it would be able to take the treasures in whatever coffin Yu Xiao Chen opened. Then let's see just who will be killing who, laughed Long Chen. A broadsword appeared in his hands, and he directly attacked the first expert to charge at him. His sword slashed down on his spear. The ancient race expert was forced back by Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen became covered by Thunder Force, and he appeared in front of him again like he had teleported. He was too fast. With his lightning body blink, especially at such a close distance, that person didn't even have a chance to react. Long Chen's sword cut straight through his head, and it exploded like a melon. This attack had contained his Thunder Force, and it had destroyed his soul along with his body. There wasn't the slightest chance of him escaping. After killing one, Long Chen didn't hesitate. His broadsword pointed toward the sky, and a huge sword image appeared. It slashed down on the experts charging at him. Everything happened too quickly. Long Chen's attack was almost instantaneous and incredibly powerful. Although the ancient race experts immediately went to block, quite a few people were still struck. Several of the ancient race experts instantly exploded. Even in death, they couldn't comprehend how Long Chen could instantaneously release such a powerful move. Over 10 of them were killed in an instant. Even their hasty defenses were unable to block Long Chen's power. Currently, Long Chen was no longer holding back. He was prepared to undergo a slaughter. These ancient races were too arrogant, and since they wanted to kill him, he definitely wouldn't be merciful. Only 4 of the attackers managed to survive his attack. Those 4 were all innate rank 3 celestials. Although his attack had come suddenly, with their immense power, they had managed to blunt the impact of his attack. But they were still filled with a lingering fear. Without accumulating any power, Long Chen was capable of releasing such a terrifying attack. This had already surpassed the scope of their understanding. Long Chen swung his broadsword, resting it on his shoulder. His body was covered in flowing lightning. You want to kill me? I'll welcome you at any time. As long as you feel like your throat is hard enough, come as you please. All of you, get out of the way. Let me kill this arrogant fellow. Yu Changhao flapped his wings and flew toward Long Chen. Runes circulated on his wings, summoning a sharp light that suddenly shot toward Long Chen. It was actually the same move as before. Arrogant. This counts as arrogant. I'll show you what real arrogance is. Long Chen sneered, his aura circulating. His black robes began to float without any wind. His primal chaos bead circulated and the power of his 4 stars erupted. His broadsword slashed down, releasing a ray of sword chi. Boom! A raging chi wave erupted. What? Everyone was shocked to see Yu Changhao's terrifying attack be shattered by Long Chen's sword. What was going on? Previously, Long Chen clearly hadn't dared to receive that attack, but now he easily broke it. Was this supposed to mean that Long Chen had been holding back before? Where are you looking, idiot? Yu Changhao couldn't believe his eyes. One of his core attacks had been destroyed with just brute force. Just as he was stunned, a hand viciously slapped across his face. By the time he reacted, he was struck. Yu Changhao shot back like a shooting star in front of everyone. He slammed into the ground, forming a huge crater. Even the surrounding coffins were buried. Disobedient son of a bitch, does being slapped feel extremely comfortable to you? Sneered Long Chen, swinging his hand. Long Chen was definitely hiding his power. How sinister. This was what most people were thinking. In truth, Long Chen truly had been concealing his power. When he had fought against Yu Changhao previously, that formation might have stopped his magical arts, but it didn't stop his 9-star hegemon body art. It was just that Long Chen didn't want to become everyone's target so early. Enduring for a bit to make a fortune was the way of the king. But halfway through his fortune, he had been noticed by others. Now there was no point in enduring any longer. He immediately released the power of the 8th star transformation and 12th heaven stage. Suddenly, the ground exploded and a pillar of light soared into the sky. Yu Changhao appeared, a huge illusory figure behind him. A golden rune lit up on his forehead, and a terrifying pressure came from him, one that caused the space around him to twist. Long Chen, die! Yu Changhao's wings suddenly pointed to the sky. Everyone was horrified to see the void tear. Chapter 873,000 Years of Death. Yu Changhao's furious roar shook the sky. He was surrounded by a sea of 3-colored runes. His aura was sacred and powerful, filled with a murderous air. He had clearly already gone berserk. Following his roar, heaven and earth shuddered. This was an incomparable pressure. Everyone looked at Yu Changhao with horror. He seemed like a furious devil. His wings folded and pointed toward the sky. All his runes were absorbed by his wings. In that instant, even the void was torn apart, appalling everyone. When his wings once more opened, his entire body had light circulating around it. His aura caused rank 2 celestials to quiver in terror. In front of his pressure, they felt that even breathing was difficult. Long Chen, you've infuriated me. Now death will be an extremely luxurious thing for you. I won't let you die so easily. You despicable, inferior human, I'll let you see the price for humiliating the sacred ancient races. Blood Feather Divine Slash. One of Yu Changhao's wings rose and then slashed down. In that instant, the runes on his feathers all circulated and the aura of a Grand Tao appeared. This was a terrifying attack. Those runes on Yu Changhao's wings were the roots of his divine abilities. Thanks to them, his wings could even be described as innate treasure items, allowing each one of his attacks to kill a rank 3 celestial easily. All the rank 2 celestials were pale as paper now. This attack wasn't even coming toward them, but just the pressure from it was unendurable. They felt like their bodies were being torn apart. They were all horrified, no longer bothering with finding treasure items any longer. They all fled. They were afraid just the slightest shockwave could kill them. If that happened, then those treasures they had found would all be wasted. HMPH, you idiot. Did you think that just because you have some ability you can challenge Lord Yu Changhao? You really are a frog at the bottom of a well. Now you've done it, sneered an ancient race expert, filled with delight. That's right, the human race is just a bunch of idiots. Lord Yu Changhao is an unrivaled hero whose power shakes the heavens. Long Chen, you underestimated him, said another ancient race expert. In truth, the ancient races all looked down on the human race. The righteous expert's expression sank. This was too much. This was essentially cursing them right in the nose. It had to be known that the corrupt paths experts no longer truly considered themselves part of the human race. They considered themselves to be the children of the corrupt god. They were the descendants of their god. Although they were in human form, there was a clear line between them and the human race. And so the ancient races, cursing only affected the righteous paths experts. But although the righteous experts were furious, they didn't retort. The ancient races were just too powerful, and they could only swallow their anger. In their hearts, they hoped for Long Chen to fight for some dignity for the human race. When it comes to inferiority, who could compare to your ancient races? A group of hybrids birthed from humans and beasts, is this how you speak to your ancestors? Then today, your ancestor will properly teach you a lesson on how to talk to your ancestors. Long Chen's divine ring began to circulate, and a majestic aura soared into the clouds. Long Chen's pressure began to surge. His Enlightenment Palace star had already reached the 8th star transformation, and during this time, he had never stopped taking his medicine. There were already signs of the Enlightenment Palace star approaching the 9th star transformation. Although there was still a ways to go, each medicinal pill could still increase his strength the slightest bit. Now that Long Chen was releasing his full power, his pressure caused the world to quiver. It was even grander, even more imposing than what Yu Changhao had caused. Those sneering ancient race experts tightly shut their mouths. Now that Long Chen's aura had erupted to this level, it was like a vicious slap in their faces. And it was an extremely resounding slap. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen truly is worthy of being one of our righteous paths experts. Hehe, properly teach these ancient races experts the power of our righteous path. The righteous experts were incomparably excited. Previously, They hadn't dared to respond to the ancient race's insults. Now they tightly clenched their fists. Good, you really have some ability. That's the only way this will be interesting. If you died in just one move, it would be too boring. A sinister smile appeared on Yu Chenghao's face. The runes on his wings began to glow even more brightly. He had clearly still been holding back before, afraid to kill Long Chen with one move and let him off too easy. Now that Long Chen's aura had erupted, he could let loose. Your posing arts are still lacking. If your skills don't match, you'll just end up being a dumbass. Today, I'll let you know trying to pose without any power will come at a price. Long Chen's broadsword suddenly slashed down with a space-tearing sound. A huge sword image mercilessly tore through heaven and earth to go toward Yu Chenghao. It was the first form of Split the Heavens, but this attack was many times more terrifying than his previous one. An ear-piercing rumbling came from it. His attack collided with Yu Chenghao's attack. The mountain shook and countless coffins were directly blown into the air before crashing back down. Chi waves erupted, and many of the experts that had fled into the distance were still sent flying, vomiting blood. They had still underestimated their power. Fortunately, they had retreated far enough, otherwise, just this shockwave would have killed them. They now fled even further. Some even fled to the back of the mountain, feeling like it would be safer. Only Yu Xiaochen was continuously opening coffins while keeping an eye on Long Chen. As long as she opened the coffin slightly, the treasure inside it would disappear. Although she didn't know exactly what was going on, she had no time to ask. But she could guess that Long Chen had some method to take in the treasures even from a distance. These treasures were extremely important to Long Chen, so Yu Xiaochen did her best to open as many as possible. Long Chen and Yu Chenghao suddenly appeared in the air after the collision of their attacks. Their wings shook, and they furiously charged at each other. Only now did everyone realize how terrifying Yu Chenghao was. His hands, feet, and wings were all powerful offensive weapons. His wings were especially powerful, practically two unrivaled treasure items. When they collided with Long Chen's broadsword, sparks flew and a metallic ringing came from them. Explosive sounds continuously rang out in the air. Long Chen's broadsword continuously danced in the air, and his movements were a bit messy in the face of Yu Chenghao's 6 limbs. This attack frequency was something he hadn't dealt with before. Although Yu Chenghao was his enemy, Long Chen had to admit that he was extremely powerful. This strange close-range fighting ability was impressive. His wings were especially difficult to deal with. Each one of his attacks could cause mountains to collapse. If Long Chen's broadsword wasn't strong enough, there would have been no way to keep up with him. Hehe, Long Chen, do you only have this little ability? You've really disappointed me. Just as Yu Chenghao was talking, his movements naturally slowed down the slightest bit. Long Chen slapped him across the face. Who let you pose? Your face really is thick. My hand even hurts from slapping it. You don't even have the brains to learn your lesson. Sneered Long Chen. His face slapping technique had already reached a divine level. But Long Chen also felt helpless that this kind of attack couldn't kill people. Once this slap contained killing intent or accumulated energy, well, these people were all experts, so they would immediately sense it. Then he wouldn't be able to strike anyone with it. If it was just a random blow that didn't contain any killing intent, then at close range, the chance of it striking was almost 100%. But its only effect was at best to humiliate his opponent. It didn't pose any offensive power. Although his attack didn't contain any offensive power, that was just talking about the physical body. It possessed immense offensive power when it came to the mind. Yu Chenghao's eyes turned scarlet. He had already forgotten how many times he had been slapped in the face by Long Chen. If he couldn't kill Long Chen, he would become the laughingstock of the cultivation world. And even if he killed Long Chen, the fact that he had been slapped would become a stain he would never be able to wash off. Long Chen suddenly gripped his broadsword with both hands and viciously slashed it down on Yu Chenghao's wing. This attack contained his full power. His sword landed slightly higher than the middle part of the wing, the spot that was most likely to cause Yu Chenghao to lose his balance. This was an attack Long Chen had been planning for a while. Yu Chenghao's close-range ability came from the fact that he could unleash a tempest of attacks from strange angles. That was also why Yu Chenghao had dared to challenge Leng Yuyan, who was famed for being unrivaled in close-range combat. But no matter how powerful the move, there would always be an opening. Long Chen hadn't been used to it in the beginning, but after getting accustomed to his attack frequency, he had found that opening. Long Chen's attack landed on his wing, and at the same time, he slashed diagonally. Yu Chenghao's own movements were too fast, and his left wing came attacking just as his right wing was struck. But Long Chen's force was being applied diagonally, causing Yu Chenghao to lose his balance. His wing shot past Long Chen's head. The most startling thing to Yu Chenghao was that his body involuntarily began to spin through the air. His butt ended up facing Long Chen. 1,000 years of death. Long Chen's broadsword stabbed forward with a whistling wind straight toward Yu Chenghao's butt. Chapter 874 Destroyed Butt. Just as Yu Chenghao was spinning through the air, he had an extremely bad feeling. He instantly spread his wings and shot forward. At the same time, his golden armor completely covered his body. Regretfully, Yu Chenghao still wasn't as fast as Long Chen. Long Chen's broadsword stabbed right into Yu Chenghao's butt. The cringing sound of bones breaking rang out. Ah! A heart-rending cry resounded throughout the air. Through that miserable shriek, it was possible for everyone to feel the unbearable pain the person must be going through. Although Yu Chenghao had activated his golden armor to protect himself, he had only just put it on for an instant. It hadn't been able to fully release its power, and so it had only blocked a portion of Long Chen's attack. Long Chen's attack had stabbed right into Yu Chenghao's tailbone. There was a dense gathering of nerves there. Yu Chenghao was a peak expert. Even if he died, he wouldn't let out such a miserable shriek. It was too embarrassing, but now he was just in too much pain to hold back. It was instinct. Following his shriek, everyone felt a chill in their bones. They didn't have any thoughts of laughing. Instead, they felt profound sympathy for him. These people were all experts, and they were aware of what parts of the body could elicit the most pain. They felt a chill in their own tailbones. All their hair stood on end. Due to trying to avoid Long Chen's attack and failing, Yu Chenghao shot into the mountain like a cannonball. The ground crumbled as a huge hole appeared. It failed, but that's also good. If this broadsword ended up contaminated with crap, it would be irritating to use, muttered Long Chen to himself. Suddenly, the ground began to quiver. The ground exploded and a figure soared into the sky. That figure was Yu Chenghao. His eyes were completely red now, looking like they might spit flames. His fury had reached a peak. He even felt like he might explode. Pain, humiliation, and fury. All those negative emotions resounded within his mind. Just now, he had been in enough pain to want to die. Although his injury had recovered, that pain seemed to linger. Heaven. Splitting wings. Yu Chenghao roared and his wings opened. A vast aura erupted, one that caused the world to shake. Blinding golden light erupted. A pair of heaven-splitting wings appeared in the sky. Those wings were several miles long and seemed like two flying blades. But those flying blades were formed of golden runes. Divine light circulated. As soon as those wings appeared, the world became filled with the aura of death. Die. Yu Chenghao formed hand seals, controlling the huge wings to attack Long Chen. They slashed toward him, and small black lines appeared in the sky where they passed. Heavens, the void is being torn apart, cried people. They finally understood how terrifying Yu Chenghao was. Previously, Yu Chenghao had been slapped an unknown number of times in the face by Long Chen. In the end, his butt had almost been completely destroyed. His status as a peak expert had greatly fallen in their hearts. But now that he released this attack, they realized just how terrifying he was. They also admired his restraint. He had held back such a trump card for this moment. This attack will determine the victor. It's one of the feather race's inherited divine abilities. Up until now, no one in the same realm had been able to receive this attack. Long Chen's definitely dead, said an ancient race expert. In truth, Yu Chenghao hadn't been planning on using this kind of divine ability to kill Long Chen. This divine ability came at a price. It would exhaust the core runes in his blood. Right now, he was at the peak of Shantian. He had to maintain the purity of his blood so that he could advance perfectly to see expansion. If he used too much of the energy of his core runes because he unleashed such huge moves, it would cause his bloodline quality to drop. If he couldn't restore it by the time the spiritual chi eruption occurred, he would miss that incredibly rare opportunity. That was unacceptable, so even though he had been humiliated before, he hadn't used this move. But now, he was truly unable to suppress his fury. All he wanted to do was kill Long Chen. To kill Long Chen, he didn't care what he had to do. Seeing those two huge golden wings slashing toward him like two divine blades, Long Chen's hair stood on end. This attack was definitely terrifying. If he wasn't careful, he could be killed. Long Chen took a deep breath. 4 stars appeared in his eyes, and he raised his broadsword. A huge sword image soared into the sky, and it possessed an imposing aura. It was like a god's blade that was filled with a will that desired to shatter the world. Split the heavens too, Long Chen shouted inside. His broadsword slashed toward the wings. The two forces crashed together. In that instant, the world seemed to become still. It was silent, but in the next instant, a huge explosive sound erupted. Heaven and earth trembled, and the coffins on the mountain were sent flying. Miserable screams rang out along with the sound of bodies exploding. There were too many coffins at the peak of the mountain. They shot out like cannonballs, and many people were unable to dodge them. They were blown to bits. Half of this huge mountain collapsed from this attack. Even the formation here hadn't been able to stop it. Just as everyone was feeling appalled, a majestic aura erupted. That aura was full of evil. Ha 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 ha, the corrupt dragon bone claw is mine. Long Chen, hand over your life. Shui Yu had been trying to subdue the corrupt dragon bone claw this entire time. He now laughed, his voice full of delight. His gaze landed on Long Chen in the air. At this time, Long Chen and Yu Chenghao's hair was in disarray, and their auras were a bit unsteady. That exchange had been too intense. It had not only exhausted a great deal of their energy, but it had also caused a backlash that had injured them. Long Chen was shocked. He had underestimated Yu Chenghao before. Just now, he had used his strongest move but had still gone even with him. It was obvious that if he had fought him when the immemorial path had just opened, he would have been killed. Now Shui Yu was holding a 3-foot-long bone claw and smiling sinisterly at him. He knew he was about to join in. Ha ha ha, if you want to fight, then come. When have I ever been afraid of anyone? Long Chen suddenly let out a burst of heaven-shaking laughter. The righteous experts, corrupt experts, and ancient race experts were all shocked. Now 2 peak experts were about to attack him, but he still didn't have the slightest intention of running. To fight 1 versus 2 against them, he was incredibly domineering. But there were also quite a few people who thought he was an idiot. He knew how to show off, but showing off now would come at a price. And that would be an extremely miserable price. Ha ha, I'll let you taste the power of my new weapon. Shui Yu laughed, and the bone claw in his hand shot straight toward Long Chen. On the way, it suddenly grew larger, becoming 300 meters long. Long Chen held his broadsword with both hands and slashed it on the bone claw. He also wanted to see just how strong this bone claw was. Boom! Long Chen's attack didn't even leave a mark on the bone claw. How hard! The bone claw was fine, but Long Chen felt a burst of pain in both of his arms. The bone claw was stopped by Long Chen, but then it suddenly began to close, wanting to crush Long Chen in its grasp. Its nimbleness was comparable to a human hand, startling Long Chen. The bone claw snapped shut. But Long Chen had already used the lightning body blink to escape. Although he had escaped, the ear-piercing sound from when the bone claw had snapped shut caused Long Chen to jump in fright. If he had been caught, then even if he didn't immediately die, his bones would have definitely been crushed. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, let's see just how you will run today. Once I put you away, I'll then handle Lang Yuyan. With this evil dragon bone claw, I don't need to worry about her. Shui Yu was full of excitement. His laughter was also full of confidence. Brother Chenghao, you don't need to have any misgivings. This bastard is extremely slippery. If we're not careful, he'll get away. How about we work together to kill him? Asked Shui Yu. Shui Yu knew Yu Chenghao was powerful. With him present, Long Chen would find it difficult to flee. Shui Yu needed a helper like him, as his own speed wasn't a match for Long Chen's. Now he could have Long Chen killed, and furthermore, it would count as cooperating. Perhaps in the future, they would be able to cooperate once more when he handled Lang Yuyan. Although he had the evil dragon bone claw, in truth, Shui Yu was still traumatized by Lang Yuyan. Just the bone claw didn't give him 100% assurance, and so he wanted to form an alliance with Yu Chenghao. Then his confidence would increase a bit. However, he had no thoughts of subduing Lang Yuyan. In his eyes, Lang Yuyan wasn't a woman. No, she wasn't even human. She was a fiend that might take his life at any moment. Alright, let's work together to slaughter this brute. Yu Chenghao no longer had any assurance of being able to kill Long Chen now that his strongest move had been blocked by him. He was too powerful, and his chances of killing Long Chen on his own were too low. Cooperating with Shui Yu was his best option. Ha ha ha, good, All corrupt experts, listen to my orders. Capture that woman. Once I kill Long Chen, I want to properly enjoy her. Shui Yu's orders caused the corrupt experts to smile wretchedly. They took out their weapons and charged toward the distant Yu Xiaochen. Chapter 875 Bringing Death Upon Themselves. Righteous experts, those that want to be on my side, help me protect my friend. Shouted Long Chen suddenly. This action of his caused Yu Changhao and Shui Yu to be stunned. Shui Yu suddenly laughed. I didn't expect you to actually ask a bunch of garbage for help. It seems that this woman must be quite important to you. Ha ha ha, I want that woman. Capture her alive. Long Chen's shout immediately placed the righteous experts in a difficult position. Long Chen could count as a righteous expert. But right now, he was facing Yu Changhao and Shui Yu. His death was practically set in stone. He wouldn't even have a chance to flee. They didn't want to end up dying because they helped him. However, out of the 200+ righteous experts present, there were more than 10 hot-blooded men who rushed over to Yu Xiaochen. In their eyes, no matter what, the righteous path should be one united family. But halfway there, they suddenly realized something was off. They saw the others weren't even moving. What? What are you doing? We're all part of the righteous path, and we should be united. Roared one of the men. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen is part of our righteous path. We need his protection, but when he has difficulties, we also have to help. You're just going to sit back and watch. Those motionless righteous experts looked away, not daring to look at those people. But after being cursed repeatedly, one of them finally cursed back. Who are you cursing? Aren't you all just idiots? Long Chen wanted to show off, and as a result, he offended so many people. Why should we have to pay the bill for his own actions? You little fuckers, you're the idiots. Raged one of the few men. HMPH, idiots, go and send yourselves to death. Since we're all part of the righteous path, don't worry, we'll make sure to bury your corpses. Following those people's cursing, the 10+ group ended up hesitating. Some of them actually returned amongst the rest of the righteous experts. In the end, only 3 people came to help Long Chen. You cowards, I curse your ancestors. You've lost all the face of the righteous path. Cursed one of the 3. Those 3 ignored those uncaring bastards and came to Yu Xiaochen's side. They took out their weapons, prepared to fight to the death. Although they knew this action of theirs was impulsive, there was a voice that told them even if they had to die, they had to protect their pride. They couldn't become an unrivaled hero like Long Chen, but they could use their lives to prove the true reason they had begun cultivating. Seeing only 3 people go help, Long Chen didn't feel any disappointment. In fact, he smiled slightly. There were still some hot-blooded people in the righteous path. Kill. The corrupt experts charged toward Yu Xiaochen's group of 4. At the same time, Yu Changhao took out a golden bow. That was the true weapon of the feather race. Yu Changhao was always a conceited person. Others thought the feather race's strongest point was their archery skills, but when he fought with others, he practically never used archery. That was because he had always maintained an unrivaled record against experts in the same realm. But this record had first been broken when Leng Yuyan had almost stabbed through his head, and then been broken by Long Chen's resounding consecutive face slaps. He finally took out his true weapon. Having taken out this bow, Yu Changhao was incredibly furious. This represented that he had lost to Long Chen in a close-range battle. Die. He pulled the bow. Countless runes condensed, absorbing heaven and earth's energy to form a huge golden arrow. The arrow shot out with a thunderous rumbling. Its light was dazzling and imposing. Boom! Long Chen swung his broadsword. A sword image slashed onto the arrow, destroying it. But Long Chen was startled as its power caused his arms to feel a bit numb. Seeing Yu Changhao once more pulling back his bow, Long Chen snorted. His wings flapped, and he activated the lightning body blink. He appeared right in front of Yu Changhao in practically an instant, his sword slashing down. He was incredibly quick, arriving in front of him before he could release his second arrow. His bow suddenly turned, and he actually used it to block his sword. A strange sound rang out. Long Chen felt a bizarre force knock him back. He was startled. Yu Changhao was actually skilled in long-range and close-range battle with a bow. Just as he was knocked back, a huge bone claw came toward him. Boom! He slashed his broadsword against Shui Yu's attack, relying on the rebound force to dodge Yu Chenghao's second arrow. Long Chen pushed the lightning body blink to its max. He instantly arrived beside Shui Yu. Because the evil dragon bone claw had just been knocked away, Shui Yu couldn't use it to defend. Long Chen wanted to take advantage to kill Shui Yu right here. Of the three of them, Shui Yu was the weakest in close-range combat. To kill him, the best way was in close range. Seeing Long Chen suddenly appear beside him, Shui Yu's expression changed. He had personally experienced how dangerous Long Chen was at close range. But even if he wanted to retreat, it was too late. He didn't possess Long Chen's terrifying speed. He hastily blocked with his black sword. As a result, he was caught in a dangerous situation, and after barely managing to block 2 attacks, the third one almost slashed onto his shoulder, causing him to turn pale. If he was struck, then the power within Long Chen's broadsword would immediately erupt within his body. He didn't have a powerful physical body like Yu Changhao. Brother Shui Yu, don't panic. I'll help. With Long Chen fighting Shui Yu at close range, Yu Changhao couldn't use his long-range attacks in case he hit the wrong person. He shot forward, using his bow as a weapon that stabbed toward Long Chen's heart. Long Chen took half a step back, not wanting to take Yu Changhao's bow head-on. That bow was strange and was able to rebound a person's power. With Yu Changhao's help, Shui Yu finally caught a breather. He once more sent the bone claw to attack Long Chen. The three of them fought an intense battle in the air. The corrupt disciples below had already arrived in front of Yu Xiaochen's group of 4. The 4 of them defended with their lives. But those 3 were just ordinary rank 2 celestials. In front of this many experts, they were only able to miserably retreat. Fortunately, Yu Xiaochen was helping them, which was the only reason they were still alive. Furthermore, the ones attacking them were only rank 2 celestials. The rank 3 celestials were at the back providing support. They all knew Shui Yu wanted to capture her alive, so they didn't dare to go too far and make her kill herself. This way, they would leave her the slightest hope, and once she was exhausted, they would pounce. The 4 of them were rapidly retreating. Suddenly, they found their backs against a formation and were unable to continue backing up. Bastards, who set up this formation? Are you trying to capture us all? Raged a righteous expert. Yu Xiaochen smiled slightly and said, the decision you made today makes me happy. You've saved yourselves. What? The 3 of them were startled. Before they understood what was happening, Shui Xiaochen extended her hand. A soft force transmitted through their bodies, and they suddenly felt like space was twisting. Around them, they coughed up blood, but after that, they suddenly realized they were in that original room, looking at the mountain. The mountain had once more shrunk into a small hill in their eyes. It's handled. Yu Xiaochen suddenly waved at Long Chen. Good, then go ahead and slaughter them, responded Long Chen. Long Chen's words had just rang out when Yu Xiaochen's sword released thousands of rays of sword light. Sword chi ravaged the corrupt experts. What? The 3 righteous experts were all startled upon seeing that scene. Yu Xiaochen was actually this terrifying. Ordinary rank 2 celestials were cut down like wheat in front of her. Did someone as powerful as her really need the 3 of them to protect her? I get it, senior apprentice brother Long Chen was saving us. One of them suddenly slapped his leg. They suddenly realized why Long Chen had asked them to help her. In truth, Long Chen had been intent on saving whoever that helped. Because they had stood by him, he had asked Yu Xiaochen to send them to safety outside the formation. In truth, he wanted to save everyone. He gave all the righteous experts a chance. But regretfully, they didn't grab it. One person shook his head. Regret my ass. Fuck those idiots, they thought they could act aloof. They deserved to die. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen wanted to save us, and they cursed him for being a show-off. Fuck their mothers, cursed another more explosive fellow. Now that Yu Xiaochen was attacking, everyone jumped in shock. Those rank 3 celestials immediately pounced forward, realizing that they had been played. Cold moon slash. An elegant crescent moon appeared in the air. Following the movement of Yu Xiaochen's sword, that 30-meter moon turned into a beautiful ray of light that charged into their midst. One ordinary rank 3 celestial was killed despite blocking with a treasure item. That's a magical art, be careful, warned one person. Regretfully, it was too late. That crescent moon instantly killed over a dozen experts, 2 of them being rank 3 celestials. Bastard, what's going on? Raged Shui Yu. He had never expected Yu Xiaochen to be so terrifying. Yu Changhao shouted, ancient races, assist the corrupt path in killing that woman. Conveniently, you can slaughter those idiots who are just watching the fun. Hearing Yu Changhao's words, the righteous experts turned green with terror. Chapter 876 World Extermination Hibiscus. The first reaction of the righteous experts was to flee. Their little bit of power was nothing in front of the ancient race experts. One of the feather race's experts suddenly shot an arrow, instantly killing a fleeing righteous expert. Even his spatial ring shattered with him. But once his spatial ring broke, 2 treasure items appeared in the air. According to reason, when spatial rings were destroyed, whatever was inside would be drawn into chaotic space and disappear forever from this world. However, treasure items were different. That person's treasure items were average, and their spirituality wasn't high enough. According to a human's intelligence level, low-grade treasure items were like fools. Originally, treasure items weren't things that could be stored in spatial rings that hadn't reached the treasure item level. But treasure items with low intelligence could be stored in a spatial ring. When a spatial ring broke, they would instinctively sense the danger and escape from it. After all, even if the treasure items were fools, they were still extremely powerful. But these 2 were clearly fools. After escaping from the spatial ring, they just floated there, not knowing what to do. The feather race expert was the fastest. His wings flapped, and he practically instantly took those 2 treasure items. He was delighted. As expected, the fastest way to get rich was to kill people and take their treasures. Seeing him obtain 2 treasure items just by killing one person, all the ancient race experts turned red-eyed. It had to be known that opening a coffin to obtain a treasure item took a great deal of time. But now, it was too easy. He had obtained 2 treasure items in just a breath. All the ancient race experts roared and charged at the righteous experts like berserk beasts. Heavens, there's a barrier here. Fuck, what bastard set up this trap? Raged the righteous experts. At the same time, they suddenly thought of how when Shui Yu had been subduing the evil dragon Bone Claw, there had been dozens of people guarding him. Quite a few of them had slipped away like ghosts. Now that they thought of that, they immediately realized that it was the corrupt path's doing. They had long since placed their sights on them and set up this trap to take the treasures they had obtained. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, save us. Under the killing of the ancient race experts, the righteous experts were like fat sheep surrounded by hungry wolves. In their despair, the only thing they could do was beg Long Chen for help. You had a chance to save yourselves, but you gave it up. Who are you complaining to? If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for acting like nothing matters unless it involves you. Yu Xiaochen's voice resounded throughout. Even surrounded by corrupt experts, she still had it so easy. Her sword flew through the air, and even rank 3 celestials were unable to menace her. She slaughtered them, conveniently picking up their treasure items. Hearing her words, the righteous experts immediately despaired. They only had 2 rank 3 celestials, and they weren't even innate rank 3 celestials. In front of 8 innate rank 3 celestials and over 20 ordinary ones, they were like turtles trapped in a jar. Death was their only option. Bastard, how can you not help because of some little hostility? As a righteous expert, is your heart so narrow? When everyone's in a crisis, we should be united, shouted one of the righteous path's rank 3 celestials. He saw that Long Chen was fighting evenly against both Shui Yu and Yu Changhao. Furthermore, Yu Xiaochen seemed to have it easy against the corrupt experts. If she came to help, perhaps there would be a bit of hope for them. Long Chen couldn't even be bothered to look at such a person. He just treated it as a dog farting. As for Yu Xiaochen, she was so infuriated that she couldn't even speak. You fuckers, do you even have any face? They didn't speak, but one of the more easily angered fellows that Yu Xiaochen had sent out cursed. Smoke was about to come out of his head. Fuck, when senior apprentice brother Long Chen asked you for help, you just stood by like you didn't even know him. Now he's fighting against 2 peak experts and you still want him to help you. And you want to play the moral game. Fuck your mother, are your heads full of shit? That angry fellow felt like he might explode. He directly went up to the barrier and smashed it, cursing. The other 2 hastily tried to pull him back, but they were one step too late. When he viciously smashed the barrier launched a counterattack that covered him in blood. But he still cursed them. This barrier was strange. The people inside couldn't see what was outside, but it didn't block sound. They clearly heard his cursing, and the sound volume was increased by 10 times. The righteous experts were speechless. They had previously sneered at the 3 of them for going to Yu Xiaochen's aid, saying that once they were dead, they would make sure to bury their corpses. Now it seemed like they would become the corpses, and they wouldn't even have any corpses left. The ancient race experts were vicious, and they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. "Run to that woman," shouted a righteous expert suddenly. During this calamity, they wanted to borrow Yu Xiaochen's power to relieve the pressure. Even if they couldn't escape, they could live a bit longer. Perhaps if something unexpected happened, they might be able to get away. "Abominable, these sons of bitches," said the three people outside clearly. At the same time, they saw that more people had reached this place and were looking at the battle on the hill with shock. After all, this place wasn't very concealed. It was easy to find. There were already dozens of people around, and some had already activated photographic jades. Seeing the righteous expert's shamelessness, fury soared in Yu Xiaochen's eyes. She had never seen such contemptible people. Although the righteous expert's idea was good, their power was lacking. In the face of dozens of rank 3 celestials, they were almost exterminated before they could arrive beside Yu Xiaochen. The ancient races were also greedy fellows. In their eyes, the righteous experts were a flock of fat sheep. If they managed to reach the corrupt path that was fighting Yu Xiaochen, then all the treasures would end up in their hands. So they were even more urgent than the righteous experts. A righteous rank 3 celestial had only just reached Yu Xiaochen when a corrupt expert slashed his sword at him. He blocked that sword, but as a result, he was killed by an ancient race expert. The ancient race expert was extremely fast, instantly snatching that person's spatial ring. The corrupt expert glared furiously, but the ancient race expert laughed and ignored him. "The trash is cleaned up now. Hurry and capture that woman," shouted Yu Changhao. He and Shui Yu were unable to defeat Long Chen quickly. He was too strong, and his power seemed to be endless. Even 1 against 2 in such an intense battle, he didn't reveal the slightest opening. Each of his moves were fierce and powerful, and if they revealed an opening, they might receive a sudden attack from Long Chen. Shui Yu had fought Long Chen before, but now Long Chen was stronger than back then, so much stronger that he could barely believe it. But he had his own thoughts. He didn't go all out attacking. Instead, he was trying to familiarize himself with the evil dragon bone claw. Long Chen easily saw through Shui Yu's thoughts. As for that idiot Yu Changhao, he had been duped. He thought that Shui Yu was only at this level, and he was fighting all out. The majority of Long Chen's attacks were blocked by him. Long Chen sneered and didn't expose him. Although Yu Changhao was powerful, he didn't have the slightest brains. He was just an arrogant idiot, and Long Chen continued to fight it out in terms of endurance. While Long Chen handled them, Yu Xiaochen was completely surrounded by everyone. "Xiaochen, go ahead and kill them all." Long Chen sent Yu Xiaochen a spiritual message. Having received that, the runes revolving around Yu Xiaochen's body suddenly changed. Divine light circulated, and her runes took the shape of a huge flower behind her. The experts attacking Yu Xiaochen were startled. They had originally thought that Yu Xiaochen was summoning a kind of manifestation, but they suddenly found that this flower appeared to be alive. The flower condensed onto Yu Xiaochen's forehead. Her sword touched the center of the flower, and a terrifying light erupted. The flower's light was glaring and blinding. These experts finally realized something was wrong and hastily retreated. They sensed a terrifying pressure from that flower. The lotus flower lives in the mud. The hibiscus breaks through the water. The leaves grow, the flower blossoms, the pith condenses. Following Yu Xiaochen's chanting, the flower rapidly blossomed, and the pith formed of runes appeared. It was dreamlike, and it was hard to tell if it was real or fake. World extermination hibiscus, bloom. The flower suddenly shook. The world instantly became still. Endless rainbow light suddenly erupted. It was beautiful and bizarre, instantly devouring everything within 100 miles. Anyone touched by that light had their body ripped to shreds. Blood filled the air, as if this was a hell on earth. What a terrifying attack! Even Long Chen was startled. Yu Xiaochen was actually this powerful. This move of hers was truly terrifying, and most terrifying of all was how quickly she was able to use such a move. Other than a few rank 3 celestials that were still struggling, not a single rank 2 celestial survived. Furthermore, those rank 3 celestials had only managed to escape because they had treasure items protecting their bodies and had retreated fast enough upon sensing the danger. They hadn't been in the core region of her attack. However, other than the innate rank 3 celestials, the others were all in a wretched state now. Their bodies had been badly damaged, and they were horrified to find that their heavenly Tao energy was unable to heal these injuries. Underworld Soul Blood Curse. Suddenly, Shui Yu shouted. His third eye opened, and a blood-colored rune shot toward Long Chen. Long Chen tried to dodge when he suddenly found that space was locked around him. He couldn't move. Idiot, once you've entered my space-locking bow's force field, you can't get away. Yu Chenghao's golden bow had suddenly grown to 300 meters long. Its countless runes lit up, shining on Long Chen. It was actually a spatial locking power. Long Chen could only watch as that curse rune shot toward him. Chapter 877 Killing the Rest in One Move. Long Chen hadn't expected Yu Chenghao to be able to use a treasure item to seal the space around him. This way, he was unable to dodge Shui Yu's curse. But he sneered and looked at Shui Yu. Idiot, you just had to wait until so many of your people died. Now you should know that foolishness comes at a price. Did you think I didn't prepare any defense against your curse? Long Chen simply stood there with his broadsword. He didn't move, he just allowed the curse rune to approach him. This caused Shui Yu to be startled. He had absolute confidence in his curse arts. If Long Chen was struck, he would immediately become feeble. Then they could capture him alive and torment him. But Shui Yu truly did feel regret. He shouldn't have been holding back and using Long Chen as a tool to train his evil dragon bone claw. The corrupt path had suffered immense losses here. Just as that curse rune was about to land on Long Chen, a body flew up and struck the rune. The curse rune instantly entered that person's body. He began to quiver, and a black color crept over his face. Shui Yu was startled because he realized that this person was from the corrupt path. He had actually appeared here to take Long Chen's place for his curse. Long Chen smiled. As soon as he had seen Shui Yu here, he had known it would very likely devolve into an immense battle. So he had long since discussed it with Yu Xiaochen. This kind of curse was extremely terrifying. So Yu Xiaochen had always been concealing her power. If he encountered any danger, she was to send a replacement to Long Chen. Now, his prediction had been proven correct. The space around Long Chen relaxed. Yu Chenghao's space-locking abilities were obviously limited. He wasn't even a sea expansion expert yet, so he was unable to bring out a treasure items. Complete power. Long Chen suddenly appeared beside Yu Chenghao. Yu Chenghao was the closest, and using the lightning body blink, Long Chen closed the gap in an instant. His sword stabbed toward his bow. Yu Chenghao had greatly exhausted his spiritual yuan to use his treasure item's special ability. As a result, Long Chen was at an immense advantage now. There was no time for him to dodge. Clenching his teeth, his bow stabbed toward Long Chen's heart. He was trying to force Long Chen to retreat and gain some breathing room. However, he had underestimated Long Chen's ruthlessness. Long Chen ignored his bow. His broadsword had already reached him. Long Chen's broadsword pierced through Yu Chenghao's heart, causing a huge hole to appear in his chest. As for Yu Chenghao's bow, it pierced through Long Chen's chest and out his back. Both of them vomited blood. This wasn't the result Yu Chenghao had wanted. He had thought Long Chen would dodge. You want to compete in terms of ruthlessness with me? When have I ever been afraid of competing in that? Suddenly, a terrifying power erupted from his broadsword. He was forcing Yu Chenghao to die with him. If Yu Chenghao also did the same thing with his bow, then both of them would be blown apart by the other. But in the end, Yu Chenghao was afraid. Although he was vicious, he didn't want to die. Sensing this suicidal move of Long Chen's, his wings suddenly flapped and he fell back. At the same time, his heavenly Dao runes wrapped around Long Chen's broadsword, erasing as much of its power as possible. Yu Chenghao succeeded in escaping the broadsword, but he hadn't managed to completely block its power. He wildly vomited blood, and cracks appeared on his body. He had almost exploded. Yu Chenghao was horrified. He was now afraid of Long Chen's practically suicidal way of fighting. He had always been a noble heavenly genius and always thought of himself as a supreme existence. He definitely wouldn't use his life to bring someone else down with him. He felt his life was the most precious, so he had never had the same thought as Long Chen. Just now, he had walked past the gates of hell. He was finally afraid, but Long Chen didn't give him any time to feel his terror. He once more shot toward him. What? Yu Chenghao and Shui Yu were horrified. They saw that Long Chen's heavy injuries had healed in the blink of an eye. As for Yu Chenghao, his body was covered in cracks. If he had to receive another one of Long Chen's attacks in his state, he would explode immediately. Naturally, Shui Yu wouldn't allow that. A huge bone claw caught Yu Chenghao, protecting him. Long Chen's attack only caused the claw to be sent flying. It didn't injure Yu Chenghao. Brother Yu, quickly heal, shouted Shui Yu. A blood-colored figure appeared behind him. he had summoned his blood devil possession. His black sword released a torrential sword chi as he attacked Long Chen. He finally realized he was in a dangerous situation. Long Chen was too powerful, and if Yu Changhao was killed, then on his own, he wouldn't be able to handle Long Chen. Devil Eye destroys the world. A black light shot out from Shui Yu's third eye. Long Chen had seen this attack before. He knew Shui Yu's third eye was where his divine abilities lay. Its powers were bizarre. He hastily dodged to the side. The black light landed on the huge mountain. A hole appeared in the mountain, one that was extremely smooth. More black rays came from Shui Yu's third eye. Long Chen hastily dodged. This attack was too powerful to take head-on for no reason. Each black light beam pierced the mountain, and it started to crumble. With Shui Yu not hesitating to use his devil eye to release such powerful attacks, Long Chen was unable to get close to him. At this time, Yu Changhao was using the Heavenly Dao recovery to heal his injuries. His injuries were too heavy since his internal organs had been destroyed. He needed to reconstruct them, and that would exhaust a huge amount of his core energy and time. He couldn't fight for a while. Long Chen was like a ghost, using the lightning body blink to dodge Shui Yu's attacks. Although Shui Yu's attacks were powerful, there was no danger of them striking him. Down below, Yu Xiaochen was now only facing just over 30 rank 3 celestials, down from the hundreds of celestials that had previously surrounded her. The majority of the rank 3 celestials were heavily injured now. It could be seen how terrifying Yu Xiaochen's attack had been. She was a bit short of breath now, as that attack also came at a price for her. These experts roared furiously and charged at Yu Xiaochen. They had been too careless just now, allowing her to release such a powerful attack. Now, they wouldn't give Yu Xiaochen the chance to release any more magical arts. A head flew into the air. A corrupt expert at the front of the charge had been killed with one slash of Yu Xiaochen's sword. Now that they were in close-range battle, they suddenly found that Yu Xiaochen's body and sword were untouchable. She slipped past them like a phantom drifting through their midst. They had never seen such movements. Her sword appeared and disappeared unpredictably, and in just a few breaths, 4 of them were killed. "Go all out," roared an ancient race expert. Let alone catching her alive, they didn't even know if they could kill Yu Xiaochen like this. Shui Yu's order to capture her alive had truly been an impossible request. They all stopped holding back. Some of them even activated their core divine abilities, while others used self-harming techniques to push their power to the peak. That immediately caused Yu Xiaochen's situation to become dangerous. Long Chen saw all of this clearly. He suddenly took a deep breath. While dodging Shui Yu's attacks, he formed hand seals. His spiritual strength erupted. Countless golden scales surged out of the ground like a sea. It happened so suddenly that those experts attacking Yu Xiaochen hadn't even realized what was going on before those sharp scales pierced their bodies. Blood splashed. While Long Chen had been searching for treasures, he had stealthily slipped the hidden ground gold Spider King's scales into the ground. It had all been in preparation. Originally, he had been planning on using them to kill Shui Yu. But Shui Yu was up in the air right now, and this attack would be noticed before it could strike him. Seeing Yu Xiaochen in danger, Long Chen decided to use them against the ones attacking her. After all, there were over 20 innate rank 3 celestials against her, and she wasn't a true celestial. Her control over heavenly Dao energy was definitely weaker than her control over her core energy. The golden scales brought with them a rain of blood. As experts, one scale piercing through their body wasn't fatal. But there were just too many of them, and the majority of the experts were turned into sieves. They hastily focused on blocking the scales. Yu Xiaochen took advantage of that opportunity. Light flashed from her forehead. She hastily began to chant something, and she stabbed her sword into the ground. Earth explosion kill wave. A ripple spread over the ground, reaching those experts blocking the scales in an instant. Wherever the ripple went, flesh exploded. Those experts all disappeared. Even Long Chen's scales were crushed apart. It could be seen just how terrifying this attack had been. Yu Xiaochen leaned against her sword, her face a bit pale. She had basically used up all her heavenly Dao energy just now. In fact, she had even stealthily used her core energy, but she had concealed it within her heavenly Dao energy. Bastards, you've brought a calamity upon yourselves by slaughtering the members of the ancient races. Just wait for our reprisal. Your sects, your families, none of them will have good deaths. Yu Changhao had only just recovered and left the protection of the bone claw when he saw Yu Xiaochen's attack kill everyone. Chapter 878 Each side taking out trump cards. It wasn't just Shui Yu and Yu Changhao that were stunned. Even Long Chen was stunned. He hadn't expected Yu Xiaochen to possess such a terrifying move. Just how could she release such a powerful magical art in such a short time? It seemed Yu Xiaochen's power far surpassed Long Chen's expectations. In fact, perhaps she would even be able to fight Leng Yuyan. However, Yu Xiaochen's aura had clearly dropped after this attack. She had exhausted all her heavenly Tao energy, and if she were to fight again, she would probably have to use her core energy. Once she used her core energy, her status would be revealed. There were probably already people outside this barrier watching in secret. She couldn't attack for now. Good job, Xiaochen. You rest. Leave these two idiots to me, shouted Long Chen. He suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning that shot toward Yu Changhao. His broadsword slashed toward Yu Changhao. An icy light shone in Yu Changhao's eyes as he used his bowstring to meet Long Chen's broadsword. Long Chen's power was a bit too much for him, so he wanted to cause him to rebound before pulling apart the distance and using long-range attacks. But just as his bowstring was about to meet Long Chen's broadsword, Long Chen's other hand opened, and a ball of lightning shot toward Yu Changhao. Roaring filled the air, as a lightning dragon appeared within that ball. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Yu Changhao. Yu Changhao was horrified. It was too late for him to do anything against this sudden, terrifying move. He hastily activated the golden armor's defenses. Lei Long's claw landed on Yu Changhao, and he immediately felt all his hair stand on end. He wildly vomited blood, and the worst thing for him was that Long Chen's sword was clashing at his head. Everything was happening too fast, and the distant Shui Yu didn't have any chance to help. Feather blade flying slaughter. Yu Changhao roared furiously and his feathers lit up. They left his wings and transformed into golden rays that shot toward Long Chen. At such a close range, Long Chen could only use his broadsword to protect his head. The rest of his body was instantly pierced by countless rays, practically turning into a sieve. These feathers were Yu Changhao's strongest defense and also his strongest offense. But when these feathers left his body, they would only be usable once. If Long Chen's vitality wasn't so tough, then even with his divine ring and 4-star battle armor, his physical body would probably have exploded. Long Chen, cried Yu Xiaochen, this birdman's strong, but can a bird still be called a bird once it loses all its feathers? Die. What startled everyone was that Long Chen's heavily injured body instantly healed. If it weren't for his broken clothes, they might even suspect that their eyes had broken. Long Chen's broadsword slashed toward Yu Changhao. On the other side, Shui Yu's bone claw was blocked by Lei Long. Lei Long's tail tightly bound the claw. Rumbling rang out and the bone claw was forced back. Yu Changhao didn't manage to block Long Chen's attack, and sword chi landed right on his body. He protected his vitals with his wings, but he still vomited blood. At the same time, his practically indestructible wings were cut open, and blood poured out. Without the protection of his feathers, the defensive power of his wings had dropped sharply. He was no longer able to block Long Chen's attacks. Yu Changhao flew back to Shui Yu's side. He needed to stay next to Shui Yu so he could borrow the evil dragon bone claw to handle Long Chen. Yu Changhao had just retreated to Shui Yu's side when endless flame energy condensed around them. Long Chen also formed hand seals, and chanting filled the air, resounding throughout heaven and earth. A huge flame prison formed around them. Long Chen had used Lei Long to distract them so he could use the raging flame prison. Now that the raging flame prison had appeared, Long Chen directly activated the Nirvana scripture to increase its power. Shui Yu and Yu Changhao's expressions changed. They hadn't expected Long Chen to also use a magical art, and they didn't have any defenses against it. Thus, they ended up falling for it. They attacked the flame prison, but they were horrified to find that these flame chains had formed many layers, and they were unbreakable. There was no way to break them with brute force. After all, not everyone had void-piercing eyes, nor were there that many people as learned as Yu Xiaochen. They weren't able to see through the nodes of the raging flame prison. If their attacks didn't land on those nodes, then their attacks would be blunted by the entire raging flame prison. As the Nirvana scripture circulated, the chanting in the air grew louder. It was like the chanting of gods, sacred and holy. The stars in Long Chen's eyes shone and his divine ring circulated. Standing atop Lei Long's head, he appeared like a god in front of the spectators outside. Shui Yu was acclaimed to be the corrupt path's top expert in Eastern Wasteland, while Yu Changhao was the leader of the ancient races, junior generation. They were both peak experts. But even working together against Long Chen, they were still at a disadvantage. Long Chen was practically heaven-defying. Shui Yu and Yu Changhao were horrified to find that no matter how they struggled, the flame prison continued to shrink and grow stronger. The evil dragon Bone Claw was still outside, and now it was unable to attack the flame prison. It wasn't as if they could attack themselves with it. "We can't hold back any longer," said Shui Yu. Yu Changhao nodded. "Blood Devil devours the heavens." An image of a blood devil appeared behind Shui Yu. It opened its mouth, and the world turned dark. That blood devil then split open and transformed into blood-colored runes that entered Shui Yu's body. His third eye opened and an evil aura instantly erupted. It was like the gates of hell had been opened. Despite the flame prison, there was a chill in the air now. A ray of light shot from his third eye onto the flame prison. One of the incredibly sturdy flame chains was severed by that strange light. Following one chain's destruction, the entire flame prison crumbled. The two of them instantly regained their freedom. Even if it's a merged flame, it's still trash. If it had been the earth flame's power, they wouldn't have been able to even think about escaping. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. The earth flame was still in slumber. He had used his merged flame that was formed from various beast flames. But its toughness was lacking, and when the flame prison was destroyed, he also received a backlash. He almost coughed up blood. "I can't continue like this. I won't be able to keep up the 4-star battle armor for long." Long Chen suddenly noticed that after fighting for so long, his spiritual yuan was already starting to decline. "Long Chen, time for you to die." Shui Yu's hair was standing on end, and black blood was pouring out of his third eye. He had clearly suffered a painful price to gain this battle power. Suddenly, his third eye released a blinding light. It shot onto the evil dragon Bone Claw, and black chi began to rise from the ground. "Careful Long Chen, he's absorbing the resentful spirit energy of the dead. He's going to use the evil dragon Bone Claw's item spirit," warned Yu Xiaochen. She summoned wings to fly up and assist. "Xiaochen, don't, I can handle it." Long Chen stopped her. If she released her full strength, perhaps she could block this attack, but it wasn't worth it. They couldn't expose her identity here. Long Chen had already thought it through. If he really couldn't handle it, then he would use the Eastern Wasteland Bell. It had already promised to help him out once. No matter how difficult the situation, it could help him handle it. Originally, he had been planning on leaving that opportunity to do some bigger things. But, to kill 2 peak experts here wasn't small either. He wasn't losing much. The evil dragon Bone Claw had now absorbed the fallen expert's resentment thanks to Shui Yu's third eye. It began to glow, and it was like something was awakening. The space around it was constantly quivering. Rumbling filled the air. This rumbling came from Yu Changhao. His bow had now grown to 300 meters, and it was floating upright behind him. He was forming hand seals, and the runes on his wings lit up. Those runes were growing brighter and brighter until they were like blazing suns, too bright to stare at directly. Yu Changhao was using his essence blood to summon his treasure item spirit. Fundamentally, treasure items could only be activated once a cultivator had at least reached C expansion, but this was an inherited weapon that had been nourished by his race. As long as it received the summoning of his essence blood, it would be willing to use a portion of its power. Although that portion was very little, for a Xianxian expert, that was a lethal power. For Xianxian experts to be able to use a treasure item, they had to first obtain the treasure item's approval. Yu Chenghao's weapon was like that. As for Long Chen's flying rainbow, it had also once activated its power, but that wasn't because of Long Chen. It had been provoked, and it had naturally released that power. Long Chen hadn't obtained its approval, so he was unable to use its power. The light coming from Yu Changhao reached a pinnacle, and then began to dim. But as Yu Chenghao's body dimmed, the bow behind him grew brighter. At the same time, it was like an invisible hand was pulling the bowstring. Countless runes condensed, forming a huge arrow. The space around him was constantly quivering as the world's energy was being absorbed by it. Its aura was horrifyingly alarming. This was a peak attack, one that contained all of Yu Chenghao's power. Yu Chenghao's wings now lost all their light, and they had turned black. In fact, they looked like charred earth, and signs of rotting had appeared on them. He had paid an incredible price for this attack. Yu Chenghao's face was as lifeless as a corpse's. Yu Changhao and Shui Yu roared at the same time. The evil dragon Bone Claw clenched into a fist and smashed toward Long Chen. At the same time, a huge arrow shot toward him. The two attacks caused heaven and earth to tremble. Long Chen sighed. He was a bit unwilling, but he had decided to use a divine item to swat mosquitoes. He would use the Eastern Wasteland Bell to kill them. Just as he was about to ask the Eastern Wasteland Bell for help, a fierce fluctuation came from within the primal chaos space. Long Chen's expression suddenly became ecstatic. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.